This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When Jiang Xi came out of the company, it was already very dark outside. She took out her mobile phone and looked at it. It was 11:30. In half an hour, her birthday will be over. Originally, she booked a hot pot restaurant that she had wanted to eat for a long time, and a large KTV box, ready to relax with her friends. But just before getting off work, they were called back by their leaders to attend a meeting to work overtime to change the plan. And they have been busy until now. The birthday party was cancelled, and a good birthday was completely occupied by work. Jiang Xi suddenly felt a little wronged. Since graduating from college and joining this company, overtime is the norm. Sometimes, I will receive calls from my boss during holidays. Every day I am either changing the plan or on the way to change the plan. Jiang Xi stood in this big city where she dreamed of staying before. For the first time, she felt confused. Is this what she wants? The night wind blew, ruffling her hair. Jiang Xi came to her senses and turned to walk towards the subway entrance. The subway at night was no longer crowded like during the day. The cold white lights were a little cold. There were large vacant seats on the subway. Jiang Xi dragged her tired body up and found a seat near the door to sit down. After sitting down, she took out her mobile phone from her pocket and scanned the messages in the company's large and small groups in front of her. There were several birthday wishes from friends. Jiang Xi replied one by one. Because it was late, she did not wait for the reply immediately. After exiting the chat software, she habitually opened the folder where she collected small games. This was also one of her ways to relieve stress. Mindless small games would relax her nerves that had been tense all day. After opening the folder, Jiang Xi noticed an orange game logo in the lower right corner. The app icon was a steaming hot pot, and the name of the game was written below, Open a Hot Pot Restaurant. Jiang Xi was a little confused. When did he download this game? The opening animation at the beginning of the game was exquisite. Jiang Xi felt that the little girl in the animation was dressed very similarly to himself. Even the bun was similar to the shirt dress he was wearing today. This coincidence still made Jiang Xi happy. He watched the story in the animation carefully. The storyline was similar to all business games. The heroine who couldn't make it in the big city chose to go home and inherit the hot pot restaurant. Upgrading the store, unlocking ingredients, playing step by step. Jiang Xi gradually became addicted. And when she returned home, her hot pot restaurant had already taken shape. Jiang Xi washed up and lay on the bed. She opened the hot pot restaurant app and was about to continue playing. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from the phone. Before she could react, she disappeared from the room. When she opened her eyes again, she appeared in a small and dilapidated wooden house. The light here was dim. Jiang Xi could only see 2 tables and chairs in the house. The sun shone in from the window, and she could see the floating dust particles in the house, whether inside or outside the house. It was eerily quiet. Jiang Xi suppressed her fear and terror, observing her surroundings while slowly moving towards the door. She finally reached the door, and there was no other movement in the house. She put her hand on the door handle and pushed it down hard. After a series of actions, the door in front of her did not move at all. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment, and despair surged in her heart. What on earth are you doing? Where is this place? After a while, just when Jiang Xi thought no one would answer her, a mechanical voice suddenly appeared in this space. Host, please calm down first, the mechanical voice said. This voice sounded a little weak, and there was also a mixture of electric current sound. Intermittent, like the weak electric sound before the robot ran out of power. I'm sorry for bringing you to this parallel time and space without telling the host. This scene was extremely weird. What parallel time and space? What host? Jiang Xi only felt that these words were far from her life, and there was a strange feeling of novel shining into reality. Without waiting for Jiang Xi to answer, the mechanical voice spoke again. This is a small world parallel to the world where the host is. I am from the system of the planet M660. Our planet needs to set up stations in various parallel worlds that are on the verge of collapse to collect energy. The host is a business candidate we have selected after careful observation. The station here will also exist in a form that the host likes and can accept. The station in this world is a hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi listened for a while and roughly understood. It seemed that the problem was with the app that suddenly appeared on the phone. She stood by the door, alert all over. She did like playing small games and reading some fantastic novels. But that didn't mean she could remain calm if she really encountered it. I don't want to be a management candidate. I just want to go home. I'm really tired after a day's work. Today is also my birthday. Although it may be past 12 o'clock now. Can you change someone? Jiang Xi didn't know what she was saying anymore. Her language system was completely disordered because of fear. She didn't forget the 4 words the system just said. On the verge of collapse. Which meant that there was an unknown crisis in this world. And she didn't want to take risks. The system was silent for a moment, as if it knew Jiang Xi's concerns, and continued, host. Don't rush to refuse. In this world, ensuring the host's safety is the most basic. And in the later stage of the mission, the host will have his own hot pot restaurant of the same style in the real world. The system will handle all relevant matters for the host, and let you get the property rights of the house and land. And will also choose the location in the most prosperous city and street. Hearing this, Jiang Xi's resistance was strangely weakened a little. Her own hot pot restaurant sounded really desirable. But 3 seconds later, she came to her senses. The company leaders had made too many promises, and she had already eaten her fill. She shook her head and said firmly, I don't believe it. Just send me home. The system was silent again. Jiang Xi felt that it had been a long time before the system spoke again. How about this? I can give you the property certificate and land certificate first. And you can go to a professional to see if it is true. But you can't enter that room until the task is completed. Jiang Xi paused, and was really tempted. How do I know if you will take these back after I agree? And let me work for nothing? Jiang Xi was still alert, but a little weaker than before. I swear on the planet M660. And we will sign a contract with the host. If we violate it, we will be judged and exiled by the planet. The system said solemnly again. Why do you have to let me be the operator? Maybe it won't be so hard if you change someone else. Jiang Xi asked her doubts. To be honest, you should have heard that my energy is running low, and I have to use some of it to protect the host. So I am using the power-saving mode now. The mechanical sound of the system was a little helpless. Seeing that Jiang Xi was still silent, the system directly placed the real estate certificate it had promised in front of her. The real estate certificate just appeared in front of Jiang Xi out of thin air. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Xi took the real estate certificate in front of her and opened it to look at it. The address was in the city center of her current city. It was a single-family house, and the area was not filled in. The system said that the final area would be determined based on the upgrade of the hot pot restaurant in this world. Her name was written on the property certificate. At this moment, Jiang Xi felt very strange. She had worked hard in this city for several years, but still did not have a house of her own. She had to admit that she was shaken. How long do I need to stay in this world? Can I go home during this period? Are you responsible for my food, clothing, housing and transportation here? If I stay for 10 years, will it take 10 years to own my hot pot restaurant? I will be 35 by then. The speed of time in the parallel world and the real world is different. 1 year in the parallel world is only 1 month in the real world. During this period, you can apply for a vacation to go home for the host. And you can also call your family at any time. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all taken care of by us. So the host can rest assured. The system patiently answered Jiang Xi's questions one by one. I want to go back and think about it. Jiang Xi said to the system. Okay. The host has 3 days to consider. And I hope to get an answer that satisfies both of us in the end. After the system finished speaking, Jiang Xi's head was dizzy again. And the next second, she was back in her bed. If she hadn't been holding a pile of documents and information in her hand. Jiang Xi almost thought she was dreaming just now. That night, Jiang Xi tossed and turned in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. The next day, Jiang Xi woke up and squeezed into the subway during the morning rush hour with a pair of panda eyes. She still had the information given by the system in her bag. She planned to look at it with her lawyer friend during lunch break. In the morning, she was still busy. In the middle of the day, Jiang Xi occasionally lost her mind and thought of the real estate certificate in her bag. Her mood was indescribable, because she had to attend a meeting at 2 p.m. Jiang Xi didn't have time to eat lunch. She bought a sandwich and hurriedly took a taxi to her friend's law firm. In the cafe downstairs of the law firm, her friend carefully helped to check the information and the real estate certificate and land ownership certificate. and finally concluded that it was indeed real and valid. The area is not written there, and my friend did not ask. It should be blocked by the system in some way. The girl opposite patted Jiangxi's shoulder with envy. You are great. I haven't bought a house yet. But you bought a shop. This location is really good. It must have cost a lot of money to buy it. Jiangxi was not good at explaining, so she was vague. On the way back, she took a detour to the city center, looking and asking, and finally found the address on the property certificate. The location here is indeed very good. Next to it is a very popular shopping mall building, and there are museums and other tourist attractions around. The hot pot restaurant in the middle is very advantageous. The shop is surrounded by a decoration curtain outside, and you can't see inside, but just based on the external outline, the area should be not small. Chapter 2. But Jiangxi couldn't get in until she accepted the task and completed it. After returning, Jiangxi's mood was far from as calm as she looked, and she found that her balance began to tilt to the other side. Before the 3 days were up, Jiangxi resigned. It was not because she decided to agree to the system, but because something happened in the company. The PPT she worked hard for a week appeared in another colleague's computer. Her computer had been tampered with, and the original files in it were deleted completely. What's more, there was a problem with the monitoring during that period. However, the colleague did not expect that Jiangxi had sent the most important data in this PPT to another colleague by email. When she handed this evidence to her boss, the boss tried to smooth things over, saying that connections are sometimes more important than hard work, and there are some people she cannot afford to offend. Later, Jiangxi learned that this colleague had hooked up with the company's vice president. The colleague expected that Jiangxi had no evidence and that the boss would not stand on her side. So he used Jiangxi's PPT at the company meeting and won a lot of applause. Jiangxi sat in her seat expressionlessly. What did it matter that she had been running around collecting data every day this week? Is it her bad luck? When her colleague returned to his seat triumphantly, Jiangxi, who had been suppressed for a long time, stood up in front of everyone's eyes. She took out the evidence and threw it in front of the colleague and the fat vice president. There were many people attending the company meeting. Everyone watched Jiangxi scolding people on the stage for 10 minutes. Jiangxi usually has the image of not talking much and working hard in the company. She looks like the type who will swallow her anger. They also know her family. They are not rich and are still struggling to buy a house. Now the competition is fierce everywhere. Jiangxi should not want to lose this hard-won job. So the vice president and colleagues are fearless. But they didn't expect that they were wrong. Finally, Jiangxi ended with "You are trash. You are also trash," and threw her work badge on the table with a handsome and neat hand. "I quit. Remember to give me the salary according to the regulations. Otherwise I will definitely fight you to the end." She was not a good-tempered person, but in order to make a living, she had to force herself to smooth out her edges. But in the end, she gave people the illusion that she was easy to bully, because the company meeting happened to be live broadcast with the chairman and shareholders. The chairman watched the whole process and got very angry. This matter was dealt with seriously. The company's HR also called Jiangxi specifically to ask if she was willing to go back, but Jiangxi refused. In the end, she only took the part of the compensation she was supposed to take, and the company gave her a little more. Jiangxi understood that this was equivalent to hush money. The following events were relayed to her by her former colleagues. For example, the vice president who often showed favoritism, the colleague who robbed her things, and her superior were all fired by the company. The vice president and the superior often colluded to do such things, embezzled a lot of money from the company, and had to face the company's lawyer's letter. However, Jiangxi no longer cared. Going crazy made people feel refreshed. The compensation she received made her feel that most of the anger she had suffered in the company for so many years seemed to be relieved. She didn't know if it was because of the real estate certificate that gave her the confidence. Otherwise, she might not have been able to make such a big fuss. After 2 days of rest and thinking at home, the documents and property certificates were neatly placed at the head of her bed, so she could see them as soon as she turned her head. On the last day, Jiangxi finally made a decision. When she entered that space for the second time, Jiangxi was obviously not as scared as the first time. "Have you decided, host?" The system voice appeared again. Jiangxi took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and then said firmly, "Okay, I promise you." The mechanical voice of the system obviously felt relieved, and even the tone became a little lighter. Okay, host. Please wait a moment. We will bind with you now. After the system finished speaking, Jiang Xi heard the sound of beeping. After waiting for a while, she suddenly had a strange feeling, as if her whole brain was clearer and something more was added. After binding with the system also gave Jiang Xi a contract to sign. Jiang Xi roughly flipped through it and found that most of the terms were favorable to her, which were similar to what the system said. The only constraint on her was that once she took over the store, she could not sell it at will. After signing the contract, the system gave Jiang Xi a brief introduction to this world. The structure and currency of this parallel world are similar to those of Jiang Xi's world. 10 years ago, a virus swept the blue star. The infected humans either became man-eating monsters or had a small chance of becoming superpowers. Most of the remaining humans only improved their strength and speed. Animals also mutated after being infected and stood on the opposite side of humans. Survival became difficult. The survivors built a base in the city, gathered the remaining humans together, and fought against those monsters and the harsh environment. Because of the weather and the virus, planting and breeding have also fallen into a huge dilemma, with high input and pitiful low output. In 10 years, human materials have become extremely scarce. So the base developed a thing called nutrient solution to meet the basic daily needs of the human body. The universal currency of this world is crystal core. In Jiangxi's hot pot restaurant, the currency used is also crystal core. Crystal core is equivalent to the energy of this world in the system. Crystal core is dug out from the brains of those monsters. These crystal cores representing energy give those monsters power, distinguishing them from ordinary monsters. There are levels from level 1 to level 9. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to deal with. After the system detailed explanation, Jiang Xi also understood a little about this world. Her face turned pale. Zombies, mutants, animals, and superpowers only existed on TV and in novels. But now they were about to appear in front of her in reality. Host, don't be too afraid. I will do my best to protect your safety. The hot pot restaurant is also the most solid barrier. No creature can hurt you here. After binding with the system, Jiang Xi vaguely knew a little about the constraints of the system rules. What the system said should be true. And they are now bound together, which is a relationship of mutual benefit and mutual loss. Jiang Xi prepared himself for 5 minutes before nodding. Okay. I understand. When will we open the store? Now. The host can name the store first. Jiang Xi was a bad namer. After thinking for a while, he finally said, let's call it a hot pot restaurant. After waiting for a while, the system voice came. Naming is complete. There is a hot pot restaurant. Owner, Jiang Xi. Host, can we open the store now? Jiang Xi leaned against the window and looked out. It was white outside and nothing could be seen. From then on, she would start a new life full of unknown excitement. But strangely, the fear in her heart was disappearing little by little. She didn't look back. Just nodded, okay. Open the shop. Jiang Xi heard a sound like the dawn. The ice breaking in spring. And then, the originally quiet wooden house suddenly flooded with a lot of sounds. The sound of wind and rain. And a kind of roar and groan like a person in extreme pain. Jiang Xi took a few deep breaths again, and then poked his head out from under the window. What he saw was a lot of ruins. After 10 years, the city has been cracked and weathered, and has completely lost its former charm. It was raining outside today, and the sky was gloomy. Jiang Xi looked down, and a walking zombie came into her sight unexpectedly. Jiang Xi felt that her vision had never been so good, and she could even see the maggots on the zombie's face. After the host is bound to the system, the physical fitness will be improved accordingly. Jiang Xi heard the voice of the system and realized that she had asked the question unconsciously. The zombies outside made Jiang Xi feel physically and mentally uncomfortable. She turned her head and took a long time to relax. Sure enough, there was a gap between TV dramas and reality. After all, the TV was a special effects makeup. And in reality, the other person was a rotting corpse that was walking. The dried rotten meat and maggots were still falling down with the rain. The weather outside was gloomy, and the light in the house also dimmed. After Jiang Xi's mood eased for a while, he walked to the side and turned on the light switch. The room was instantly bright again. The light was warm yellow, which made Jiang Xi feel a little relieved. In order to divert his attention, Jiang Xi walked around the house. He hadn't looked carefully before. This house was really old. And there was a huge spider web in the corner of the house. There were only 2 wooden tables and chairs in the room. And they looked like they were old-fashioned tables and chairs that could fall apart at any time. The tabletops even felt like they were coated with a layer of oil. Next to it was the counter, connected to a semi-open kitchen, with a freezer in the middle for storing food, and a small bathroom at the back. The room next to the kitchen that Jiang Xi thought was a storage room was her room. There was also a long table by the wall in the hall, on which was an electric rice cooker for steaming rice. And next to it was a small condiment table, on which there was only one kind of condiment, and a label on the bowl: soy sauce. Almost everything was seen at a glance, and it only took a few steps to reach the end. It was so simple that it was hard to describe. Perhaps because Jiang Xi had been silent. The system said, as if to make up for it, "Upgrade slowly, and the hot pot restaurant will become more and more beautiful in the future." Jiang Xi nodded half-heartedly. "Now? What should I do?" After naming, "You can open the store. The host decides the business hours every day. At present, the store only has clear soup pot, potato chips, rice, and soy sauce. After upgrading, you can unlock other ingredients and soup bases, etc. The clear soup pot is priced at 1 level 3 crystal core, and the vegetarian dishes are priced at 5 level 1 crystal cores." Chapter 3. The system continued. "A first level crystal core can be exchanged for 10 points from me. A second level crystal core for 100 points. And so on. We will exchange money for the host at a rate of 1 point for 1 Chinese currency, as long as the host needs it. It can be exchanged immediately to ensure the host's quality of life in the original world." Jiang Xi's eyes lit up when she heard the latter part. She didn't expect that she could still get a salary? She had previously planned to put her savings in the bank to earn interest, so as not to have no income during this period and live off her savings. After hearing about the salary, Jiang Xi felt that his enthusiasm for this job had increased a lot. However, a hot pot restaurant only has clear soup pot, potato chips, rice and soy sauce. Is this reasonable? As the store manager, Jiang Xi felt that he had a long way to go. The host's first main task is to entertain 5 guests and unlock mineral water. After roughly introducing the relevant rules, the system issued the first task. After listening to the system task, Jiang Xi turned his head and looked out the window, where there was only a zombie wandering around, and no one else. 5 people? Do zombies count? No. The store can only receive humans, the system said in a serious tone. Jiang Xi desperately leaned on the window to look out. Let alone people. There was not even a ghost here except for that zombie. She wouldn't be stuck on the first mission. Host, don't worry too much. There are many high-level zombies in this city, and there are also several human bases. Many teams will choose to come here to clean up zombies and obtain crystal cores. Humans will appear soon. The system consoled her. And our signboard is very eye-catching. Anyone passing by here will see it. Eye-catching? Jiang Xi was curious when she heard the system say this. She was eager to go out and take a look, but she was also afraid of the zombies outside. Although the system said it would protect her, it didn't know how big the protection range was. If she left the hot pot restaurant, it would still be the system protection area. Host, don't worry. Our protection range is this hot pot restaurant and a certain distance around it. It will be marked for the host. Just don't leave this range. After you have points in the later stage, you can also spend points to open a personal shield for double protection. Jiang Xi did not hesitate this time and walked to the door. The wooden door had been opened when the shop just opened. He could see the scene outside when he walked to the door. Standing at the door, Jiang Xi could still feel the wind blowing in from outside, mixed with the smell of rain wet the soil, and a slightly bitter breath coming towards him. The rainwater in the end times is different from normal rainwater. It cannot be drunk directly. Humans will get sick if they come into direct contact with it for a long time, the system said to Jiang Xi. However, within the protection range of the hot pot restaurant, all kinds of toxic substances and existences that can threaten the host will be filtered and purified. Jiang Xi stepped out of the hot pot restaurant and officially stepped into another world. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly standing on solid ground, but it didn't seem real. Perhaps because of the rain. The city outside looked gray. The tall buildings were eroded by time and became dilapidated, except for the sound of wind and rain. It was very quiet here. There was no one. Not even a single weed grew. A sense of loneliness suddenly came over him, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Jiang Xi suddenly felt some empathy for the people living in the end times. She walked forward a few steps and saw a thin layer of film around the hot pot restaurant, which was not easy to see without careful observation. It covered the hot pot restaurant like an upside-down pot. She could feel the wind outside, smell the air, and feel the rain. But the rain was not as turbid as outside. It should be the purification mentioned by the system. At this moment, the protection mentioned by the system also had a concrete meaning. The zombie from before had slowly walked away, and it seemed that it did not notice Jiang Xi standing here, leaving only a ragged back. Jiang Xi stood cautiously in the protective film and turned to look at the sign of the hot pot restaurant. Above the hot pot restaurant, there was a wooden sign as wide as the store. In order to make it look eye-catching, there were colored lights hanging around it. At this time, the colored lights were flashing, which was particularly eye-catching in this gray world. There were a few big characters on it that said Hot Pot Restaurant in a neat and tidy manner, with a three-dimensional effect. No matter from what angle, you can see the complete 6 big characters. It was indeed quite eye-catching. The appearance of the Hot Pot Restaurant was the same as the interior. It looked like a gray hunter's cabin that had been placed in the forest for many years. In fact, the store was not dirty. After Jiang Xi named it and officially opened the store, the cobwebs in the store disappeared. The location of the Hot Pot Restaurant is right in the middle of several roads. No matter which road you take, you can see this Hot Pot Restaurant. After staying outside for a while, Jiang Xi saw several zombies coming from the other side, and she hurried back to the store. "Host, it's time to provide lunch now. Please order." After hearing the system words, Jiang Xi felt that he was really a little hungry at this time. The clock on the wall showed that it was almost noon. Jiang Xi rubbed his palms, and with some expectation, he activated the computer in front of the counter according to the system prompts. The computer was an old-fashioned computer that looked a bit bulky, but the system said that the computer would be upgraded along with the store. Although the computer was old, it still had many functions. The system also thoughtfully gave Jiang Xi a lot of novels and TV series to kill time. The shopkeeper's order on the computer was specifically for Jiang Xi. She opened it with hope and found that there were only foods related to potatoes, such as spicy and sour potato shreds, potato chips, etc. There were many dishes, but they all involved potatoes, and they were all vegetarian dishes, without any meat. Jiang Xi sat in front of the computer in amazement. "Can I only eat these dishes?" "Yes, host. The host's food is closely related to the ingredients unlocked by the Hot Pot Restaurant," the system said. Jiang Xi sighed. It seems that he still has to complete the task given by the system as soon as possible. She ordered a dish of hot and sour potato shreds. After she ordered, the system told her to go to the window outside the kitchen to pick up the food. Jiang Xi hadn't looked at the kitchen carefully yet. When she walked in, she saw a small window at the other end. There was a plate of steaming hot and sour potato shreds at the window. It smelled good. She had to use a rice cooker to make rice. The rice was placed in the kitchen. After washing, it was put in the rice cooker to steam. It only took a few minutes to steam a pot of rice. The rice cooker was unexpectedly large. After the rice was steamed, she scooped a bowl and brought it to the counter to eat with the still hot potato shreds. The potato shreds were crispy, spicy, sour and refreshing. They were surprisingly delicious. Better than all the spicy and sour potato shreds Jiang Xi had eaten. The rice was also crystal clear and soft, and you could taste the unique sweet fragrance of rice when you ate it alone. Jiang Xi ate a lot in her first meal in this new world. Although the ingredients were simple, she didn't expect it to be so delicious. After lunch, Jiang Xi learned how to make hot pot soup base and process ingredients from the system. In fact, the process is very simple. There is a special soup base bag for the soup base. Just add water and boil it. The potatoes are ready made. A large bag is placed in the kitchen. Peel and slice them and put them on a plate. And then you can serve them to the guests. "Don't I have to pay for these raw materials?" Jiang Xi asked doubtfully, looking at a large bag of potatoes that he didn't know how long it would take to finish. "You don't have to pay for the first bag of potatoes and the base material bag. You need to spend points to buy them after they are used up. When they are out of stock, they will be automatically restocked and the host's points will be automatically deducted," the system said. Jiang Xi nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied. At least there were still so many potatoes and base materials that were free to use. He didn't have to worry about the points issue for the time being. It was quite humane. Jiang Xi thought that she would not be able to open the store today at this rate. But unexpectedly, when she was watching the variety show Jia in the afternoon, there was a noise outside the door. A group of 3 people walked in cautiously from outside, holding weapons such as sticks and machetes in their hands. After entering, they met Jiang Xi's eyes, who was sitting behind the counter. The 3 people originally just saw that this store was a little weird, and the lights were on. So they wanted to come in to see the situation and confirm whether there were any survivors alone outside. Unexpectedly, after entering, they found that the survivors seemed to be too comfortable. The store was clean and tidy. The lights were on, and there was a faint smell of food in the house. The weirdest thing was that they seemed to hear the sound of the TV. Jiang Xi saw someone coming into the store, and his eyes lit up immediately. Would you like to eat hot pot? Eat hot pot? One of them, Gucci, a tall man wearing short-sleeved shirts and long pants, with particularly obvious muscle lines on his arms, showed "Are you kidding me" expression on his face. Didn't you see the sign outside my store? It's so big. We are a hot pot restaurant. We now have clear soup pots, potato chips, and rice. Jiang Xi tried his best to promote it. Just by looking at the size of the 3 people, he knew that they must eat a lot. Eating more means spending more. The first task asked her to entertain 5 people, but there were only 3 here, which gave her hope. Are you kidding us? Zhou Lin, another shorter man, blurted out. They saw the sign, but no one took it seriously. How could it be? We are a legitimate hot pot restaurant, and we are honest to everyone, Jiang Xi said seriously. The 3 people looked at Jiang Xi with suspicion, as if they were looking at a big fool with a bad brain. Then bring us a bowl of soup base and a plate of potato chips. The last of the 3, Su Yan, sat down on the wooden table in front of him. He wanted to see if this store, which boasted so much, could really produce anything. The other 2 heard what he said and knew what he wanted to do. They sat down beside him. In the 10 years since the end of the world, they had never encountered such a strange thing. Chapter 4. In their hearts, they actually thought that this person was probably driven into a mental illness by the end of the world. This is very common in the end of the world. There are also many survivors who have mental breakdowns and committed suicide. However, why there is electricity in this store remains to be investigated. Okay. Jiang Xi walked out from behind the counter with a smile, holding a menu in his hand, and walked in front of a few people. Just a clear soup base and a plate of potato chips? Do you want rice? The rice here is unlimited for 1 level 2 crystal core per person. Then order rice for 3 more people, Su Yan said. It was all nonsense anyway, so he was very cooperative. Okay. Then you need to pay a total of 5 first-level crystal cores, 1 third-level crystal core, and 3 second-level crystal cores, Jiang Xi calculated, then looked at the 3 people. Without moving his feet, the meaning was very clear. Pay first and then eat. The 3 people pondered for a moment, and finally Su Yan took out the crystal core from his bag and put it in Jiang Xi's hand. Old Su, you really give me a crystal core? In my opinion, this is a black shop, specializing in cheating crystal cores. Seeing Jiang Xi walking towards the kitchen, Zhou Lin leaned over and whispered, It's okay. The other party is just a mentally ill girl. If there is anything wrong, just get the crystal core back. The key is that the price is not high. Crystal cores of level 1, level 2, and level 3 are very common. Su Yan turned his head and glanced at the kitchen, with vigilance still in his eyes. While Jiang Xi went to the kitchen, they looked around the small store and found nothing unusual, except for the large rice cooker with a heat lamp on next to the small condiment table. No one knew what was inside. But then again, why is there electricity here? Even the fact that everyone in the base can use electricity is only the 5th year of the apocalypse. This place is really weird everywhere. The 3 were thinking about it, and a fragrance suddenly floated out from the kitchen. This fragrance is both strange and familiar. It was often smelled before the apocalypse, but now they have long forgotten it in their daily life and death. At this moment, there was shock in the eyes of the 3. Over there, Jiang Xi walked out of the kitchen carefully with a pot. As she got closer, the fragrance became stronger, and the 3 people found that the fragrance was actually coming from the pot in her hand. Jiang Xi placed the pot on the wooden table of the three people and pressed the switch button. The hot pot here was different from the hot pot in Jiang Xi's world. The bottom of the pot could heat itself, without plugging in electricity or burning fire. It was very convenient and safe. This is the clear soup pot you ordered. Please wait a moment. I will go get you bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Xi clapped his hands and turned to go to the kitchen again. The three people at the wooden table didn't react at all. The soup in front of them was clear and bright yellow, exuding an attractive aroma of food. There were also some mushrooms, wolfberries, ginger slices, and other ingredients in the soup. The clear soup base of our family is made from old hen soup. And we also put a lot of medicinal herbs that are beneficial to the human body. It tastes very good. In fact, these were just told to Jiang Xi by the system. And Jiang Xi used it to advertise. After putting away the bowls and chopsticks, Jiang Xi went to the kitchen to cut a plate of potato chips. She doesn't cook much, so her knife skills are average. The potato slices are thick and thin. Looking at her results, Jiang Xi touched her nose a little embarrassedly. However, the three people outside didn't seem to care about how the potatoes were cut. They still stared blankly at the bubbling pot in front of them. Your dishes are ready. The rice is over there. And there is soy sauce. If you need it, go and get it yourself. After Jiang Xi finished speaking, he returned to the counter. This was the first table of customers in the restaurant, so she was inevitably excited. She quietly opened the task panel to check the task progress. She saw that the task of serving 5 customers and unlocking mineral water had changed from 0/5 to 3/5. Su Yan, Zhou Lin, and the other 2 sat in their seats for a long time before they came to their senses. The aroma of food filled their noses. How about it? Zhou Lin swallowed his saliva. Let's try it. Gucci also picked up the potato chips on the table and poured them into the boiling pot. I just have a taste. The potato slices were cooked in a few minutes. Each of the 3 people picked up a piece and put it in the bowl. The potato was soft and sticky, and it separated with chopsticks. The potato slices were especially delicious, with the fresh and rich flavor of the clear soup. Gucci was stunned for a while, and the potato slices in the pot were almost scooped out. He quickly grabbed the last piece and put it in the bowl, looking at his teammates, who could usually be relied on. After eating the potato slices, the 3 people were still not satisfied, and hurriedly said to Jiang Xi, "Boss, 3 more plates of potato chips." While Jiang Xi was cutting potato slices, the 3 of them went to the small condiment table at the back. Each of them filled a dish with soy sauce, and then scooped up 3 large bowls of rice. Sitting back in their seats, they scooped the soup onto the rice, and ate a bowl of the rice with the soup. When Jiang Xi came out, their rice was all gone, and the soup base in the pot was almost half gone. Jiang Xi put the 3 plates of potato slices on the vegetable rack next to their table, then went into the kitchen to get the soup pot and add more soup for them. The soup in the pot was kept warm in the kitchen. It was made from boned chicken and some seafood, so although it looked clear, it still had a strong taste. At the beginning, the 3 of them were still holding back and didn't eat voraciously. But later, the voices had completely disappeared, leaving only the sound of chopsticks and bowls colliding. Jiang Xi looked outside and saw that they had already served the 3rd bowl of rice, and even poured soy sauce on the rice, unlocking a new way to eat it. Gucci and Jiang Xi met each other's eyes and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Boss, the rice is gone." Jiang Xi nodded. "Oh, okay. I steam another pot. It's okay. You guys can eat slowly. There's plenty of rice." The system just opened the purchase mall for her. Like the task panel, it was 3D. The kind of screen that only she could see. The switch was turned on in a moment's thought. This feeling was quite wonderful. 10 points can buy 100 kilograms of rice. So she really didn't worry about them. Even if they ate 10 pots, they wouldn't lose money. The rice cooker has a 1-button cleaning function, and there is also a dishwasher in the kitchen. Just put the dishes in, and they can be cleaned and disinfected at the same time. It must be said that Jiang Xi loves the smart kitchen. One of the main reasons why she didn't like cooking was that she didn't like washing dishes. It would be even better if she could cook and cut vegetables by herself. The system said that as long as the hot pot restaurant kept upgrading, these functions would be possible. A pot of clear soup hot pot and 3 plates of potato chips were eaten up, without any soup left. The 3 of them sat on wooden chairs, looking at the empty plates in front of them, and were a little speechless. What were they originally here for? Later, it was as if they were under a spell. One mouthful after another. One bowl after another. At the end of the meal, I realized that my abdominal muscles were almost stretched out. But it was really delicious. The three of them kept fighting against each other in their hearts. And finally lost to the food. Due to the current shortage of materials, the Research Institute has worked hard in recent years to develop a nutrient solution that can basically meet the needs of humans. Water and food are all solved in this bottle of nutrient solution. However, although the nutrient solution is not difficult to swallow, it is not very tasty. As a former food power, the survivors naturally have no resistance to food. The three of them remembered their previous brilliant words, and they believed that this was a black shop. And now they suddenly felt a little pain on their faces. Have you eaten? Jiang Xi came over at the right time and asked with a smile. I have eaten. Gucci sat up straight and said with a little stutter. How is it? It tastes good? Right? Jiang Xi asked with a smile. It's delicious. But there are too few varieties. When can we have meat? Zhou Lin asked with expectation. Hearing this question, the other two also looked over with a hint of expectation. There will be some later. It's difficult to transport supplies now. Jiang Xi smiled. Next time you come, there might be new ingredients. The three of them came out of the hot pot restaurant and looked back. The warm yellow light in the store was on, which seemed particularly warm and unique in this gray world. At this time, a group of zombies passed by the door. The three of them subconsciously picked up their weapons and were on guard, but found that these zombies didn't notice them at all. Even though the distance was not far, the zombies with a keen sense of smell just walked past them. Zhou Lin took 2 tentative steps toward that direction. After walking out of the protection range of the hot pot restaurant, the zombies that had ignored them suddenly turned around and trotted towards Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin quickly stepped back a few steps. The zombies in front of him suddenly lost their target and stood there looking around in confusion. Oh my god! This is awesome! Zhou Lin turned his head and looked at his teammates, and saw the surprise in their eyes. The three of them looked back again, wondering what kind of place this was. They often passed by here, but had never seen this hot pot restaurant before. It was like it appeared out of thin air. After the three left, Jiang Xi took the dishes into the kitchen and put them in the dishwasher. In fact, they were observing Jiang Xi just now, and Jiang Xi was also observing these people in the end times. They looked stronger than the people in Jiang Xi's world. They were also tall and muscular. The shortest one among them should be about 1.8 meters tall. When the three stood in front of Jiang Xi, who was 1.65 meters tall, they felt quite oppressive. The system said that humans who had evolved in the apocalypse were all like this. If their physical strength was not strengthened, they would not be able to fight against the zombies. After cleaning up the table, Jiang Xi began to count his crystal cores. Today, he received a total of 20 first-level crystal cores, 1 third-level crystal core, and 3 second-level crystal cores. Converted into points, it was 1,500, which was equivalent to 1,500 Chinese yuan. Chapter 5. It was beyond Jiang Xi's expectation to make so much money from the first business. This is a good start. The host has done a good job. Please keep up the good work. The system encouraging voice sounded at the right time. Jiang Xi looked at the score on his panel and felt quite proud. He didn't expect that he had such talent. This kind of pride only lasted for a short while. After the three people left, Jiang Xi didn't meet a living person that day. However, he saw several small groups of zombies, with a group of more than 10, walking together to an unknown place. The visual impact of such a large wave of zombies was still very strong. Jiang Xi finally couldn't help but vomit. Strangely enough, after vomiting a few times, she actually liked the zombies. Later, she even began to guess whether this person was a man or a woman, old or young. The system also gave her a general knowledge of the zombie levels. The slow-moving and dull-faced zombies were the most basic level 1 zombies, while the speed and more agile zombies were level 2 zombies. Currently, there were only level 1 and level 2 zombies passing by the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi had not had the opportunity to see more advanced zombies. As night fell, because there was no light at all, the darkness outside the store became darker, as if the entire city had sunk into a black swamp, leaving only the outline of the buildings. Jiang Xi sat alone in the store, and looked out with a little fear in his heart. At this time, The phone that had been silent for a day suddenly rang. Jiang Xiai took it out and saw that it was her parents, who were far away in her hometown. She picked up the phone, and her mother's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Baby, have you eaten? What are you doing? Are you busy at work recently?" When Jiang Xiai heard her mother's voice, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. She blinked and tried to hold back the tears. She was already a 25-year-old girl, and she couldn't cry like she did when she was a child. "I'm fine. How about you? Have you eaten?" Jiang Xiai heard the noisy voices on the other end of the phone. She could picture her parents in her mind without even looking. The hometown was in a small county town on the 18th tier. Jiang Xi's parents opened a small supermarket outside their community. Before and after dinner, it was the busiest time for the small supermarket. There were not only customers who came to buy things, but also neighbors who came out for a walk and chat. Small cities don't have a fast-paced life, but they have gentle evening breezes and noisy fireworks. Her parents couldn't give her a rich life, but they never treated her badly since she was a child, either materially or spiritually. So Jiang Xi's dream has always been to work hard to buy a house, and then bring her parents to live in a big city. "Eat it. The ribs in the market are very cheap today. Your father made sweet and sour ribs. He just kept saying that this is your favorite dish." Jiang mother's voice came to her ears along the phone line, with a slight electric sound. When Jiang father was young, he learned the craft from a master for 2 years, and his cooking tastes particularly authentic. When she heard about sweet and sour spare ribs, she couldn't help but imagine a home-cooked dish with a shiny sauce and sprinkled with sesame seeds. Jiang Xi's mouth was almost watering with greed. "Come back if you want to eat. Dad will make you a full banquet." Jiang father leaned over to the phone and said with a smile, "Okay. I go home when I'm not busy at work." Jiang Xi didn't know when she would have a vacation yet, so she could only say this for now. "By the way, baby, the National Day is coming in a little over a month. Will there be a holiday then? Do you want to come back?" Mother Jiang's expectant voice sounded. "Not sure yet. The company is very busy recently. I will call you in advance if I want to come back," Jiang Xi said. "More than a month is more than a year in the end times." Mother Jiang's voice was still gentle, expressing understanding, and asked her to take care of her body and eat well. But Jiang Xi knew that Mother Jiang must still be a little disappointed. During the Chinese New Year last year, she only stayed at home for 3 days before being summoned back by the company. She hasn't been home for more than half a year. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xi's fighting spirit was rekindled. When the hot pot restaurant became hers, she would ask her parents to close the supermarket in her hometown and come to help her run the hot pot restaurant, so that the family could stay together all the time. Soon, the clock on the wall pointed to 10 o'clock, and there was no other sound outside except the roar of zombies. Jiang Xi estimated that no one would be hanging around outside now, so he closed the wooden door directly. Even with the wooden door closed, the small colored lights on the sign outside were still on, like a guiding light in the dark night. Jiang Xi's room is not big, with a bed, a wardrobe, a dressing table, and a retractable table next to the bed. However, it is very user-friendly that there is a bathroom in the room, which prevents Jiang Xi from going out of the room and walking through a short dark road to the toilet outside. The bathroom has clean toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, shower gel, and other supplies. Even the facial cleanser is the brand that Jiang Xi usually uses. There is also a cabinet of sanitary napkins in the cabinet under the sink. Taking all situations into consideration, the wardrobe in the room was full of the casual and convenient clothes that Jiang Xi usually liked to wear. T-shirts, jeans, casual skirts, and several pairs of shoes, all in her size. Jiang Xi instantly experienced the happiness of the heroine in the novel. Isn't this a typical plot of the overbearing president buying clothes for the heroine? Jiang Xi washed up and lay on the bed. It was almost 12 o'clock. Although her body was tired, her brain was still very excited, thinking about everything that happened today. She still felt incredible. She didn't know that at this time, a group of 5 people were temporarily staying in a tall building a few kilometers away from the hot pot restaurant. They came from a nearby base and had completed their mission and were ready to go back. But when they left, they were tripped by zombies that suddenly jumped out. It was late and they couldn't go back. The city at night is much more dangerous than during the day, and it is easier to die. This building is the tallest one nearby. After they cleared the zombies in the building, they came to a room similar to a conference room. There is a whole wall of transparent glass, and a sturdy door here, which can observe the situation outside and temporarily resist the zombies. The sturdy man standing by the window was the team leader Chin Chung. He was holding a telescope in his hand and looking out the window in the moonlight, planning his route for tomorrow. At this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed in the telescope. Chin Chung was stunned for a moment, then quickly pulled the telescope back to look for the light that just flashed. The telescope was slowly pulled back, and finally, Chin Chung saw the abrupt light in the lens again. Chin Chung thought of countless possibilities in his mind, but when the lens zoomed in, he saw clearly that the ball was actually a sign. There was something written on the sign, but it was not clear. All he could see was a circle of colorful lights flashing around it. Chin Chung thought he might be dazzled. He took the telescope away from his eyes, rubbed his eyes with one hand, and then put the telescope back on his nose. The glowing sign was still there. Chin Chung turned around and called his teammates. Su Ling, come and have a look. A girl with a ponytail stood up from the ground. What's wrong, Captain? Su Ling came over and took the telescope that Chin Chung handed to her, with a puzzled look on her face. What did the captain see? She put the telescope on her face with doubt, and looked in the direction Chin Chung pointed. When she saw it, she was stunned. Captain! Captain! What is this? Su Ling's voice was filled with disbelief. What's wrong? Another short-haired girl, Fong Qing, rushed over after hearing the sound, and was also shocked after seeing the sign. In fact, it is normal to have a sign. What is abnormal is that someone is willing to use such precious electricity in such an unimportant place. You should know that there are strict time limits for using electricity every day in the base. Was there this restaurant when we came here yesterday? The other teammates gathered around and asked in confusion after seeing the sign of the hot pot restaurant. Who knows? I didn't pay any attention to it at the time. The location of the hot pot restaurant is the only way for them to return to the base. Finally, several people discussed that when they leave here tomorrow morning, they will go there to see what is going on. Jiang Xi fell asleep in the early morning, and her terrible biological clock woke her up early in the morning. She lay on the bed, looking at the unfamiliar environment around her for a moment, and soon realized where she was. It was past 6 o'clock, and the sky was not bright yet. When I pushed open the wooden door, a damp smell after the rain hit me. It was foggy everywhere, and I couldn't see clearly. Jiang Xi stretched lazily. After a night of psychological preparation, she was getting more and more used to her identity. There were no annoying colleagues, no troublesome clients, no overtime, and food and accommodation were provided. Judging from the survivors' love for hot pot yesterday, the salary should not be low. Besides not seeing any humans and disgusting monsters everywhere, what else was there for such a job? Breakfast is white porridge with cold potato shreds. The sour, spicy and crispy potato shreds are a new flavor today, Jiang Xi thought while biting the potato shreds. The system is responsive to every request. Even if Jiang Xi wants to have a midnight snack, it can help her make it. But when she opened the ordering system, she saw fried potatoes, roasted potatoes, potato shreds, potato slices, potato cubes, and mashed potatoes. Jiang Xi, who had been eating potatoes for a day, felt that she was about to turn into a potato. Let's quickly complete the task to unlock new dishes. After breakfast, Jiang Xi cleaned the store roughly, cut 2 plates of potato slices, soaked them in water, and then wrapped them with plastic wrap and put them in the refrigerator's fresh-keeping layer. Jiang Xi felt that he had found his feel for cutting potato slices today, and the situation of thick and thin slices was much better than yesterday. Just after putting the potato slices into the refrigerator, Jiang Xi heard the rumbling sound of running, as if something large was running, and Jiang Xi could even feel the vibration under his feet. Jiang Xi closed the refrigerator door and walked out of the wooden door curiously. From a distance, he saw a thin and long black shadow in the fog coming towards this side at a very fast speed, and he could vaguely hear human voices. Chapter 6. Jiang Xi's heart instantly lifted up. Are there humans being chased by those monsters? She subconsciously took a step forward to see more clearly. Soon, the black shadow in the mist revealed its true appearance. It turned out to be a big snake that was almost half the height of a building. The snake's body was black. Its eyes were cloudy and earthy yellow, and its vertical pupils made its eyes look sharp and cold. After seeing the true face of the monster, Jiang Xi felt goosebumps spreading from her toes to her hair. She had been afraid of snakes since she was a child. seeing such a big snake. Her whole body was stiff, and her legs began to weaken. At this time, the fog dissipated, and she finally saw clearly that in front of the big snake, there were indeed a few humans running forward desperately. The big snake behind them seemed to be swimming leisurely, but the distance was getting shorter and shorter. Human life was at stake. Jiang Xi didn't care about being afraid. Walked out of the wooden door of the hot pot restaurant and shouted to a few people to hide here. The few people who were running didn't have time to think too much in their minds. They grabbed the life-saving straw and ran towards Jiang Xi. After running over, they saw Jiang Xi and realized, what's the point of hiding here? Could it be that they still counted on this thin girl in front of them to help drive away the snake? Just when they wanted to pull Jiang Xi to continue running, they found that the rumbling sound behind them suddenly stopped. A few people looked back curiously, and saw that the snake that was desperately chasing them just now seemed to have lost its target at this moment. The huge snake head turned around and passed in front of them. Jiang Xi even saw the scales on the snake's body, and the irregular protrusions on its head from a close distance. Goosebumps instantly covered his entire arm. But even at such a close distance, the snake did not notice that there was anyone here. Everyone held their breath and watched the snake slowly turn to another direction before finally breathing a sigh of relief. The survivors looked around in surprise. This was the store with the colorful sign they saw in the telescope last night. After exchanging a few glances, the teammates all realized this. Various emotions surged in their hearts, dispelling some of the fatigue after running. They originally wanted to come to this store to take a look, but just after walking out of the building, they were entangled by the level 6 snake and almost couldn't get away. Go in and sit for a while. Jiang Xi looked at the big snake that was still wandering around outside and causing damage with its strong tail, and endured the discomfort in his heart to urge the 5 people who were still standing there. The 5 people didn't know what they were about to face, but there was a big snake outside, and Jiang Xi, who was also a human, didn't look that dangerous. After exchanging glances, they followed Jiang Xi into the door of the hot pot restaurant. As soon as they entered, everyone smelled the fragrance of food, the most primitive, innate aroma of rice. Smelling this smell, everyone instantly felt their stomachs begin to sing the empty city plan. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? This is a hot pot restaurant, but there are not many ingredients at the moment. Only clear soup base and potato chips. Of course, rice is unlimited after handing over the crystal core. Jiang Xi's intense heartbeat finally calmed down a little, and then he heard a few obvious gurgling sounds. Qin Cheng and the others looked around the hot pot restaurant. It was not big, and could only accommodate 2 tables and chairs. Jiang Xi stood behind an extremely simple counter and looked at them with a little expectation in his eyes. In fact, when you see Jiang Xi, you will feel that she is different from the people in the end times. She is only 1.65 meters tall, with a slender body, no muscles in her arms, and her skin is white and tender like that of a person raised in a greenhouse. She looks like a weak human being. But such a person opened a hot pot restaurant in the city center where there are the most monsters. It sounds ridiculous, but at this time, they are indeed standing in this hot pot restaurant, with the remaining food aroma on their noses, and listening to Jiang Xi talking about the prices of the dishes in the restaurant. Although there were not many dishes, Su Ling was still salivating. Hot pot. They hadn't eaten it for almost 10 years. She turned around and looked at their captain Qin Cheng with expectation. Qin Cheng swallowed his saliva imperceptibly, and then took out a few crystal stones from his pocket. Please. A clear soup base. 5 plates of potato chips and rice. Jiang Xi smiled. Okay. You guys sit down and wait for a moment. The few people consumed a total of 1 level 3 crystal core, 5 level 2 crystal cores, and 25 level 1 crystal cores. The 20 level 1 crystal cores were converted into 2 level 2 crystal cores. So Jiang Xi received a total of 1 level 3 crystal core, 7 level 2 crystal cores, and 5 level 1 crystal cores, which is converted into 1,705 points. Jiang Xi was calculating the income this time, while happily cutting potato chips. After cutting 3 plates, she took out the potato chips she had cut in the morning from the refrigerator, and then went to prepare the base of the pot. The 5 people outside stared at the potato chips in front of them, not wanting to move their eyes. How long had it been since they had seen this normal human food? Foods like potatoes that are high in yield and filling were originally one of the first choices for human survival. But the planting industry was in trouble from the beginning. and the idea of using potatoes and sweet potatoes to fill the stomach was shattered. Fong Qing reached out her hand to poke the potato chips in front of her, but found that her hands were dirty. So she drew them back in embarrassment. Jiang Xi just came out with the soup base and said to them, "There is water in the toilet over there to wash your hands." The 5 of them went to the toilet again. Because the hot pot restaurant was not big, the toilet was also small. So they could only line up one by one to go to the wash basin outside the toilet. After washing their hands, they were obviously excited. The water here was actually clean and clear, and there was no strange smell of being disinfected and purified several times. It felt like it could be drunk directly. But after all, they were in someone else's shop, so they didn't feel comfortable occupying the sink. Everyone washed their hands and faces before leaving. When they came out, the bottom of the soup pot was already bubbling, and the tempting aroma instantly spread throughout the small hot pot restaurant. It smelled so good. Teammate Ernie swallowed his saliva and sat down at the wooden table impatiently. They poured all 5 plates of potato slices into the soup pot. Before the potatoes were cooked, Su Ling couldn't help but scoop a bowl of soup and took a sip. For a moment, the salty and fresh taste burst in her mouth. This familiar taste brought back many of her memories of friends and family. For a moment, her eyes were red. The others were also particularly silent. Soon, the potatoes were cooked. When you bite them, they are soft and glutinous, with a little bit of the original sweetness of the food. And they are also wrapped in the deliciousness of the soup. They are incredibly delicious. After eating the potatoes, they went to get rice. Because there were so many people, they poured the rice directly into the soup pot, making it into a pot of fragrant soup rice. The 5 people quickly finished the big pot of rice. Seeing that Jiang Xi had steamed another pot, they hesitated for 2 seconds, but still got another big bowl under Jiang Xi's enthusiastic invitation. The 5 of them ate 2 pots of rice before they stopped. They felt fuller than they had felt in a long time. They sat in their seats for a long time, and only stood up after the fullness in their stomachs eased a little. At this time, the big snake outside had long disappeared, and the store returned to its usual quietness. Only a few zombies walked by the door, but they ignored them who stayed in the store. So why is this? When this question was asked, Jiang Xi behind the counter was still smiling. After all, you spent crystal cores in the store, so of course I have to protect your safety. If something happens when you come here to eat, how can I open this hot pot restaurant in the future? Although Jiang Xi's words answered their questions, they did not reveal any important information. They also knew that this must be a secret of the store, and the boss would not tell them casually. But they were just very curious. If they met someone like them who had no ambitions, it would be fine. If they met someone with bad intentions, the secrets here would be too tempting, and they would definitely take this place for themselves by any means. Although the owner of this hot pot restaurant looks weak, since he can get these ingredients and open a store in this place, it shows that he is powerful. Do you feel that you are not tired at all after eating hot pot? After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Ernie moved his arm, which was sore from swinging weapons to hit zombies. He felt that the soreness had disappeared without a trace, and he felt that he could kill 10 more zombies. Other people moved their bodies and felt much more relaxed, but they just thought it was because they were full and didn't think too much about it. Really? Ernie walked out while moving his arm in confusion. Su Ling walked out of the hot pot restaurant and kept looking back, silently hoping to see this hot pot restaurant and this beautiful boss again next time. After sending off this group of customers, Jiang Xi's first task was officially completed. After clicking it, the task was followed by the words, May 5th completed. After completing the task, the mineral water was automatically unlocked. In front of the counter, there was an ice chest with bottles of mineral water neatly placed inside. There were no labels on them, only the name of a hot pot restaurant. It looked like a 3-no product, but the price was 2 first-level crystal cores per bottle. According to the system, this is authentic mineral-rich water. Next to Jiang Xi's seat, there is also a small water dispenser, which can directly dispense clean drinking water from the water dispenser. The water source is the same as the water sold, and it can also be heated, which is much more convenient than boiling water before. Jiang Xi took a glass of water and drank it. It tasted sweet. The system said that after the upgrade, there will be coffee, milk tea and other drinks. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task. The second task is to sell 10 potato chips and unlock beef slices. Then, the system issued the second task in Jiang Xi's mind. Chapter 7. Fat beef slices? Jiangxi's eyes lit up. As a carnivore who loves meat, she couldn't wait to eat something else. Especially meat. Yes, host, the system replied. After the second mission is completed, the store will be upgraded for the first time, and the lucky draw wheel will be opened. Jiangxi was interested in the moment he heard it. What's in the wheel? Seasonings, drinks, ingredients, and soup bases, the system said. Each has a different probability. It all depends on the host's luck. Jiangxi was eager to try, wanting to see how lucky she was, and couldn't help but sigh that it would be great if the first and second tasks could be carried out at the same time. Based on the business situation in the past 2 days, it shouldn't take long. However, Jiangxi obviously overestimated the flow of people in the end times. In the next few days, no one came into the store. Full of expectations, Jiangxi continued to eat potato chips, shredded potatoes, and dry pot potatoes for a few days. One day, she just got up from the bed to wash up, and passed by the mirror in the bathroom. She suddenly saw a huge yellow potato, and she was shocked. On the 7th day after Jiangxi came to the apocalypse, customers finally came to the store. They were Zhou Lin, Su Yan and Gu Qi, who were familiar to Jiangxi. The three were the first customers in the store, so Jiangxi was very happy to see them again. The three seemed to be a little darker than before. Having come once, they were familiar with Jiangxi. Zhou Lin smiled and greeted Jiangxi. Boss, we are here again. How is the business recently? Business is not very good recently. There are not many people, but there are a lot of zombies and mutant animals. Jiangxi spread his hands and told the truth. Normal. Gucci sat down on a wooden chair, looking a little tired. Our base just drove away a group of zombies. I heard that zombie mutants are very active everywhere. I guess everyone doesn't have the energy to go out. Jiangxi was slightly stunned. Zombie group? Su Yan nodded and pulled out a wooden chair and sat down. The zombie group led by a high-level zombie almost broke the gate of the base. All the superpowers in the base were dispatched. It took almost 2 days of stalemate before they were finally driven away. This incident caused quite a stir. The bases around here have recently started to reinforce their gates. There are almost no survivors who have come out recently, Zhou Lin added. Their narration was quite bland, and there was no trace of the thrilling moment at the time. However, Jiangxi had read a lot of novels about the end of the world, and he knew that the battle must have been very tragic. No wonder there was no one in the hot pot restaurant these days. I haven't had hot pot for many days, and I'm so craving it. Boss, give us a hot pot base, 5 plates of potato chips, and rice for the 3 of us. After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he immediately shouted, Okay, you sit down for a while. Jiangxi rolled up his sleeves and prepared to go to the kitchen. Boss, what is this? It wasn't there last time I came. Gucci pointed to the freezer next to the counter and asked. Oh, mineral water. It's new stock. 2 first-level crystal cores per bottle, Jiangxi said. Mineral water? Can you still get mineral water now? The water sources are basically polluted, Gucci said in surprise. But then he thought of the unusualness of this store, and it didn't seem to be a rare thing to get a few bottles of mineral water. Jiangxi's skill in cutting potato slices is constantly improving, and a plate of potato slices is basically of uniform thickness. After all the dishes were served, the 3 of them skillfully served the rice, and then covered the soft and glutinous potatoes on the rice, and then poured a spoonful of soup. With one bite, the soul was satisfied at this moment. The 3 of them thought about dying during the battle. The only regret before death was that they could not come to the hot pot restaurant for another meal. This was not only a delicacy on the tip of the tongue, but also represented the only memories they had before the end of the world. After dinner, the 3 of them bought 2 bottles of mineral water each. In the end, they consumed a total of 37 first-level crystal cores, 3 second-level crystal cores, and 1 third-level crystal core. The 37 first-level crystal cores were directly converted into 3 second-level crystal cores and 7 first-level crystal cores. And in the end, they consumed a total of 1,670 points. With the help of the counter, Jiangxi saw that after the points were credited, the total points became 4,920. After selling 5 potato chips, the task column also changed significantly, and the number behind it became May 10th. After the meal, Zhou Lin and the other 2 did not leave immediately like they did the first time. Instead, They sat lazily in their seats and chatted with Jiang Ci. They rarely had such a leisurely time. No matter where they were, they had to be on their toes. Once they relaxed, fatigue came over them. Especially after eating and drinking. They were even more reluctant to move. In their words, Jiang Ci gradually restored the basic appearance of a base in his mind. Each base had a leader who led a group of people. Everyone performed their duties and managed the base in an orderly manner. They were indeed humans with strong vitality. No matter what kind of predicament they were in, they could gradually adapt themselves and find ways to survive. Just as they were talking, there was a loud noise outside the door, and the ground shook for a moment. The three people who were originally lazy jumped up from their seats and ran to the door to look out. Oh my! Jiang Ci heard Zhou Lin's surprised voice. Jiang Ci also closed the task interface and walked to the window of the hot pot restaurant. Dust was flying outside, and it seemed that a fierce fight was going on. One side was a human, and the other side was a moving house? Jiang Ci rubbed his eyes to confirm that he was not mistaken. It was really a house moving. And this house, it seems to be still fighting with humans and has the upper hand. This discovery shocked Jiang Ci. What is that? This is a specialty of City C. A level 9 giant turtle. It's strange. Doesn't this turtle usually hide underground to sleep? It's not aggressive. Why did it suddenly get so angry? Guqi's tone was full of confusion. Walking a little closer, Jiang Ci could barely see the appearance of the giant turtle. The shell is hard, and the exposed skin is gray-green. During the battle, it is invulnerable. When walking, it is like carrying a small garden on its back. The buildings above are still falling down. The survivors below will be hit if they are not careful. It can be said that there are dangers everywhere. Seeing that the survivors over there were at a disadvantage, Zhou Lin and the other two rushed over to help. Jiang Ci knew his own limitations and didn't dare to join the battle. He just stuck his head out and asked the survivors to take refuge in the hot pot restaurant. Zhou Lin and the other two had seen the special features of the hot pot restaurant, so they also tried their best to pull the survivors to the hot pot restaurant. It happened that some of these survivors had some friendship with Zhou Lin and the others, and they knew their character, so they followed without much talk. The wounded were brought in first. After confirming that the area outside the store was not dangerous, they sat on the ground and bandaged their wounds or helped each other. After a while, the survivors who were not injured also came over, because the protected area outside the hot pot restaurant was not very large. A group of 10 or so people were crowded together, sitting or standing. Jiang Ci found a long-haired girl moving among the crowd. Her palms pressed against human skin were emitting a faint white light, and the wounds that were still bleeding slowly stopped bleeding. It seemed that she was treating the seriously injured survivors. Could this be the superpower that the system mentioned? Jiang Ci had been here for more than a week, but this was the first time she had seen him, so she couldn't help but feel curious. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. The girl who had just treated someone turned around and met her gaze, then smiled a little embarrassedly. After all the survivors came over, Jiang Ci asked them to go into the store and rest for a while. The small hot pot restaurant was soon crowded, and there were no tables or chairs to sit on, so everyone had to sit on the floor. But the floor was not dirty. Although not many people came, Jiang Ci still insisted on cleaning it every day. The giant turtle was stimulated by something, and was still wandering around looking for the survivors, who were just under its nose. Every step it took could cause vibrations. So how did you provoke it? This giant turtle has been silent for a long time, Zhou Lin asked while panting and sitting directly on the floor of the store. Sitting next to him was a tall man with dark skin, who seemed to know Zhou Lin and his friends. We also suffered an unexpected disaster. It was Zong Tao and his gang. They used homemade explosives to blow up the giant turtle. The most important thing is that we found a few more eggs in the giant turtle's nest, and 2 of them were blown up. Zong Tao and his friends should be looking for these eggs. The eggs of the level 9 giant turtle must be extraordinary. The energy is richer than the crystal core, and it should be very expensive. It is probably because of this that it is so angry now, the man said. We just happened to pass by nearby and were affected. They ran away quickly because they found the giant turtle difficult to deal with. The man's tone was still a little angry, as if he had suffered an unexpected disaster. Eggs? This matter must be reported to the base. Zhou Lin wiped his short hair with his hand, with a serious look on his face. Everyone hurriedly treated the wounds and rested for a while before realizing where they were. By the way, Where exactly is this place? Why can it block mutant animals and zombies? The dark man finally found something wrong and asked in confusion. Zhou Lin and the other two smiled proudly. This is a hot pot restaurant. And that's the boss. For a moment, several pairs of eyes looked at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci waved to everyone slightly, and then showed a business smile. So do you want to eat something? There are clear soup-based potato chips, soy sauce over there, and rice. This is our second time here. The hot pot here tastes really good. You can eat rice as much as you want after paying the crystal core. We just finished eating before we met you. Chapter 8. Sure enough, if you smell carefully, you can smell the aroma of food lingering in the air. It's just that they didn't notice any smell in the house because of the fear and bloody smell. But hot pot restaurant. This is too magical. How could there still be hot pot restaurants now? Everyone was full of doubts. But Zhou Lin and others praised this hot pot restaurant again and again. And the food seemed to be more delicious after they talked about it. After fighting and escaping, everyone had consumed a lot of physical strength. Now, hearing the delicious food, their stomachs began to sing the empty city plan. In the end, they naturally couldn't resist the attack of delicious food. They ordered 2 clear soup bases, 10 plates of potato chips, and rice for 13 people from Jiang Ci. Everyone's crystal cores were put together, and a total of 2 third-level crystal cores were collected. The potato chips of 50 first-level crystal cores were directly exchanged for 5 second-level crystal cores, and there were 13 second-level crystal cores of rice. In total, Jiang Ci earned 3,800 points again, and the total points became 8,720. She asked the system to help her check this. After all, she still had to cut potatoes for the soup base, and she didn't have time to open the task panel. It seemed that the task could be completed today. Jiang Ci happily put away the menu and walked to the back kitchen. Before the soup base and potato chips came, they each got a big bowl of rice and a dish of soy sauce. Everyone squeezed together, and those who had no place to sit stood aside. The people who were skeptical at the beginning had to be convinced at this time, and some even ate half a bowl of rice without a mouthful of food. And the familiar taste made people feel sour in their hearts. I never dreamed that I would be able to eat a mouthful of rice in my life. The speaker was a bearded man. He was born in a village famous for growing rice. He grew up eating fragrant rice, but now he hasn't eaten it for many years. After being drizzled with umami soy sauce, the taste was particularly nostalgic. The soup base and potato chips brought by Jiang Ci made the food even more delicious. There was not even a drop of soup left in the 2 soup bases. Jiang Ci cooked 4 pots of rice to fill them all up. She also thoroughly saw how much people in the apocalypse eat, and she was thinking about how much food and rice she should prepare in the future, so as not to be in a rush when there are too many people. Jiang Ci found that the body shapes of the superpowers looked more normal than those of ordinary apocalypse survivors. But their appetites were still not small. The long-haired healing superpower ate 3 bowls of rice by himself, and he seemed to be still unsatisfied. After finishing the meal, the feeling of fullness made the survivors feel like they were soaking in warm spring water, and the physical strength they had just consumed was slowly recovering bit by bit. After serving them the food, Jiang Ci's second mission was completed. But she was not in a hurry to see her reward, but chatted with the healing psychic. The healing psychic was called Chen Xiaoyu, and she was only 22 years old this year. When the apocalypse came 10 years ago, she awakened the healing ability, which was particularly popular in every team. So at that time only a 12-year-old child could survive the cruel apocalypse. Chen Xiaoyu's personality was quite gentle. According to other survivors, she was also very easy to get along with. No matter which team asked her to go, as long as she had time, she would go to help. Unlike some other psychics who were arrogant, Chen Xiaoyu was embarrassed to hear the compliments from others. I just want to earn more crystal cores. And we are all human, so I help as much as I can. My own combat power is not strong, and I am also grateful for everyone's protection. It would be great if everyone thought like you. Another short-haired survivor pouted and said, Look at Irene in our base. Not only does she charge a high price, but she also has to be invited many times. Even if she comes out with the team, she depends on her mood when she fights. There's nothing we can do. He's a superpower. We can only support him. Some difficult tasks can't be carried out without superpowers. Speaking of this topic, many survivors participated, and Jiang Ci also heard a lot of gossip. It turns out that the status of survivors in the base is so high, not only do they have the right to speak, but they also have separate houses and subsidies from the base, etc. After staying in the hot pot restaurant for a long time, until the giant turtle outside calmed down, the survivors left reluctantly. Jiang Xi watched from the door for a while. The city in the distance, that was destroyed by the giant turtle, still had signs of collapse and cracking. It looked precarious. Even the ground hit cracks. Jiang Xi looked a little anxious. Will it affect our store opening in the future? No. The surrounding facilities will be upgraded synchronously with the subsequent store upgrades. The roads and surrounding houses can be repaired, the system said. Repair the surrounding houses? Jiang Xi's thoughts gradually diverged. In addition to the hot pot restaurant, will there be other stores in the future? The host will know after the upgrade. The system did not reveal the subsequent development of the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi curled his lips and moved his eyes back. The second task was already completed. After clicking to receive the reward, Jiang Xi ran to the kitchen immediately. There was a machine in the kitchen. One end of the machine was a small box-like object with a large piece of frozen beef with beautiful texture. The other end was connected to a guillotine for cutting fat beef slices. Push it out from the small box and cut as much as you eat. It is quite convenient. The price of meat dishes is 2 secondary crystal cores. The cut beef slices were put into the freezer to freeze. Jiang Xi almost cried when she saw such a big piece of beef. After a week of vegetarianism, she could finally have some meat. She clicked on her takeaway menu. And sure enough, there were beef-related options such as beef in golden soup and beef slices with peppers. Complete 2 tasks. The store will be upgraded now. It will take 1 hour. Please go back to the room and wait, the system voice said in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi hurried back to his room. Won't my room be upgraded? After the store outside is upgraded and the host leaves, the room will automatically upgrade, the system explained. Jiang Xi nodded in understanding, and then closed the door. The moment the door closed, the wooden door outside the hot pot restaurant and the colorful lights on the sign were closed at the same time, becoming gray and inconspicuous like other buildings in this Doomsday. Then the store began to upgrade. Complete 2 tasks. Now open the lucky wheel for the host. While the outside was upgrading, the system took out the big wheel. A large, colorful turntable appeared in front of Jiang Xi, with 3 colors, green, blue, and orange. The system explained that green was common, blue was advanced, and orange was rare. Green was generally all kinds of seasonings. Blue was drinks and dishes, and orange was very rare. There was only one orange grid on the entire turntable. This time, the orange grid was an automatic vegetable cutter. The introduction said that as long as you put the food in, it can be cut into any desired size of uniform finished product, whether it is vegetables, fruits or meat, and it can also be automatically cleaned, which is simply a magic tool to free your hands. But Jiang Xi still had some self-awareness of her luck. She had never won a second bottle since she was a child. She didn't ask for much, and it would be fine if she won a blue one. She counted and found that there were 12 blue squares and 22 green ones. Jiang Xi rubbed her palms, silently said good luck 3 times in her heart, and then stretched out her right index finger to point at the big turntable in front of her. The pointer on the big turntable quickly turned, from fast to slow, and finally stopped. Finally, the pointer slowly moved over the orange object, then the blue object, and finally stopped on a green object in Jiang Xi's expectant eyes. Jiang Xi, congratulations to the host for obtaining the seasoning, vinegar. The third task is now released. Sell 20 servings of beef to unlock the pork belly slices. When Jiang Xi heard about the pork belly slices, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The pork belly with 3 layers of 5 layers. Soft, salty, fragrant, fat and lean, fat but not greasy, is her favorite. Especially the twice-cooked pork made by Jiang Xi's father, which can make the kids next door cry. An hour passed quickly under the various interactions between Jiang Xi and the system. When Jiang Xi walked out of the room, his steps paused for a moment. The area of the hot pot restaurant has expanded by almost half. The original 2 wooden tables and chairs have become 4 tables and chairs after the upgrade. The walls have also been scraped white, which looks much cleaner and tidier. Other than the space being a little bigger, nothing else has changed. But Jiang Xi still felt it was amazing and walked around several times. The store was brand new, and Jiang Xi's room had also changed to some extent, becoming a little more spacious. But it still looked the same as before. Jiang Xi was lying on the bed, thinking that since he had a fixed place to live for the time being, he would return the rented house when he returned to the real world during the next vacation. Anyway, it would expire in a month, so he could move the things in the house to the hot pot restaurant. She had discussed this issue with the system before, and the system said that it would give her a space to store things, which was an extra benefit for her. The next day, Jiang Xi woke up very early. The moment she opened her eyes, the sound outside was like a faucet that had just been opened. Rushing in, get up, wash up, and then open the store. The moment she pushed open the wooden door, the wind at the end of the world blew over with all kinds of smells belonging to this decadent city. There happened to be a small group of zombies passing slowly outside. The leader was obviously much more flexible, and should be a zombie above level 2. After being in the apocalypse for so long, Jiang Xi could barely accept the appearance of zombies. In her heart, she actually always regarded these zombies as special effects makeup actors on TV. It must be said that with this psychological hint, it is much easier to accept. Watching the zombies slowly leave, Jiang Xi turned around and entered the hot pot restaurant. She ordered beef for breakfast, and completely said goodbye to the days of waking up to potatoes every day. When she put a mouthful of beef in her mouth, the soft and juicy taste made Jiang Xi almost cry with happiness. Chapter 9. After breakfast, Jiang Xi cooked rice and tried to cut a plate of fat beef slices. With this machine, she didn't have to work hard to cut, which saved her a lot of trouble. The unique aroma of beef lingered in her nose, and Jiang Xi suddenly found some fun in this job. In addition to the salary and a hot pot restaurant of her own, Jiang Xi was even more motivated, and even felt that those zombies and giant turtles as big as mountains could be overcome. But within a few hours, Jiang Xi was slapped in the face. She hid behind the wooden door, looking at the giant turtle close at hand, and felt that it was even more terrifying when she looked at it up close. At this time, the giant turtle was walking towards the hot pot restaurant step by step. It felt like the earth was shaking with every step it took. The building on its back disappeared at some point, leaving only the bumpy shell. Although the system repeatedly assured Jiang Xi that he would not be hurt, Jiang Xi still felt his giant phobia when he saw this behemoth. Don't worry, host. I don't detect any malice in this giant turtle, the system said again. Jiang Xi nodded, her expression still not relaxed. She understood the reason, but it didn't stop her from being afraid. Before coming to the end of the world, she was just an ordinary human. The giant turtle stopped at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, and its small eyes fell directly on Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi suddenly wondered, shouldn't these mutant animals and zombies be unable to see this hot pot restaurant? This is just a level 9 giant turtle. It is human-like and has never eaten humans. It has a pure mind. Perhaps it has sensed something that other monsters cannot sense, the system explained, and its voice paused for a few seconds, and then said, I sensed a little energy from it that does not belong to this world. Perhaps it is some kind of opportunity that cannot be explained. Energy that does not belong to this world? Jiang Xi asked with some doubt. Yes, host. For example, the virus that can destroy this world does not originally belong to this world. It enters through the cracks in the world. Jiang Xi listened confusedly, but he roughly understood that only when there were cracks in the world would such a catastrophe that almost destroyed all human beings occur. The giant turtle stopped there, lowered its head, and slowly approached Jiang Xi's direction. Then, in Jiang Xi's horrified eyes, it slowly spit out 3 white oval objects from its mouth. Jiang Xi looked closely. Isn't this an egg? Could it be the egg of this giant turtle? Why did it bring the egg here? Host, this giant turtle is asking you to help protect its eggs. The system helped translate. It wants me to protect it. Jiang Xi was surprised. She had a clear understanding of herself. She lacked exercise and sat in the office all year round. If there was no system protection, it would be difficult to go to the 5th floor. Didn't the group of people who angered the giant turtle before have the idea of these turtle eggs? Some survivors will catch such mutant animal cubs everywhere to tame them. Moreover, the energy contained in the eggs of mutant animal cubs is very good. Some survivors will also use them as food to improve their own abilities. Putting turtle eggs in our store can guarantee 100% safety, the system explained. When Jiang Xi heard Zhou Lin and the others' conversation, he had doubts in his mind, and now he got the answer. Then we help it raise its children? Jiang Xi's voice was still a little trembling. and the giant turtle outside still lowered its head almost to the ground, looking like a sincere plea without any threat. It depends on the host's own wishes. Except for the tasks in the hot pot restaurant. I will not force the system to do anything you don't want to do. Jiangxi's eyes struggled for a while, but finally nodded softly, and then said with some worry, if they give birth, what do they need to eat? The animals I have raised since I was a child have never lived for more than a month. Host, don't worry. You can let the giant turtle hatch and feed itself. The system said again. Jiangxi's eyes widened, looking at the giant turtle, and then looking at the hot pot restaurant that was not even half the size of the giant turtle's shell. After entering the hot pot restaurant, the giant turtle will be suppressed by the rules of the hot pot restaurant and become the size of an ordinary turtle. Its power will also be suppressed, and it will not harm the host. The system said. If the system accepts them, it can sign a contract with the giant turtle. After the contract is established, the giant turtle will be suppressed by the contract in the future. Not only will it not harm the host, but it will also protect you when the host is in danger. The mutant beasts below the level of the giant turtle will also avoid the vicinity of the hot pot restaurant, which is equivalent to having 2 more layers of protection. This kind of contract is used by my planet to restrain a powerful interstellar beast, so the host does not need to worry about the power of the contract. Jiangxi was relieved after hearing this, and carefully moved out, picked up the 3 turtle eggs scattered on the ground, and carried them into the hot pot restaurant. She found a box in the kitchen, then took a piece of her own clothes to pat it, and then carefully put the 3 turtle eggs in. Just when Jiangxi had just settled the 3 turtle eggs, he saw a big turtle slowly walking in from the door. Compared to the mountain-like body just now, the turtle in front of him seemed too small, but it was also several times larger than ordinary turtles, and looked like a medium-sized dog. Seeing it approaching, Jiangxi subconsciously took a step back. As if sensing Jiangxi's fear, the turtle in front of him stopped, then turned a corner, took the initiative to walk towards the box in the corner, and then slowly crawled in. Jiangxi stood there for a while, and when she saw that the turtle had no other movements, she returned to the counter. There was only a layer of wood between the counter and the box in the corner. Jiangxi could see the turtle and its eggs next to it. The system acted as an intermediary to help Jiangxi sign a contract with the giant turtle. Jiangxi did not see the contract, but only felt a warm breath slowly flowing through her body. At the moment, the contract was successful. She found that her body became much lighter. Her ears and eyes were sharp, and it was a bit similar to when she was bound to the system before. This is because the power of the giant turtle is fed back to the host. Although it will not have such amazing destructive power, the physical fitness will be improved, the system explained. Jiangxi raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect there would be such a benefit. She turned her head and glanced at the giant turtle. Suddenly, she felt that the giant turtle's face was inexplicably more friendly and pleasing to the eye. After a few days of getting along with one person, 1 turtle and 3 eggs, Jiangxi found that the turtle was very human and very quiet. He knew that she was afraid and basically didn't make any noise. At the beginning, Jiangxi was determined to keep out of the way. After all, the image of the turtle before was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, after getting along for a few days, Jiangxi found that the turtle had a really good temper. It could lie still for a whole day. Sometimes Jiangxi accidentally kicked its box, and it only moved a little and continued to lie back. The system said that it was already a level 9 mutant beast, and it could survive without eating. So Jiangxi didn't feed it anything. The turtle didn't seem to have any opinions about this. It didn't matter whether it was fed or not. Its mood was so stable that it was scary. Every day when Jiangxi was eating, she found that the turtle would look at her. So one day she tried to rush a little of her food into a small bowl and handed it to the turtle. It ate it up slowly. So, when there were no customers eating hot pot, Jiangxi found a new fun, which was to feed the turtle. She also named it Hui Hui because its skin and shell were both blue-gray. After being quiet for a few days, the hot pot restaurant suddenly became lively on this day. On this day, Jiangxi hadn't gotten up yet, and someone outside started knocking on the door. Jiangxi put on his clothes and opened the locked wooden door, and saw several people standing at the door with dust and blood on their faces, supporting each other. A bloody smell drifted in with the wind outside, and it looked like they were injured. The wooden door was pushed open, and the survivors outside suddenly saw a girl in pajamas with soft long hair, fair skin, and a pretty face appear in front of them. She was obviously frightened. The three people outside were speechless at the same time, and their expressions were almost the same. Good morning. Jiang Xiai put on a business smile. Are you guys going to eat hot pot? Is this really a hot pot restaurant? One of the long-haired girls was stunned for a long time, and then asked weakly. Jiang Xiai looked very neatly dressed, spoke clearly, smiled appropriately, and seemed to be in good spirits. But in the end times, this was the most abnormal thing. How about coming in and sitting down to rest for a while? Seeing that they were struggling to even stand and were shocked, Jiang Xiai spoke again. As she said that, she pushed the wooden door a little wider. The few people looked back. They had just escaped from a large group of zombies. Most of this place was occupied by a large group of zombies. Only the area around this hot pot restaurant was the only pure land. It was because of this magical phenomenon that they fled here in one breath. They wanted to hide in this wooden house, but found that the seemingly vulnerable wooden door was harder than they imagined. They could only knock on the door. They also saw the sign of the hot pot restaurant, but no one thought that this was really a hot pot restaurant. Finally, several people entered the store and sat on the chairs cautiously. Their eyes moved around the room, and when they passed by the turtle that raised its head in the corner, they felt a little familiar. There were very few normal animals like this in the end times, without mutations, and no threat to humans. So even if they were familiar, they didn't look at it for long before moving their eyes away. Finally, they fell on a blackboard next to the counter. This blackboard was found in the corner of the kitchen when Jiang Xiai was bored yesterday. And then he wrote the dishes and prices of the store on it, which was clear at a glance. Potato chips, 5 first-level crystal cores, beef slices, 2 second-level crystal cores, and rice is a second-level crystal core per person. After the three came in, they began to clean and bandage the injured parts. They skillfully took out gauze and other items from their backpacks. Jiang Xiai did not rush to sell, but began to quietly mix the soup base. Chapter 10. The seasoning package was opened and put into the boiled hot water. Soon, a strong fragrance began to float out from the kitchen, filling the whole wooden house. The long-haired girl Wei Yu shrugged her nose and blurted out, "What smells so good?" "Oh, it's the soup base of our store." Jiang Xiai just came out of the kitchen and responded. The fragrance continued to penetrate the noses of the three people, making their already hungry stomachs gurgle. They secretly complained that the boss was too treacherous, and actually used the fragrance to blow up the order. Who could stand this? However, they knew that this was a hook with gorgeous packaging, but they couldn't help but take the bait. After all, the taste was so fragrant and nostalgic. Finally, the three of them gritted their teeth, took out the crystal core and put it on the table, and ordered the base and dishes. 1 plate of potato chips, 3 plates of fat beef slices, plus rice for 3 people. A total of 9 second-level crystal cores, 5 first-level crystal cores, and 1 third-level crystal core. Compared with vegetarian dishes, the survivors naturally prefer meat. The bright fat beef slices on the blackboard made the survivors order 3 servings without hesitation. In fact, after ordering, the 3 people were still a little nervous. If this store was just a scam, then their crystal cores would be wasted. But what they worried about did not happen. Jiang Xiai quickly placed the pot and bowl in front of them. Then, there were potato slices of uniform thickness and fat beef slices with beautiful patterns. The unique aroma of fresh food constantly impacted the original cognition of the 3 people. They were stunned in place. And then for a long time, they reacted and got up to get seasonings and rice from the small condiment table. There are 2 kinds of condiments on the table now, soy sauce and vinegar. No matter which one, they have already disappeared in the end times. Even if there is a small part, it has been sold at a sky-high price. Each of them ordered a bowl of soy sauce, a bowl of vinegar, and a large bowl of rice. While waiting for the dishes to be cooked, the survivors dipped the seasonings into their mouths with chopsticks. The soy sauce was very fresh, and the vinegar was also sour and authentic, with a sweet and fresh taste, which made them nod frequently. The bright red fat beef slices entered the bottom of the pot. In a few seconds, the fat beef slices turned into light brown mixed with white, exuding an attractive fragrance. There were about 10 slices of fat beef slices on a plate, each of which was quite large, and the portion was quite sufficient. The survivors had not eaten such normal food for 10 years, and they were already eager to eat when the beef was not yet cooked. The ingredients were eaten up, but the 3 of them were still not satisfied. In the end, there was still some soup base left, so they asked Jiang Xi to pack it up. The store always had takeaway boxes, which were made of a material that could keep heat and insulate, which Jiang Xi had never seen before, and were light and convenient. Not long after the three left, 2 more waves of people came to the hot pot restaurant. Everyone looked very embarrassed, with tattered clothes and a mixture of dust and blood on their bodies, looking like refugees fleeing. There were 2 teams in total, one with 3 people and the other with 5 people. The survivors had similar reactions when they saw the hot pot restaurant and Jiang Xi. When everyone stood there in shock, one of the tall and thin men suddenly clapped his hands, breaking the quiet atmosphere. I've heard of this hot pot restaurant. My friend told me that there is a magical hot pot restaurant in the center of City C. The taste is great, and you can eat as much rice as you want, the tall and thin man said. His eyes looking at Jiang Xi were full of heat. If they hadn't fought together all the way here, the other survivors would have almost thought that he was an accomplice of this hot pot restaurant. How could there be such a place? They haven't seen normal food for many years. Every city and village, including the supplies in the residents' homes, have been cleared out long ago. But when they stepped into the hot pot restaurant, smelled the lingering hot pot smell, and saw the mineral water in the freezer at the door, that certainty became uncertain again. Could this really be a hot pot restaurant? A big part of the reason they chose to stay here is because it is safe here. For some reason, zombies and mutant plants and animals will not come close. But everyone still remains vigilant. After all, being able to shield these monsters is incredible. Can we not eat hot pot, but just take a break? Jiang He, a man among the survivors, asked cautiously. Sure. You can leave after you have rested enough, Jiang Xi said without much hesitation. Anyway, since the end of the world, the hot pot restaurant only has 2 tables today, so it won't affect anything if they sit for a while. We can't hold on any longer. We ran out of dry food yesterday. If we don't eat something, we starve to death. We need a clear soup base, 2 plates of beef slices, 3 plates of potato slices, and rice for 3 people. The speaker was the tall and thin Peng Yu who had said he knew this hot pot restaurant before. He directly put a 3rd-level crystal core, 8 2nd-level crystal cores, and 5 1st-level crystal cores on the table. Jiang Xi put the crystal core away and went to the kitchen. A group of 5 people at a nearby table had been watching, wanting to see if it was real before deciding whether to order something to eat. While waiting, they began to chat. They had all come through the dense swarm of zombies in the city, and their words were clearly confused, because there had always been a level 9 giant turtle suppressing it. There had never been so many zombies here, and those high-level zombies, or mutant plants, and animals had their own territories. This area had always been the giant turtle's territory. It was high-level, and didn't have such great malice towards humans, so it was a relatively safe place. I heard someone say that the giant turtle's nest was blown up. Maybe it's because of this reason. Jiang Xi heard the conversation of the survivors in the kitchen, and his eyes fell on the box in the corner outside. Hui Hui inside seemed to sense Jiang Xi's gaze, and raised his head slightly. Oh! I was scared. How come there is a turtle here? A tall and thin man among the survivors was facing the counter. He glanced over and was frightened by Hui Hui next to him. The attention of the others was drawn to Hui Hui. Don't be afraid. Hui Hui is not a mutant. He is very gentle, Jiang Xi said in the kitchen. They were not afraid. Hui Hui's body shape was obviously not related to mutant animals. But no matter how you look at it, this turtle has a strange sense of familiarity. At this moment, the fragrance suddenly became stronger, and everyone's attention was drawn back. They all became quiet at the same time, staring eagerly in the direction of the kitchen. Soon, Jiang Xi came out with the pot. As she approached, the aroma became more obvious, and the ingredients floating in the pot looked particularly tempting. Everyone swallowed their saliva at the same time. After the pot was served, Jiang Xi brought the dishes they ordered and placed them on the dish rack beside them. The eyes of the 5 people at the next table almost popped out of their heads. They didn't expect that the dishes would really be served. One of them almost came to their beef, and Peng Yu blocked him with his hand. Be careful. Don't drool on my beef. After saying that, Peng Yu poured the whole plate of beef into the bubbling pot, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. The beef slices rolled twice in the pot and changed color. The man smiled awkwardly and retracted his head. He wiped the corners of his mouth subconsciously. It was no wonder that he was greedy. It was too fragrant. The other 4 people obviously couldn't stand this aroma bomb. The 5 of them gathered together and whispered a few words. In the end, they ordered 5 plates of beef slices and 2 plates of potato chips. After seeing the mineral water in the refrigerator at the door, they each ordered a bottle, including the pot bottom and rice. They need to pay 2 third-level crystal cores and 7 second-level crystal cores in total. When Jiang Xi went in to prepare the food, he took a look at his points, which had reached 15,220. The task of selling 20 plates of fat beef slices was also half completed, which made Jiang Xi feel much better. At this time, the food for Peng Yu's table was ready. The 3 of them each got a big bowl of rice and ate it with the fragrant ingredients that were already cooked in the pot. 1 bite of marbled fat beef, 1 bite of rice, 1 bite of potato chips, and another bite of rice. Jiang Xi came out very quickly this time. She had cut a few more plates of fat beef slices before, and they were used as expected. The 5 people couldn't wait to pour the dishes into the pot, and then went to get the dipping sauce and scoop up the white rice. When they came back, the bottom of the pot was already gurgling. The 2 tables of people surrounded their pots without saying a word, and buried their heads in eating. The delicious food in their mouths kept bursting, making them want to cry. But they didn't even have time to cry. Their hands and mouths worked together seamlessly, and they could hardly stop. When they came back to their senses from the impact of the food, the bottom of the pot in front of them was empty. Several people put down their bowls and chopsticks and did not speak for a while. Obviously, they had not completely digested the shock. Peng Yu and his friends next door also finished their meals and praised the hot pot restaurant. No wonder my friend praised it so much. It's really amazing. All these ingredients can be obtained, and they taste very fresh. The people next to him also echoed. While everyone was eating hot pot, the commotion outside had slowly calmed down, and the piles of zombies slowly retreated without human traces. The survivors said that they came here because they received a mission from the base, which said that there were a large number of zombies and mutant animals moving here. Other bases should have known the news. The city has not been peaceful recently, which means that Jiang Xi's business should be very good. After the survivors left one after another, no other survivors appeared that day. But Jiang Xi did hear the sound of fighting, which came from different places at different times, some far away and some near, and it sounded very lively. Jiang Xi wanted to see what happened, but he couldn't see anything. The area around the hot pot restaurant was extremely quiet, not only because of the system, but also because of the pressure of the giant turtle itself. Although we didn't have much presence in the hot pot restaurant, he was still a high-level mutant beast that was feared in the apocalypse. Only in front of Jiang Xi and the system, he was as obedient as a harmless little animal. Chapter 11. At the same time, in a building half a city away from the hot pot restaurant, a group of people avoided the dense zombies outside and hid inside. The building was pitch black, and the leading man turned on the flashlight in his hand to see the surroundings clearly. Outside the closed door of the building, there were still zombies, who were unwilling to leave after smelling the smell. They were screaming and scratching outside the door. The survivors followed the flashlight carefully and walked inside. Staying in the building was not necessarily safe. The zombies outside could break through at any time. There were still unknown dangers in this building, but there was no other way. If they didn't come in, they would die. If they came in, they would have a chance of survival. However, they went up several floors and didn't find any zombies or mutant animals, only broken bodies on the ground. Someone has been here. Seeing the overly quiet building in front of them, everyone's expressions did not relax, but instead seemed a little solemn, and their footsteps could not help but slow down. In the end times, sometimes human hearts are more terrifying than monsters. Most humans are relatively united, but there are also some people who take killing their own kind as fun. Without the constraints of the law, vicious incidents such as killing, eating, and robbing supplies are endless. The zombie bodies in front of them, which seemed to be broken into pieces, cast a layer of gloom over their hearts. Normal survivors only need to destroy the heads of zombies to kill them. Such a method is obviously not something that normal humans can do. Behind them are zombies with fangs and claws, and there are unknown dangers ahead. The survivors can only move forward. They need to find another way to leave here, or wait for the zombies blocking the door to leave. However, there are still humans in the building whose background they don't know, so their original plan has to be changed. While the survivors were cautious, the survivors on the top floor also heard the noise and checked carefully at the stairs. "Boss, There seems to be someone downstairs. One of them returned to the rooftop and said to a tall and strong man sitting on a cement pipe. The bald man called the boss had a fierce face, tattoos all over his body, and a pair of eyes with indifference and a little cruelty. He was not a character to be messed with. The man put his elbows on his knees and closed his palms. After a while, a dark purple electric ball appeared in the gap between his two palms, and it was still crackling and releasing tiny electric currents. If someone comes, then come. Isn't that great? The man smiled, and the electric ball in his palm turned smoothly. Our brother Tao is a level 5 lightning master. There's nothing to be afraid of when someone comes. Just bring some supplies and crystal cores. The man's men were not panicked at all, and even had the mood to laugh and joke, which showed their trust in the man's strength. The others also had the same attitude, laughing and joking, and didn't take the survivors downstairs seriously at all. Okay. There are always people who are better than you. The man who had been silent stood up slowly. His tone sounded modest, but his movements revealed a sense of arrogance. Don't be careless. Let's go downstairs and meet them. The man's younger brothers cheered and followed him to the stairs. At this time, the survivors of another team had just reached the second floor. They encountered a few remaining zombies here. After dealing with them, they simply stayed temporarily in a conference room on this floor. The conference room was in chaos. When the apocalypse broke out, humans must have hidden here. The glass was covered with paper. Captain Zhou Xiong tore open a piece of newspaper, and what he saw was not the scenery outside, but a dark place. It should not be so dark even if it was dark. What was going on? The survivors had a bad feeling. At this moment, Zhou Xiong found that the black outside seemed to move, revealing a hairy thin leg. And the bad feeling in everyone's heart was confirmed at this time. The one lying on the window should be a mutant beast. And judging from its appearance and the hairy thin leg, it is a mutant spider that is extremely difficult to deal with. The mutant spiders were not only agile, but also had spider silk that could kill people and was difficult to cut with a knife. They were the nightmares of the survivors. The survivors felt desperate. Could it be that they would really die here today? At this time, there was a noise from upstairs. The mutant spiders that were lurking outside the wall heard the sound and climbed up. At this time, everyone saw how huge the mutant spider was, like a black mountain pressing on their heads. After it left, the outside world could see things again. We could see that there were still many zombies on the street. Many of them gathered in a small group, roaring towards the building. At this moment, a ball of fire exploded in the night, blowing the zombies, blocking the road into pieces, and forcibly opened up a road. The survivors lay on the windows, looking at the place where the fire was still burning. After a while, several people passed through the zombies that were burned even more badly. They stopped some distance away from the building and looked up at the wall of the building. Or rather, at the mutant spider that had just climbed up. The leading man did not hesitate. He raised his hand, and a huge ball of fire rushed toward the mutant spider upstairs. The survivors leaning against the window inevitably felt a burst of heat at this time. The conference room instantly became like a steamer. The survivors hurried out of the room, where they were hiding to avoid being roasted. Not far away from the outside, they ran into the tattooed man and his group coming down from the building. They didn't look as embarrassed as when they came down from the rooftop. Several of them were injured. They must have just come face to face with the mutant spider. The bald tattooed man in the middle had a dark face, not only because he encountered the mutant spider, but also because of something else. After Zhou Xiong saw the appearance of the man in front of him, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't this Zhong Tao? He is also the base commander of the Black Hawk base. After the end of the world, he took a group of younger brothers to rob the wooden warehouse of the prison, and then established his own base. Zhong Tao and his gang were cruel, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. God was blind to let such a person become a superpower. After that, Zhong Tao became even crazier. It was said that he was also the one who blew up the giant turtle's nest. When the two sides met, Zhong Tao didn't say much nonsense, and the fight was about to break out. Small lightning flashed in the air from time to time, because the space here was small, and it was inconvenient to avoid it. And there was no superpower among Zhou Xiong's group. They were completely at a disadvantage. In the end, Zhou Xiong gritted his teeth and met Zhong Tao alone, and at the same time signaled his teammates to take this opportunity to leave. He knew very well what would happen to him as an ordinary person if he met a level 5 lightning power person. But he was the one who led this team. And he couldn't just watch them die here. The teammates were shocked. And they were extremely sad after understanding what the captain was going to do. But they really didn't have the extra strength to fight again. So they could only live up to the captain's sacrifice and rush out with all their strength. At this moment, the sound of flames bursting suddenly came from outside again. And this time, the sound was particularly close, as if it was right next to my ear. Everyone looked back and saw a dark shadow breaking through the window on the second floor. There were still traces of unburned flames on his body, and a wave of heat followed. So lively, a male voice sounded in the house. With a little low smile. Song Jin Chuan. Zhou Xiong heard Zhong Tao's gnashing voice. And then, he was thrown to the ground. The name Song Jin Chuan was not unfamiliar to Zhou Xiong and his friends. He was a level 6 fire-type superpower in the Bright Base, and the captain of the Cheetah Squad. But his ability was far more than level 6. The two of them didn't know what new or old grudges they had. So Zhong Tao no longer cared about Zhou Xiong and the others, and instead fought with Song Jin Chuan. You leave first. The zombies at the back door have been cleared. Song Jin Chuan's voice rang in Zhou Xiong's ears. Zhou Xiong thanked him gratefully, and was a little surprised in his heart, seeing that the fight between the two superpowers was about to break out. They hurriedly left here. It's not that they didn't want to help, but they really couldn't help. Going down to the first floor, there were still Song Jin Chuan companions cleaning up the zombies that had broken into the door downstairs. There was actually more than one superpower in their team. And there was also a short-haired girl who looked cool and was a healing superpower and a water superpower. The people in their team each had their own duties. It seemed that they had known each other for a long time and cooperated well. After seeing Zhou Xiong and others, Song Jin Chuan team also covered their departure and dealt with Zhong Tao's men by the way. Thank you. Zhou Xiong and others thanked him sincerely again. As soon as they came out of the back door, Zhou Xiong and his team saw the huge spider lying on the ground, which was charred and exuded an unpleasant burnt smell. Such a large mutant spider was burned into a charcoal-roasted spider by Song Jin Chuan. And it should not take more than half an hour from the time they left the window to the confrontation with Zhong Tao's group. They broke open the hard shell and took out the crystal core. In such a short time, they were able to kill such a large mutant beast. Sure enough, Song Jin Chuan's strength was not just what everyone knew. After Zhou Xiong and his teammates escaped, they looked back and saw that the window on the second floor was completely broken. Orange and purple light kept alternating in the broken window. The orange flame was obviously stronger than the purple lightning. The battle looked very fierce. Zhou Xiong and his team knew that they could not help, so they turned around and left, stepping quickly into the thick night. Jiang Xi was sleeping soundly at this moment. It was rare for her life to be so leisurely, without pressure or anxiety. In addition, her health had improved, so her sleep had improved a lot recently, and she could sleep until dawn. But today was an exception. In the middle of the night, a rapid knock on the door woke her up. Jiang Xi thought it was already dawn, but outside the window was still as dark as ink. Chapter 12. Jiang Xi quickly put on a coat and slippers and went to open the door. In order to prevent such emergencies, Jiang Xi now wears comfortable home clothes when sleeping, so as not to be too exposed. So he moved quickly. Jiang Xi turned on the ceiling light in the lobby, and even though the light was soft, it made her squint. The people outside saw the lights on in the house, and the knocks on the door became more urgent. Jiang Xi opened the wooden door and saw several people standing outside. It started to rain outside at some point, and the wind was a little cold. The people who came were Zhou Xiong and his group. Most of them were injured. They finally escaped with the help of Song Jin Chuan Cheetah team. And it rained again. If they were healthy, this little rain would not have any impact. But now some team members were seriously injured, and the virus in the rain would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. So they had to find a safe place to shelter from the rain. Sorry to bother you. After seeing Jiang Xi, even the usually calm Captain Zhou Xiong stuttered for a rare time. They had actually imagined many scenarios, but they didn't expect that the one who opened the door would be such a young, beautiful and weak girl. Jiang Xi didn't pay attention to the other party's tone, and her eyes fell on the survivors outside. Many of their clothes were stained with blood, and their wounds were stained with dust and dirt, making them look particularly embarrassed. She quickly moved aside and called the survivors to come in first. Come in and rest for a while. It seems that the rain will not stop for a while. Thank you. Zhou Xiong thought he would have to spend some time talking. But he didn't expect Jiang Xi to be so straightforward. A group of people rushed into the hot pot restaurant. And the hot pot restaurant suddenly became crowded. As soon as they stepped into the hot pot restaurant, a warm feeling lingered around the survivors. They knew they were dirty. So they didn't sit on the chairs, but just sat on the ground. Jiang Xi went to the kitchen to boil a few pots of water for them, then poured it into a large basin, and then took it out to clean the survivors' bodies and wounds. Zhou Xiong and his friends were already very happy to be able to come in and take shelter from the rain. But they didn't expect Jiang Xi to help them and bring them clean water. Such a precious water source was only for them to clean their wounds. The survivors couldn't help but drink a sip of it with their hands. There was no bitter taste at all, but a sweet taste. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. However, 2 of the survivors were seriously injured. After a brief shock, they didn't care so much and quickly cleaned the wounds with clean water and then bandaged them with medicine. Because they are always on the move. They always have medical supplies in their bags. Did they encounter a group of zombies or mutant animals? How did they get so badly injured? Jiang Xi asked curiously when he saw that everyone's wounds were still charred like they were burned. Zhou Xiong shook his head. It was Zhong Tao from the Black Hawk base. We were doomed to die. But we met the Cheetah Squad, and they saved our lives. Anyone who lives in the end times should be familiar with these 2 names. In Jiang Xi's ears, it was very unfamiliar. Only the name Zhong Tao was strangely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. The bombing of Hui's nest was done by this Zhong Tao. Sensing Jiang Xi's doubts, the system explained dutifully. Jiang Xi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that it sounded familiar. It turned out that she had heard the survivors mention it before. She didn't expect that this Zhong Tao would be so cruel and treat the survivors, who were also human beings, so cruelly. One of the survivors had a wound so deep that the bone was visible, and another one lost his arm. Jiang Xi was terrified, and it seemed that at this moment, she truly understood the cruelty of the end of the world. After all the wounds were bandaged, the survivors sat on the ground tiredly, and the feeling of hunger came out belatedly. They took out a few bottles of nutrient solution from their bags, and the amount of nutrient solution was obviously not enough. Zhou Xiong frowned slightly. Let's share the drink, and focus on the seriously injured team members. When the rain stops and we return to the base, we can get the nutrient solution. Is there not enough food? Because the atmosphere was a bit heavy. Jiang Xi spoke at this time. Do you want to order hot pot? This is a hot pot restaurant. Although there are not many dishes at present, rice is absolutely enough to fill you up. Hot pot. Zhou Xiong frowned even more tightly. When he was sure that the other party was not joking, he lost his composure. In the end, they were no match for the attack of delicious food. So many people bought 2 hot pots, ordered 10 plates of fat beef slices, 10 plates of potato slices, and 14 people's rice. A total of 5 third-level crystal cores and 9 second-level crystal cores were paid. Seeing that there was mineral water, Zhou Xiong made a decision and bought 14 bottles of mineral water, 1 bottle per person, and paid 2 second-level crystal cores and 8 first-level crystal cores. After all, Jiang Xi had just been so enthusiastic to let them in to avoid the rain, and also use precious water resources for them to use. So Crystal Core Zhou Xiong felt that he was not sorry for this. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up when she heard this. This business not only allowed her to complete her task directly, but also consumed a lot of points. The food and mineral water combined were 6,180 points, and when added with the previous points, the total was 21,400 points. This night was really worth it, Jiang Xi thought while cutting vegetables with dark circles under her eyes. When Jiang Xi went to the kitchen to prepare food, Zhou Xiong and his team went to the bathroom to wash their hands and faces and dusted themselves off. When they came back, the small table next to the table was already full of dishes. After a while, Jiang Xi came out with the soup base. Zhou Xiong and his team were instantly conquered by the aroma. 14 pairs of eyes followed Jiang Xi's movements. It's really hot pot, a teammate murmured. You opened a hot pot restaurant here? What if you encounter zombie mutants? There were also survivors who asked in disbelief, and they really thought this was incredible. Zombies and mutants can't get close to this store, so it doesn't affect my business. Nor does it affect the diner's hot pot. Jiang Xi replied with a smile. The survivors only realized at this time that they had been in for so long. But they really didn't hear the sounds of zombies and mutant animals outside. The survivors were naturally surprised by such an explanation, and they wondered in their hearts, could it be that Jiangxi raised some high-level mutant cubs? Or maybe there are high-level zombies or high-level mutants nearby that they don't know about. However, how could high-level zombies and mutants be so obedient and allow humans to use them? If there were such monsters, this wooden house would have been trampled to the ground long ago. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure it out. But Jiangxi didn't elaborate, and they wouldn't ask. The more they knew, the less good it would be for them. Now that the food was in front of them, the survivors didn't care to think too much and ate it with hot rice. The boiling rice, soup and ingredients soothed the hungry stomachs of the survivors, and in places they did not notice, they were also slowly replenishing their body's energy. During the meal, the entire hot pot restaurant became very quiet, with only the sound of chopsticks colliding with bowls and swallowing and chewing food. Jiangxi sat at the counter, followed by the cover of the computer, opened the personal panel and took a look. The third task, selling 20 servings of fat beef, was indeed completed, and the fourth task had also appeared in her task bar. Jiangxi looked carefully and saw that the fourth task said that if you get 50 sincere compliments from customers, you can unlock the beef oil hot pot. Butter oil hot pot. The last bit of sleepiness that Jiangxi had left disappeared after seeing this word. At this moment, it seemed that the air was filled with a spicy and fragrant smell. She hadn't eaten beef oil hot pot for a long time, although there were hot pots in the city where she worked. The taste was always not authentic. As a person from City C, eating hot pot is really better than eating spicy hot pot. Do 50 people sincere compliments have to be said in the store, or does it count if they are praised in their hearts? Will it count if the same person comes twice to praise twice? Jiangxi asked in his heart. It must be praised in person in the store. The system will determine whether it is sincere. A person can only praise once. Repeated praise will not be counted in the task quantity. The system answered one by one. Jiangxi looked up and saw that there were 14 people in front of him. He should be able to complete nearly 1/3 of the task soon. After the survivors finished eating the hot pot, Jiangxi said his request a little embarrassedly, "Can you please tell me what you think of our restaurant?" Although he used the word opinion, Jiangxi's bright eyes full of hope clearly hoped that they would say something good. The survivors were full and energetic now, and were willing to make a little effort. And they spoke one compliment after another. Delicious. It's so delicious. There is a hot pot restaurant that is my favorite place in the apocalypse. Jiangxi heard 14 compliments in total, and the task was increasing until 14/50. Jiangxi was originally thin-skinned, and although the compliment was given to the hot pot, her cheeks were still stained with a touch of pink. Just when everyone was in a happy atmosphere, the wooden door was knocked again, because it was too late now. After the survivors came in, Jiangxi closed the door to prevent the cold wind from coming in. She seemed a little surprised to hear the knock on the door. It was already past 3 in the morning. Who would be hanging out outside? Zhou Xiong and others also became alert. They knew they were not bad people, but there would always be people who coveted this hot pot restaurant, such as Zhong Tao's group, since they had received the favor of the owner. When something happened, they had to protect him no matter what. The door opened, and Jiangxi met a pair of particularly dark and deep eyes. When the other party saw Jiangxi and the people behind her, he raised his thick eyebrows slightly. It's so lively here. Chapter 13. Zhou Xiong and his group behind him relaxed their guard and smiled faintly. It's you. You're not hurt, right? Thank you so much for your help. The people who came were the Cheetah Squad led by Song Jinchuan, who rescued Zhou Xiong and his group. Song Jinchuan and his group, who had just experienced 2 battles, looked no different from before. Can we come in to hide from the rain? It's raining hard outside. Jiangxi looked up at the dark night sky when he heard it. The sound of the rain was much louder than when Zhou Xiong came before. It sounded like someone was pouring water from a basin over their heads. Jiangxi quickly stepped back and stepped aside to let Song Jinchuan and his group in. Come in quickly. The room was lit with warm yellow light. After they all came in, the originally not so big hot pot restaurant suddenly became more crowded. Zhou Xiong and his group, who had already finished their meal, sat down on the open space to the side. It was at this time that Jiangxi realized that there were 8 people in his team, 2 women and 6 men, all of whom looked very capable. The person who had just looked at Jiangxi at the door was Song Jinchuan, the captain of his team. He was tall and big, But he didn't have the exaggerated muscles of ordinary superpowers. He had a good figure, and a wild and handsome face. He looked a bit like a male star that Jiang Xi liked before. And she couldn't help but take a second look. Song Jinchuan caught Jiang Xi's sight, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then nodded politely to her. At this time, Zhou Xiong and his friends had just finished eating hot pot, and were still savoring it. They hadn't even had time to clear the pot yet. So the air was naturally filled with the aroma of food. A survivor sniffed, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What the hell? Why does it smell like hot pot? A baby-faced man in the team asked in confusion. The baby-faced man looked very lively. And the weapon in his hand was a spherical hammer covered with spikes, which made people feel out of place with his baby face. We are eating hot pot. This is a hot pot restaurant, Zhou Xiong responded. The survivors looked into the two pots. The pots were clean, and nothing was left. They didn't know what kind of hot pot they were eating. That's the boss. The next second, Jiang Xi could feel that more than half of the eyes in the room fell on her. After all, she was the most special person in the whole room. Jiang Xi had recently received a lot of such looks like looking at monkeys in the zoo. She was immune to it. She smiled at them, and pointed her finger at the small blackboard next to her, indicating that they should look at the price list. Brother Chuan, I'm hungry. After reading the price list, the baby-faced man turned around and looked at Song Jinchuan expectantly. You order what you want to eat. And I paid for the crystal course, Zhou Xiong said hurriedly. No. We paid for it ourselves. Another square-faced man refused righteously. You saved so many of us. And this little bit of crystal core is not a reward at all. We will feel better if you accept it. The survivors on Zhou Xiong's side nodded frequently, obviously agreeing with the Captain Zhou Xiong's point of view. Okay. Song Jinchuan nodded. Let's order. After he spoke, the members of the cheetah team started to order what they liked. Jiang Xi had just put the 2 tables pots into the dishwasher in the kitchen. And now he took a notebook to write down their orders. 20 plates of beef. 20 plates of pork belly. 5 plates of potato chips. And rice for 8 people. There was a melancholy guy in their team with long hair covering his eyes. He was a water-type supernaturalist. They didn't lack water to drink, so they didn't buy mineral water. Pork belly? It wasn't there when we ordered it just now, Zhou Xiong and others said with some regret. This was just brought in from the back, so I added it, Jiang Xi said. She was not lying. This was indeed unlocked after completing the task just now. The pork belly slices looked very fresh, fat and lean. It was the classic 3-layer pork belly, covered with fragrant sauce, which made the survivors drool. The survivors who had not eaten meat for a long time could not walk when they saw such fat meat, if they were not too full. Zhou Xiong and others would have wanted to order another pot base to try the pork belly. Why is there no spicy hot pot? I really want to eat something spicy. The short-haired girl muttered a few words. Come on. It's good to have hot pot. But you are still picky. Where else can you eat hot pot? The baby-faced girl said. There should be spicy hot pot next time. Jiang Xi put the pot base on their table, thinking that the task should be completed next time. So he explained, and successfully saw the short-haired girl's eyes light up. Really? It's a butter pot base? The beef lard base is so fragrant. It's the beef lard base. It must taste great. Everyone can come and try it when the time comes, Jiang Xi said with a smile. The crowd's booing got a little louder, although they didn't know what the scene would be like next time. It was still good to have such a bond. Song Jinchuan raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Xi, who was smiling sweetly through the crowd, thinking that this store and the owner were quite special. The bottom of the pot was boiling, and the ingredients inside were floating and rolling, bringing out a rich aroma of food. The survivors didn't bother to talk and just started eating. Zhou Xiong and his group sat on the ground to rest, while Song Jinchuan and others were eating hot pot. Captain Zhou, have you noticed that after eating hot pot, our physical strength has recovered a lot? The survivor sitting next to Zhou Xiong whispered. Zhou Xiong moved his body and indeed, he felt much lighter than when he first came. If it were normal, after fighting so many battles, the injuries and physical strength consumed would have to be recovered at home for at least a day. But today he recovered almost 70 or 80 times so quickly. Zhou Xiong thought about it, then said calmly, since the boss didn't say anything, let's just pretend we don't know about this, and don't cause trouble to others. The survivors also nodded, still feeling very emotional. They didn't expect the hot pot here to have such an effect. If it was discovered by various bases, the threshold here would probably be trampled. After Song Jin-chuan and his group finished a round, they ordered 10 plates of fat beef and 10 plates of pork belly, and ate them all at once. In the end, they spent 1 level 4 crystal core, 3 level 3 crystal cores, and 5 level 1 crystal cores at Jiangxi, with a total score of 13,050. Jiangxi's score increased significantly to 34,450. After Song Jin-chuan and the others had dinner, Jiangxi also proposed that they should talk about their opinions on the hot pot restaurant. The 8 people were very helpful and understood Jiangxi's meaning. They praised the hot pot restaurant in different ways. With the praise of these 8 people, Jiangxi's task instantly increased to 2250. After dinner, they also helped Jiangxi clean up the table, and then sat together to talk and wait for the rain to stop. Taking this opportunity, the more silent woman in the cheetah team used her healing ability to help everyone heal. After her own people were almost treated, she also treated 2 seriously injured survivors from Zhou Xiong's team. The 2 teams got along very well, and they also knew about the conflict between Song Jin-chuan and Zhong Tao. The conflict between the 2 of them actually started before the end of the world. Zhong Tao was a vicious criminal at that time, and was caught by Song Jin-chuan. So after the end of the world, the first time Zhong Tao saw Song Jin-chuan, he wanted to kill him to avenge himself. But he didn't expect Song Jin-chuan to be so strong. The 2 fought so many times, and although they were basically tied, he could feel the increasing pressure. That's why he went to blow up the giant turtle's nest, hoping to improve his abilities as soon as possible. Who won just now? The survivors of Zhou Xiong's team couldn't help but ask about the previous result. I won by a narrow margin. He was injured, and escaped with the cover of his teammates. Song Jin-chuan's tone was still calm, without boasting or regret. Zhou Xiong gave him a thumbs up. It was amazing to be able to hurt Zhong Tao. Zhong Tao not only has superpowers, but also has small weapons everywhere on his body, and his moves are treacherous and changeable. Jiangxi was trying to absorb the characters and information in their conversation. When it was almost dawn, the rain outside finally stopped. Jiangxi couldn't hold on any longer and had fallen asleep on the table. There was no more conversation in the hot pot restaurant. It was extremely quiet, and everyone fell asleep. When Jiangxi opened his eyes, he saw Song Jin-chuan sitting opposite the counter. He was not asleep, staring out the window, and flexibly turning a black knife between his fingers. Jiangxi opened the window, and the air after the rain hit his face, clear and cool with a hint of bitterness. Would you like some hot water? Jiangxi asked. This was the first time a survivor had stayed overnight in a store, and it was quite novel for Jiangxi. Don't bother. I be leaving soon. Thank you for yesterday. Our cheetah squad owes you a favor. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to the Guangming base to find me. Just tell me my name. Song Jin-chuan said. Jiangxi waved his hand. It's just a small favor. If you really want to thank me, bring more people to eat hot pot in the future. As they talked, the survivors woke up one after another. The survivors had not slept so peacefully for a long time. The hot pot restaurant was warm and quiet, except that the floor was a bit hard. Everything was fine. After saying goodbye to Jiangxi, the cheetah squad and Zhou Xiong squad left together. After leaving the hot pot restaurant for a distance, zombies and mutants came up. At this time, the magic of the hot pot restaurant became clearer and more concrete in everyone's eyes. The survivors looked back. Under the gloomy sky, there was a hot pot restaurant that seemed to be the only pure land in this doomsday. After sending the survivors away, Jiangxi yawned and rubbed his sore neck. He couldn't stand sleeping like this for a whole night. Although he woke up now, he was not in a very good mood. After washing up, Jiangxi ordered himself a bowl of twice-cooked pork noodles. The noodles were chewy and smooth, and the twice-cooked pork was fat but not greasy. Because of the special cooking method, it also had a crispy and tender taste. After eating this bowl of noodles, Jiangxi felt like he was alive again. Chapter 14. At this time, outside the hot pot restaurant, 2 tall and strong men with fierce faces stood at the door with a thin and handsome boy. The boy looked young. Hot pot restaurant. The lights are still on. There must be people inside. Let's go in and take a look. As the 2 talked, they exchanged unfriendly glances. The boy behind them followed them forward, his eyes numb and empty. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Xi raised his head from behind the counter and saw 3 people walking in from outside. The 2 people standing in front of them suddenly brightened up when they saw Jiang Xi's face. The other party's eyes were not concealed, and Jiang Xi felt a burst of undisguised malice before he could say anything. Looking at the wooden warehouse behind the other party, Jiang Xi instantly became nervous. For some reason, his sixth sense seemed to become sharper. This is the ability given to the host by the system, which can more keenly perceive the malice of the host and the hot pot restaurant. The system seemed to sense Jiang Xi's doubts and said directly. At this moment, Jiang Xi's heart seemed to have installed an alarm, and as the man approached, the alarm kept beeping. Is this a hot pot restaurant? The man with a short haircut stood by the counter, his eyes tightly wrapped around Jiang Xi as if he was staring at his prey. Jiang Xi felt goosebumps all over his body, and he kept talking to the system frantically in his heart. But his face remained calm. This guy is a bad guy. He must be a bad guy. Why is he looking at me like this? So oily. He doesn't think he is so handsome like this. Does he? This is also a small problem of Jiang Xi. When she is nervous, she likes to talk non-stop. Although she knows that the system will protect her, she is now facing 2 men who are tall and strong and carry wooden warehouses on their backs. They have bad intentions. The system also patiently calmed Jiang Xi's emotions, repeatedly assured that it would protect the host's safety and would not let the other party touch her hair. Jiang Xi's panic slowly subsided. Yes, there is a hot pot restaurant here, Jiang Xi responded. Jiang Xi did not smile, and her tone was not very enthusiastic. But she was beautiful, so the man opposite did not care much, but laughed, as if he heard an incredible joke. What do you have here? Jiang Xi knocked on the blackboard beside him, indicating that he should look at the blackboard himself. The man's eyes moved from Jiang Xi to the small blackboard beside him. After looking for a while, the man raised his eyebrows slightly, turned back and looked at his companion, exchanging incredible and funny eyes. It has been 10 years since the end of the world. How could there still be these things? When the 2 showed a mocking expression, Jiang Xi noticed that the last little boy who came in still looked taller than ordinary people, but very thin. Abnormally thin. In theory, although this world is short of materials, Guijia has developed a nutrient solution, which can basically provide some nutrients needed by the human body, so it is not so thin. The little boy lowered his head, not even looking around, and seemed to not care at all. He looked depressed. Then let's serve 10 portions of each ingredient. The man with a short haircut didn't seem to be in a hurry, and sat down at the wooden table with his companion. They were like cats playing with mice, ready to show their fangs after playing enough. Do you want to kick them out directly? The system asked in the mind. This is the basic right of the host as a store owner. You can decide to accept customers or expel them. Wait a minute. Aren't people ordering food now? Get the crystal core first. With the system by his side, Jiang Xi became much bolder. Looking at Jiang Xi's sudden change of attitude, the system felt that humans were indeed the most complicated creatures in the world. There are 5 level 3 crystal cores and 7 level 2 crystal cores in total. After calculating the bill, Jiang Xi said to the 2, there were not many crystal cores, so the 2 gave them without hesitation. And Jiang Xi received another 5,700 points. While Jiang Xi went to the kitchen to prepare food, the 2 walked around the house. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't open Jiang Xi's room, so they put it aside for the time being for fear of alerting the enemy. In the whole house, except for that room, no one else was found, and the 2 of them felt relieved. The 2 of them quietly discussed the plan. They were not prepared to spend a lot of energy to deal with a girl, and they were even a little relaxed. As the ingredients were served one by one, the eyes of the 2 of them changed. They didn't expect that there were so many ingredients. Where did they stockpile them? However, no matter where they stockpile them, the meaning of this place to them immediately changed. From wanting people, they now want to hold the whole store in their hands. Regardless of what they thought, they both couldn't wait to pour the food into the pot. When they were eating, they didn't care about the boy beside them. The boy seemed to be used to this scene. He didn't sit at the table, but sat on the ground with his knees hugged, as if he automatically blocked out all the sounds from the outside world. The food was almost cooked, and the air was filled with an enticing aroma of food. When the 2 went to get the rice, when they passed by Jiang Xi, the bald man behind the crew cut saw Jiang Xi's fair and tender skin, and couldn't help reaching out to touch her face. But the next second, A pain like an electric shock spread through the fingertips throughout the body, and the bald man stiffened instantly, and his eyes began to roll back. The thump was very obvious in the hot pot restaurant. The crew cut was startled and moved quickly. While turning around, the wooden Kim behind him was also pulled out and pointed in the direction of Jiang Xiai. "Dainu! Dainu! What's wrong with you?" The crew cut called his teammates twice, but his teammates were still in a faint caused by the pain, so they didn't respond at all. "What did you do to him?" The buzz cut's voice was tense, completely different from the deliberately low voice he used when talking to Jiang Xiai just now. "Nothing happened. He just wanted to touch my face." Jiang Xiai spread her hands, looking innocent. She really didn't do anything. It was the system protection that took effect. "You have lightning ability?" The buzz cut's eyes became a little nervous. He was careless, subconsciously looked down on women, and didn't expect to run into a tough guy this time. The buzz cut and the other two were not such careless people. This time it was all because of the bald man's momentary wit and the bug in his brain. Otherwise they would have found out the other party's details before taking action. Jiang Xiai did not deny it and looked at the short-haired man. "This is a hot pot restaurant. If you want to eat, just eat well. Don't think about it. Why do you think a woman, dare to open a store here?" Jiang Xiai used the fox to bully the tiger. The short-haired man is also a ruthless character. Since it has come to this, he can only use force. He quickly moved and pulled the trigger. With a bang, Jiang Xiai found that his ears seemed to be wearing earmuffs, isolating the huge sound of the wood barrow, and his ears would not be hurt at all. The Zigongdan was also 1 meter away from her, as if it was stuck in something very elastic, and it bounced back instantly. With a puff, the Zigongdan that was originally hitting Jiang Xiai bounced back and hit the shaved man in the chest. His wooden warehouse was modified. The Zigongdan was not the traditional one, but it was mixed with a lot of nails. After hitting, it exploded in the chest. This fatal position is definitely not survivable. The shaved man never thought that he would die under his own wooden warehouse. There was still a terrifying cruelty in his eyes, but the light was gradually disappearing. Finally, he made a few hoarse sounds in his mouth and fell to the ground without any movement. Jiang Xiai didn't notice that Hui, who was originally very Buddhist, slowly retracted his neck after seeing the crisis resolved, and the yellowish light in his eyes disappeared in an instant. Jiang Xi's heart was pounding. This was the first time she had faced death in such a long time, and it was because of her own death. But she was not a saint. The other party wanted to attack first. If she didn't take the initiative and had no system protection, her fate would be 100 times worse. The little boy who was shrinking by the table seemed to be frightened. It took him a long time to react, but he was not afraid of Jiang Xiai. Instead, he moved to the counter. His originally lifeless eyes looked at Jiang Xiai with a hint of hope. The boy was not close to Jiang Xiai, but not far away either. She finally saw clearly that the boy's body was covered with bruises, old and new, which looked man-made. Jiang Xiai had some guesses in her mind, and she was even more disgusted with the two people lying on the ground. After the two lost consciousness, the alarm in Jiang Xi's heart that had been beeping stopped. After experiencing the protection of the system in person, Jiang Xiai felt that the fear in her heart was reduced a lot, and she even felt that it seemed that there was no problem for her to walk sideways. "Were you taken with them by force? Which base were you originally from?" Jiang Xiai lowered his voice. The boy shook his head and spoke in a hoarse voice. "My base was attacked by zombies, and I escaped with my family. But they..." At this point, the boy's voice choked for a moment. "And after a few minutes," he continued, "I am the only one who survived." Although he survived, he fell into a more terrifying abyss, and meeting Jiang Xiai was a relief. Jiang Xiai sympathized with his plight, but she had not yet established herself, so she could not send him to a new base. Finally, she discussed with the system and decided to let him stay in the hot pot restaurant for the time being, and wait for a survivor willing to accept him to leave with him. "You go eat hot pot first. I clean the restaurant." After Jiang Xiai told the boy about her decision, she waved her hand and asked him to sit down at the table that the crew cut had just ordered and eat something. Seeing how thin he was, he must not eat much on a normal day. "Let me help." Suddenly feeling the kindness, the boy felt a little overwhelmed. "No, you should eat something first. It looks like the wind can blow you down. When you are full and have strength, there will be a chance for you to help." Jiang Xiai waved his hand. "Besides, They gave the crystal core to this table. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. I won't return the money. The boy stood there hesitating for a while, and finally sat down in front of the wooden table. Chapter 15. The aroma of food filled his nose, and his mouth was full of saliva. The potatoes in the pot had been cooked a little soft. He scooped a piece and put it in the bowl. Although it was soft, it still tasted very good and soothed his hungry stomach. At this moment, the boy felt a warm current rushing into his numb heart, and he felt that his tears were about to flow out. On the other side, Jiang Xi faced a corpse on the ground and another survivor who was dying but still had a breath left. He had a headache. How should he get them out? Host, I remember there is a cargo cart outside the wooden house, which can be used to transport corpses. The system reminded Jiang Xi in his mind. Jiang Xi pushed open the door and took a look, and saw that there was indeed a dark blue foldable trailer at the door. Because it has been raining recently, it was covered with some dust. Jiang Xi cleaned the trailer and was about to drag it in when a puzzled voice came from outside. Boss, what are you doing here? A familiar female voice came from behind Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi turned around and saw Su Ling and Fang Qing, who had been to the store, standing behind her. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. You came just in time. Come and help me. What help? Let me do it. Out of trust in Jiang Xi, the team leader Chen Cheng rolled up his sleeves and prepared to help without saying a word. A few minutes later, several people froze in place. It turned out that the help the boss mentioned was to help them deal with the body. This scene was so horrifying no matter how you looked at it. But Jiang Xi was still blinking his big eyes and looking at them expectantly. They came to the store to make trouble. They not only wanted to bully me, but also wanted to rob my store. I couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Perhaps seeing the stiff expressions of the crowd, Jiang Xi explained. I know this person. Ernie, who was walking behind the crowd, suddenly said. It's Su Feng from the shadow base. Later, he was expelled from the base because he attacked the children in the base. This person is disgusting. Ernie, who was full of tendons, frowned and looked disgusted, which looked quite contrasting. That's a good death. Su Ling hates this kind of people after the end of the world the most, who think that they can do whatever they want without the constraints of the law. Yes, both of them died. Jiang Xi found out after she came back that the bald man, who was still alive, had a dagger stuck in his chest and was completely dead. The boy who was eating hid in the shadows in the corner because he heard the sound. After Jiang Xi found out that the bald man was dead, she glanced at the boy. He lowered his head, and she didn't know what he was thinking. She didn't expose him. So, now I trouble you to help me carry the person out and throw him far away. Otherwise it will delay my business. Chen Cheng and his group carried 2 people easily, and helped to lift them up without saying a word. No need for this cart. We can just help you throw it out. Ernie and Chen Cheng each carried 1 person, without using a cart, and just walk out. Thank you. Jiang Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally solved. She turned and went into the kitchen to get a mop and cleaned up the blood on the floor. The hot pot restaurant's cleaning agent is very strong. Spraying a little bit can not only clean thoroughly, but also leave no smell. Only a faint fragrance. You sit down for a while and see what you want to eat. Write it down in this notebook first. I prepare it after I finish here. After the floor was cleaned, Chen Cheng and Ernie also came in from outside. Throw it into the crack over there, Ernie said, to prevent those zombies and mutants from getting it. The crack was caused by the last time the giant turtle appeared, because the store has not been upgraded to that far. It has been exposed like this. Jiang Xi nodded, and each of them took a bottle of mineral water as a thank you gift. The survivors were rebuilding their stereotypes of Jiang Xi at this time. She looked like a weak woman who was powerless, but she could kill 2 men who weighed 3 or 4 times her weight. The other party obviously had weapons in his hands. Chen Cheng and Ernie, who were carrying 2 corpses out to throw them away, saw it more clearly. There was only 1 fatal wound on the short-haired man, which was caused by a sub-bow single shot. Judging from the degree of the wound, it was obviously a sub-bow single shot from his own wooden cannon. Chen Cheng had never figured out how the bullet that he had originally shot came back to him. The knife wound on the chest of the other bald man looked fatal, but he seemed to have been severely injured before this knife. Chen Cheng also smelled a burnt smell, as if it was left after being hit by a strong electric shock. There were lightning-type psychics in their base, and they had fought together, so they were familiar with this smell. On the other hand, Jiang Xi, after severely injuring two tall and strong men, was not only not injured, but there was not even a trace of blood on his body. At this time, Jiang Xi's image in their minds instantly rose to 2 meters. Before, he was a mysterious man whose strength was uncertain. But now, he was a big boss whose strength was uncertain. Finally, there is meat. Su Ling's happy voice interrupted the survivors' different thoughts. There is meat? What kind of meat? Ernyo's eyes lit up when he heard it. And he strode over. Fat beef. Pork belly. All my favorites. Ernyo was suddenly happy. And hurriedly asked Su Ling, who was in charge of ordering, to add a little more to the amount that had already been written. Finally, they ordered 30 plates of beef, 30 plates of pork belly, 10 plates of potato chips, and rice for 5 people. Jiang Xi received 1 level 4 crystal core, 3 level 3 crystal cores, and 5 level 2 crystal cores from them, earning a total of 13,500 points. When Jiang Xi went in to prepare the food, Qin Cheng and the others also saw the boy hiding in the corner. The pot on the other table was still bubbling over a low fire. But there was no one on the table, which was quite confusing. It seemed that the boy should be the guest of that table. After Jiang Xi took out all the food, he saw Qin Cheng and the others' eyes were on the little boy in the corner. By the way, are you still accepting people at your base? Jiang Xi asked after thinking for a while. Boss, are you going to open a store at our base? Fong Qing looked at Jiang Xi with surprise. Jiang Xi shook his head under several pairs of expectant eyes. It's not me. It's this child. He was kidnapped by the 2 people just now. He has lost his relatives and nowhere to go. I wonder if you can take him back and give him a place to stay. Qin Cheng took a look at the boy, who looked about 15 or 16 years old, with many wounds on his body. Even if Jiang Xi didn't say anything, they could roughly guess what happened to him. Okay, but we have to go out and go to East City. If it's fast, we can come back in 3 days and pick him up then, Qin Cheng said. Okay, let him stay here for 2 days. After solving this matter, Jiang Xi felt a little relieved. The secrets in the store are huge. Since she doesn't have much ability now, she should try not to expose them to others. So it's not suitable for her to live with others for the time being. As if he heard everyone talking about him, the boy walked silently behind Jiang Xi and grabbed the corner of her clothes. Looking dependent and trusting, Jiang Xi saved him from the abyss, which was like a beam of light in the darkness. For the extremely uneasy boy, only by holding on to this beam of light can he feel more at ease. They are all good people. When the time comes, you can follow them back to the base. It will be good for you to live with everyone. Jiang Xi comforted. My place is too small. There is only 1 room that can accommodate people. I can't take you in. The boy was silent for a long time before he finally nodded. Okay. Go eat. Eat the rest. It's overcooked. Jiang Xi patted his hands. The boy sat back in silence and ate his food in big mouthfuls. No matter how sad Qin Cheng and his party were in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. After the meat was served, they invited everyone to eat. After the fat beef and pork belly were in their mouths, Qin Cheng and others didn't care to talk. The potato chips tasted good, and the taste of the 2 kinds of meat was even better after being cooked. It was so fragrant that you could swallow your tongue. No wonder humans are basically called carnivores. I haven't touched meat for so many years, but the deepest memories on my tongue were awakened all of a sudden. After eating a hot pot, Qin Cheng and his friends felt that there was a warm current flowing in their bodies, and they seemed to have endless energy. Jiang Xi still asked everyone to give feedback. As expected, all the comments were good. In addition to the boy's hesitation to say delicious, Jiang Xi received a total of 6 compliments, and the task progress became 28/50. After Qin Cheng and his friends left, the boy helped Jiang Xi clean up the table. After a long silence, he finally said, I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Jiang Xi came out of the kitchen and raised his eyebrows when he heard his words. That person. The boy paused. I killed him. Jiang Xi didn't look shocked at all. Killed him if you want. They killed your family. Isn't it your duty to take revenge? I thought, the boy said again, I thought you would think I was mean and cowardly, and only dared to deal with a person who had lost the ability to act. Jiang Xi wiped the water off her hands, and she found that the boy seemed to have some psychological problems. You are not a coward at all, but very powerful. Jiangxi's tone was a little surprised. As if he was surprised why he said that to himself. I dare not imagine how helpless I would be facing two bad guys who killed my relatives alone. Not only did you persist until now, you also found a chance to fight back and avenge your family. Listening to Jiangxi's praise, the boy felt that the stone pressing on his heart was slowly loosening. While the two were talking, someone else came to the store. This time, they were familiar faces again. Zhou Lin, Su Yan, and Gu Qi. This time, there were not only them, but also two other unfamiliar faces. A man and a woman. They drove over in a long and reinforced van. Boss, we are here again. Zhou Lin waved to Jiangxi. Chapter 16. They are the logistics director and deputy base commander of our base. This is the owner of the hot pot restaurant I told you about. Su Yan introduced them. Hello. Come in and sit down. Jiangxi smiled at them. The captain of the fiery team looked to be in her 20s. Very beautiful, with a touch of red on her forehead, as if it was smeared on, which added some weirdness to her beautiful face. Hello, boss. I am Zhong Xiaofeng, the captain of the fiery team and the deputy base commander of the Crimson Base. The woman smiled back at Jiangxi and said politely, I am Wang Jun, the logistics director of the Crimson Base. The tall, muscular man with a resolute face stretched out his hand to Jiangxi. We bought a few bottles of mineral water here before. After returning, we had a chance to check it. The water quality is very clean, without any virus pollution, and even contains a lot of minerals that are beneficial to the human body. When the base commander knew about it, he directly asked Sister Xiaofeng and Brother Jun to come with us. I want to discuss with you to see if we can buy some mineral water back. Zhou Lin explained. Okay. How many? Jiangxi would not hesitate at all for such an opportunity to earn crystal cores. Can I buy it in boxes? If so, how many bottles are in a box? Wang Jun thought for a while and asked. After Wang Jun finished speaking, the system quickly answered this question in Jiangxi's mind. So, Jiangxi gave the answer almost without a pause. Yes. One box is 100 bottles. Because we sell it at a very low price. One bottle has 2 first-level crystal cores. So there is no discount for one box. With such cheap water. Boss, you really won't lose money? Zhong Xiaofeng asked. Jiangxi shook his head. No. Small profits, but quick turnover. Zhong Xiaofeng gave a thumbs up. Such water. Everyone would rush to buy it. No one would say it was expensive even if the price was doubled or tripled. I must have met a good person. Zhong Xiaofeng thought, looking at Jiangxi with a softer look. We need 500 boxes. How long will it take to prepare them? Then drive a bigger truck to pick them up. Wang Jun calculated the price in his mind. And it was very cheap even without the discount. It can be taken out at any time. Our inventory is sufficient. As long as there are points. Let alone 500 boxes. Even if you buy 50,000 boxes, you can take it out immediately. Jiangxi calculated in his mind that the price of 500 boxes is a level 5 crystal core, which is 100,000 points. This is a big customer. Jiangxi is a little happy. Selling water is so profitable, and he can develop this business more in the future. Hearing Jiangxi say this, Wang Jun's serious face finally showed a smile. That's great. Let's go now. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's eat something. We're already at the hot pot restaurant. I've heard Zhou Lin and the others talk about it so much. It's a good time to try it. Zhong Xiaofeng said. Seeing that Zhong Xiaofeng had already sat down, Wang Jun frowned and looked at the door for a long time before he compromised and sat down next to Zhong Xiaofeng. Zhou Lin and the others couldn't wait any longer because they saw the fat beef slices and pork belly slices that had never appeared before. Since the first time they came to eat hot pot, they asked Jiangxi when the meat would be available. Now it was finally available. When they saw the names of the ingredients, they couldn't help but start to drool. There are also fat beef slices and pork belly. Zhong Xiaofeng originally thought that the hot pot restaurant was already unique enough. But she didn't expect that there were these extinct ingredients. Before, there were only potato slices. And now there is finally meat. Gu Qi said on the side. Let's order. Today we are a little more open. We are helping the base. And the cost of meals will be reimbursed by the base. Zhong Xiaofeng made the decision with a wave of her hand. Zhou Lin and the other two cheered, and ordered 30 plates of fat beef slices and 30 slices of pork belly slices. 10 plates of potato slices symbolically, and rice for 5 people. Jiang Xi calculated that he needed to give a 4th level crystal core and 4 3rd level crystal cores, totaling 14,000 points. With meat, vegetables and rice, it was worth spending a 4th level crystal core and 4 3rd level crystal cores on such a meal. Zhong Xiufeng looked at Wang Jun, raised her head slightly, and motioned him to give the money. Wang Jun did not hesitate and took out the crystal core from his bag. Jiang Xi found that the bags used by survivors in the apocalypse to carry crystal cores were made of special materials. They looked small, but they could hold a lot of them, so it was not too hard to carry them on your back. There are some natural patterns on the surface, and it is said that it is made of the skin of a high-level mutant beast, because the mutant beast itself is special and has the ability to surpass nature. It can make such a strange bag. Seeing Jiang Xi's strong interest, the system said that if there are high-level mutant beasts in the future, it can help make better-looking ones. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up immediately, and he could make a few more and take them back to his mother. When Jiang Xi got the guarantee from the system, she was cutting vegetables. Now she can be said to be very skilled in cutting potato slices. And the size, thickness are basically the same. The pork belly and the fat beef were frozen, and then cut into slices of appropriate thickness using a manual meat cutting machine. The boy Xiaoyu had been lingering at the kitchen door, trying to help, but he didn't know if he could go in. When Jiang Xi saw him, he waved him in to help peel the potatoes. There were no secrets in the kitchen now. The meat was taken out of the refrigerator, and the potatoes were in the snakeskin bag. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and then he went in and sat on a small stool beside him, and began to peel the potatoes in an orderly manner, without looking around. Seeing the ingredients being served one by one, Zhong Xiufeng and Wang Jun couldn't bear to blink. "Boss, can you sell these ingredients to us?" Wang Jun couldn't help asking. "Sorry, we can't sell the ingredients in large quantities now." Jiang Xi refused without hesitation. The system had long said that everything else could be sold in large quantities, but not the ingredients. After all, we still have to rely on hot pot to earn crystal cores. If the ingredients flowed out in large quantities, then this hot pot restaurant would be meaningless. Wang Jun had an undisguised disappointment on his face. But it was also expected. "It's cold. Is the refrigerator still usable? How did you cut it so thin?" Zhong Xiufeng, who was originally beautiful and charming, now turned into a curious baby, asking a few questions every time something was served. When the soup in the hot pot boiled, the aroma of the ingredients blended into it, and even Wang Jun, who was focused on the mission, was attracted at this time. "Eat. The beef slices are ready," Gucci called out, and his chopsticks were already in the pot. The dishes in the hot pot restaurant are very substantial. Each piece of beef slice and pork belly slice is almost as big as a person's face. It is very satisfying to put a piece in your mouth. "Oh my god, this is so delicious." Zhong Xiufeng was surprised, but no one agreed with her at this time. Everyone was concentrating on eating. Seeing that the ingredients in the pot were getting smaller and smaller, Zhong Xiufeng stopped talking. 60 plates of meat were eaten up in a few bites. The 5 people were obviously still in a state of not wanting to eat more, but thinking of their mission, they decided not to eat. Just as Zhong Xiufeng was about to get up and leave, she saw Wang Jun, who had always been old-fashioned and only had the base and the mission in his mind, suddenly took out a few more crystal cores from his bag. "Boss, bring another 20 plates of fat beef and 20 plates of pork belly." Zhong Xiufeng widened her eyes and looked at Wang Jun in surprise, as if she had just met him for the first time. Wang Jun looked around and saw that the expressions of the 4 people were almost the same. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "What? If you want to eat, you must eat to your heart's content." Gu Qi and Su Yin clapped their hands and shouted that Jun was the most handsome. Zhong Xiufeng supported her chin with her hand and also looked at Wang Jun with a meaningful smile. The moment he met her eyes, Wang Jun's dark face instantly turned red and his voice stuttered. "What are you looking at? I didn't expect you to have this side." Wang Jun coughed and turned his face to the other side. But the red cloud on his face did not dissipate for a long time. Just when the 5 people finished eating the first round, Jiang Xi had received 5 compliments, and the task suddenly became 3350. After the second round of dishes came up, the survivors poured them all into the pot. After rolling a few times, the meat just changed color, and the survivors couldn't wait to put their chopsticks in. "Boss, Do you consider joining our Crimson base? I will give you a separate villa and a crystal core subsidy. Zhong Xiaofeng looked at Jiang Xi, her eyes full of sparkling expectations. Jiang Xi waved his hand. No. My store is so big. You can come anytime you want to eat in the future. Jiang Xi's answer was expected. Zhong Xiaofeng was not too disappointed. But she had a little more motivation to earn crystal cores. After returning, she had to recommend it to her friends and Director Zhong, so that they could come together next time. The remaining pot bottom was also divided into a bowl of rice for each person. And they didn't have any ginger slices and green onions left. Although the taste was a little worse. It was a taste that had not been eaten for 10 years. And it was still nostalgic. After the meal, they left quickly and had to drive back. Before leaving, Wang Jun gave Jiang Xi a level 4 crystal core as a deposit. After they moved all the water, they exchanged the level 5 crystal core for the level 4 crystal core. Watching them leave, Jiang Xi went to the warehouse. The space here was not big, and it could only hold about 50 boxes. Jiang Xi closed the door and opened her personal panel. The symbol on it, which looked like a small cart, was her purchase channel. After clicking on the small cart symbol, she saw a wide variety of crops, meats and other commodities in front of her. But the only commodities that could be purchased at present were those unlocked in the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi found mineral water, which was marked as 10 points per box. The other prices were also very low. But the ingredients were the best Jiang Xi had ever seen. The system said that she could also use this channel to purchase goods in the hot pot restaurant in the real world in the future. This news was very good for Jiang Xi, as the cost of opening a store would be much lower than others, and the pressure would not be so great. So even though she knew it was a gorgeous pie, Jiang Xi still worked hard. She first exchanged 50 boxes of mineral water, and the small warehouse was immediately filled to the brim. Chapter 17. Then, Jiang Xi went around to the back of the hot pot restaurant. There was also a fenced-off area on this side, and there were tall buildings behind it, which was just right for placing the remaining mineral water. 450 boxes of mineral water, even if they were stacked, filled up the space. Seeing such a spectacular scene in front of him, Jiang Xi nodded with satisfaction. And the job was done. After waiting for almost an hour, the sound of a car was heard outside. Jiang Xi went out to take a look. Wang Jun and his team drove a truck. This time, Su Yan, Gu Qi and Zhou Lin did not come. There were only Zhong Xiaofeng and Wang Jun in the cab. The car retreated into the yard of the hot pot restaurant. The door of the rear compartment opened, revealing a spacious space and 10 survivors sitting in the compartment. The survivors were all tall and strong, with strong muscles on their bodies. At first glance, they were called to carry water. Boss, where is the water? Zhong Xiaofeng and Wang Jun got off the car, and the 10 survivors in the compartment also got off one after another. When they stood at the door of the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Xi felt that half of the sunlight was blocked. There are 50 boxes in the warehouse, and there are 450 boxes in the open space behind the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi said, 2 of you can go to the warehouse, and the rest of you can go to the back. Zhong Xiaofeng clapped her hands immediately. Everyone, just distribute it. Work harder, and I will treat you to hot pot after you finish moving. The 10 survivors cheered, then dispersed and began to move boxes of water to the car one by one. There are 100 bottles in a box, and each bottle is 500 milliliters. Jiang Xi tried to move it before, but found that she couldn't even lift one box. But the 10 survivors who came to help could lift one box in each hand, and it looked easy. With the help of the 10 survivors, the mountain of mineral water in the backyard was reduced little by little until it disappeared. Jiang Xi was able to prepare 500 boxes of mineral water at one time, and his strength should not be underestimated. He is a unique existence in this Doomsday. No matter if he has someone behind him or he is powerful, he is a person that the base must make friends with. Now that they found that there were not many people here, their base had taken the lead. Weren't you interested in this bag before? I brought one for you. Zhong Xiaofeng handed a very beautiful grass green bag to Jiang Xi. There was a little red on the grass green, just like a flower blooming on the grass. Jiang Xi liked it at first sight. There are a few survivors in our base who are good at handicrafts. These bags are made by them. When they are done, they are taken to the free market to exchange for things. It's not expensive. Take it. It's my gift to you. Now we are partners. Seeing Jiang Xi hesitate, Zhong Xiaofeng said again. In the end, Jiang Xi accepted it. It looked even more exquisite and compact when he looked at it up close. The length of the backpack bag was just right for crossbody. The small bag felt very comfortable. I don't know what animal's skin it was made of, but it was soft and tough. If you like it, the gloves and scarves they make are also beautiful. They can be matched with any clothes. I will bring them to you when the cold season comes, Zhong Xiaofeng said. After Zhong Xiaofeng finished speaking, Jiang Xi heard the explanation of the system in his mind. Since the end of the world, the weather has changed. The 4 seasons are now divided into 2 seasons, each lasting half a year. Now is the warm season, and the weather will have large temperature differences. And there will also be stable times. There are most rainy days, and occasionally there will be sunny days with suitable temperatures. There will also be very hot days. When traveling normally, just pay attention to rain and sun protection. In the cold season, the temperature will drop sharply to below 0. And snow and wind are common operations. In some places, the temperature will even drop to dozens of degrees below 0. Sometimes it will be difficult to travel due to blizzards. As the weather changes, various germs will invade, and the human situation will be particularly difficult. Jiang Xi felt even more emotional after listening to this. Even in such a difficult situation, humans still survive tenaciously. Zhong Xiaofeng and Jiang Xi talked about topics that girls like, and the two quickly became close. Boxes of mineral water were put on the truck, and the carriage was gradually filled. An hour later, all 500 boxes of mineral water were lifted onto the truck. The originally empty carriage was filled up in an instant, leaving only a few spaces for people to sit. After the 10 survivors finished moving the water, they were sweating and simply took off their short-sleeved vests. So, when Jiang Xi brought out the pot and the dishes, she saw fresh and hot bodies, with 8 distinct abdominal muscles and male hormones rushing towards her. She suddenly remembered a short video app that her colleagues liked to drag her to watch. The most common ones on it were half-naked men who deliberately showed off. They were not as natural as the one in front of her. If her colleagues came, they would probably be very happy. Jiang Xi coughed lightly and placed the food in front of them without changing his expression. While the survivors were eating, Wang Jun put a level 5 crystal core in Jiang Xi's hand, and then exchanged the level 4 crystal core for it. Jiang Xi put the crystal core into his new bag, and then it turned into points and flowed into Jiang Xi's account. Counting the 5,000 points spent on buying 500 boxes of mineral water, the points in the account instantly rose to 170,650. The 10 survivors sat at 2 tables, and the dishes were added twice. The 2 tables had a total of 200 plates of meat and 5 pots of rice. Even if the meat was cut by a machine, Jiang Xi felt that his hands were about to be broken. But he received a total of 4 level 4 crystal cores and 3 level 3 crystal cores. When paying for the crystal cores, Wang Jun's face returned to a serious expression, and the survivors who were only about 70% full laughed a little embarrassedly. Jiang Xi also asked them to help tell their own evaluation of the hot pot restaurant. All the survivors praised the hot pot restaurant concisely and clearly. The task progress instantly advanced by 10, becoming 4350. The task only needed the last 7 people. Jiang Xi felt that at this rate, it should be completed soon. After eating, the survivors took the initiative to help clean up the dishes on the table. Thank you. We have to transport the water back quickly, so we won't stay any longer. You can come to our Crimson base to play when you have time, Zhong Xiaofeng said. Jiang Xi nodded and watched them leave with a truckload of water. When he returned to the kitchen, Xiaoyu had already cut dozens of plates of potato slices and put all the bowls and pots into the automatic dishwasher. He learned it just by watching Jiang Xi do it once. Before, Jiang Xi was slicing meat and didn't have time to cut potatoes, so Xiaoyu volunteered to take over this task. Jiang Xi found that Xiaoyu still had some talent and was much better at cutting potatoes than she was the first time. Jiang Xi fished all the potato slices out of the water, put them on a plate, sealed them with plastic wrap, and put them in the refrigerator. It's done. No need to cut them, Jiang Xi said to Xiaoyu, who then put down the knife in his hand and stood silently. After tidying up the tables and chairs, the sun outside slowly sank. At the same time, Sun Qing and Su Feng killed several zombies blocking the way and quickly returned to their hiding place. This is a 5-story large shopping mall. The two walked around the back door, looked around, and then carefully knocked on one of the doors. After waiting for a while, there was a noise in the house. Who? It's us. Sun Qing responded in a low voice. After waiting for a while, the door opened from the inside. Sun Qing and Su Feng walked in sideways, then turned around and quickly closed the door. The light in the house came from a piece of candle. The light was very dim and could barely illuminate, including Sun Qing and Su Feng. There were a total of 15 people in the room, all of whom were their teammates this time. We went to explore the surrounding roads. We will go east at dawn tomorrow. Sun Qing was sitting in the crowd and talking when she suddenly smelled blood. Wait, what's that smell? Is anyone injured? The teammates acted separately and agreed to meet here. So Sun Qing and Su Feng didn't know whether anyone was injured. It wasn't us. It was Bai Tingting. She picked up an injured man from nowhere and insisted on keeping him. The person who spoke was Jia Yu, a short-haired girl with strong fighting ability, and her weapon was a knife on her arm. Why don't you just not let anyone in? Didn't our team say that we won't accept people with unknown origins? Let's not talk about anything else for now. If they get infected with the zombie virus, we all be finished. Sun Qing frowned. The eldest lady is being too chaste again. She even used her own life to guarantee that the other party is not a bad person. She also accused us of being too cold-blooded and said that if we don't help, she won't help us store supplies. Look, they went to the small room over there alone, saying that they don't want us to talk about them. Jia Yu curled his lips. I asked Xiao Shou to help keep an eye on it and break in if anything goes wrong. Bai Tingting is a level 3 space-based psychic in the base, and it's very convenient to bring her with you on missions. Her only shortcoming is that she's too chaste, because this problem has killed a survivor who was in a team with her. She has a bad temper and many demands because she's a psychic, so the survivors call her Miss in private. Forget it. Ignore her. Let's continue. Sun Qing said. If it wasn't because the mission target to be delivered this time was too large, they had to use space powers, and the space psychics in the base were borrowed by other teams. Otherwise they really wouldn't be willing to team up with Bai Tingting. The room they were staying in was used as a warehouse before. Now the supplies inside had been emptied long ago, leaving only a few shelves. There was still enough space. Going inside, there were several separate rooms. Bai Tingting and the man she rescued were in one of them. The man was seriously injured, and there were traces of being burned by the flames. Bai Tingting frowned tightly and took out bandages and other medical supplies without hesitation to use on the man. After doing this, an indescribable sense of satisfaction arose from the bottom of her heart. She was indeed a beautiful and kind woman. A clear stream in this cold and apocalyptic world. Chapter 18. Presumably, this person will be grateful to her when he wakes up. Just like the others she saved before. She was determined to save him despite all the opposition. Thinking of this, Bai Tingting showed a smug smile on her face. She didn't notice that the person lying next to her moved his fingers slightly, and a small lavender current flowed through the other's fingertips for a moment, and quickly disappeared into the air without attracting any attention. Sun Qing and Su Feng told their teammates what they had found out. The group put Bai Tingting aside and began to discuss the plan after tomorrow morning. After an unknown amount of time, a scream suddenly erupted from the room where Bai Tingting and the others were, followed by a loud bang. As the sound rang out, the quiet surroundings also became agitated. The nearby zombies and mutants rushed over, scratching and roaring at the door. Sun Qing and his group were startled and hurried over to check. As soon as they walked over, they saw a corpse thrown casually on the ground. It was their teammate Xiao Shou. Xiao Zhou's whole body was stiff, and wisps of white smoke were coming out of his body, and his eyes were wide open. The sound of Bai Tingting struggling in the house continued to emerge. Yes, I saved you. You can't be so ungrateful. After Bai Tingting finished this sentence with difficulty, a low laugh and a slightly hoarse male voice sounded in the house. Who asked you to save me? If Song Jinchuan and his group were here, they would find that this voice was particularly familiar. It was Zhong Tao who was beaten and fled by Song Jinchuan. In order to cover his escape, his brothers basically gave their heads. He was seriously injured and finally fell on the side of the road due to exhaustion. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to be rescued. It seems that Zhong Tao is not destined to die. At this moment, he vented all the anger and humiliation he suffered from Song Jinchuan on the people in front of him. The woman who had been noisy since she woke up was strangled by him. Her face gradually turned purple until she couldn't breathe, and the man who was monitoring at the door was directly electrocuted to death by a lightning bolt. There were so many people standing at the door at this time. Everyone looked alert, and the weapons in their hands were already pointed at him. They looked like a group of ordinary people. Zhong Tao's mouth corners were slightly raised. Ordinary people. That would be easy to deal with. Sun Qing and his group looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. This person should be a superpower of a high level. The battle was about to break out. Zhong Tao threw Bai Tingting on the ground, and purple lightning flashed in his hand. Although Sun Qing and his group were ordinary people, they were experienced in combat. They dodged skillfully at this time, and the weapons in their hands also greeted Zhong Tao. Bai Tingting huddled in the corner. She was almost scared silly, and her neck was still in severe pain. She couldn't figure it out. She was obviously doing good things. Why didn't she get good rewards? The battle between ordinary people and survivors is brutal. Not to mention fighting with a madman like Zhong Tao. His fighting style is completely desperate, cruel and crazy. He vomited blood several times, but he just wiped it off and continued to use his supernatural power. Fortunately, Zhong Tao had just been injured and his body did not recover so quickly. Even if he was crazy, he would inevitably show flaws. Sun Qing and the others took advantage of Zhong Tao's flaws, hit him hard, and left quickly with the rest of the people. Zhong Tao had no energy to chase, but staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but still with a terrifying smile on his face. Bai Tingting in the corner realized at this time that they left without taking her. What should she do? Go and collect all the body fragments. In the darkness, Zhong Tao spoke, and there was purple lightning flowing in his palm. And the threat was particularly obvious. Do you want to throw them away? Bai Tingting was so scared that she almost cried, thinking that if she was asked to throw these bodies away, she might have a chance to escape. Don't throw them away. Collect them. I have to recuperate here for the next few days, and they can provide me with nutrition. Zhong Tao's mouth curled slightly, revealing teeth stained with blood. Like a devil. Bai Tingting really regretted it now. At this time in the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Xi ordered 2 meals and prepared to eat with Xiaoyu. Seeing that there was still a portion of food for him, Xiaoyu looked a little panicked and said hurriedly, "No, I have eaten so much before." Jiang Xi ordered braised pork with tiger skin quail eggs, and the red sauce poured on it, which made people's appetite grow. That was all a few hours ago, wasn't it? Aren't you hungry now? Jiang Xi opened the food box in front of him, and the aroma immediately wafted out. Xiaoyu was about to say that he wasn't hungry, but his stomach made a loud gurgling sound, and his face suddenly turned red. Look, your stomach is protesting. Eat. Anyway, you already owe me a favor. What difference does it make if you owe more or less? If you really feel bad, come and help me peel potatoes when you settle down and have nothing to do, Jiang Xi said half-jokingly, looking at the food handed to him. Xiaoyu finally took it. Jiang Xi saved him from danger, found him a place to stay, and now gave him such good food. Xiaoyu was full of gratitude and thought about how to repay Jiang Xi with his meager efforts. The two sat at a wooden table by the window, eating while watching the sunset outside. The sunset dyed the sky gray and orange, and the dilapidated city was shrouded in it, showing a decadent beauty. Xiaoyu was completely immersed in the bowl of braised pork rice in front of her. The braised pork was stewed soft but not loose, almost melting in the mouth, and the aroma of meat and sauce mixed together. Xiaoyu felt that he would not trade this bowl of rice for anything else. After eating, Xiaoyu took the initiative to stand up, took out the 2 lunch boxes, and threw them into the recyclable trash can outside the wooden house. Jiang Xi walked out of the wooden door of the hot pot restaurant and stood in the protected courtyard to move around. After Xiaoyu came back, he stood beside her and stared at the sunset in the distance. After a while, the sun completely set, and the lights outside the hot pot restaurant came on. Xiaoyu was going to rest in the hot pot restaurant today, and Jiang Xi found a folding bed for him in the warehouse next to it, and put it there for 2 days. In fact, if she hadn't met those 2 bad guys, and didn't know that the system protection was so good, Jiang Xi still didn't dare to let the survivors of the end of the world stay overnight. But now the system gave her enough confidence. After making the bed and dawdling for a while, Jiang Xi felt that no one would come again, so he closed the wooden door directly. She brought a set of toiletries to Xiaoyu and asked him to go to the toilet outside to wash up. The two had just finished cleaning up and were about to go back to their rooms to sleep when someone knocked on the wooden door. Jiang Xiai stood at the door with his hand on the door handle. When he heard the sound, he hurried over to open the door. Did she turn on the buff of late-night customers recently? Customers always come in the middle of the night. As soon as the wooden door was opened, the survivor outside fell to the ground with a plop. Because the first person fell, the survivors who were already exhausted fell one after another. Jiang Xiai cried out, and after the system determined that there were no survivors bitten by zombies, she hurried forward to help them up. But the survivors were so heavy that she couldn't lift them up. Xiaoyu heard the sound and hurried out of the house to help. The two of them took great pains and finally dragged all 8 people into the house. Jiang Xi's hands and clothes were stained with blood, and the house was filled with a bloody smell. The 8 people looked seriously injured and lay on the floor in a mess. It seemed that they had used up all their remaining strength to get here. Jiang Xi was also worried at this moment. She had no medicine or gauze to bandage the wounds. She couldn't just watch these 8 people die in front of her. All she could do now was to boil some hot water to see if it would be useful later. Sister. While boiling water, Xiaoyu's voice sounded at the kitchen door. Someone has woken up. Jiang Xi quickly turned off the fire and went out to check. She found that a woman had sat up from the ground. Even though her face was stained with blood, it was obvious that her face was very pale. Thank you. The woman's voice was hoarse. Can we take a break for a while? We leave when we recover a little strength. It's okay. You guys take a break. I boil some water and clean your wounds later. How could you be so badly injured? When she mentioned this, the woman's eyes suddenly darkened. We encountered a strong enemy. There were 15 of us in total, and only 8 of us managed to escape. Jiang Xi was silent for a moment. Losing 7 companions overnight. No one could get over it. I don't know if it's because the light here is too warm. The woman suddenly wants to talk. One of them is my good friend for many years. We supported each other to come to this base and join this team together. But she died in front of me without closing her eyes. Another one is my master who has always taught me how to fight and how to use a wooden cannon. The woman listed them one by one, her voice choking unconsciously. My condolences. Jiang Xi didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only squeeze out a dry sentence. The woman lowered her head and wiped away her tears. When she looked up again, she could only see her slightly red eyes. Sorry. I made you laugh. It's okay. As he spoke, Jiang Xi remembered the hot water in the kitchen and quickly went in to fill a large basin. Use this water to clean the wound. The woman, that is, Sun Qing, who had a big fight with Zhong Tao before, was stunned when she saw so much clean water that could be directly drunk without any strange smell. This water is too precious. I can't use it. It's okay. There's still plenty. Use it. I've boiled some water. You can treat their wounds first. Xiaoyu, can you help? Jiang Xi found that as long as Xiaoyu helped with the work, he would not have such a heavy psychological burden, and it would also prove that he was not useless. So she kept Xiaoyu to help Sun Qing. Chapter 19. Xiaoyu agreed happily and helped Sun Qing wipe the dirt from the wounds of these people. When Jiang Xi came out with the kettle, he saw that Sun Qing had cut open the sleeve of one of them, revealing the charred arm inside. The whole arm seemed to be burnt. Sun Qing knew that this hand was useless. She tied the aorta with a rope very calmly, and then cut off the whole arm with a knife. Jiang Xi was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that this girl with a pretty face would be so neat. However, having seen dead people, Jiang Xi's mentality had changed a lot. He was surprised for only a moment before returning to normal. Was it caused by fire or electric shock? Jiang Xi frowned and squatted beside Sun Qing, watching her bandage the wound carefully. Electric shock. Because Jiang Xi had helped so much, Sun Qing had already decided that she was a good person and didn't mind talking about their experiences. The more Jiang Xi listened, the more he felt that this person was familiar. He seemed to be a bit like the survivor named Zhong Tao that Song Jinchuan and the others had mentioned before. They were also injured, and they also used lightning powers and would attack survivors who were also human beings. It seems that the customers who came to my shop before also fought with this person. It is said that he is ruthless and has powerful superpowers. You are unlucky to have such a teammate. Jiang Xi sighed. The most taboo thing in the end times is the saint. Speaking of Bai Tingting, Sun Qing's face darkened. It would be better if she died in the hands of that superpower. Otherwise she would definitely avenge her teammates. The mutant beast corpses and other things obtained by Sun Qing and his team in this mission are all in Ting space. Fortunately, other important personal belongings are on them, and the medical supplies are basically all there, so she can support everyone to bandage. All teammates were bandaged, and Sun Qing was almost exhausted. Her own wounds had not been treated yet, and her clothes and flesh were stuck together. In the end, Jiang Xi helped to cut open the clothes, and then cleaned and bandaged them. Sun Qing stuffed a level 6 crystal core into Jiang Xi's hand, and said with heavy eyelids, "Excuse me? Can you help us get some food? Nutrient solution. Anything. If it's not enough, I give it to you when I wake up." After saying this, Sun Qing fell asleep directly. She also knew that she couldn't trust strangers too much in the end times. But there was no other way now. She could only take a gamble. 8 people slept on the floor of the hot pot restaurant for almost a day and a night, and woke up at dusk the next day. Fortunately, no customers came that day. Otherwise, seeing 8 people lying there in a row with blood on their clothes, they would think this was a black shop. The first one to wake up was Su Feng. Seeing the unfamiliar environment around him, Su Feng suddenly became alert. The pain in his body brought him back to reality, and his memory gradually returned. After they ran out of the mall, they encountered a group of zombies again. They fought hard to get away. Finally, when they saw a little light, they relied on willpower to walk over, and then they lost consciousness. At this moment, Xiaoyu came out of the kitchen and met his eyes. Xiaoyu didn't talk to him, but turned and ran away. Su Feng heard Xiaoyu's low voice, as if calling someone. After a while, footsteps sounded again. Su Feng felt his eyes light up, and the light was turned on. Then a beautiful girl came up to him and asked with concern, "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Su Feng propped himself up and sat up. His shirt was taken off, and almost his entire chest was bandaged with gauze. "Where is this?" Su Feng asked. "This is my hot pot restaurant. You all fell in front of my restaurant yesterday. Later, that girl woke up and bandaged you." Su Feng turned his head and saw that Jiang Xi was talking about Sun Qing. Seeing that the rest of his companions were still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. He also knew that the person in front of him was their savior, and thanked him again. Afterwards, the others woke up one after another. After Su Feng and Sun Qing's explanation, they knew where they were, and that they had survived by chance. There was no stickiness on the body, which should have been cleaned. According to Sun Qing, they used a lot of Jiang Xi's water. They didn't expect to meet such a kind person in the end of the world. In the interval between their conversations, a smell of food slowly filled the whole wooden house. Everyone's voices stopped at the same time. After not eating for a day, their stomachs began to protest strongly. Jiang Xi brought out 2 pots, and Xiaoyu followed behind her with plates of meat and potato chips in his hands. "Now that everyone is awake, let's eat something first." After Jiang Xi put the pot in place, he handed everyone a bottle of mineral water. "Everyone, eat as much as you want. I have collected the crystal core, and I will make sure everyone is full." The survivors can see clearly now that what is in front of them is actually a hot pot. The ingredients beside it include not only potatoes, but also meat. Sun Qing took out the crystal core and gave it to Jiang Xi. She never thought that she would eat such a good thing. She thought that having a few bottles of nutrient solution would be great. Everyone sat down at the wooden table in a daze. The ingredients were already in the pot. Jiang Xi asked them to go to the condiment counter to get the seasoning and rice. Jiang Xi served 2 pots for 8 people. 60 plates of meat were served on the table, including 30 plates of pork belly, 30 plates of beef slices, and 10 plates of potato slices. Only 2 level 4 crystal cores, 7 level 3 crystal cores, 9 level 2 crystal cores, and 6 level 1 crystal cores were used here, for a total of 27,960 points. And Sun Qing gave Jiang Xi a level 6 crystal core, for a total of 1 million points, which was enough for them to eat dozens of meals. Jiang Xi decided to let Sun Qing pay for the crystal core again when they settled the bill. The survivors were still completely out of the picture until the meat in the pot changed color. No one knew who started to reach for the chopsticks first. And finally everyone joined in. The taste of the hot pot made them forget their sorrow and pain for a short time, and they just put one bite after another into their mouths. The meat was delicious, and the potatoes were also delicious. Each table added 30 portions of meat and 5 portions of potatoes. A total of 1 level 4 crystal core, 2 level 3 crystal cores, and 5 level 2 crystal cores. After eating these foods, the survivors were completely full, and their exhausted bodies seemed to be re-energized at this moment. Jiang Xi recalculated the price, then returned the level 6 crystal core to Sun Qing, asking her to take out a few lower-level crystal cores. Sun Qing was a little panicked. She originally thought that her level 6 crystal cores would never be enough, and she thought that there was a level 8 crystal core in her bag that could be used to pay for the meal. Unexpectedly, the level 6 crystal core was not used at all, and the highest was the level 4 crystal core. Is it too little? We have used so much water. Otherwise, you should take this level 6 crystal core, Sun Qing said. Jiang Xi waved his hand. The hot pot restaurant I opened is not a black shop. The price is clearly marked. It's what it should be. Jiang Xi asked them to help each say a compliment to the hot pot restaurant. So this task was completed in excess. However, due to the fact that there were too many people in the store, she did not do anything else after receiving the reward. Now that she has completed 2 tasks, the system said it is time to draw and upgrade again. It was already dark, and most of the survivors were injured. It would definitely not be possible for them to leave at this time at great risk. Jiang Xi asked them to stay here for another night. The survivors were already used to the hardness of the wooden floor. It was warm and safe here, with food and drink, much better than other places. Jiang Xi had stayed up most of the night yesterday, and had been looking after the survivors during the day today. Now he was really exhausted. Jiang Xi left a small lamp on for the survivors, and went into the room to rest. Xiaoyu wanted to help Jiang Xi keep watch, but Jiang Xi said no, and told him to go back to sleep. Xiaoyu had no choice but to go back to his utility room. Everyone was very conscious, and even if they were curious, they would not run around, but stayed quietly in their own open space. Jiang Xi fell asleep quickly on the bed, and had no dreams all night. She woke up very early the next day, and after a good sleep, she felt much better. After coming out of the room, she found that the 8 people outside had woken up and were standing in the yard, seemingly wondering why there were no zombies or mutants near the hot pot restaurant. The survivors seemed to be in much better spirits, different from their previous state after being injured. The survivors thought it might be related to the food in the hot pot restaurant. Resting in the hot pot restaurant for 2 days felt better than recuperating in the base for several days. After seeing Jiang Xi, Sun Qing and the others said goodbye and prepared to leave. The gratitude to Jiang Xi could not be expressed in words, and everyone remembered it in their hearts. They had to rush back to the base and report the situation to the base. Bai Tingting might have died in Zhong Tao's hands. The death of a superpower was very important to a base. They also had to inform their teammates and their families of the death of their teammates. Jiang Xi escorted them to the door, waved goodbye, and told them to come back for hot pot when they had time. Shortly after Sun Qing and the others left, Chen Cheng, Su Ling, and the others came back. They were slightly injured, but not seriously, and it seemed that their mission was accomplished. They were also dragging a huge black mutant beast with sharp and curved horns on its head and long hard hair on its body. It looked familiar, but also scary. This is a mutant black bull. Our mission target this time is the horns, hair and skin of the black bull. The bones are also valuable, so we just brought it back as a whole. Seeing that Jiang Xi's eyes were always on the mutant beast, Chen Cheng explained. Jiang Xi nodded. It turned out to be a cow. No wonder it looked familiar. Will you eat this beef? Chen Cheng shook his head. No. The meat of the mutant beast is poisonous and tastes bad. A survivor tried it once because he was so hungry that he couldn't stand it. Even so hungry, he found it difficult to swallow. The most important thing is that after eating the meat of the mutant beast, he died only 3 days later. Jiang Xi subconsciously took a step back and moved further away from the mutant black cow. Chapter 20. Ernia sat at the wooden table, smelling the faint aroma of food in the hot pot restaurant. I miss this taste so much. Captain, hurry up and order the dishes. By the way, there is spicy hot pot. After completing the previous mission, the spicy beef oil hot pot base was unlocked. Jiang Xi went to the kitchen in the morning and found the spicy hot pot base next to the clear soup base. Spicy hot pot base? Is there finally a spicy hot pot base? The survivors' eyes lit up immediately, and they ordered the beef oil hot pot base without hesitation, followed by 40 servings of meat and 5 servings of potato chips. A total of 9 level 3 crystal cores, 7 level 2 crystal cores, and 5 level 1 crystal cores were used. As soon as the spicy hot pot base was put into the pot and mixed with water, the strong spicy smell began to spread in the wooden house. The survivors smelled this smell and instantly felt that all their memories and tastes were back. This smell was more overbearing and rich than the soft clear soup base before, and the nose was full of spicy and butter fragrance. Ernia did not wait for Jiang Xi to come over, but walked over to help bring the pot over, and the others helped to serve the dishes. Since they were already so familiar with each other, they were not restrained in the hot pot restaurant and were self-sufficient. After the pot was ready, they invited Xiaoyu, who was standing beside them, to come and eat together. Xiaoyu waved his hand and said in a low voice, "No need. The boss sister has already given me food just now." After saying that, he lowered his head again, and seemed to be very uncomfortable with contact with strangers. At present, the only person he trusted the most was Jiang Xi. Qin Cheng and the others did not embarrass Xiaoyu. After asking once, they did not ask again. They ate by themselves and gave him enough space. After all, he would leave soon. All the meat and potato slices cooked in the spicy pot have a completely different taste from those cooked in the clear soup pot. The taste is more stimulating, fresh and spicy, and the taste of butter is particularly strong. The survivors' lips were red from the spiciness, but they refused to put down their chopsticks. They just felt that the taste was so delicious that it touched the depths of their souls. After the meal, although the survivors' lips were stinging from the spiciness, they were particularly satisfied. After a short rest, they were ready to go back. They had to replace the mutant black cow with a crystal core. Xiaoyu also had to leave with them. Although he was reluctant and uneasy, he had to adapt himself in order not to cause trouble to Jiang Xi. He didn't have anything to pack. He was alone when he came, but Jiang Xi still gave him a backpack. This bag was found in her closet. The bag contained a few clothes and pants, as well as some potatoes. No need. Xiaoyu was a little helpless carrying the heavy backpack. The things inside seemed particularly valuable in this doomsday. He wanted to give it back to Jiang Xi, but Jiang Xi still stuffed it into his hand without saying anything. "Since you call me sister, I have to take better care of you. My place is too small now, so I can't let you live here all the time. And you have to live with everyone. But you can come anytime you want during the day." Jiang Xi's simple words made Xiaoyu's eyes red. Xiaoyu walked away, looking back every few steps. Jiang Xi stood there, watching them walk a long way before turning back to the wooden house. She was the only one left in the store again, with a quiet gray who had almost no presence, and 3 turtle eggs. Jiang Xi remembered that it would take about 2 months for a normal turtle egg to hatch. But since this was a mutant egg, she didn't know how long it would take. It was detected that there were no humans in the store, and the store began to upgrade. "Please go to the room and wait," the system voice sounded. When Jiang Xi was about to turn around, she saw Hui Hui and walked to it, ready to pick it up. But she didn't expect that the turtle egg box and Hui Hui itself would be so heavy. She was worried for a moment. And at this moment, Hui Hui seemed to notice her troubles, and took the initiative to walk out of the box, and walk towards Jiang Xi's room on his 4 short legs. "It's really a spirit," Jiang Xi exclaimed. "Level 9 mutant beasts are almost like spirits. They can understand human language and sense human emotions," the system explained. Hui Hui walked towards the room, and Jiang Xi followed behind with the cardboard box. After entering the room and closing the door, Jiang Xi placed the cardboard box against the wall, and Hui Hui slowly crawled in, which was particularly worry-free. The moment the door was closed, the lights outside went out. The door was closed, and the upgrade began. "Okay, host. The 4th task has been successfully completed. Please draw your reward now." The system voice sounded again. The big turntable appeared in front of Jiang Xi again. Just like before, there were still 22 green, 12 blue, and 1 orange. But the content inside was different from last time. The system said that the big turntable refreshes every 72 hours. That is, every 3 days. So those who missed it will not come back. "Right?" Jiang Xi asked. She liked the automatic vegetable cutter last time. "There is a chance that it will reappear in the turntable," the system said. Jiang Xi was relieved after hearing this. This time, the orange item is a cleaning robot that can clean the floor, walls, and all visible places. Jiang Xi also likes this home appliance. But she also knows her luck, and presses the button with a glimmer of hope in her heart. The turntable began to rotate, from slow to fast, and then slowed down. The pointer slowly slid and finally stopped at the green option. Jiangxi's heart, which had not yet risen, quickly fell back. She knew it was like this. This time, she drew chili sauce, and her small condiment table had another seasoning. She could only comfort herself that the picture of this chili sauce looked delicious. This upgrade took longer than the last time. Jiangxi watched 2 movies in the room before it ended. When she went out, a wow came out of her mouth involuntarily. The original small wooden house became a brick house of the 1980s and 1990s. The 4 tables in the hall became 8, and the area was much wider. She looked around the house and prepared to go outside the store. Since the store had changed, the outside must be different from the previous hunter's cabin. The door was also changed from a wooden door to a sturdier iron door. Jiangxi opened the door, and the whole hot pot restaurant was activated, and the lights came on again. As soon as the door opened, Jiangxi heard voices. Looking up, he saw many survivors standing outside the hot pot restaurant. "Boss!" A voice in the crowd interrupted their voices, and they all looked over. Jiangxi saw a few familiar faces, but the rest were unfamiliar. Among the crowd was Zhong Xiaofeng, who had been here before. This time, a woman stood next to her. "You finally opened the door." "Boss, when we came here before, there was no sound when we knocked on the door, and the lights were off. We all thought you were closed," a regular customer said in the crowd. "Sorry, the store is under renovation, so we didn't hear any sound." Jiangxi quickly opened the door and let the survivors in. "Renovation? It can be renovated now." The survivors seemed to have heard something incredible. But when they saw the scene inside the hot pot restaurant, they were stunned. It was really renovated, and it was at least twice as big as before. "Hi, boss. I'm here again, and I brought a friend with me. This is Zhong Chu, the base commander of the Crimson Base," Zhong Xiaofeng said. Zhong Chu nodded at Jiangxi, and Jiangxi found that even though Zhong Chu was dressed very simply and smiled very gently, he had the aura of a superior, worthy of being the manager of a base. "Welcome. Come in and sit down first." Jiangxi also smiled at Zhong Chu. In fact, she was still a little confused, not knowing why so many guests suddenly came. On asking, she found out that they all knew about it from friends, relatives, or other survivors in the same base. One person saying it might arouse suspicion, but everyone is saying it, which shows the truth of the matter. "The base commander of our base is discussing buying water. I heard that the Crimson Base bought 100 boxes, which made us jealous," the carefree survivor said. It was difficult for the base leaders to meet each other, let alone ordinary survivors, so they did not recognize that the one with Zhong Xiaofeng was the base leader of the Crimson Base. Zhong Chu just smiled and did not respond. They were very foresight and were the first to establish contact with the hot pot restaurant. "Boss, your decoration is very generous. The area has been expanded so much." Zhong Xiaofeng was shocked while speaking. This was beyond their cognition. "Yes, we will expand later. Otherwise there will be too many people to sit," Jiangxi said. "With so many people like now, it is just enough to sit together. If there are more people, it will not be possible. So expansion is necessary." Zhong Xiaofeng and Zhong Chu looked at each other and became more determined. The hot pot restaurant was noisy. Everyone was very interested in the menu on the blackboard and discussed whether the meat was real beef and pork. "I heard them say it was real and tasted great," one of the survivors said. "I want to eat meat. I haven't eaten meat for almost 10 years. I want to eat potatoes. Potatoes were my favorite before. But unfortunately, they can't be grown after the end of the world." Everyone discussed and wrote down what they wanted to order in their notebooks. The first time survivors ordered more conservatively, usually 20 plates of meat, while regular customers started with 60 plates. The survivors were very happy to see the beef hot pot. Although the clear soup was delicious, the beef hot pot with a more stimulating taste would make the survivors more memorable. So all the 8 tables ordered spicy beef oil pots. And Jiangxi was alone in the kitchen, slashing with her knife until sparks flew out. The pots and ingredients were served on the tables one by one. And when she came out, she found a few more survivors at the door. There were no seats left in the store, so they could only wait at the door. Jiangxi found stools in the warehouse for them to sit on first. Chapter 21. Business is so good. Boss. The survivors waiting outside took the stools and sat at the door, looking eagerly at the survivors who had already eaten. A strong spicy aroma wafted out from the house, making them drool. But there was no way. There was no seat, so they could only stretch their necks and watch others eat. There had never been so many people in the store at once, and Jiang Xi was really a little flustered. After finally serving all the pots and dishes, her clothes on the back were wet. The ingredients rolled in the pot, gradually changing color, and in the bright red chili oil. It was very appetizing. There was a chili sauce in the seasoning, which was made by frying chili peppers after chopped into paste, and then adding some peanuts, sesame salt and other seasonings. It tasted very fragrant and was loved by the survivors. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaofeng called Zhong Chu on the side. Eat it quickly. It tastes so good. There was no spicy pot last time. Seeing her strong recommendation, Zhong Chu nodded and picked up the chopsticks. Zhong Xiaofeng picked up a piece of fat beef for her, and she couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick and put it in her mouth. The fresh, spicy taste was fully displayed in this pot. The survivors who were just talking gradually lost their voices, and finally only the sound of bowls and chopsticks colliding was left. I finally know why you can't forget it after coming here once. Zhong Chu sighed. Since Zhong Xiaofeng came to the hot pot restaurant on behalf of the Crimson Base last time, she has been talking to her. She really couldn't help being talked about, and finally put down the complicated affairs in her hands and followed Zhong Xiaofeng. Yeah, you should come out and relax once in a while, Zhong Xiaofeng said to Zhong Chu. As the two talked and ate hot pot, Zhong Chu really experienced unprecedented relaxation and pleasure. After waiting for an hour, one of the tables finally finished eating. The plates next to them were almost piled up into a small mountain. They ordered 2 more dishes, and finally put down their bowls and chopsticks reluctantly. Seeing this, the survivors outside hurried in to take a seat, because during the hour they were eating, another group of survivors came outside. Perhaps because it was very lively here, and there was no danger around. They came to see what was going on. But as soon as they came, they were controlled by the fragrance in the house. There was no way. The fragrance was too tempting. Brother, where is this place? Why is it so fragrant? Didn't you see the sign? It's a hot pot restaurant. It smells very good. But there are too many people. We have been waiting for almost an hour. The survivor sitting at the door said. Jiang Xi had just cleaned up the table, and the survivor sat down quickly, and then consciously took the notebook to write down what they needed. They had seen others do the whole process, so now they seemed particularly skilled. She worked until the evening before sending all the survivors away. Zhong Chu waited until Jiang Xi finished her work before coming over to talk to her. Thank you for the mineral water provided by the boss. Each bottle is a very high quality water, which solved a big problem for our base. It's okay. No need to be so polite. Jiang Xi waved her hand. She earned the crystal core, and the other party got precious water. It was just a mutually beneficial thing. Several bases that are closer to us also know about this. They have been trying to find out where our water comes from. Should we tell them? Zhong Chu asked. And her question also showed her respect for Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi nodded. Sure. The more people come to buy, the better. I have enough inventory here, and I can introduce more survivors to eat hot pot. Zhong Chu nodded when he heard it, indicating that he understood. Then, seeing the fatigue on Jiang Xi's face, the two left. The store was completely empty. Jiang Xi slowly exhaled and hammered his aching arm. Although he was tired, his income was still considerable, earning a total of 186,820 points. The store's inventory was also used up, and points were deducted to purchase goods. Jiang Xi now had 445,680 points in her account. Converted into Chinese currency, it was more than 400,000. Jiang Xi looked at the number happily. She didn't expect that in less than a month. She had saved so much money. Although she would not take it all out, it made her feel safe. After sitting at the counter for a while, she saw that no one came. So she simply went back to her room to take a shower and change clothes. She had been busy today and had no chance to listen to the system talk about new tasks. New tasks are being issued now. Send out 100 store flyers to unlock egg fried rice. The system voice sounded in her mind. Send flyers? How do I send them? Jiang Xi asked in confusion. The host can leave the hot pot restaurant and go to a human gathering place. or ask survivors to help send them out," the system said. After the system voice fell, a thick stack of paper flyers appeared in front of Jiang Xi. On the front of the flyers was a hot pot, which was very similar to the icon that Jiang Xi had played on her phone before. With a pot and some ingredients, the hot pot was drawn very realistically, as if you could smell the fragrance. On the back is a map of the hot pot restaurant, with very detailed markings, the kind that even a map novice can understand. The title above is that there is a hot pot restaurant that welcomes you. Jiang Xi looked at the stack of flyers and fell into deep thought. The hot pot restaurant has been doing good business recently, so it is not a problem to ask someone to help distribute flyers. But when she heard the system say that she can also go out and spend 100 points at a time to exchange for a protective film for going out, she felt a little itchy. She has been here for almost a month and has not left the hot pot restaurant. Now that the system protection is so strict, it should be okay for her to go out. Just as she was thinking, there was another noise at the door. Jiang Xi looked up and saw a man and a woman coming in from outside. The man was tall and had a sinister face. The woman behind him had messy hair and tattered clothes. She looked not very energetic, as if she had been stimulated by something and her eyes were distracted. Seeing these two people, the alarm in Jiang Xi's heart began to beep again. She didn't know who these two people were, but the alarm meant that they were not good people. The man walked around the room. His eyes looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Jiang Xi. "Is this a hot pot restaurant? Can we still eat? Because there are many people here today. There is still a smell of food in the restaurant." "Sure. What do you want to eat?" Jiang Xi didn't laugh. Nor was he as nervous as he was last time when he heard the alarm. "Let me see." The man walked slowly to the small blackboard and really looked at it seriously. "Are these ingredients available in the store? How did you get them?" The man seemed very curious. "Yes, they are available in the store. If you have thought of it, you can tell me." Jiang Xi didn't answer his other question. But the man didn't get angry either. Instead, he ordered dishes: 1 serving of beef oil soup base, 1 serving of rice, and 50 servings of fat beef slices and pork belly slices. Jiang Xi calculated the price. It would take 2 level 4 crystal cores, 1 level 3 crystal core, and 1 level 2 crystal core. The man didn't seem to expect that he would have to pay the crystal core first and then eat. But after a moment's hesitation, he took out a level 5 crystal core from his pocket. "Is this enough to pay the bill?" Jiang Xi didn't refuse and put the crystal core into his pocket. "It's enough. Just rice for 1 person." When she spoke, she glanced at the woman next to her, and her meaning was very clear. "Yes, just mine alone will do." The man did not hesitate at all, and did not even look at the woman squatting at his feet. Jiang Xi did not know the relationship between the two for the time being, and did not try to find out, but returned to the kitchen. After a while, the sound of cutting vegetables came from the kitchen. The man sat for a while, stood up, and walked towards the kitchen quietly. If you look closely, you can see purple lighting flashing around his fingertips. If Sun Qing was here, she would recognize that this man was Zhong Tao, who had caused them to lose half of their teammates before. And the crazy woman next to him was the space-based superpower by Tingting. Zhong Tao walked to the counter and had a full view of the kitchen. There were indeed a lot of supplies. A bag of potatoes on the ground, and meat that Jiang Xi was cutting. Zhong Tao's eyes revealed a trace of greed and determination. He walked around the hot pot restaurant again, except for the door that couldn't be opened, which he was a little concerned about. There was no one else. The 5 senses of a superpower are sharper than those of an ordinary person, and Zhong Tao can basically be sure that there is no one here. So, he slowly walked towards the kitchen, with a crackling electric ball in his palm. But he did not completely relax his vigilance, and he kept an eye on his surroundings while walking. After all, the person who could open a store here must be extraordinary. Just as he approached the kitchen, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly made his hair stand up. Zhong Tao's face changed slightly, and then he took a few steps back, and quickly returned to his position before Jiang Xi came out. The moment he sat down, he found that his back was wet with clothes, and his face, which was originally pale due to injuries, became even paler at this moment. There must be something high level in this house. Thinking of this, Zhong Tao suddenly felt a bloody taste in his throat. He tried to swallow it and pretended to be calm, but he didn't dare to act rashly again. This was the first time he encountered a place that made him feel his life was in danger. When Jiang Xi came out with the food and the bottom of the pot, he saw Zhong Tao staying in his seat very honestly. Jiang Xi's alarm was also quieter. She didn't know what was going on. She was a little confused. But she still didn't let down her guard. Zhong Tao had been eating hard. After he finished, he was ready to leave. The woman who had been squatting at his feet also stood up and stumbled behind him. Not eating anymore? There's still food. Jiang Xi was a little confused. Why didn't this play according to the routine? She was already alert with all her heart and soul. But the other party didn't seem to be ready to make any moves. Chapter 22. No more eating. Zhong Tao glanced at her. His smile gone. His eyes alert. Zhong Tao walked very fast, not caring whether Bai Tingting could keep up with him. Not long after he walked out, Jiang Xi was about to go out to take a look when he heard the sound of fighting. The people fighting with Zhong Tao were the Song Jinchuan team that had been in the store before. When the two sides met, they were like ignited bombs, and the battle was about to break out. This was the first time Jiang Xi saw a fight between superpowers. The orange flames and purple lightning kept colliding in the air. Jiang Xi could even feel a heat wave standing here. Soon, the purple lightning was completely suppressed. In the end, only orange flames remained in the air. The flames burned so big that they almost dyed half of the sky red. Not long after, the battle ended. It was obvious that Song Jinchuan and his team won. This time, Zhong Tao did not escape by luck and died in Song Jinchuan's hands. When Jiang Xi went out, he saw the crazy woman who should have been caught by Zhong Tao as a shield. At this time, there was a big hole in her chest, and she was already dead. And Zhong Tao fell not far away, covered in blood, with his eyes wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. When Song Jinchuan and the others approached, Jiang Xi realized that this person was the Zhong Tao they mentioned. He had committed many evil deeds, and was the nightmare and public enemy of many survivors. He was said to be the head of a base. But he only had this crazy woman by his side until his death. Jiang Xi connected what Sun Qing and the others said before. And the identity of the woman was easy to guess. It was Bai Tingting, the space ability user. Did he come to the store to eat just now? Song Jinchuan deduced from the direction Zhong Tao walked, and the smell of food that had not yet dissipated in the store. Jiang Xi nodded, yes. He just finished eating and walked out. It turns out that he is Zhong Tao. Looking at the unscathed Jiang Xi and the hot pot restaurant that was not damaged at all, everyone felt incredible. After all, that was Zhong Tao. Seeing a store with so many supplies, he didn't rob it? But the reality is that not only did he not rob, he also ate the food and left honestly. There is only one possibility for this situation. There is a more terrifying existence in this room than Zhong Tao. Song Jinchuan's eyes fell on Jiang Xi, and he still felt it was strange that a girl who looked weak and beautiful could shock such a villain. It's a pity for that girl. Zhong Tao's actions were too fast, and I couldn't stop him. A curly-haired young man standing next to Song Jinchuan said, It's not a pity. I've disliked her for a long time. One of the survivors obviously knew Bai Tingting and told her everything she had done. Bai Tingting killed many people because of her hypocrisy. Not long ago, half of Sun Qing's teammates died because of her. Now no one will feel sorry for her death. It's her own fault. Bai Tingting was a space-based psychic. After her death, the things stored in her space exploded all over the ground. The nutrient solution, some mutant beast corpses, and the remaining water were scattered around Bai Tingting's body. These supplies were collected by the survivors of Song Jinchuan team. They wanted to leave some for Jiang Xi, but Jiang Xi refused. They were just passing by. But since they entered the hot pot restaurant, they decided to eat something before leaving. Jiang Xi heard them talking about the location of this mission at the dinner table. It seemed that it was still a certain distance away from this city. There was an 8th level zombie king there. It was originally quite peaceful, but for some reason, it has frequently caused riots recently, and the surrounding bases have suffered. This time, they went there not only to deal with this zombie, but also to see if there were any survivors. When talking about business, the expressions of several people became very serious. They all knew how difficult this mission was. However, after the ingredients were served, everyone temporarily forgot about the mission and ate with big mouthfuls. After eating once, they had no resistance to the food in the hot pot restaurant. For this meal, the survivors of the Cheetah Squad spent a total of 8 level 4 crystal cores and 3 level 3 crystal cores. A total of 84,000 points. Jiang Xi watched them leave and stepped into the night. The business of the day finally came to an end. After closing the door, washing up and lying in bed, Jiang Xi fell asleep almost in the blink of an eye. The next day, Jiang Xi slept in for a rare night. After a good sleep, she was in a particularly good mood and full of energy. She was going to go out to distribute flyers today, and she had hung a sign at the door early to announce that the business was temporarily suspended. The system supported her mission to go out, and also gave her a vehicle for free. Just as Jiang Xi was looking forward to it, a particularly small folding electric car suddenly appeared in front of her. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. She thought it was at least a small car with shelters on all sides, but she didn't expect it to be so down to earth. Host, don't underestimate this car. It is powered by crystal energy and has a top speed that can exceed that of a small car. It also has a navigation function. The system seemed to see Jiang Xi's speechlessness and explained. Jiang Xi nodded and put on a small backpack. In fact, all her things were stored in the necklace around her neck. This was also the space that the system promised to give her. She originally planned to use it to pack her luggage when she returned to the real world. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy now. Jiang Xi selected a lot of easy-to-carry dry food and lunch boxes from the icon of the store owner's ordering, and also filled a lot of mineral water. Just as Jiang Xi was about to leave, Hui, who had been staying in the box, came out of the box at some point, walked to Jiang Xi, and gently bit her trouser leg. Jiang Xi looked at it in confusion. What's wrong? Hui looked up at her, then looked outside the house. Do you want to go out with me? Jiang Xi suddenly understood what Hui meant. Hui's head shook up and down twice, and actually nodded at her. Jiang Xi was surprised by such a humane scene, and then hesitated. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke in her mind. The host can actually bring a level 9 giant turtle, which can scare away many low-level zombies and mutant beasts. And safety is more guaranteed. Okay, I take you with me. Jiang Xi finally nodded. It must be said that the system touched her heart. She picked up Hui and put him in the basket in front of the electric car. The basket was not a traditional hard basket. It had a certain degree of stretchability and was of good quality. It could hold Hui, only his head was exposed, and it was turning slowly, as if looking around. After closing the door of the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Xi put on his backpack and sat on the electric car. Before leaving, Jiang Xi looked back. This slightly simple house had always brought her an infinite sense of security. At this moment, she was curious about the new world, but also a little uneasy. Although she had spent points to exchange for the protective film, she was about to go to a completely unfamiliar and dangerous world, and no one knew what she would encounter. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. His eyes gradually became firm, and then he turned the throttle of the battery car. After a small roar, the car took Jiang Xi away from the hot pot restaurant smoothly. Jiang Xi had already entered the destination before leaving. Her first destination was the Crimson Base, which was the only base she had traded with so far. She had heard Zhou Lin and Zhong Xiufeng talk about it many times, and she had always been curious. The electric car started on the road. When she came out of the hot pot restaurant and faced the world, Jiang Xi felt more clearly the disaster that the end of the world had brought to the world. Turning into the city, there were still high-rise buildings around, but they were dilapidated and gray, with cracked and tilted walls, and some had even collapsed, turning into rubble all over the ground. Jiang Xi's electric car could accurately help her avoid the gaps on the ground, rubble and oncoming zombies, when she was not paying attention. This was the first time she had seen zombies so close. Compared to the shock of their appearance, the stench was unbearable. However, because of Hui and the protective film on his body, these zombies did not actively attack and seemed to want to avoid them. Not long after walking, Jiang Xi saw a black snake entrenched in the middle of the road. It was exactly the same as the one she saw in the hot pot restaurant before. She couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. Before, the snake was afraid of Hui's pressure and avoided it. She took the initiative to take Hui to avoid this section of the road. The car traveled through the city. Although it occasionally took a detour, it still moved smoothly and steadily towards the destination. Along the way, thanks to the ash in the basket, she did not see any mutants or zombies. Jiang Xi gradually relaxed from her initial vigilance. She felt quite comfortable sitting on the electric scooter with the breeze brushing her cheeks. The sunlight shone on the surrounding buildings, with a strange sense of broken beauty. On the way, Jiang Xiai stopped to eat a box lunch. Time stopped in the space, so the meal was still hot. After eating, she got back on the road. After the electric scooter had been driving for several hours, Jiang Xiai finally saw the gate of the Crimson Base. Just as she had imagined, the gate of the base and the outer wall were built high and large. She stood outside the gate and could feel a sense of oppression coming towards her. A special checkpoint was set up at the gate, and the inspection was very strict. Originally, the new survivors had to wait in the isolation room for 24 hours before leaving. But Jiang Xiai reported Zhong Xiaofeng's name. The survivors who were checking at the gate did not dare to make a decision at will, and directly asked someone to find Zhong Xiaofeng. They didn't expect Zhong Xiaofeng to come to greet Jiang Xiai in person. Zhong Xiaofeng's status in the base is second only to Zhong Chu. She looks like she loves to smile, but in fact, she acts decisively and neatly. She doesn't trust anyone except the companions who have followed her through life and death. Boss Jiang? You are really here. Come in quickly. Boss Jiang is a noble person in our base. I will let you in directly when I see you in the future. After Zhong Xiaofeng exchanged greetings with Jiang Xiai, she turned around and said something to the checkpoint at the door. After the checkpoint responded with a yes, he still looked at Jiang Xiai quietly with a strange look. Chapter 23. The base is very large, and it looks like a complete small town. What you see are neatly arranged houses, including bungalows, small two-story houses, and small villas, evenly distributed everywhere. The survivors are doing their own jobs. Some are in a hurry, and some are leisurely. It must be said that humans are really amazing to be able to build such a base. Along the way, Zhong Xiaofeng was introducing the entire Crimson Base to Jiang Xiai. Where is the residential area? Where is the market? And the mission hall? Etc. All kinds of functions have been connected and perfected. Jiang Xiai stood on a high place and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. She was now in Zhong Xiaofeng's own residence, which was also the place where the fiery team usually held meetings. This was the third floor, Zhong Xiaofeng's private bedroom. The second floor was connected to form a training room, and the first floor was the hall and kitchen. The base commander is not in the base now, and will not be back until tomorrow. Zhong Xiaofeng guessed in her heart why Jiang Xiai came. No, I'm just here to distribute flyers. Jiang Xiai didn't hide it, and took out a thick stack of flyers from his backpack. It's a good opportunity to go out for a walk. In the entire apocalypse, Jiang Xiai is probably the only one who makes going out as easy as taking a walk. Zhong Xiaofeng took the flyer from Jiang Xi's hand and took a look at it, and immediately said, "It's simple. I have someone help you distribute it. If you want to go to other bases to distribute it, I can also take you there. No need. Just stay at the Crimson Base, and go to other bases next time." Jiang Xiai said, "There is a long time to come, and the hot pot restaurant also needs people, and she will go to other bases next time there is a mission." Zhong Xiaofeng nodded, then asked Jiang Xiai to sit for a while, and then went out and took the flyer from Jiang Xi's hand out. When she came back, the flyers had disappeared. "I asked someone to help distribute them. Are you hungry? I go get some nutrient solution for you to try?" Zhong Xiaofeng said as she was about to go out. "I go with you." Jiang Xiai also stood up and followed Zhong Xiaofeng out of the villa gate. The survivors were a little curious about Jiang Xiai, and some survivors who had been to the hot pot restaurant recognized her and greeted her excitedly. Jiang Xiai turned around and saw Zhou Lin, Su Yan and Gu Qi. They were coming from the direction of the gate and should have just returned from outside. "Boss, why are you here at our base? Are we opening the store today?" The three of them were obviously very happy. Seeing them, Jiang Xiai also smiled. After all, they were the first customers in the store and had been here several times. They were very familiar with each other. Seeing them was quite friendly. "I came here to promote the hot pot restaurant," Jiang Xiai explained briefly. "Why do you have to come here in person? If we just say it verbally, I don't know how many people will rush to go." Zhou Lin said that he had really thought about promoting Jiang Xiai before, but he didn't know if Jiang Xiai was willing, so he didn't take action for the time being. And then he was tripped by the task. "Nothing. Just came to see you," Jiang Xiai said. But he thought to himself that there was no other way. He had to comply with the system task. Yes, it must be boring to stay in the hot pot restaurant every day. Let's have fun in the base for 2 days. We will go to hand in the task, and then come to play with you," Zhou Lin said without waiting for Jiang Xi to answer, and hurried away with the other two. They were carrying several large backpacks behind them, which were bulging and looked like they were filled with the items needed for the task. "Why are you so bluffing all day?" Zhong Xiaofeng said with a smile. "Let's go to the cafeteria first." Zhong Xiaofeng was talking to Jiang Xi all the way. Her words were intimate but not flattering. Jiang Xi liked talking to her. Although it was a cafeteria, it was not very large, with only 3 windows. Before, each window sold nutrient solution, but now it also sold mineral water bought from Jiang Xi. 1 level 3 crystal core per bottle. Fortunately, it was not too expensive. I put some in the cafeteria, and each person was limited to 1 bottle. The sales were very good. I guess I will have to go to your store to buy more soon, Zhong Xiaofeng said. Regarding the price increase, Zhong Xiaofeng was frank. Zhong Chu was running an entire base, not doing charity. He needed crystal cores to maintain the operation of the base, and the price they increased was not excessive. Nutrient solution also has expensive and cheap ones. Expensive nutrient solution has different flavors. Jiang Xi saw apple flavor, banana flavor and rose flavor, while the cheap one has only 1 flavor. Seeing that Jiang Xi was curious, Zhong Xiaofeng bought her a bottle of each flavor. The nutrient solution was in a small glass bottle. It looked sticky and thick. Different flavors would also add corresponding colors. Jiang Xi couldn't imagine what it tasted like. After receiving the apple-flavored nutrient solution, she first put it close to her nose and sniffed it. There was no strange smell. After the system confirmed that it had no effect on her body, she put the glass bottle to her mouth and took a sip. As soon as the nutrient solution entered her mouth, Jiang Xi's face wrinkled. How to say it? This apple-flavored nutrient solution has nothing to do with apples. It tastes like thick phlegm or big snot. Jiang Xi didn't know how to describe it. She only knew that it was too hard to drink, and there was an unknown fragrance, as if it was mixed with some inappropriate perfume. Seeing Jiang Xi's delicate face wrinkled, Zhong Xiaofeng smiled and opened a bottle of rose-flavored liquid and drank it in 1 gulp. This was her favorite flavor in the past, but perhaps because they had eaten the hot pot with fresh ingredients and delicious taste, the nutrient solution that they were used to drinking became unpalatable now. Jiang Xi put the lid back on the nutrient solution after taking a sip. As a person from another world with a normal diet, she really couldn't accept this strange taste calmly. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaofeng took the bottle of nutrient solution directly from her hand. If you are not used to it, forget it. Don't force yourself. I keep it for midnight snack. I drank that. Jiang Xi was a little embarrassed. What's the big deal? Who cares about these things at this time? Zhong Xiaofeng waved her hand, not caring at all. After leaving the cafeteria, Zhong Xiaofeng took Jiang Xi to the mission hall not far away. The mission hall is a 2-story building with 2 areas for receiving and delivering missions. There are many people here. Jiang Xi also saw Zhou Lin and the other 2 in the crowd. Jiang Xi also went to the area where he received the missions. There was a huge whiteboard over there with rows of locations and mission contents written on it. There is also a hand-drawn map next to it. It is much rougher than the map given to Jiang Xi by the system, but it can be vaguely seen that it is a map of this world. When someone accepts a task, the content of the task will be erased and filled with new content. There are official tasks issued by the base, and there are private tasks. Private tasks will be marked. The survivors gathered in front of the whiteboard and discussed with their teammates what kind of tasks they were going to take. The rewards for the tasks are also varied, including crystal cores, food, medical supplies, etc. Jiang Xi saw everything new, his eyes full of curiosity. The survivors on the delivery mission side looked much more embarrassed, more or less injured, but their expressions were obviously much more relaxed. After Zhou Lin and the other 2 completed the mission, they also joined them. The 4 of them took Jiang Xi around the base. The mission was completed early. It was not until the evening that Jiang Xi said goodbye to them and prepared to go back to the hot pot restaurant. Zhong Xiaofeng wanted to keep her for another night, but Jiang Xi refused. She had played enough. Since the mission was completed, she should go back. It was more stable to make money. Zhong Xiaofeng, Zhou Lin, and the other 2 escorted Jiang Xi to the gate. They watched her take out a folding electric bike from her backpack, waved at them, and rode away neatly on the electric donkey. Zhou Lin and the other 2 took a long time to come back to their senses. Sister Zhong, Who do you think the boss is? How come he is like Doraemon? With all kinds of strange things. In fact, Zhong Xiaofeng was also very curious about this question. But she just waved her hand. Don't ask. Remember not to offend people. Just try to win him over. You never know. You may be able to buy other things from Boss Jiang in the future. Jiang Xi completed the task, went out to play for another day, and walked towards the hot pot restaurant with satisfaction. At the same time, at the Black Hawk base on the other side of the city, the news of Zhong Tao's death quickly spread throughout the base today. Because Zhong Tao had been away from the base for many days, and there was no news. Zhong Tao's brother Zhong Hai was currently temporarily taking over the position of base chief. When Zhong Hai learned that Zhong Tao had died in front of a hot pot restaurant, his mind instantly turned. In fact, Zhong Tao's death was a good thing for Zhong Hai. Everyone wanted to be the base chief. If it weren't for Zhong Tao's superior strength and extreme personality, Zhong Hai would not be willing to be inferior to others. Now that Zhong Tao is dead, it's finally time for him, Zhong Hai, to come forward. However, he still looked angry and sad, and was ready to gather the survivors to go to the hot pot restaurant to avenge Zhong Tao. On the surface, it was revenge, but in fact, someone had already told Zhong Tao in private that the hot pot in that hot pot restaurant was delicious and the ingredients were fresh. Since there were so many supplies, he would have more say in the Black Hawk base if he took them. While Zhong Hai was calculating, Jiang Xi finally arrived at the hot pot restaurant after nightfall. Looking at this house with white walls and green windows, Jiang Xi felt a sense of belonging in his heart. He was finally back. After opening the door, the room was no different from when she left. After putting her things away, Jiang Xi opened the door of the hot pot restaurant. It was still early, less than 8 o'clock, and someone might come to eat hot pot. So she didn't go back to the room and stayed at the counter. Jiang Xi opened the task panel and found that the task of sending out 100 flyers had been completed. Jiang Xi also received the task reward. Egg fried rice. Egg fried rice costs 1 second-level crystal core per pot. According to the amount given by the system, 1 pot must be a lot. This task should be the fastest one to complete, and she doesn't have to do it herself. Just when Jiang Xi was happy, the system released Jiang Xi's 6th task, which was to receive 10 big eaters in the store, with a minimum consumption of 5 4th-level crystal cores per person to unlock the vegetable platter. Chapter 24. Jiang Xi calculated that one person would have to consume 5 level 4 crystal cores, which is 50,000 points, 250 meat dishes, 1,000 vegetarian dishes, not counting rice and soup base. Her smile froze on her face. Is there really such a big eater? What if several people come to eat? Jiang Xi asked. As long as the average consumption of one person is 50,000 points, it will be counted. The conditions given by the system are still relatively loose. But Jiang Xi still thinks this number is scary. Just as Jiang Xi was talking to the system, a survivor walked in from outside. When he stood at the door, he paused and then stepped in. I passed by during the day and knocked on the door, but no one answered. I thought it was an abandoned house, but I didn't expect it to be open. The survivor was wearing a hat and mask. After taking it off, Jiang Xi found that there was a woman in front of him. A woman with short hair and a heroic face. I went out for something during the day. Jiang Xi explained simply. What would you like to eat? Here is the price list. Take a look yourself. The woman nodded. Her eyes fell on the small blackboard. The dishes on it were unheard of after the apocalypse. The woman frowned slightly. Could it be a black shop? She glanced at Jiang Xi again. The other party did not look like a bad guy, and the warm yellow light here made people subconsciously relax. And today she met another wave of survivors waiting for the store to open. It was said that they were regular customers. They had eaten here several times. The taste, described as heavenly and earthless, made many people present say they were hungry. The woman stood up and took a look at the condiment table. Although she hadn't smelled it for many years, it was indeed soy sauce, vinegar and chili sauce. She sat back in her seat and ordered a spicy hot pot, a bowl of egg fried rice, 10 plates of beef, and 10 plates of potato chips for herself. The woman remained vigilant and didn't order too much to test the waters first. Jiang Xi counted and found a total of 5 third-level crystal cores and 6 second-level crystal cores. Jiang Xi went to the kitchen to prepare the food, and the woman sat at the table waiting. After a while, The aroma came, and the woman's stomach couldn't help but make a gurgling sound. She swallowed her saliva, and a rare look of anticipation appeared in her cold eyes. After the pot and ingredients were taken out, Jiang Xi began to prepare fried rice with eggs. The seasonings for fried rice were all there, and Jiang Xi needed to fry it himself. Fortunately, the dosage of the seasonings had been prepared by the system. Otherwise, according to Jiang Xi, a kitchen novice, the food he made would definitely scare away the customers. When he took the fried rice out, Jiang Xi found that all the food he had taken out before had been put into the pot, and the woman was eating it with chili sauce. The woman ate very quickly, but she didn't eat like a wolf. Instead, she ate with a sense of satisfaction. A serving of fried rice was indeed very filling. If it were in Jiang Xi's world, it would probably be enough for 5 or 6 people. The fried rice smelled very good. There were a lot of eggs in it, and there were also chives to enhance the flavor. The smell made people very hungry. The woman ate all the dishes and a large bowl of rice silently and quickly, and her eyes fell on Jiang Xi. "Have you finished eating?" Jiang Xi noticed the woman's eyes and turned to look at her. The woman shook her head, her eyes more sincere than before. "I want more dishes." Under Jiang Xi's expectant gaze, the woman ordered 50 plates of beef, 30 plates of pork belly, and a pot of egg fried rice. Jiang Xi wrote down the dishes she wanted, asked her to wait, and then turned to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. While Jiang Xi was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, he calculated the points he earned this time. There were 2 level 4 crystal cores, 1 level 3 crystal core, and 7 level 2 crystal cores, a total of 21,700 points. And he still needed 28,300 points. Jiang Xi sighed when he came to this point. Sure enough, this task was not easy to complete. The dishes were slowly served, and the woman ate heartily, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. After finishing all the dishes she had just ordered, the woman asked for another 20 bottles of mineral water and stuffed them all into her backpack. However, Jiang Xi looked at this backpack and felt it was weird. No matter how many bottles of water were stuffed into it, it still looked the same size and did not deform at all. "I am a space ability user." Seeing Jiang Xi's curious gaze towards her backpack, the woman did not hide it and openly told her about her special ability. Jiang Xi nodded in understanding. The backpack was probably a prop used to cover up the space. "Can I pack it?" After packing her backpack and looking at the hot pot with half of the soup base left in front of her, the woman said again, "I'm going to a far place this time, and I may not be able to come to this city for a while." "That's great." Jiang Xi nodded hurriedly and asked the woman how much she needed. 100 portions of beef slices, 100 portions of pork belly, 50 portions of potato slices, and 50 portions of egg fried rice. After saying that, the woman paused. "Is it too much?" "No." Jiang Xi gritted her teeth and replied. She had calculated that with these, this meal would earn a total of 66,700 points. Even if this 1/10 of the task was completed, it was still worth the effort. However, the effort Jiang Xi imagined made her almost unable to lift her hands in the end. She cut 200 portions of meat and fried 50 portions of egg fried rice. No one knew where the woman got so many boxes in her space. Anyway, she put all the fried rice into her space. The raw meat and potato slices were cooked in the hot pot before being put into the space. The remaining soup was poured on the meat slices. In fact, Jiang Xi, who had a little obsessive-compulsive disorder, was very happy to see the woman hoarding food box by box. After the woman put all the food into her space, she walked into the night without looking back, leaving only her name Lin Fei and a wave with her back to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi just chatted with Lin Fei for a few words. He admired her very much and thought that she was particularly handsome for a girl to travel alone with a big bag in the end times. Watching Lin Fei's back gradually disappear, Jiang Xi also returned to the hot pot restaurant. She looked at the time, and it was almost 1 o'clock. Jiang Xi closed the door of the hot pot restaurant and went back to the room to wash up and prepare for rest. The previous upgrade made her bedroom a little larger, but it was still warm and comfortable according to her preferences. Jiang Xi changed into pajamas and fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. She had several nonsensical dreams at night, and the town in her hometown appeared most often in her dreams. Jiang Xi found that she was a little homesick. She got up in the morning, estimated the time, and called Jiang Mother. Hearing the familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Jiang Xi's nose was slightly sour. But Jiang mother was obviously confused. What's wrong? Baby, didn't you call last night? Jiang Xi came back to his senses and realized that a month here is only a day in the real world. For Jiang mother, it was indeed last night that they talked on the phone. Jiang Xi quickly found a topic to evade the question. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her parents, she hung up the phone on the pretext of going to work. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xi sighed deeply. The busyness here really made her forget the time. Today, it was drizzling outside again, and the wind blew with a bitter taste. However, the rain did not dampen the enthusiasm of the survivors to eat hot pot. Most of the people who came to the store today were those who had distributed flyers at the Scarlet Base before, and some survivors who happened to pass by. The business in the store suddenly became better. From 1 or 2 tables a day or 1 or 2 tables every few days to now. The 8 tables and chairs in the store are full, and there are several waves of survivors waiting in the courtyard outside the door. Jiang Xi has been cutting vegetables and meat in the kitchen today. When she had time to come out to take a look, she found that the heads of 3 bases came to buy mineral water, while the survivors were still eating. Jiang Xi asked about the quantity that the 3 bases needed to buy. Perhaps they had inquired about the procedures at the Crimson Base, so they drove several large trucks directly here. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Jiang Xi shook off the remaining water drops on his hands and said to the survivors in front of him, "It won't be long. Boss Jiang, please go ahead and do your work. It's okay for us to wait a little longer." The speaker was the deputy base commander of the Red Sun base. He brought 8 survivors here and drove 2 large trucks. It seemed that the quantity to be purchased was not small. Now you can rest for a while. Tell me the quantity you need so that I can prepare it later, Jiang Xi said. But you have to come one by one. Otherwise this place is too small to accommodate them. Okay. Of course. The deputy base commander of the Red Sun base said hurriedly. In the crowd, a man sneered disdainfully. She was just a little girl. She looked so weak that she could be blown down by a gust of wind. Why should he be so polite to her? Jiang Xi heard the voice and looked up, and saw a young man standing behind the crowd, with a woman beside him. He came out to help the base with a woman, and he looked so sloppy. He was not a serious person at first glance. Jiang Xi was not without temper, and seeing this, he did not want to pay attention to him. He turned around and continued to talk to Sun Yong, the deputy base commander of the Red Sun base. Brother Sun, you start first, Jiang Xi said to the person in front of him. Sun Yong felt relieved. Generally, people who have such supplies are arrogant. Who would talk to you so politely? No matter you are the base commander or the deputy base commander, you have to say nice things to get the crystal core. To be honest, he was worried about himself before coming here. He might have to act like a grandson this time. But he did not expect it to be such a spring breeze. The hot pot restaurant was indeed very busy, but they were taken care of very well. Not only were there stools to sit on, but there was also warm water. Boss Jiang, just call me Xiao Sun, Sun Yong said with a smile. Jiang Xi looked at the big man in front of him, who was half a body taller than him, and couldn't call him Xiao Sun. So he changed the subject neatly. So, how much mineral water does your base need? We discussed it, and wanted to buy 10,000 boxes first. Sun Yong said this number carefully, and he was still a little nervous. After all, the Crimson Base only bought 500 boxes. Can the hot pot restaurant take out 10,000 boxes? Chapter 25. 10,000 boxes is not a problem for Jiang Xi. The problem is where to put them. Host. A warehouse is detected near the hot pot restaurant. You can spend 10,000 points to turn it into the host's warehouse. In the future, such transactions can be carried out in the warehouse. The system suddenly spoke. Jiang Xi nodded. That's the only way. Exchange it. After deducting Jiang Xi's 10,000 points, Jiang Xi also had some more information about the warehouse in his mind and knew the specific address. Seeing that the survivors in the hot pot restaurant were still eating, Jiang Xi asked Sun Yong and the others to wait for a while, and she went to the warehouse assigned to her by the system. The warehouse was indeed not far away, and it only took a few minutes to get there. It looked like it had been cleaned up, and there was nothing in it. Jiang Xi exchanged 10,000 boxes of mineral water from the mall, and instantly filled a corner of the warehouse. It seemed that this place was really big, and it should be able to hold more. The system told Jiang Xi that the warehouse could set the number of items to be taken each time, and those exceeding the number could not be taken out of the warehouse. And it could also be controlled remotely on Jiangxi's personal panel, so that he didn't have to guard it in person every time. This is so convenient. The 10,000 points are worth spending. Thinking that there will be survivors who will buy water later, Jiangxi took out another 50,000 boxes of mineral water and placed them in the warehouse. Looking at the mineral water piled up in the warehouse, Jiangxi clapped his hands in satisfaction, then turned and left. The warehouse door is unlocked by Jiangxi's face or unlocked remotely on the personal panel, and there is no need to worry about people picking the lock. The warehouse after the system transformation is as solid as the hot pot restaurant. After returning to the hot pot restaurant, a survivor in the room just finished eating. Jiangxi went forward to clean the table and took the dishes and pots to the dishwasher in the kitchen. The survivors who were queuing outside saw that there was an empty table and hurried into the house to take a seat. Except for the young survivor, who was a little bit whiny. The other survivors were very patient and waited for Jiangxi to finish his work. Boss Jiang, do you need help? Our base can always let survivors come to help the store for free. Sun Yong saw that Jiangxi had finished his work and hurried forward to say. Jiangxi waved his hand. No. Thank you for your kindness. I can handle it myself. Sun Yong felt a little sorry when he saw this. This was one of the ways to quickly bring the base and the hot pot restaurant closer together. However, he did not continue the topic after Jiangxi refused. I have prepared 10,000 boxes of mineral water. They are in the warehouse over there. You can go there with your people. There is a timer at the door. Just move the goods according to the quantity you purchased. Jiangxi said. After Sun Yong and his team agreed and handed over 2 level 7 crystal cores. They took the survivors in the base to the warehouse that Jiangxi pointed out to them. Jiangxi went into the kitchen and continued to chop vegetables. In fact, she couldn't calm down. After all, it was the first time she received a level 7 crystal core, which was worth tens of millions of points. Did she suddenly become a multimillionaire? By the way, system, can these points be counted towards the mission? There are 9 of them in total, and each person has spent more than 2 million on average. Compared to the points in the mission, it is already much higher. Jiangxi waited for the system answer with anticipation. After all, there were only a few survivors who spent tens of thousands of points like Lin Fei did yesterday. Today, so many tables were received, but no table reached the target. The system seemed to think for a while before speaking. Sorry. Host, this cannot be counted as mission points. You must eat hot pot to be considered a big eater. Jiangxi sighed. This result seemed to be expected. On the other side, Sun Yong took the survivors to the warehouse. The warehouse door slowly opened under Jiangxi's remote control. Seeing so much mineral water piled up in the warehouse, Sun Yong and his team were very happy and quickly called on the survivors to start moving. We will move as much as we buy. We must not let down Boss Jiang trust. After all, they still have to cooperate with the hot pot restaurant, and it is not worth it to be greedy for a little profit. Although Sun Yong is the deputy base commander of the base, he is flexible and has a clear mind. Just as they were moving the goods, Li Chang, the male survivor who had been hugging a young woman, walked in from the door. Seeing the water in the room, greed appeared in his eyes. If he took it out and sold it at a higher price, he would definitely make a lot of money. Originally, it was not Li Chang's turn to buy water this time. The base assigned a very capable survivor from the logistics department. But Li Chang had an uncle who was the base commander, so he quietly took over the task. In addition to wanting to make some achievements, Li Chang also wanted to make some money. But he was used to being praised in the base, so his brain was not very good after he came out. This time, he was destined to achieve nothing. But Li Chang didn't know this now. He was still looking at the mineral water in the warehouse, imagining where he would use the crystal core if he earned it. Sun Yong looked at him warily. If he remembered correctly, this man had a bad attitude towards Boss Jiang just now, and he didn't know what to do now. What are you looking at? I just handed in the crystal core and came here to carry water. Li Chang's tone was very aggressive. As he said that, he waved to the survivors behind him and asked them to come in and carry things. A few survivors looked at each other. How did they remember that Li Chang didn't give them the crystal core? Was he preparing to buy it for free? But the task from the base was obviously to let them build a good relationship with the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Although a few people were hesitant, the people he brought with him were also Li Chang's own lackeys. who hurriedly responded and ran to the warehouse to prepare to carry mineral water. As Li Chong watched his lackeys carrying large boxes of mineral water and preparing to leave, he sneered at Jiang Xi in his heart. He was really stupid and had no defense at all. So many supplies deserved to be stolen. Sun Yong noticed something was wrong, whispered to the survivors under his command, and prepared to go out and tell Jiang Xi about the situation here. But the next second, there was a bang, and a survivor who was carrying mineral water to the gate fell straight down. Sun Yong was startled, and saw the survivor foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes, as if he had lost consciousness. What happened? Li Chong pushed the woman in his arms away and took out his gun. Who of you did it? The people around looked at each other. Everything happened too fast, and they couldn't see who did it. Both sides drew their guns and confronted each other. Just when the situation was tense, another survivor who was holding water and preparing to go out fell to the ground, with the same symptoms as the previous person. Now, all the survivors present saw it, and no one took action. It was as if they were attacked out of thin air. Sun Yong suddenly remembered what Jiang Xi said before, that there was a timer at the door, and only the amount they bought was moved. He suddenly understood a little. No wonder Boss Jiang allowed them to enter and exit this warehouse with so many supplies at will, and let them move by themselves. It turned out that the crystal cores that were not given and the extra water could not be moved out of this room. Li Chong and others were obviously scared. In a string of curses, they obviously figured out the key, and quickly led people to leave this weird warehouse. They wanted to go to Jiang Xi to hand in the crystal core, but were told that they were blacklisted and could no longer trade with the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi was reminded by the system that someone was causing trouble, but was also told not to worry about it, as the warehouse's security system would handle it. So Jiang Xi watched this trouble remotely. In fact, it was not really a trouble, as it did not even start, and was perfectly resolved by the warehouse. But this group of people were obviously pulled into the category of those who could not cooperate by Jiang Xi, especially Li Chong, who seemed to have left without a brain. The survivors who followed Li Chong all had a glimmer of despair in their eyes. Now, this line that originally brought them hope was completely destroyed by Li Chong. In the end, Li Chong and his group could only leave in disgrace under the gazes of other survivors, who looked at them like fools. Sun Yong also successfully loaded 10,000 boxes of mineral water. Seeing that the survivors were sweating profusely, he opened the boxes and handed them bottles one by one, asking them to drink some water. After moving the goods, Sun Yong did not leave immediately, but returned to the hot pot restaurant and had a hot pot meal with the survivors. Seeing that Jiang Xi was busy, they only said a few words of thanks on behalf of the base and drove away. They always feel uneasy when several trucks with 10,000 boxes of water are left outside. The survivors of the remaining base did not have such a big truck, so they only bought 5,000 boxes and gave Jiang Xi a level 7 crystal core in total. Jiang Xi received another 10 million. The survivors of this base had seen Li Chong and his men being smart, and they had no evil intentions in the first place. And now they are even more honest. After moving the amount they bought, they said hello to Jiang Xi and left in a hurry. It was a busy day today, and the income was very considerable. But Jiang Xi only completed 3/10 of the task. Only 3 people reached the consumption standard of 50,000 points. But Jiang Xi didn't care much. She now has tens of millions of savings. Before going to bed at night, Jiang Xi checked the numbers on her panel over and over again, counting one by one, feeling particularly satisfied. Hui has now moved into Jiang Xi's bedroom, which is a little bigger than when he first came. Hui still occupies a corner, not making any noise, eating if given food, sleeping if not. The 3 turtle eggs under him still don't move, so well behaved that they almost have no sense of existence. Jiang Xi couldn't find anyone to share her joy with, so she simply squatted beside Hui's nest and talked for a long time. When Jiang Xi was talking, Hui raised her head, looked at her with her green eyes without blinking, and nodded from time to time. Whether she understood or not, she gave enough emotional value. When Jiang Xi went to bed at night, there was still a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. In the dead of night, Jiang Xi didn't notice that several figures came quietly to the vicinity of the hot pot restaurant. Chapter 26. I saw with my own eyes that there were piles of water in that warehouse, and the survivors drove trucks to move it. One of the bald men said to his teammates with a somewhat excited tone, "The warehouse is also a hot pot restaurant. This boss is so powerful that he can get so many supplies. Is there any big force behind him? So didn't the boss ask our shark team to go out and explore the way? A survivor with hair so long that it covered his eyes moved his fingers slightly, and a wisp of invisible night wind wrapped around his fingertips. He flicked forward again, and the wind formed a small tornado at his fingertips. Following his movements, the road was destroyed by the tornado, and a gully was formed. You can imagine how powerful it is. Oh, third. Can you see if you can use your mental power to find out what's going on over there? The bald man said to the survivor on the side. A short-haired man standing next to the bald man closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. After a long time, he raised his head, his face a little pale. No. It seems that there is a more powerful mentalist over there who is trying to stop me. Everyone's faces became more solemn after hearing this. The crew cut was already a psychic of almost level 7, and basically had no rivals when he went on missions. But now there was someone who was so much better than him. Not only could he block the crew cut's investigation, but it also seemed to have caused some damage to him. Such a force must not be simple. But they didn't expect it to be so complicated. Even the Black Hawk base had great difficulty in sending out a team of all psychics like them. Then let's go to the warehouse over there first, and put the hot pot restaurant aside for now. Since the hot pot restaurant was so strange, they did not act rashly. The crew cut used his mental power to explore for a moment, and found that it was just an ordinary warehouse, which seemed to be nothing special. After informing the survivors in the team about this, everyone unanimously decided to go to the warehouse. If they didn't get the ingredients, it would be good to get some water back. The group quietly moved towards the warehouse again. The crew cut used mental power to wrap up his teammates, reducing their presence. There are no zombies or mutants near this hot pot restaurant, which is also very strange. The bald man sighed. Let's be careful. Those who can open a hot pot restaurant here are not ordinary people. The bald man, who is the captain, emphasized. They came to the outside of the warehouse, and prepared to use their superpowers to open the warehouse door. The moment they approached, Jiang Xi was awakened by the system, saying that there were intruders near the warehouse. Jiang Xi opened the newly added warehouse on his personal panel, and the picture over there was transmitted in real time. The door of the warehouse was flashing with various colors of light at this time, and the survivors standing at the door of the warehouse were trying to use their superpowers to open the door of the warehouse. But they worked so hard for a long time, and there was no trace left. To the survivors, this was obviously the most ordinary iron door, but they didn't know why it was so strong. Jiang Xi was not panicked at all, just watching them tossing around there for a long time, thinking that they were not noticed by anyone. Jiang Xi watched for half an hour, and when he felt that it was really boring, he turned on the voice. The sudden voice scared the team of superpowers, and they were alert from their hair to their toes. But they watched for a long time, and didn't find out who was talking. Because of the current limited power resources, they did not even think that it would be voice or something like that. Seeing that they were discovered by the other party, and no one had been found so far, they naturally chose to flee the scene. It can be said that this team of superpowers has been so embarrassed for the first time since its establishment. However, there is a reason why everyone can survive for so long in the apocalypse. Basically, they are not people who rush around and do not know how to adapt. After this group of superpowers left, Jiang Xi looked for a while, and after finding no unusual movements, he closed his personal panel and continued to sleep. At the same time, the base where Li Chang was located was in a gloomy mood. Other bases returned with full loads, with tens of thousands of boxes of mineral water being taken home. But they returned empty-handed. The base that they had always been on bad terms with even drove several large trucks full of goods around the gate of the base, with a particularly obvious mockery. The base commander was so angry that his face turned blue, and all his anger was directed at Li Chang. Usually, the base commander turned a blind eye to his bullying because of his wife, but now such an important matter was messed up by him. Li Chang was scolded, and then all his powers and privileges were taken away. The villa he originally lived in was also taken back, and he was only given a bungalow with more than a dozen people living together. Those who were bullied by Li Chang before naturally wanted to vent their anger when they saw him in such a state. The base commander's wife, Li Wan, couldn't bear to see her brother suffer, and wanted to plead with her husband. But this time, no matter how she pleaded, it was useless. The base commander was still worried about how to restore the relationship with the hot pot restaurant, and he didn't care about his wife's mood. Li Chong was beaten up and felt severe pain all over his body. The women and his younger brothers left him. He regretted his decision. But there was no regret medicine. Jiang Xiai slept until dawn. He was too tired yesterday, so his wrist was still sore when he woke up today. When can we hire an employee? Jiang Xiai got up early in the morning to prepare the dishes, which was still a tedious, repetitive and boring process. After the host completes the task, there may be an employee option in the lottery. Come on, host. The system had painted a big pie for Jiang Xiai, but Jiang Xiai could only choose to swallow it in one bite. Jiang Xiai cleaned up and cut a few plates of beef and potato chips. Survivors came outside. Jiang Xiai also saw an old acquaintance, Qin Xiaoyu, the healing superpower he had met before. This time she seemed to have changed her team. There was not only her, but also another woman in a red dress, who looked quite flamboyant. Compared to the quiet Qin Xiaoyu, the woman named Irene on the side was obviously much more hot-tempered. And her words were also a little arrogant. But it was different from the evaluation Jiang Xiai had heard before. I don't want to eat at the same table with you. You go over there. I sit by myself. As soon as she entered the room, Irene said to the survivors arrogantly, Xiaoyu, come and sit with me. Qin Xiaoyu nodded and went to sit next to Irene. When Jiang Xiai brought the dishes over, he heard Irene say to Qin Xiaoyu, she asked you to treat it. So you treated it? Is it worth wasting your superpowers on such a small injury? You have a very good temper. Don't forget that you are a superpower user. And you will follow me from now on. Don't be like a doe that is easy to bully. Qin Xiaoyu blushed and nodded. Although he didn't know what happened, Jiang Xiai felt that Irene seemed very different from the image described by the survivors. Soon, the store was full. Jiang Xiai didn't expect that the only two survivors who helped her complete the task today were Qin Xiaoyu and Irene. The two looked weak, but they really ate a lot. In the end, they packed some to take back to their relatives and friends. The two of them really spent 100,000 points in total. Jiang Xi's mission was finally half completed. This first batch of survivors was like a switch. There were more and more survivors outside the store. And some people quarreled because of fighting. Jiang Xi had to put down his work and go out to stop them. Fortunately, the survivors still gave Jiang Xi face. And when they quarreled, they suddenly felt a great pressure. Real pressure. Which made them almost breathless. Jiang Xi saw their state, and his eyes instantly fell on the closed bedroom door. The system said that the hot pot restaurant did not have this function. So it should be Hui Hui who did it. She no longer had the fear of Hui Hui that she had at the beginning. And she was very glad that she had accepted Hui Hui and its child. This was not a scary mutant, but a caring little cotton-padded jacket. After the conflict outside was resolved, Jiang Xi returned to the kitchen. These 2 days, Jiang Xi was looking forward to having a helper in the store. The good business also made her worried. The survivors outside were a little nervous and alert at all times, fearing that zombies and mutants would appear. But after staying here for so long, it was surprisingly safe. Even the most common first-level zombies and mutants had not appeared. In the afternoon, some survivors who had just finished their mission and looked exhausted came over. All the survivors who had been to the hot pot restaurant knew about the hidden function of the hot pot. But everyone tacitly did not publicize it. There are many bases like the Black Hawk base in this world. There was also a selfish motive. Now there are so many people here. If they knew the effect of the hot pot, they probably wouldn't be able to eat it for a day and a night. Some of the survivors drove their cars over, sat in the car, and continued to wait in agony at the door of the hot pot restaurant. At this time, Lin Fei was already in another city hundreds of kilometers away from City C. Her clothes were soaked with blood. Not only hers, but also those of the mutants and zombies. The sun was about to set, and she had to find a place to stay and change her clothes. Otherwise, she would attract a lot of mutants with sensitive noses at night. In fact, large mutants are not the most terrifying. The most terrifying are small mutants. For example, rat beasts and fist-sized ant beasts. Once targeted by these little things, humans will be eaten to pieces. After walking a little further, Lin Fei saw an independent clinic. The door was open, but it was not damaged and looked quite solid. After observing the terrain nearby, she decided to rest here. Lin Fei? At this time, a voice with a little doubt sounded. Lin Fei turned around and saw a very familiar face. Wang Dong, her once close lover, took away the only food left in her house and ran away after the end of the world. indirectly killing her parents. Chapter 27. During that time, whenever Lin Fei thought of it, her heart would be in unbearable pain. One of the reasons why she was still alive in this world was that she wanted to find Wang Dong and avenge her parents. But this world is too big. She has been walking alone for a long time without encountering him. It has been 10 years now. Lin Fei's fingers curled and her sleeves moved, and then restrainedly tightened. She took a deep breath without making a sound. Finally, she encountered him. Because the mask was wet with sweat, she didn't wear it at this time, so Wang Dong could easily recognize her. Because of his special powers, Lin Fei's face didn't change much, except that it got a little darker due to the sun and wind, and he looked more heroic than before. On the other hand, Wang Dong looked like an ordinary survivor. His face, which was originally pretty, was now a little distorted because of the muscles. Judging from his clothes and the tattered and shrunken backpack behind him, he didn't live very well. In the past 10 years, Wang Dong almost forgot what he had done. He had killed many people in these years, and his memory had long been distorted. Naturally, he would not have thought that Lin Fei would want to kill him. It's really you, Xia Fei. Wang Dong's eyes instantly filled with tears, as if he had seen a relative. As Lin Fei guessed, Wang Dong's life was not good. He was considered the bottom of the base. His own ability was relatively weak, and his contribution was not great. Anyone could use him for a few words. Wang Dong. Lin Fei's voice was a little hoarse, and Wang Dong did not hear the hatred contained in it. Wang Dong was with a small team, and there was also a superpower among them. Their mission this time should not be difficult, so not many people came out. Wang Dong rushed to Lin Fei and tried to grab her hand, but Lin Fei dodged it quickly. I didn't expect to see you here. I've been looking for you all these years. Which base are you in now? Wang Dong's series of questions were not answered. His eyes lingered on Lin Fei, and found that she was well dressed and her backpack was bulging. She looked like she was doing well. His eyes rolled around. In fact, he had forgotten about Lin Fei a long time ago. Now he just wanted to find someone to support him. From Wang Dong's meager memory, he could still remember that the two of them had a good relationship at that time. Wang Dong. Your friend? The teammate standing with Wang Dong asked, speculating on the relationship between Wang Dong and Lin Fei. After all, everyone knew that Wang Dong was recognized as one of Li Na's lovers in the base. Li Na was a superpower, and was considered a heavyweight in the base, because of her high status. Although Li Na weighed nearly 400 kilograms, many men were willing to follow her, and Wang Dong was one of them. Li Na has a bad temper. Although Wang Dong is not very popular with Li Na now, she is very possessive. He had a lover before, and he hooked up with another woman in the base. In the end, he was beaten to death by Li Na. If she knew that her man was affectionate with another woman outside, Wang Dong's life would probably be in danger. Friend. My old friend. Wang Dong seemed to have thought of something, and his tone changed, and his eyes were a little evasive. Lin Fei knew his personality too well. At this time, she just sneered and turned to walk into the clinic. She won't do anything now. She can't let him die too easily. Can we team up? A survivor said to Lin Fei's back. After all, Lin Fei discovered this place first, so they should follow the principle of first come first served. Okay. Lin Fei's tone revealed a sense of casualness, as if it didn't matter to her whether the survivors came in or not. Wang Dong and the others were obviously here to find a place to stay. After discussing it, they followed Lin Fei in. At this time, Wang Dong imagined a scene in his mind where Lin Fei still loved him. He felt a little proud and hopeful in his heart. If Lin Fei did well, he could also benefit from it, and get rid of the fat woman with special hobbies in the base. Lin Fei was hiding something in his heart, and became more and more silent. After entering the clinic, he killed several zombies hiding in the dark, cleaned a clean room, and locked himself in it. The rest of the people also consciously did not approach that room, but looked for other rooms. Everyone habitually searched for supplies in the house first. Wang Dong had his own little thoughts, so he separated from them and walked into a room alone, which happened to be next to Lin Fei. There were a few shabby chairs here, and nothing else. At this time, the teammates outside asked everyone if they had any gains, and Wang Dong followed and shouted no. But the next second, when his companions came in, there were suddenly several bottles of water on the empty ground. At this moment, the companions looked at Wang Dong with different eyes. Wang Dong himself had no way to defend himself. It was clearly empty just now. Could it be that he was thinking and didn't see clearly? Lin Fei on the other side listened to the whole process and sneered. After that, several bottles of nutrient solution, secondary crystal cores, and some small supplies always suddenly appeared around Wang Dong. After experiencing such things several times, Wang Dong dared not act alone anymore. But his teammates obviously no longer trusted him. Wang Dong racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what happened. It was weird. Lin Fei sat on the floor of the room, playing with a knife in her hand, turning the knife flexibly at her fingertips. She looked out the window, and no one knew what she was thinking. After cleaning up her room, they took a break not far from Lin Fei. Wang Dong kept trying to talk to Lin Fei, but he didn't get a response. There was no sound from the room from beginning to end. As the sky got darker, just as they took out the nutrient solution to fill their stomachs, a strong aroma of food suddenly began to fill the clinic. Spicy, fresh, and fragrant. It made people salivate. This smell was strange and familiar. The survivors thought for a while before they remembered that it seemed to be the smell of hot pot. They looked around and finally found that the smell came from the room where Lin Fei was staying. What on earth was he eating? Why was it so fragrant? The survivors looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and wanted to raise their hands to knock on the door several times. But the other party obviously didn't want to deal with them. And finally everyone could only leave with regret. Only Wang Dong was still standing at the door, with surprise in his eyes. As expected, Lin Fei was doing well. Wang Dong deliberately lowered his voice and knocked on the door. Who? Lin Fei's voice came through the door, a little hoarse. It's me. I want to talk to you. We haven't seen each other for many years. Wang Dong's voice sounded. Chapter 28. While he was talking, the other survivors were listening in the room. They also wanted to see if Wang Dong could get the things and what smelled so good. After a while, the door opened a crack. Wang Dong was overjoyed and rushed in. About 5 minutes later, the door opened again and Wang Dong came out in full view of everyone. Because it was dark, his expression could not be seen clearly, but it was obvious that he seemed to be in a good mood. What is that woman eating? Did she give you a share? One survivor couldn't help but ask curiously. No. She just said a few words and came out. I didn't see anything. Wang Dong shook his head, not knowing whether what he said was true or false. At this time, Wang Dong didn't realize that the trust between him and his teammates had already been deeply broken. It was late at night, and the survivors couldn't resist the fatigue and fell asleep quietly. At this time, Wang Dong in the crowd got up quietly and walked out of the small building of the clinic. He was going to get supplies. Before that, he went into Lin Fei's room and expressed his deep feelings and thoughts. The other party seemed to be moved. He said that he was very pitiful. Lin Fei told him where he hid the supplies and asked him to go and get something to eat. Wang Dong was very happy. Of course, he couldn't share with his teammates. He took the flashlight and went out quietly in the night. He was immersed in the joy of getting the supplies and didn't notice a shadow behind him. The place Lin Fei mentioned was not far from the clinic. It was behind a hotel building. There was an ice storage that used to store frozen food. After the power was cut off, the ice storage lost its original function and was now in a mess. Wang Dong was not completely clueless. He was extremely cautious when he entered. But as Lin Fei said, the zombies and mutants in the ice storage had been cleared out. At this time, there were several boxes stacked in the corner that looked out of place. That should be the supplies. Wang Dong walked over there happily. Before he got close, he was suddenly wrapped in a ball of water, leaving only his head outside. Wang Dong's heart skipped a beat. Did he meet a superpower? Just as he thought about this, he saw a black shadow walking in from the door. As the figure approached, he finally saw the person in front of him clearly. It was Lin Fei. After so many years, she turned out to be a superpower. After so many years, Wang Dong's impression of Lin Fei was still the cute girl who loved to laugh. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Wang Dong's voice was unconsciously tense. What? Wang Dong, you are really a noble man who forgets things easily. Lin Fei sneered, put the lighting lamp beside her, and pulled a box over to sit in front of Wang Dong. Let's talk it over. Look, we are the only two who survived among the people we know. Shouldn't we depend on each other? I will definitely take good care of you in the future. Wang Dong felt a little scared at this moment. At this moment, He finally remembered how he took away Lin Fei's food while she was out looking for supplies, and didn't care about the old couple's pleas. In the end, he seemed to have kicked each of them. The kick was quite heavy, hitting the heart. Wang Dong felt the pain, but he didn't look back. He took the food and ran to the other woman who was waiting for him outside. He had no choice. Lin Fei was too weak, and there were two elderly people at home who would only hold him back. What he didn't know was that his kicks hit important positions, and the two relatively healthy elderly people fell ill in bed at once. All the pressure was on Lin Fei alone. Without supplies, and with her parents in danger, she had to control her fear and run outside to look for supplies and medicine every day. In a short period of time, Lin Fei lost a lot of weight, almost skin and bones. The two elderly people saw it and felt pain in their hearts. So, when Lin Fei went out to look for supplies one day, what she saw when she came back was her parents, who had turned into zombies. They were walking around unconsciously in the community, rolling their eyes, with blood on their bodies. There was a big hole in the father's head, and Lin Fei seemed to be able to see the brain inside. The mother was in a much more miserable state, with bite wounds everywhere. At that moment, Lin Fei's mind seemed to be divided into two people. One was still soberly analyzing the wounds of her parents, and the other kept telling her that this was not real. It was just a nightmare. It was not until Lin Fei returned home and saw the letter her parents left that she realized how her parents resolutely opened the door and went downstairs in the community after she left, just wanting to use such a suicidal behavior to exchange a little hope for her survival. After reading the letter, Lin Fei fell to the ground and woke up 3 days later. When she woke up, she was so hungry that she ate all the supplies she brought back 3 days ago. She realized belatedly that she had gained superpowers. Or dual superpowers. You will not get any good out of this. If my teammates find out that I am missing, they will definitely suspect you. Wang Dong was still mumbling something, but Lin Fei's mind was filled with the face of her parents after they died. With their white pupils, she moved her fingertips slightly, and the water instantly wrapped Wang Dong's head completely. Lin Fei's eyes were slightly cold. Don't you know what I was doing before? Do you think they will save you now? In the end times, unless they are friends of life and death, the trust between ordinary teammates is the weakest. She is a lone ranger. Although she is a superpower, she is also afraid of endless troubles. So she thought of a trick to alienate them, and the effect should be good. I don't know if Wang Dong heard this. His face turned red from holding it in the water. The next second, the originally gentle water suddenly turned into a sharp blade, cutting off the skin and flesh of Wang Dong wrapped in it. Lin Fei just sat on the box, watching Wang Dong struggling in her supernatural power. The originally clear water was gradually dyed deep red by blood. In the end, Wang Dong, who was struggling fiercely, was completely dead. At this moment, Lin Fei felt that the big stone that had been pressing on her heart seemed to have been pierced by someone, and the old hatred and tense strings inside were dissipating bit by bit. The next morning, the survivors found that Wang Dong had disappeared. They searched for him, but could not find any clues. At this time, Lin Fei came out of her room and said that some of her supplies were missing. She asked them if they had seen anything. The survivors shook their heads. After hearing Lin Fei's words, they immediately thought of Wang Dong, who had disappeared. They thought that this person was really a bad person. He actually stole other people's supplies and ran away. Chapter 29. They saw the signs yesterday. Wang Dong was really dishonest. But now they couldn't help Wang Dong bear the blame. They could only say a few vague words and hurriedly packed up and left. They didn't even think about looking for Wang Dong again. After the survivors left, Lin Fei quickly put away her somewhat flustered expression, packed her backpack slowly, and then walked out of the clinic. Jiang Xi was busy in the store all day and didn't close the store until after 1 a.m. After washing up, he found that the task progress had finally advanced to 8 out of 10, and the last 2 people were needed to complete the task. Although a bit tired, the income is still considerable. Jiang Xi looked at his points and found that they had reached more than 30 million, which was the remaining amount after deducting the material cost. System. Can these points really be exchanged for money? Jiang Xi asked again. Of course. Host. Since it is bound to you, the system will naturally protect your maximum rights and interests. The system said. Jiang Xi pressed his sore arm. Fortunately, the hard work was finally worth it. In the middle of the night, when Jiang Xi was awakened by a knock on the door, he was not surprised at all. He put on his clothes and shoes skillfully, then went out, turned on the lights, and opened the door. There were two strangers outside the door, a man and a woman. It should be their first time to come to the hot pot restaurant. There was shock in their eyes, but they soon calmed down. After ordering the dishes, the two sat together to discuss things with heavy hearts. Jiang Xi listened and seemed to be talking about another city. The city had been occupied by high-level zombies and mutant beasts, and the base had also fallen. Many survivors lost their lives. The two seemed to have accepted some mission, and were discussing how to enter the city. Jiang Xi thought it sounded familiar. Wasn't this the city that Song Jinchuan and the others said they were going to? It was so serious. After serving the dishes, Jiang Xi sat behind the counter, playing a small game on the computer while listening to them. Just when they were talking about the key point, Jiang Xi found that they suddenly stopped talking. Turning around, he saw that the two of them were already immersed in the hot pot in front of them, eating with their eyes shining. They ate a lot, and after knowing that the man was a space ability user, the two of them packed some to take away at Jiang Xi's suggestion. The most they loaded were fried rice with egg and meat. Jiang Xi then started to fry 2 portions at a time. If the pan wasn't too small, she would have even wanted to fry 5 portions at once. The only regret was that they didn't complete Jiang Xi's task. They almost became big eaters. When all the food was cooked, the sky was already pale. After sending the 2 survivors away, Jiang Xi fell asleep without receiving her mission reward. When she woke up again, it was already bright. There was a noisy voice outside. It seemed that many people were waiting in line, but they were also very polite and didn't wake Jiang Xi up. Jiang Xi opened the door and was stunned by the scene in front of him. There were densely packed heads outside the hot pot restaurant. Everyone was crowded together, but still queuing. After seeing Jiang Xi, they started talking at once. Jiang Xi then realized that it was the Crimson Base that spread the news of the hot pot restaurant. They also saw the mineral water and heard about the experience of the survivors who had eaten hot pot once. They were so greedy that their mouths were almost watering, so they couldn't resist the temptation and rushed over overnight. Among the crowd, there was also the head of the base who came to buy mineral water. Jiang Xi could only let the survivors at the front of the door come in first. While they were ordering food, she asked the survivors who wanted to buy water to line up separately. After all the hard work, her clothes on the back were soaked with sweat. However, when the smell of hot pot wafted out, the survivors who were originally a little anxious because of waiting suddenly calmed down, thinking that waiting didn't seem to be a big deal. In half a day in the morning, Jiang Xi completed the last 2 tasks. She didn't even know which 2 survivors helped her complete the tasks. She was so busy that she was confused. Jiang Xi was busy until the early morning, and finally had time to check her task rewards. The vegetable platter was unlocked, with several kinds of vegetables in it, which looked large and fresh. This was the 6th task Jiang Xi had completed, so the store was also upgraded. While the store was upgrading, Jiang Xi simply closed the door, washed up, and lay on the bed. She watched the system open the big turntable skillfully. Jiang Xi, who had already turned to the green item twice, no longer had any hope for the turntable. She clicked it casually, and saw the turntable turn from slow to fast. This time her luck was a little better than before, and she drew the orange juice in the blue box. After drawing the big wheel, Jiang Xi saw that the only orange box was the employee she had been thinking about for a long time. She sat up from the bed and pointed at the orange box and said, "How can I draw this?" The host can try again. The refresh time of this wheel is 72 hours. As long as the host completes 2 tasks again within 72 hours, he can draw again, the system said. Jiang Xi was silent for a moment. It should be very difficult to complete 2 tasks within 3 days. Besides, could he really win if he drew again? But there seemed to be no other way now. Jiang Xi could only let the system continue to release the next task. Special task: let the refugees have a full meal, feel the warmth, and rekindle their confidence and love for life. The system task this time was a bit weird. It was indeed special enough. After completing the task, unlock the mushroom platter. Where are the refugees? Are they coming now? Jiang Xi hadn't slept yet. She looked out the window and felt a sense of despair. Not yet. The host can rest first. When the mission target appears, there will be a reminder, the system said. Jiang Xi closed her eyes almost in a second after hearing this. She was really tired and fell asleep in a blink of an eye. The next day, when Jiang Xiai woke up, she opened the door to check the upgraded store. The lobby had not changed. There were still 8 tables and chairs, but 2 large private rooms were added. Each private room could accommodate more than 10 people. This way, when there are many people, they can all sit down, and there is no need to divide the table into 2. The area of the store has increased visibly, and there are 2 more rows of orange juice in the refrigerator next to Jiang Xiai where water is stored. Every upgrade of the store can surprise and novelty Jiang Xiai, and he never gets tired of it. Not long after she got up, the store had business. Since the survivors discovered this treasure land, they always like to come to the hot pot restaurant to eat. The nutrient solution they are used to drinking has become tasteless. While busy in the kitchen, Jiang Xiai suddenly heard messy footsteps and the sound of talking. Chapter 30. After a while, there were thumping sounds, followed by several shrill screams. Jiang Xiai quickly put down the kitchen knife in his hand and prepared to go out to see what happened. As soon as he opened the door, Jiang Xiai saw 20 to 30 survivors standing outside. They all looked very embarrassed, with ragged clothes and wounds on their bodies. A group of people rushed to the door of the store like refugees. At this time, several survivors fainted on the ground for unknown reasons, and the screams Jiang Xiai just heard came from the people around them. At this moment, the system reminded her that this was the task Jiang Xiai needed to complete. Jiang Xiai was a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect that her task was not for a certain person, but a group of people. She didn't have time to think so much, and hurried over to check on the survivors who fainted on the ground. What happened? Jiang Xiai asked. He fainted. We haven't had nutrient solution for almost 3 days, one of the young women said. Her voice was very light. Jiang Xiai found that these survivors didn't seem to pay too much attention to their fainted companions. Their faces were more numb. Just like what the system said. They felt that they had lost hope in life. Take a rest here first. It's safe around here. There won't be any zombies or mutants. I go boil some water and get you some food, Jiang Xiai said to the survivors in front of her. The store couldn't accommodate so many people, so she could only let the survivors stay at the door for a while. The question now was, what should she cook for so many people to make them full and rekindle their hope for life? But no matter what Jiang Xiai thought, she had limited ingredients, so she could only cut the food for the guests outside, and then boiled a large pot of water. After the water boiled, she took the paper cups in the store, poured a cup of water for each person outside, and then distributed them one by one. Holding the steaming cup of water, the survivors had not yet recovered until they felt the temperature of their fingertips. The cold palms of the survivors who thought they would die here gradually warmed up in the boiling cup of water. Jiang Xiai also fried a large pot of egg fried rice, set up a pot to cook a pot of clear soup hot pot, and cooked a lot of potato slices, meat and vegetables that had just been unlocked in the hot pot. Because there were so many people, Jiang Xiai cooked it twice, and then scooped it all out and put it in a large stainless steel basin that was usually used to wash vegetables. The egg fried rice was poured into a large iron basin. She set up a table outside and placed both basins on it. Then, she went to the kitchen to exchange some disposable bowls and chopsticks. Kitchenware can still be exchanged with points, and the price is not expensive. The survivors outside were drinking water. A mouthful of hot water dispelled a lot of fatigue. At this moment, they suddenly smelled a strong aroma of food. The survivors couldn't help but look towards the place where the aroma came from. They saw the kind-hearted boss, who had just given them hot water, was carrying 2 basins that were much wider than her body. Jiang Xiai put the basins and bowls in place, and then turned his attention to the survivors outside. Everyone, line up to get food. No matter what happens, what we have to do now is to eat and drink enough, and then continue to live. Jiang Xiai didn't know how to comfort people. After saying a few dry words, he ran out of words. But this sentence, plus the previous hot water and the current food, obviously doubled the effect. Jiang Xiai saw that many people's eyes were red. At the beginning, everyone was a little cramped. But soon, they couldn't resist the hunger and lined up. They originally thought it was ordinary nutrient solution or something like that, but they didn't expect it to be so rich. When the first survivor in line saw the food in front of him, his eyes almost popped out. This was clearly expensive food that ordinary survivors in the base couldn't afford. We don't have crystal cores. We lost them on the way, the woman in front of him explained haltingly. It's okay. You're all like this. Why should I collect crystal cores? Let's talk about it when you get better later, Jiang Xi said. In fact, after using so many ingredients, the money was not recovered. Jiang Xi, who had evolved into a miser, felt a little sad. But it was all for the mission. And these people were indeed pitiful. The system told her that if they were not allowed to find hope of life, these people would not live long. So she should think of it as a virtue for her parents. Get better. The woman in front of her murmured and repeated. Will it get better? Of course it will. You are still alive. Isn't that the best thing? As long as you are alive, there is hope. Jiang Xi lowered his head to serve the rice. His tone was unusually gentle. The woman took the steaming rich meal in front of her. Her nose felt sore, and she almost dropped tears into the rice. The people behind her lined up to get the meal one after another, and the unconscious survivors were fed some warm water, and they could eat after they recovered. One by one, they took the food from Jiang Xi and sat back in their seats. Jiang Xi also saw a pair of siblings in the crowd. They looked very young. The sister was about 10 years old, and the brother was about 7 or 8 years old. They seemed to have no family, and the sister held the brother's hand tightly. Jiang Xi's eyes softened immediately. It was rare to see children in the apocalypse. When serving the food, Jiang Xi even served them more. Thank you, sister. The girl thanked him politely, but she also remained alert. She quickly took her brother to an open space and sat down. The 2 bowls of food were just the right amount. After serving the last person, they were clean. The survivors all had their meals, and Jiang Xi completed his tasks one by one. While the survivors were eating, Jiang Xi also learned that they were all in this situation because the base was occupied by zombies. It was an 8th level mental zombie who led thousands of zombies to push down the base gate that evening. The survivors recalled that nightmare-like night and were still frightened. Many people in the base died. The base commander was shot in the head by the 8th level zombie without saying a word. Not only zombies, but also mutant beasts rushed in during the chaos. That day was indeed something the survivors would never forget. The screams and the heavy night merged together, and now they still feel scared when they think about it. Why don't you all go to our base? It's not far from here. Tell the base about your situation. Our base commander is a very good person. You can owe him a crystal core if you don't have one. The survivor who was eating in the house came out and heard this, and spoke up. He then introduced their base a few more words. Although the internal facilities were not particularly complete and luxurious, it sounded very friendly to people like them who had just escaped. When they decided to go to the survivors' base, Jiang Xi's mission was completed. The survivors rested for a while, and after eating, they slowly recovered their strength, and then prepared to leave with the survivor. They came to thank Jiang Xi one by one, and then dragged their wounded bodies out of the hot pot restaurant. Although there were many people in this mission, and it was a bit tiring, it took most of the day to complete, and the mushroom platter was also unlocked. There are many kinds of mushrooms in the mushroom platter, including shiitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, matsutake mushrooms, and tea tree mushrooms, etc., exuding a unique aroma of mushrooms. Jiang Xi, who completed the task on the first day, was very satisfied with the speed and urged the system to release the next task. Sell 20 vegetable platter and orange juice set meal to unlock the fat sheep roll. The system voice sounded. Okay. After Jiang Xi looked at the specific task content, he agreed immediately. Perhaps because vegetables are almost extinct now. The newly released vegetable platter and mushroom platter are very popular, especially the mushroom platter. Whether it is cooked in clear soup or red soup, it will make the soup base more fragrant. Orange juice is not a blended drink with flavors like in Jiang Xi's world, but juice squeezed from real fruit. There is also some orange pulp in it, which tastes particularly good. As soon as it appears in the store, it is noticed by the survivors. So it is not difficult for Jiang Xi to promote this combination. To some extent, the system can be regarded as a backdoor for her, because these 2 tasks are relatively simple. If she encounters the previous task, she may not be able to complete it in these 3 days. On the other side, Song Jinchuan and his team took a lot of effort and finally entered the center of the city. This move alone took them several days, and there were several survivors in their team, so you can imagine how serious the situation in the city was. Song Jinchuan and his team were temporarily resting in a small house that had not fallen. After a while, a black shadow flipped in from the window on the 3rd floor. His body was very light, and his movements were clean and neat. He did not make any sound to attract the attention of the zombies and mutants. I just checked. The survivors are trapped in that building. There are more than 40 people in total. The man in front of him whispered. The road ahead is blocked by the zombies. We may only be able to go over the roof. The houses here are relatively low, but they are also uneven, and it is quite difficult to cross the roof to reach the building over there. Everyone got together and finally discussed a countermeasure. While it was not completely dark, they climbed to the roof from the window and moved towards the building. Because there were no protective measures, there were zombies all over the ground, and after so many days, everyone's physical strength was greatly lost, and sweat was oozing from their foreheads. Finally, they arrived at the building. In the corridor of the building, there were still zombies, and some mutant beasts gathered together. After a melee, they finally arrived at the place where the survivors were hiding. A survivor in Song Jin-chuan team knocked on the door, and after he told the vigilant eyes inside what he was here for, the other party opened the door a little and let them in. Chapter 31. We are here to rescue you, but there are too many zombies outside, so we have to find another way. One of the team members explained. The mission they borrowed was to rescue people. The more people they rescued, the more rewards they would get. The survivors on Song Jin-chuan's side were talking about the road they had just taken. Although it was a little difficult, it was much safer than walking outside. How can this be done? What if we fall down? Can't you think of another way? Someone among the survivors spoke up. After this was said, there was silence for a moment. But soon, other survivors also said hesitantly that it was too risky, and it would be better to wait here for the zombies below to disperse before leaving. It's better to wait for you to run out of food and die of starvation than to wait for them to leave. The yellow-haired man in Song Jin-chuan team was a hot-tempered man, and his tone was full of sarcasm. You should know that we can choose not to save you. You can leave or not. After these words came out, the survivors were silent. If Song Jin-chuan team really didn't save them, they would be trapped here and die. Seeing that the survivors were honest, Huang Mao snorted coldly, and then several people began to discuss how to take these people out. After the discussion, a clear sound of breaking windows suddenly came from downstairs, followed by the familiar roar. The survivors' faces changed. Oh no! Those zombies are coming in. We should move faster. Otherwise we will be killed if we are surrounded by dumplings. After saying that, the survivors who were walking slowly suddenly quickened their pace, even leaving behind the Song Jin-chuan team that came to rescue them. Huang Mao stood beside Song Jin-chuan and pouted. Captain, why do we have to save such people? Think about the rewards after the mission. Don't complain. I will treat you to a meal at the hot pot restaurant after I go back. Song Jin-chuan's dark eyes were gloomy, and no emotion could be seen. Huang Mao's eyes lit up for a moment when he heard this. Really? Then I have to order the most expensive one. I wonder if the hot pot restaurant has any new dishes. Whatever you want. Song Jin-chuan's mouth curled slightly, but he didn't stop. The zombies coming up from downstairs were obviously not ordinary zombies of level 1 or 2. They walked very fast and had reached the second floor in a short while Song Jin-chuan and his team were on the third floor. The scene was in chaos. Everyone wanted to run forward quickly, and didn't care about the people around them or behind them. Several team members were squeezed out of the crowd and hit the wall next to them. Don't worry. Don't squeeze. There are people blocking the way behind, and these zombies can't get close for the time being. A survivor shouted. But the survivors were filled with fear at this time, and they could not listen to anyone and just rushed forward. Song Jin-chuan and his men had no choice but to try their best to clear the way. Soon, they arrived at the room they came from. The window here was relatively large. When they came, they had already set up the rope, and the survivors needed to go one by one. The speed gradually slowed down. The survivors heard the roars getting closer and closer behind them, and they couldn't help but get impatient, and their movements became more and more rude. Some survivors even tripped accidentally. But the survivors didn't stop, but stepped on it instead. When Song Jin-chuan and Huang Mao dragged the man out with great effort, his arm was broken, his face was pale, and he couldn't even scream in pain. Song Jin-chuan asked Huang Mao to follow the main force, and he pulled the man onto his back and carried him. Soon, they arrived at the room, and one by one, with the help of the team members, they crossed the two ropes to the roof of the opposite building. The door of this room was closed, but the zombies outside also went up to the third floor. After hearing the movement here, They kept lying on the door and scratching it, refusing to leave. Hearing the banging sound at the door, the survivors became even more scared. During the shoving, several survivors accidentally fell downstairs and were surrounded by zombies downstairs. They were eaten up in a short while. As the captain, Song Jin-chuan stayed at the end to help clear the crowd and assist the survivors. He did not notice that the survivor who had just been carried over by him with a broken hand was gradually squeezed to the door by the crowd. At this moment, the door was suddenly broken from the outside, and a blue-gray arm suddenly grabbed the survivor with a broken hand. Seeing the survivor trapped, Song Jin-chuan frowned and hurried over to help. I don't know if it was because of fear or something else, but the survivor just got out of trouble and suddenly pushed Song Jin-chuan from behind. Song Jin-chuan couldn't dodge and fell on the broken door. The zombies outside instantly submerged him. But the next second, an orange flame burst out from the zombie group, and all the zombies surrounding Song Jin-chuan were blown away. Fuck. The team members who saw this scene didn't care about the survivors who were still running out, and ran to Song Jin-chuan to help. Why don't you care about us? Come and help us. The survivors' anxious voices came. Help what? We help you. Look at what you've done to our boss. I don't want the reward for this mission. Find a way yourself. The yellow-haired man turned around and cursed. Without the help of the team members, the survivors were in chaos in an instant. Everyone wanted to rush to leave. Many people were squeezed and fell off the building and were swallowed by zombies. The zombies in the corridor were all eliminated before the zombies downstairs came up. The team members found an empty room to hide in and really didn't care about the survivors outside. Are you injured? Captain, I treat you. The long-haired girl in the team walked up to Song Jin-chuan and looked at his blood-stained clothes nervously. At this time, other team members were still scolding those ungrateful people, and outside was the wailing and insulting of the survivors and the roar of the zombies. In this noise, the team members suddenly heard Song Jin-chuan say, "No need to treat." The yellow-haired man who was still scolding stopped and turned to look at Song Jin-chuan. Why not treat? Boss, are you still thinking about those survivors? Don't worry about them. It's a waste of air to save such people. You treat yours. We are all waiting for you here. Song Jin-chuan shook his head. No need to treat it. After he finished speaking, the team members saw Song Jin-chuan slowly rolled up his sleeves. And under the sleeves, there was a bite mark deep enough to see the bone. The team members' eyes instantly turned red, and the yellow-haired man's lips trembled a little. What? When? Just now. There was a level 5 zombie. It moved very quickly. I didn't notice it. Song Jin-chuan closed his eyes slightly. His face was sickly pale. Fuck. The bald man punched the floor, his fist full of helplessness and heartache about the current situation. A superpowered person will also quickly turn into a zombie if bitten by a zombie, without exception. And there is no antidote. You guys should leave quickly. Song Jin-chuan's voice was hoarse with suppressed pain, and veins on his forehead bulged. I can't hold on for much longer. We won't leave. We came together, and we have to go back together. The yellow-haired man's voice was obviously crying. Yes. How could we leave you here alone? Most of the people in our team were saved by you and brotherly. We live together and die together. Don't be willful. Hua Mao is the youngest in the team. He usually likes to stick to Song Jin-chuan. Song Jin-chuan also treats him as his younger brother. I can't hold on any longer. Lao Li. Lao Li is a tall and taciturn man in the team. He is also the deputy captain of the team. When he heard Song Jin-chuan calling his name, he raised his head, and his eyes fell on Song Jin-chuan. The two were comrades in arms before the end of the world. Good brothers from the same district. They usually have a tacit understanding with each other, and a glance is enough to let the other understand what they mean. Old Li turned his face away for a long while, and said in a hoarse voice, Okay. Don't worry. After that, he turned around and strode out, and used his plant-based supernatural power to tie up all the team members who didn't want to leave and took them away. Old Li, how can you leave the captain alone? The team members roared unwillingly. Put me down. Even if my supernatural power is exhausted, I will treat him. The long-haired woman's eyes were red. Song Jin-chuan was not only their captain, but also someone she admired and secretly liked from the bottom of her heart. How could she just watch him die like this? The captain told me to take you away. If you stay there, he won't be able to leave with peace of mind. Old Li paused for a moment when he said this. Let's do this. In fact, everyone knows that there is no way to survive after being bitten by zombies. But they just can't accept it. How can such a powerful person die in the hands of such a despicable villain? If the survivor with a broken hand hadn't pushed the captain, how could he die? Facing a villain like Zhong Tao and a high-level mutant beast of level 7 or 8, the captain was at ease. So how could they swallow this breath? After Lao Li's words came out, it was like a wake-up call. Everyone was silent. After a while, a small whimper was heard from the crowd. Listening to the sound of them walking away, Song Jinchuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The wound on his arm became more and more painful, accompanied by the burning heat. Song Jinchuan felt that the heat gradually spread throughout his body along his arm. He raised his head a little bit unbearable. If someone was here, they would find that his eyes had become bloodshot and red. Just before Song Jinchuan was about to turn into a corpse, a white light suddenly enveloped him. The light became brighter and brighter, and when it disappeared, Song Jinchuan was no longer there. At the same time, in the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Xi finally completed the 8th task, selling 20 vegetable platters and orange juice sets. After seeing off the customers in the store, the sky outside gradually darkened, so she simply closed the door and returned to her bedroom. The moment she returned to her bedroom, the store upgrade began. Chapter 32. Jiang Xi ignored the updates outside and went to wash up first, especially his hands. He washed them several times. After he was clean, he sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to draw the lottery. The big turntable soon appeared in front of Jiang Xi. The orange employee was still there and did not refresh. Jiang Xi closed his eyes and prayed silently 3 times in his heart before carefully reaching out his finger to touch the center of the turntable. The turntable went from slow to fast, and then slowly returned to calm. Jiang Xi did not dare to watch the whole process, and covered her eyes with her hands until the turntable stopped. She moved her palm away from her eyes. Surprisingly, the pointer stopped at the edge of the orange frame. Luckily, Jiang Xi got the reward she had been dreaming about. Jiang Xi was so happy that she almost jumped up. The next second, a white light flashed, and a figure slowly appeared in front of Jiang Xi. From blurry to gradually clear, Jiang Xi looked expectantly, and finally found that the person in front of him was actually an acquaintance. Captain Song? Jiang Xi's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. How could he be the employee in the store? Boss? Song Jinchuan's eyes were bloodshot, and everything he saw was blurry. He only felt that the lights here were very warm, and there was a fragrance that he didn't know how to describe. Then, he fainted. Jiang Xi was frightened by this sudden scene and shrank his feet. Isn't he dead? He just fainted. This is the clerk that the system searched for the host. He is a level 7 fire and wind dual element mutant. He can not only share the work in the store with the host, but also protect the host. The system said, "You just brought him here. Aren't you afraid that he will be unhappy? This is a regular hot pot restaurant. We don't traffic in people." Jiang Xi said earnestly. "Don't worry, host. This psychic has been infected with the zombie virus. I pulled him here when he was dying," the system said. After the system repaired the psychic's body, he no longer belongs to this world, but to the host and the hot pot restaurant. After hearing this sentence, Jiang Xi pursed her lips a little embarrassedly, and those novels about robbery that she had read went through her mind. And then she shook her head and threw away all the waste in her mind. Is he really okay? It seems that he is seriously injured. What if he doesn't want to stay in the hot pot restaurant after he wakes up? Jiang Xi looked at the man lying on the floor, frowning slightly. If the survivor refuses to stay in the store, he will be restored to his previous state and returned to his previous location. The system voice was emotionless. Then, we will reselect employees for the host. Jiang Xi turned his head and saw Song Jinchuan lying on the floor of her bedroom with his eyes closed. There were clear teeth marks on his arms. Because of the system, those teeth marks were slowly repairing. Considering the increase in employees in the store, this time a small bedroom will be added to the host's room for employees to live in, the system said again. Jiang Xi nodded. It was good to have a place to live. Although there was a folding bed in the warehouse, it was still too small for a tall and strong adult man like Song Jinchuan. Tonight, Song Jinchuan could only sleep on the floor. After all, he was too heavy. Jiang Xi couldn't move him alone. Finally, he kindly put a pillow under his head. There was a man in the room who was not familiar to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi didn't sleep well all night. When he washed up the next day, he saw obvious dark circles under his eyes. Song Jinchuan hadn't woken up yet, and Jiang Xi didn't stay to watch, but went to the hall to see what had been upgraded. As soon as he walked out of the bedroom door, Jiang Xi's footsteps stopped. The hot pot restaurant that used to have only 2 wooden tables had completely changed. The hall had become much wider. 8 tables had become 12. And the private rooms had also increased from 2 to 4. The brick house had been upgraded to a modern bungalow, with clean and transparent non-slip tiles underfoot. And the walls were no longer pure white. If you look closely, there are some patterns. In short, it has become much more refined. Jiang Xi stood in the middle of the hall. It finally looked like a hot pot restaurant. Next task: sell 100 point fat sheep rolls to unlock the Guokue stall. The system voice suddenly sounded. After the voice fell, Jiang Xi swallowed her saliva involuntarily. She had no choice but to think of the crispy, steaming Guokue that fell apart when bitten. In her hometown, Guokue is also a very popular food, and it also represents the fireworks food on the streets of the city. She still remembered that there was a Guokue shop that had been open for more than 10 years at the gate of her elementary school. The oil on the black flat pan was sizzling and steaming, and the Guokue wrapped with meatballs was put in. With a sizzling sound, it was like a signal, and the fragrance began to spread. When I was young, it was sold for 1 yuan each. When Jiang Xi went back last time, it had risen to 5 yuan. But the taste has not changed much. The man who makes the pot cake has changed from an old man to a young man now. Thinking about it, her mouth secreted saliva again, as if she could still recall the delicious taste. Soon, the voices outside penetrated her memories and brought her back to reality. The survivors outside had already started queuing up. Jiang Xi opened the door and began to distribute number cards. The number cards were made by her on a whim yesterday. She wrote the numbers in a notebook and distributed them one by one to avoid the problem of people cutting in line or standing for too long. She used the number plate yesterday afternoon, and it worked very well. When Jiang Xi came out, the survivors were visibly happy. Those who want to eat, please stand on the left. Those who want to buy water, please stand on the right. Jiang Xi looked at the huge crowd in front of him and shouted. Since the mineral water started to be sold, the surrounding bases got the news and came to buy it with crystal cores, basically in large quantities. So Jiang Xi put hundreds of thousands of boxes in the warehouse, specifically for sale to the bases. The survivors were very obedient and lined up in 2 teams. In their eyes, Jiang Xi, who had a lot of supplies, was a mysterious boss. So they naturally didn't dare to act rashly. No matter how arrogant a person was, he had to obey him here. Jiang Xi found that there were more survivors from the base who came to buy water today. And there were some familiar customers in the crowd. Captain Joe, I remember you just bought it the day before yesterday? Looking at the familiar faces in the crowd, Jiang Xi asked. She remembered that Captain Joe drove 3 large trucks to buy mineral water. Today I brought people from the White Horse base here, and I thought I'd buy some more supplies. Who would complain about having too much supplies? Base Captain Joe laughed. Now the backyard of the hot pot restaurant is basically used for survivors to park. With the upgrade of the store, the area of the open space outside is getting bigger and bigger, and more vehicles can be parked, which is more and more convenient for the survivors. Now gasoline is extremely scarce, and you can't buy it even if you have crystal cores. Now the base has researched a new energy source. The main material is crystal cores, but the price is very expensive. So generally there are few people driving here, except for the large trucks representing the base. There are basically no private cars. Jiang Xi began to distribute number tags to the survivors according to color. The number for eating was written with a black marker, and the number for buying water was written with a blue marker. After getting the number tag, everyone didn't have to wait at the door all the time. They could just find a seat and wait for their number to be called. After settling the survivors, Jiang Xi started to get busy. She cut and washed vegetables, fried rice, and changed the base of the pot. She also had to find time to deal with the survivors who bought water. She was so busy that she wished she could have a few more hands. It was almost noon when the system informed her that Song Jinchuan had woken up. Jiang Xi then remembered that there was a man in his room, who was also a ready-made laborer. Jiang Xi, who was busy as a top, brightened his eyes, and hurried into the bedroom without even putting down the rag in his hand. Song Jinchuan had just woken up, and his whole body was still in a chaotic state of consciousness. Then his memory gradually came back. He remembered that he was bitten by a zombie, and then it seemed that he was about to turn into a corpse. At the end of his death, he seemed to see the owner of the hot pot restaurant. So he is in heaven now? Song Jin-chuan's vision gradually became clear, and he saw a clean and tidy room, and a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. What made him feel a little incredible was that the bite marks on his arm had disappeared without a trace, and the heat that could burn his internal organs clean also disappeared, as if it was his illusion. At this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside, and Song Jin-chuan looked up and saw Jiang Xiai sticking his head out of the door. "Are you awake?" Jiang Xiai smiled and said, "How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Song Jin-chuan stared at Jiang Xi's porcelain white face in a daze. "Is this heaven? But why is there a boss Jiang in heaven? This is my hot pot restaurant. You were saved by me. Now you are an employee of the restaurant. You can't go back to the outside world. If you don't want to, you can only go back to the place where you were yesterday, and the zombie virus on your body will return to your body." Jiang Xiai spoke, and his voice became a little softer unconsciously. He always felt like a bully who robbed men. The threatening words came out directly without any stuttering. She didn't mention the existence of the system, and it would be troublesome to explain. Jiang Xiai was most afraid of trouble. Song Jin-chuan still didn't speak, as if he was still digesting what Jiang Xiai had just said. There were voices outside, and Jiang Xiai couldn't stay here for long. He threw the rag in his hand to Song Jin-chuan. "Please clean up. There is a set of clothes next to it. There is a toilet inside, so you can wash up. Then come out and help quickly. I'm so busy." After that, Jiang Xiai got up and left the bedroom, leaving Song Jin-chuan alone, who had received a bomb-like message. He never knew that he could survive after being infected with the zombie virus. He looked at his palms and pinched himself hard. He was not dreaming. The superpowers in his body were still there. If he was healthy, he could crush the head of the zombie that bit him before. Song Jin-chuan could become the captain, so his character was naturally good. He quickly calmed down, got himself ready at a very fast speed, changed his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Chapter 33. Jiang Xiai was busy in the kitchen. She saw a shadow coming over from the corner of her eye. She turned around and saw Song Jin-chuan, who had cleaned himself up. He was wearing the black short-sleeved shirt and overalls that Jiang Xiai gave him. He looked cold. He was tall and had long legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. The t-shirt that should have been loose was now tightly attached to his abdomen, outlining the shape of his abdominal muscles. His short hair was refreshing and clean. His black eyes were deep, and he looked like a tough and handsome guy. If Jiang Xi's colleagues were here, they would probably blow the whistle for being a hooligan. "Do you need help?" After Song Jin-chuan came in, he started looking for work very consciously. Jiang Xiai nodded hurriedly. "I really need you. You can peel the potatoes first. It would be even better if you can help me cut them into slices." Song Jin-chuan nodded and started working silently. In fact, he was still a little confused, but it didn't affect his work at all. His movements were fast and neat. Even cutting potato slices was done in a proper way. He could also help Jiang Xiai take out the dishes when he had time. There was suddenly a tall and strong man in the store, and the survivors couldn't help but take a second look. Some survivors nearby thought Song Jin-chuan looked familiar, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was impossible. "Boss, is this the employee you hired?" One survivor couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Xiai turned his head and looked at Song Jin-chuan. The other party was still concentrating on peeling potatoes. I don't know if he heard the question, but he came to help, so he should be willing to stay as an employee of the store. After all, who wants to die when they can live? So, Jiang Xiai nodded. "Yes. A new employee in my store." "Boss, what are the conditions for recruiting here? Are you still recruiting?" Some survivors were eager to try. After all, the benefits of being an employee here must be very good, and you don't have to go out in the wind and rain every day. And you may even be able to eat hot pot for free every day. No recruitment for the time being. Jiang Xiai shook his head, refused, and hurried back to the kitchen to work. But it must be said that with Song Jin-chuan help, Jiang Xiai was much more relaxed, and even had time to take the survivors to the warehouse. She almost wanted to cry with joy. But in front of Song Jin-chuan, she still had to put on the boss's airs. Song Jinchuan also deeply saw how good the hot pot restaurant's business was. Both of them were very busy, and were busy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before they had time to eat lunch. Because they recruited an employee, the number of employee meals available increased to 2. Jiang Xiai temporarily closed the door. Otherwise she really couldn't have a quiet meal. She also wanted to talk to Song Jinchuan about the next thing, to see what he thought, and whether he was willing to stay in this hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xiai sat in front of the computer, looked at today's dishes, turned around and asked Song Jinchuan, who was still quietly cleaning in the kitchen, "Can you eat spicy food? Can we have hot and sour beef hot pot for lunch today? This is today's new dish. It looks delicious from the photo. And the portion is large, which should be enough for 2 people." Song Jinchuan turned off the water in the kitchen, wiped the water off his hands, and walked to the lobby. "No need to eat so well. I just eat something casually. This is the benefit you deserve when you work here. Don't refuse it." After Jiang Xiai finished speaking, the dishes from the kitchen were also delivered. "You can take a bowl to serve the rice first." Song Jinchuan looked at Jiang Xi's back and could only silently take the bowl. Jiang Xiai came in with a big bowl and placed it on the table. A sour and spicy aroma began to spread. The two sat opposite each other at the table, and a faint awkwardness spread between them. Jiang Xiai coughed lightly, picked up a piece of beef for himself, and said, "So you have thought about it, right? After deciding to stay, you no longer belong to this world and your team. But to me, of course, we are not so unkind. If you miss your companions, you can also give you a holiday to go back and see them." Song Jinchuan had calmed himself down for so long, and slowly accepted the reality that he was alive. To the outside world, "I am already dead. It was you, the boss, who saved me. I will be an employee of the hot pot restaurant in the future, and I will never have second thoughts," Song Jinchuan said in a deep voice. Since he had died once, and the team was handed over to Laoli, he naturally had nothing to worry about. Jiang Xiai nodded with satisfaction. In her heart, she was actually very satisfied with this employee, who was neat and looked quite in line with her aesthetics. The store provides food and accommodation, and there is a monthly salary. The points issued are common in our store. With 5,000 points a month, you can buy what you need in the mall. This is what the system just told her. Song Jinchuan will be given an employee mall at the same time. Of course, the things sold in the store will not appear in the employee mall. There are only some personal clothing and daily necessities in it. Song Jinchuan didn't expect that he could have such treatment, but he didn't quite understand what Jiang Xiai said about the mall and points. "By the way, we still need to bind," Jiang Xiai said, and asked the system to send a binding invitation to Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan was eating when a 3D screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The screen was filled with dense small characters, which scared Song Jinchuan. "That is the relevant information for binding. You can take a look and then accept it," Jiang Xiai said. Song Jinchuan really put down his chopsticks and read it carefully. There were restrictions on him, such as not being able to disclose the secrets of the store, not being able to hurt the boss, destroying the store, etc. And there were also his benefits, which were quite a lot. For every person in the last days, it was an irresistible temptation. There was no mention of the existence of the system, and all the initiative was in Jiang Xi's hands. Song Jinchuan didn't expect that he could receive such treatment. His life was given by Jiang Xiai, and he would stay even without these benefits. Moreover, he originally thought that this store was magical, and after joining, he was even more shocked by the operation and rules inside. But all his emotions were hidden in his heart and not revealed. "Eat something after reading it. It will get cold soon," Jiang Xiai said. "Your room is next to mine. It's a small bedroom that extends out. Go check what you need in the evening. You don't have a salary now, so I buy you whatever you need. By the way, I teach you how to use the system mall." "Thank you." Song Jinchuan's voice was a little hoarse. In the apocalypse for so many years, he was the one who protected and cared for others. Because he was a superpower, everyone had no pressure to accept him. But when he met a survivor like the one with a broken hand, he would feel a little disappointed. This was the first time in so many years that he felt like he was being taken under someone's wing. "It's okay. The store will still rely on you in the future." Jiang Xiai smiled and said, "I feel much more relaxed now that you are here today." Song Jinchuan nodded. "Don't worry. Most of the work will be left to me in the future. I can't leave everything to you. Let's do it together. Isn't it said that men and women work together? And it's not tiring to work? Jiang Xi made a little joke, which made the atmosphere between the two of them relaxed a lot. Jiang Xi was full before he ate a third of such a big pot of sour soup beef, and the rest went into Song Jinchuan's stomach. After dinner, Jiang Xi reopened the door of the hot pot restaurant, and the survivors waiting outside immediately rushed in, holding the number plates issued this morning. One of them was a little impatient and bumped into the survivor next to him. The survivors on both sides were about to quarrel, and a tall and strong man appeared in front of them and said to them in a deep voice, "No noise in front of the hot pot restaurant." It must be said that Song Jinchuan's gloomy face was much more intimidating than the soft Jiang Xi, and the survivors immediately dared not quarrel anymore. Song Jinchuan stood at the door, collecting the number cards one by one. He stopped the rest of the people outside the door when the store was full, although it was the first day on the job. Jiang Xi found that Song Jinchuan could do everything with ease, which made her feel a lot more relaxed. Before, she had to run around the kitchen lobby, the yard outside, and the warehouse. Now she basically only uses the kitchen. After Song Jinchuan finishes his work outside, he will come in and take over the work in the kitchen, trying to let her do some easy work. Jiang Xi wanted to give the system a million thumbs up. This employee was really well chosen. Today, they were still busy until the early morning to send off all the survivors. Jiang Xi's eyes were so sleepy that he could hardly open them. While they were busy, the bedroom was quietly upgraded. The original one bedroom became two. Jiang Xi's bedroom was bigger, and the other one was smaller. The two bedrooms were connected, with one door in and out, and a small corridor was added to separate the two rooms. However, for the tall and strong Song Jinchuan, this corridor seemed a bit narrow. "Host, don't worry. When the backyard is upgraded and expanded, the room can be moved to the backyard, and it will be very spacious," the system said to Jiang Xi. At night, Song Jinchuan lay on his own bed, with his arms behind his head. He was wearing new clothes that Jiang Xi bought for him, and he was sleeping on a soft bed that he hadn't slept on for almost 10 years. The quilt and pillow exuded a dry smell after being exposed to the sun. He had just taken a bath for the first time in a long time, and the hot water poured from head to toe, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Song Jinchuan raised his hand and turned off the light switch beside him, and the room instantly fell into darkness. The moonlight outside slowly poured in from the window, casting a silver glow on the ground. It was really quiet here, without the roar of zombies, and without the vibration of mutant beasts running. This made Song Jinchuan a little uncomfortable, compared with Song Jinchuan tossing and turning. Jiang Xi fell asleep quickly. She was too tired recently, and she had developed the skill of falling asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. The next day, Jiang Xi still got up at the usual time. After getting up, she found that the lobby had been cleaned up. There was a noise in the kitchen. She walked over and saw that Song Jinchuan was already peeling and slicing potatoes, and there were already a lot of refrigerated potatoes in the refrigerator. Chapter 34. You got up so early. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Our store will open at 8 o'clock, so it won't be late. Jiang Xi looked at the time. It was only 6:15. She thought she was diligent enough, but she didn't expect that this new employee was more active than her. "If you can't sleep, just get up," Song Jinchuan replied. "I didn't sleep much before. When I was on a mission, I didn't sleep all night. And I'm a superpower, so my body is much better than ordinary people." Song Jinchuan talked more today than yesterday. It seems that after such a day and night, he has also accepted the current situation. "Boss Jiang, can you really cure people bitten by zombies?" Song Jinchuan thought about this question for a long time yesterday. The drug that cures the zombie virus is being developed all over the world, but there is no progress. Once bitten by a zombie, you can only wait for death, and there is no possibility of cure. But he is an exception. How can it not be surprising? If the outside world knows this news, the door of this store will probably be trampled. Jiang Xi also understood what he meant and waved his hands. "No. You are an exception. Saving you is conditional. That is, you have to become a clerk in the store. In addition, the hot pot restaurant will conduct very strict screening when selecting clerks. If we save you now, we basically can't save others." Although Jiang Xi's words were quite confusing, Song Jinchuan also understood what she meant. It can only be said that it was expected. compared with other people in the end times. He is really lucky. Thank you, Song Jinchuan said sincerely. No one wants to die if they can live. His second life was given by Jiang Ci. Oh, why are you saying this? This store will still rely on you in the future. Work hard and I give you a raise in the future, Jiang Ci said. After she finished speaking, she was stunned for a moment. This sentence really sounded like a pie in the sky drawn by the boss. After all, she became the person she hated. Jiang Ci ordered breakfast for herself and Song Jinchuan. Today, they had beef noodles. The noodles were chewy, and the soup was fresh and rich. The system took into account that Song Jinchuan, as a superpower, had a large appetite. So Jiang Ci brought back a normal amount of noodles and a basin from the kitchen window. It was a real bowl, probably enough for Jiang Ci to eat for 3 days. When the bowl was placed in front of Song Jinchuan, the difference between the bowl and the bowl was so big that Song Jinchuan felt a little embarrassed. However, the noodles tasted very good. Song Jinchuan ate the whole bowl, even the soup. After breakfast, Song Jinchuan continued to work in the kitchen, while Jiang Ci opened the door. Perhaps it was still early, and there were not many survivors waiting outside. Seeing that Jiang Ci opened the door so early today, everyone was a little surprised and hurried into the store. I thought I would have to wait a little longer today, one survivor said with a smile. Today my employees got up early and packed up, so we opened the store early, Jiang Ci replied. When the survivors heard that the store had hired employees, they all stretched their necks to look in the direction of the kitchen. You know, getting a job here is something that everyone would envy. Many people had recommended themselves before, but were rejected by the boss. Now they wanted to see who was so lucky to be chosen by the boss. The survivors ordered the dishes, and soon, Song Jinchuan came out with the dishes. When a survivor saw Song Jinchuan's face, his eyes almost popped out in surprise. Song? Captain Song? Is it Captain Song? Song Jinchuan turned his head and took a look. He looked familiar. He should be a survivor he met during the previous mission. Song Jinchuan and Lao Li were both members of the gang. When they met survivors in trouble during the mission, they would help appropriately if they could. Therefore, he has always been very popular. So it is not surprising that he was recognized. Song Jinchuan did not deny his identity and nodded to the survivor. Eat slowly. After that, he returned to the kitchen. Oh my god. It's really Captain Song. Didn't they say he was bitten by a zombie and died? Why is he helping here? The survivor looked incredulous. Maybe you heard it wrong? How could he be alive after being bitten by a zombie? Another survivor asked in confusion. I don't know either. When we meet the people from Cheetah, we can tell them about this situation and see what's going on. Jiang Ci and Song Jinchuan didn't know what the survivors talked about. They went back to the kitchen to work. Jiang Ci also heard the conversation. When she was cutting the meat slices, she turned her head and looked at Song Jinchuan. Are you worried that someone would find out that you are still alive? Song Jinchuan shook his head. His eyebrows and eyes were indifferent. No. If they find out, they find out. Anyway, I don't belong to this world anymore. To them, I am just a dead person. If it was Jiang Ci herself, she couldn't be so open-minded and indifferent. The newly unlocked fat sheep rolls are very popular among the survivors. They are fat and lean, boiled in water, and dipped in chili sauce. When you take a bite, you almost swallow your tongue. Soon, the number of fat sheep rolls sold reached the task number issued by the system. 100. In the afternoon, the store unlocked the Guokue stall. The Guokue stall is connected to the hot pot restaurant, and a place is opened at the window outside to sell Guokue. The materials of the Guokue stall are semi-finished products. The meat filling and noodles have been mixed. They need to be fried in a pan until both sides are golden brown. The price of a Guokue is 5 first-level crystal cores. Jiang Ci handed over the kitchen work to Song Jinchuan and went to the Guokue stall. The survivors outside saw Jiang Ci suddenly appear at the window here, and they all gathered around curiously, wanting to see what she was doing. The Guokue stall was a small room, not big, and could only accommodate 2 people at most. In front of Jiang Ci was the flat-bottomed black pot for the Guokue. Unlike what she had seen before, this small black pot had circular grooves, just enough to hold a dough cake. The operation was also very simple. Apply a layer of oil, then put the Guokue in. Fry one side for 1 minute. Turn it over and fry it for another minute before it can be served. Judging from the grooves on the black pot, 20 gukui can be fried at a time. Jiang Xiai began to brush oil on the grooves of the black pot with great interest, and then took out the dough wrapped with meat filling from the pocket in the refrigerator below, and pressed it flat with a small spatula. There is also a timer on the black pot, and there will be a reminder when the time is up to avoid burning. Boss, what are you doing? The survivors asked curiously. What new products are there in the store? Making gukui. It is indeed a new product in the store, and the price is 5 first-level crystal cores each. Jiang Xiai pressed the dough into the groove. It was her first time making it, so her movements were inevitably not very skilled. The moment the dough was put into the pot and came into contact with the oil, it made a familiar sizzling sound, followed by the most primitive and most appetizing aroma of pasta. The survivors were immediately in an uproar. This was too fragrant. This fragrance instantly brought them back to the time before the end of the world. The most common street snacks at that time had now become a luxury. The survivors swallowed their saliva one after another. Even the survivors who were eating hot pot smelled the fragrance and went to the window to check the situation. When they saw the gukui that had already turned golden and crispy on one side, they could not walk anymore. Today is the first day of selling gukui. I am not very experienced. Each person is limited to 2. Jiang Xiai said to the survivors, who were already queuing outside. 2 is too few. Can you take your time and wait for us no matter how long it takes? Some survivors began to bargain. Jiang Xiai shook his head in principle. There are other things in the store. The clerk can't handle it alone. Please be considerate and come back tomorrow. The survivors had come here several times and were familiar with Jiang Xiai. She looked weak, but she had her own principles, and no one could make an exception for her. So, everyone stopped trying to persuade Jiang Xiai to do more, and instead began to calculate in their minds what time they had to come tomorrow to get in line as much as possible. They had to buy some now to satisfy their cravings since not many people knew about gukui. In the minds of the survivors, the price of 5 first-level crystal cores was no different from giving them away for free, so they wouldn't feel bad buying 8 or 10. Soon, the first batch of gukui was cooked. Jiang Xiai put them in the oil drain basket and then wrapped them with oil paper. In fact, there was a heat preservation box next to it, but it seemed that it would not be used in the current situation. The eyes of the survivors almost fell on the gukui, and they turned and stared at it eagerly as Jiang Xi's hands moved. Seeing that the gukui was out of the pot, the first survivor quickly took out a second-level crystal core and handed it to Jiang Xiai. Boss, I want 2. Jiang Xiai pointed to a box next to it that was specially used to collect crystal cores. Put the crystal core here. After the crystal core was put in, Jiang Xiai packed the pot cake wrapped in oil paper into a bag and handed it to the survivor in front of him. The survivor stood aside with the pot cake and ate it on the spot. The crunchy sound was particularly crispy. Seeing this survivor, their eyes lit up, and the survivors in line were eager to taste it. 20 pot cakes were sold to the 10 survivors in front. While selling pot cakes, Jiang Xiai took the time to put the second batch of dough on it, and his movements became more and more skillful. Halfway through, Song Jinchuan came over to take a look and wanted to ask if he needed help. The moment he saw the gukui stall, he paused. He had been here since yesterday. But when did this stall appear? It's not too busy here. You go and look outside first. Jiang Xiai saw Song Jinchuan coming over and replied. Song Jinchuan nodded blankly, then turned and left. He seemed to have really come to some extraordinary place. Jiang Xiai obviously wanted to see how gukui was operated first. But once she came in, she couldn't get out. She kept frying gukui here in the smoke and fire. In the end, she felt that she smelled like a walking giant gukui. Chapter 35. Song Jinchuan was still cleaning up the leftovers in the kitchen. Suddenly, a fragrance lingered in his nose. He looked down and saw Jiang Xiai holding a gukui in his hand and handing it to him. I specially left one for each of us. We have to taste it, Jiang Xiai said, stuffed the gukui into Song Jinchuan's hand, and turned to leave the kitchen. She had to order food for the 2 of them. It was so late, and she would almost faint from hunger if she didn't eat something. Jiang Xiai opened the ordering system on the computer while putting the gukui into his mouth. He took a bite. The skin was crispy, and the meat filling inside was wrapped in soup. It was delicious beyond imagination. Song Jinchuan stood in the kitchen, holding a hot pot cake in his hand, and felt his heart warm up just like the heat on his fingertips. After eating something to fill their stomachs, the 2 went back to their rooms. In fact, For Song Jinchuan, the work of the hot pot restaurant is much easier than the mission. And there is no life-threatening situation. So he would not feel tired even if he worked for a few more hours. But Jiang Xiai said that they are a regular hot pot restaurant. And they will not treat employees like cattle and horses. And they must leave work at a certain time. After returning to the room, the system issued a new round of tasks to Jiang Xiai. From now until tomorrow, within 24 hours, if you earn 1 million points, you can unlock the takeaway service. Jiang Xiai sat up from the bed. Can I change the task reward? The store is too busy. How can I have time to deliver food? Sorry. The task reward cannot be changed. The task is closely related to the subsequent development of the hot pot restaurant. The system ruthlessly refused. Jiang Xiai fell on the pillow with a thud, looking hopeless. Well, this time, Guokui hasn't figured it out yet. And he has to start delivering food again. Host, don't worry. There will be a delivery fee for takeout, which can be regarded as an extra income for the host, the system said. Jiang Xiai turned over and tried to isolate the system PA. Unexpectedly, he fell asleep in a few seconds because he was too tired. Jiang Xiai originally thought that Song Jinchuan had just come to the store yesterday, so he couldn't sleep and got up so early. But when he got up this morning, Song Jinchuan had already cleaned the place and cut a lot of ingredients and froze them in the refrigerator. Actually, you really don't have to get up so early, Jiang Xiai said helplessly. Song Jinchuan still said it was okay. He was used to it and would wake up at a fixed time every day. Jiang Xiai had no choice but to let him do it. After more than a day, Song Jinchuan had basically figured out the kitchen and the lobby. There was no technical content, so Jiang Xiai was relieved to leave it to him. She went straight to the Guokui stall, wanting to do part of it first while it was still early. But when the window of the Guokui stall was opened, Jiang Xiai saw the survivors waiting outside, some of whom even brought tents, and looked like they had slept here for a night. Is it still limited today, boss? The survivors asked expectantly when they saw Jiang Xiai. Jiang Xiai nodded. Today. It is still limited to 2 per person. Everyone line up. Boss. Good morning. What are you selling? At this time, a familiar voice came from not far away. Jiang Xiai looked up and saw Zhong Xiaofeng and several survivors walking over here. Good morning. This is the Guokui that came out yesterday. 5 first-level crystal cores for 1. Guokui. I like eating Guokui the most. A young woman following Zhong Xiaofeng said excitedly. And then she consciously lined up behind the crowd. Song Jinchuan came out of the house to hand out number plates. There were only so many bases nearby, and everyone knew the superpowers. Zhong Xiaofeng was no exception. Her team had dealt with Song Jinchuan team before. Others may not know, but Zhong Xiaofeng has always known that Song Jinchuan is actually a dual-system superpower. Such a person can thrive in any base. At this time, Song Jinchuan helped Jiang Xiai greet customers and cut and wash vegetables like a store employee. Zhong Xiaofeng felt that it was a little unreal. Captain Zhong. Song Jinchuan noticed a gaze, looked up and saw Zhong Xiaofeng, nodded at her. Only a glance, and then continued to do his own thing. Just as he said, the things in this world have nothing to do with him. The line on Jiang Xi's side was getting longer and longer, and the news that the hot pot restaurant started selling Guokui spread quickly. And more people rushed over to eat a bite of the snack that had only appeared in dreams over the years. When Song Jinchuan was a little less busy, he would come over to help Jiang Xiai make Guokui, and then bag it and hand it out. Zhong Xiaofeng and the others found a private room and sat down. The hot pot restaurant now has several more ingredients than when they first came, and the taste is richer. Some survivors have been here before, but some are here for the first time. The rich dishes and egg-fried rice make the survivors' eyes light up. Although the nutrient solution can also fill the stomach, it is not as good as delicious food. Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming stood in front of the ruins of a collapsed building in City C, and took off the masks that blocked the sun on their faces, revealing their young faces. Sister, is this City C? Cheng Ming asked, panting. The two had just killed a group of level 2 zombies, and barely found a quiet place to rest. It should be. There are no landmarks or road signs now. We can only follow this map. Logically, we have indeed arrived in City C. Cheng Jing unfolded an old map in her hand and took a look. The two escaped from a farm in City R. They were originally the owners of the farm. After the end of the world, their parents quickly built a high wall around the farm. The farm had abundant supplies, which attracted some survivors. Finally, a small shelter was formed. They lived in the shelter for many years. Later, the parents of the two sisters died, and they were left to depend on each other. The base has always been a peaceful coexistence. There is no such thing as management or no management, but everyone is quite conscious. Originally, the base had been peaceful until not long ago, when the two sisters found that their uncle had colluded with several survivors who had just arrived at the base to win over some of the survivors in the base, directly seized their power, and drove them out of the home where they had lived for decades. Their aunt watched all this happen, but was indifferent. When they were kicked out, she even accused them of uneven distribution of resources, and that their relatives had not benefited from it at all. Her words were full of accusations, and she didn't care about the friendship they had taken in at the critical moment of life and death. Those who tried to speak for them were all suppressed by force. They also tried to brainwash the survivors so that they would not obey the two women. Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming were almost laughing. There has never been any class distinction here. Everyone supports each other and moves forward. How could it be considered obeying their orders? After all, they were concerned about the farm left by their parents and the companions who had lived with them for so long. So they had no choice but to be driven out. After leaving the farm, they thought about going to the Hope Base in City C to find their uncle, who had left home for several years, and then make other plans. After several days, the two finally arrived at the border of City C. Sister, can we find our uncle? Can we still be the same after we find him? Cheng Ming pouted, no longer holding any hope for these relatives. I don't know either. Cheng Jing's eyes were filled with confusion. Let's see first. Don't rush to recognize each other. If it doesn't work, we can find a base to stay at first. Cheng Jing counted her crystal cores, since she carried most of them with her. The crystal cores should be able to last for a while. The two of them rested for a while, and when they heard the movement nearby, they hurriedly got up and walked towards the urban area of City C. Jiang Xi was busy all day today, and she didn't have time to say hello to acquaintances. When she came to her senses, the sun outside had already set. Before 24 hours had passed, the system reminded her that today's task was completed. For the first time, Jiang Xi felt that completing a task would make her so stressed. But the task reward still arrived as scheduled regardless. At 8 o'clock, when the store door was closed and there were no customers in the store, and Song Jinchuan was still cleaning up in the kitchen, Jiang Xi clicked on the task reward. Jiang Xi found that although the takeaway service was unlocked, Jiang Xi could control the number, at least 3, and no upper limit. And the medium for survivors to order takeaways was the electronic menu produced by the system. This menu looks no different from a paper menu, except that the dishes ordered on it will be fed back to Jiang Xi, who will prepare the dishes and then send them out. Takeout is more expensive than dine-in, and whether it can be ordered depends entirely on the number and order of orders set by Jiang Xi. The means of transportation for delivering takeout is the folding electric donkey that was given to Jiang Xi before. The store also has some special boxes for takeout, disposable pots, and insulated bags for takeout, because there is now one more employee in the store. These things no longer appear out of thin air, but are placed in the form of packages at the door of the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi pushed open the door and saw a pile of express boxes at the door. She called Song Jinchuan to help move all the express boxes to the kitchen. Then she unpacked them one by one and arranged them. What are these for? Song Jinchuan asked doubtfully. For example, the overlapping pots seemed a little soft to the touch. Can they be used? These are all for our takeaway delivery in the future, Jiang Xi said with despair. Delivery? Our store is going to open takeaway service? Song Jinchuan was obviously surprised. In such an environment and conditions, there was actually a delivery service. Jiang Xi nodded, yes. We will be even busier in the future. We have to take care of the store and deliver food. It's okay. I deliver food in the future. I can run fast. Song Jinchuan took the initiative to take on the job of delivering food. Chapter 36. Jiang Xi looked up at him. He didn't expect that the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was actually a good guy. However, Jiang Xi couldn't push everything to Song Jinchuan. So he said, if you are really too busy, just close the store for half a day. There is no hard and fast rule to open the store every day. Then we can both go out for a walk and take a break. Song Jinchuan nodded while sorting things. In fact, it was very comfortable to get along with Jiang Xiai. Whether she spoke or did things, she was neither hurried nor slow. Slow but with her own unique rhythm. It was a rare leisure time. And Song Jinchuan also felt a little comfortable. After packing up, Jiang Xiai ordered dinner for the two of them. Now that there are more ingredients, the range of dinner choices has also increased. Jiang Xiai tries to order something different every day. Today, it is teriyaki beef rice. The slightly sweet and fragrant sauce is poured on the rice and beef slices, which looks very appetizing. The two sat opposite each other, each holding a bowl of rice, eating very deliciously. Now they are all in the lobby, so the store has not been upgraded for the time being after completing the task. After dinner, it was getting late. Jiang Xiai was about to close the shop and go back to his room to rest when another customer came. The customers were the sisters Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming. They had been walking for a day and a night, and were tired and hungry. When they saw the sign, they thought they were dazzled. It was the end of the world. How could there be a hot pot restaurant? But the flashing lights on the sign and the faint aroma of food told them that it was not a dazzle, but a real thing. The two walked into the shop, and the smell of food became stronger. The shop looked quite spacious, with tables, chairs and benches arranged in an orderly manner. There was no dust at all. The whole house had a smell that was incompatible with this end of the world. There was a small blackboard with prices written on it next to the counter. Everything was in good shape. The two sisters looked around, disbelief and curiosity in their eyes. Just as they were surprised, Jiang Xiai came out and said to them with a smile, "Would you like to eat something?" Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming were startled, but they quickly realized, "Are you the boss here? Is this really a hot pot restaurant?" It is a hot pot restaurant. The existing soup bases, dishes and prices are all written on the blackboard. You can take a look and see what you need, Jiang Xiai said. The two of them sat down slowly on the chairs. The shock this restaurant brought to them was too great. They had to digest it for a while. The two sisters gathered together and muttered for a long time. Finally, they ordered beef oil soup base, fat beef slices, fat lamb slices and vegetable platter. Finally, they were really curious about guacamole, so they ordered 2 more guacamole. Jiang Xiai reported the dishes they ordered to the kitchen, and went to the guacamole stall to make guacamole. Just as the oil was applied, footsteps and voices were heard outside the store. Jiang Xiai saw the survivors, who had come during the day, coming together again. When they smelled the aroma of guacamole, their eyes lit up, and they walked a few steps quickly. "Boss, are you still making guacamole? Can we buy some?" Jiang Xiai looked at the number of people, and saw that there were not many people, so it should not take long. He nodded, "Okay. It's still limited to 2 per person." The survivors were instantly happy. They didn't expect that they would have an unexpected surprise if they came to the hot pot restaurant later. Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming were still talking in a low voice when they saw some unfamiliar survivors coming to the store. Most of them were tall men. They stopped immediately. Their eyes were a little alert, and their whole bodies tensed up. The survivors seemed to have noticed something, and sat down at the table farthest from them. As soon as they arrived, they greeted the boss skillfully and ordered dishes. They were regular customers. After a while, the fragrance began to spread in the hot pot restaurant. Cheng Ming took a deep breath and swallowed her saliva. She quietly touched Cheng Jing's arm. "Sister, it smells so good." The aroma of food can always soothe people's hearts and calm the anxiety in people's hearts. The fatigue and anxiety of the two seemed to be cured by this fragrance at this moment. The pot and dishes were served quickly. Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming's eyes almost fell on the plates of meat slices. It has been 10 years since the end of the world. How can there be such fresh meat? The pot was bubbling, and the meat slices were poured into the pot and mixed with the hot and bright red oil. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing went from being hesitant at first to eating quickly later. They have lived in the end of the world for 10 years. But they didn't even know there was such a restaurant. This is too delicious. By the way, I hope the people in the base are okay. The sound of another table talking came over clearly. Hearing the words Hope Base, Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing paused with their chopsticks. How could it be okay? That was a level 8 mutant beast. Several people were blown away and died on the spot. Another survivor shook his head, revealing regret in his words. Several superpowers died, and more than half of the ordinary survivors were killed or injured. This time, Hope Base can be said to be seriously injured. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing's faces became solemn again, although they didn't know what happened. If their uncle was still in Hope Base, he must be in some kind of crisis now. The Hope Base was attacked? Is it that serious? After Jiang Xiai finished making the pot cake, he happened to hear the conversation of the survivors and asked. The head of the Hope Base had come to buy mineral water twice before, and also brought her a set of very beautiful jewelry. Sapphires and crystal clear diamonds inlaid together, which was particularly dazzling. After spending a long time with these survivors, Jiang Xiai found that they were not cunning, and were quite straightforward and cute. Now that he knew something was wrong, he naturally wanted to ask about it. Suddenly, an 8th level black snake came and destroyed the base beyond recognition. When we received the news and went to rescue, many people had already died. I hope the remaining survivors of the base are currently living in the hummingbird base next door. When the survivor described the scene he saw, he used several interjections to express his regret for the loss of life. Jiang Xiai could imagine what it would be like with corpses everywhere. But for the people in the end times, this was already their normal state. Apart from sighing, they did not have such great emotional ups and downs as Jiang Xiai. After the meal, Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing took the initiative to walk over and ask about the Hope Base. Hearing that they were here to look for their relatives, the survivors showed a little pity in their eyes and enthusiastically told them the location of the hummingbird base. We will go there after the meal and get some supplies to help. Otherwise, you can join us later. The survivors were a little hesitant when they said these words, fearing that the two girls would be scared to stay with a group of grown men like them. Well, I go over and take a look too. Jiang Xiai suddenly spoke up. Boss, are you going too? The survivors were obviously a little surprised, and even Song Jinchuan turned to look at Jiang Xiai. Jiang Xiai nodded. I go see if there's anything I can help with. At this moment, the survivors looked at Jiang Xiai with a little moved. They all felt that Jiang Xiai was very righteous, and was willing to go to such a dangerous place to help without saying anything. Only Jiang Xiai himself knew why. Just now, the system issued a temporary task to let the displaced survivors of the hummingbird base have a hot and full meal before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. This means that Jiang Xiai must go to the hummingbird base tonight and cook a big pot meal for the hundreds of survivors there. Seeing that Jiang Xiai was going with him, Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing were obviously much more relaxed. In fact, cooking is not difficult, but it is difficult to cook for hundreds of people. The system also thoughtfully gave her a big pot that can heat itself without plugging in electricity or fire. The pot is really big, the kind that can fit 2 Jiang Xiai in it. And there is also a folding pot that can fry pot cakes. While the survivors were still eating, Jiang Xiai used a large bucket to fill a lot of water in the space, and then exchanged a lot of dough for making pot cakes. When she was ready and the survivors had finished their meal, Jiang Xiai turned to look at Song Jinchuan. You can rest in the store. I will probably be back tomorrow morning. Song Jinchuan had already taken off his apron. I will go with you. It's too late. The two of us can still take care of each other. Jiang Xiai wanted to say something, but Song Jinchuan had already put away the tables, chairs and benches in the store as usual, then turned off the lights and walked towards the door. She could only follow Song Jinchuan's steps. Should we take the ride? Song Jinchuan stood at the door and turned to look at Jiang Xiai. The survivors came in a car with some supplies, but the car was not big. They, Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming, were already a bit overloaded. Jiang Xiai shook his head hurriedly, then walked to the corner of the hot pot restaurant and took out his folding electric scooter. You take their car. I ride this. Jiang Xiai originally wanted to let Song Jinchuan take her car, but after comparing, it was obvious that riding in a car was more comfortable than riding a small electric scooter. So she didn't say anything, but returned to the house to take Hui, who had been craning his neck to look around. Hui is simply a magic weapon to avoid disasters. Taking it with them will make their journey much safer. Since the last time he went out, Jiang Xiai went to the system mall to buy a large knitted backpack that can just fit Hui. People who don't know the inside story think that Jiang Xiai is carrying supplies, and no one knows that there is a big turtle inside. Song Jinchuan took a look at this small electric donkey and frowned slightly. It seems that it is not very reassuring to let Jiang Xiai ride this small electric donkey alone and follow behind. I go with you, Song Jinchuan said straightforwardly. He attributed his series of psychological activities to the fact that Jiang Xiai was his savior, and it was only right for him to protect his savior. Song Jinchuan got on the electric scooter. In the eyes of outsiders, he looked a little aggrieved, with his arms and legs huddled on a small electric bike. Jiang Xiai sat in the back seat and hesitated for a while before saying, "How about a ride?" "It's okay. Sit tight." As soon as he finished speaking, the electric scooter rushed out. Chapter 37. Jiang Xiai subconsciously grabbed the clothes on the waist of the person in front of him. And only then did he remember that he had forgotten to tell Song Jinchuan that the car had enough horsepower. However, Song Jinchuan learned quickly, and under Jiang Xi's guidance, he could quickly control the speed. However, he was a little distracted at this time, and part of his senses fell on the hands on his waist, which were warm and soft. Seeing that the electric donkey was on the road smoothly, the cars of the survivors followed closely and drove out of the hot pot restaurant. On the road, seeing that the two cars were far away, Jiang Xiai thought about revealing some inside information to Song Jinchuan. After all, the two of them would have to spend every day together in the future, and it would not be easy to hide any secrets. Moreover, Song Jinchuan and she were bound by the system. Like Hui, they were all partners she could trust unconditionally in this doomsday. In order to avoid being bound by her hands and feet in the future, Jiang Xiai thought she could pick out some of them and tell him. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xiai said, "Actually, I came out this time to do a mission." Her voice was blown away by the night wind, and Song Jinchuan didn't hear it clearly. Jiang Xiai said it again. "You can also understand that I am doing tasks in exchange for experience points to upgrade. I may receive such tasks in the future and go out, so that my hot pot restaurant can be upgraded and expanded. The last time I saved you was because I completed the task, and you are the reward I drew." Although Jiang Xi's words were not particularly clear, Song Jinchuan still understood them after linking several sentences together. Although he had vaguely felt that the hot pot restaurant and Jiang Xiai were both magical before, seeing and hearing them with his own eyes and ears was another matter. "So I hope you can assist me well in the future and don't make a fuss. For example, when we go out and return to the hot pot restaurant this time, the restaurant will definitely be different again." Song Jinchuan understood that this was a vaccination for him. He was also a person who had seen many storms. After sighing in his heart, he nodded very calmly, indicating that he understood. "Don't worry. I won't feel strange about anything that happens to you. I will definitely cooperate with you. No matter what you do, I will be with you." Song Jinchuan plain words gave the most important promise. The two of them walked towards the direction of the hummingbird base. Because of sharing a little secret, the relationship between the two seemed to be closer. The survivors drove behind the electric scooter and couldn't help but sigh at the speed of the electric scooter for the 50th time. They drove a car, but they were still one step slower than the electric scooter. The bumps on the ground did not affect its speed at all, and it drove very smoothly with two people on board. And with Hui behind Jiang Xiai, they did not encounter any zombies or mutants at all, and the silence made the survivors almost unaccustomed. Song Jinchuan was also a little surprised. But after Jiang Xi's conversation just now, he guessed that Jiang Xiai had something that could disperse zombies and mutants. Although she told part of the secret, Jiang Xiai never revealed the existence of the system. This was her bottom line. The journey was long, and the two began to chat about their daily lives. Jiang Xiai learned that Song Jinchuan was AJ before the end of the world, and later joined the light base. He had no relatives at home, only him, and his only close friend was Laoli, who had been through life and death with him. Later, he rescued some survivors one after another and formed the later Cheetah team. When Song Jinchuan talked about the past, his emotions did not fluctuate greatly. But Jiang Xiai also knew that it must have been difficult for him to come this far. An hour later, the group finally arrived at the hummingbird base. At this time, the lights were still on in the hummingbird base, and the noisy voices inside could be heard from outside, which looked really chaotic. The zombies and mutants that were originally wandering at the door sensed Hui. There were fewer survivors guarding the door than usual. Some of them had been to the hot pot restaurant and knew Jiang Xiai. Seeing her, they were obviously shocked and quickly opened the door to let them in. "Boss Jiang? Why are you here?" The survivors didn't even bother to ask the group of survivors who were pulling supplies behind them. "We came to see if you need help," Jiang Xiai said. "What's the situation inside now? Too many people came at once. Our base commander is arranging for them to stay. We can't get so much nutrient solution at a time. We are all trying to find a way. Now it's like this. And some people are still arguing." The survivor who was speaking curled his lips. "I guess there's not enough food. So I brought some food to cook. Is there a spacious place?" Hearing Jiang Xiai say this, the survivor's eyes lit up and nodded hurriedly. Yes. Of course. Boss Jiang. You are really a timely help. The survivors in our base must be very happy to see you. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing got out of the car and looked at the base so close. They actually felt a little bit of homesickness in their hearts. Boss Jiang, can we go and help you first? We can also find someone while we're at it, Cheng Jing said. Jiang Xiai nodded. Sure. You guys follow me first. Boss Jiang, we go over there to deliver the supplies first. And come over to help when we're free. The survivor who was driving the car stuck his head out of the car. And after saying that, he followed the survivor at the gate into the car. Another survivor led Jiang Xiai and his group to another direction. The closer they got, the clearer the voices became. After walking through a few streets, Jiang Xiai saw the dense crowd of survivors in the base square. The night wind mixed with the smell of blood and various strong and complex smells blew over, making Jiang Xiai subconsciously take a step back. Are you okay? Song Jinchuan saw that Jiang Xi's face was not very good, and asked in a low voice. Jiang Xiai shook his head. It's okay. Is it okay here? This is the largest place in our base. Currently, all the survivors of the Hope base live here. The survivor who brought Jiang Xiai here said. We can only say that we have tried our best. We can't guarantee that everyone can eat. So you really helped a lot. Boss. Okay. Let's do it here. I prepare first. When I'm ready, you can notify everyone to come over. Let them not scramble and crowd. And line up properly. Otherwise they won't get any food from me. Jiang Xiai had to set the rules first. You'd better let some of the survivors in your base come over to maintain order on the scene. Jiang Xiai could almost foresee how crazy the hungry survivors would be when they saw the food. The survivors nodded hurriedly. Of course. Of course. Boss. You go ahead. I tell the base leader and send someone over in a while. After explaining everything clearly, Jiang Xiai began to prepare her own things. She put down the gray backpack behind her and started to take out her things. A set of spacious folding tables and chairs. A huge pot. A black pancake pot. And several large buckets of drinking water. In addition, there were various ingredients she brought. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing, who were originally searching for their uncle in the crowd, were now attracted by Jiang Xi's series of actions. What on earth is this bag? How can it hold so much? Soon, the two realized that Boss Jiang should be a space-based psychic. After a while, Gong Feng, the base chief of Hummingbird Base, and Qian Lin, the base chief of Hope Base, came over. They were almost in tears when they saw Jiang Xiai, especially Qian Lin, who held Jiang Xi's hand and refused to let go, not knowing how to express his inner feelings. Boss Jiang, don't worry. I will definitely maintain order for you today. Gong Feng waved his hand. And soon, many survivors with weapons came to guard Jiang Xi's temporary stall. The movement here attracted the attention of many survivors. Everyone slowly gathered around to see what happened. But there were survivors with weapons stationed outside, and they could only vaguely see the figures outside. The two base leaders also helped on the side, rolling up their sleeves to wash vegetables and dishes, without any airs. Jiang Xiai first cooked a pot of soup with a clear soup base in a big pot, and threw some vegetables and meat into it. With the blessing of the clear soup base, a strong fragrance soon wafted out, and the survivors, who had been hungry for a long time, began to boil. Qian Lin stood in front of the crowd and told the survivors that Jiang Xiai had generously helped them and cooked for them. He also warned everyone not to crowd or make noise. Otherwise Boss Jiang would be angry and leave, and they would still go hungry. After the warning, his tone became a little gentler. Don't worry. Everyone will definitely have a hot meal today. These were just what Jiang Xiai told him, and he used them to appease the restless survivors, while the soup in the pot was boiling. On the other side, Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan started frying guacue. The special pot for guacue was unfolded, and the two stood on each side, took out the dough and pressed it into the small round groove in the pot, with almost synchronous movements. It was the first time for Song Jinchuan to help fry the pancakes. Fortunately, the steps were simple and easy to learn. After the initial unfamiliarity, his movements became smoother. The dough was put into the pan, making a sizzling sound, and the fragrance began to spread. Not only the survivors, but also the base commander and the people they sent over couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Can we eat it? When can we eat it? A survivor couldn't wait and asked in a low voice in the crowd. "Base Commander, we have children here. Can we take them first?" A voice suddenly came out. Then, the crying of a child was heard. The surroundings gradually became quiet, and that voice was particularly prominent. "Hurry up. Say you are hungry. Go and ask those uncles and aunts for some food." Jiang Xi couldn't help but look over. He didn't expect that there would be such people who relied on their children to be so confident in the end of the world. "Why? I have children at home." Everyone was not used to the survivors who spoke, and they all retorted. "Why are you pinching the child? Didn't the base commander Qian just say that we can all eat? Why are you panicking? Are you not going to live that long?" The crowd refuted the parent who used the child to ask for food. Soon, the child stopped crying and the adults stopped talking. Chapter 38. "Oh, look at this. Boss Jiang is making fun of me," Qianlin said a little embarrassedly. "It's okay. I've seen even weirder things. This is the best." Jiang Xi smiled and comforted. After a while, the soup was cooked, and a basket full of pot cakes was fried out. Jiang Xi asked Song Jinchuan to fry pot cakes on the side, and he led others to distribute food. 1 bowl of hot soup and 2 pancakes per person. There were 4 people distributing food, including Jiang Xi. So the survivors were arranged in 4 rows. Everyone lined up expectantly, waiting to receive food. The first survivor on Jiang Xi's side was a young girl, with a tourniquet on her arm and a pale face. Jiang Xi scooped her a bowl of soup with meat and vegetables, and wrapped 2 pot cakes in oil paper and handed them to her. "Be careful of the heat." Looking at Jiang Xi's gentle smile, the girl in front of her suddenly felt her nose sour, and she lowered her head slightly to cover up her loss of composure. Knowing that Jiang Xi was here to help, the survivors were relatively conscious, did not make a fuss, and obediently lined up in a long line. "Give more. There's a child." At this time, a familiar voice sounded in front of Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi raised his eyes and saw a woman in her 40s who kept pushing the thin little girl in front of her, wanting the little girl to ask for more food. The little girl couldn't stand steadily because of the push. And next to the woman, there was a boy who looked much better. "Why did you push her?" Jiang Xi frowned. "No." The woman chuckled twice, knowing that she couldn't offend Jiang Xi. She was hungry and couldn't stand steadily. The little girl lowered her head, and the expression on her face could not be seen clearly. "Let her stand by herself. Don't push her." Jiang Xi scolded her sternly, and then served the pot cake and soup to the little girl. The woman behind her saw this. Her eyes almost fell on the food, and she hurried forward to grab the food from the little girl's hand, and quickly stuffed the 2 pot cakes into the little boy behind her. The little boy seemed to be accustomed to this, put the pot cake in his pocket, and made a proud face at the girl. Jiang Xi even saw the little boy say to the little girl, "You're losing money. I hold it for you. It's too hot, and I'm afraid you can't hold it steady." The woman's tone was obviously perfunctory. She pushed the little girl aside, but held the little boy tightly with her free hand. The girl whose food was robbed only glanced at them. Jiang Xi saw the helplessness and hatred in her eyes clearly. "Please, drive these 2 people out, and don't let them come to collect food again. The food in their hands belongs to this little girl," Jiang Xi said to the survivors, who were maintaining order. The grandmother and grandson, who were smiling just now, suddenly changed their expressions, and their proud smiles froze in an instant. "No. Why? We didn't make trouble." Jiang Xi ignored her, and the survivors next to him naturally listened to Jiang Xi's words, took the things from the woman and the little boy, and dragged them out of the team. Even from a distance, you can still hear the dirty curses from their mouths. Jiang Xi pulled the little girl, who was standing there at a loss behind him. "Put a stool for her, and let her sit here to eat." The girl looked only about 11 or 12 years old, and was so thin that she was almost skin and bones. "Just sit here and eat something," Jiang Xi said, and turned around to continue busying herself with the previous experience of the woman and the little boy. The people behind her became more honest, took their own food and walked away quietly. The survivors had finally escaped and had been hungry for a long time. After eating the hot soup and pot cakes, they immediately felt warm from body to heart. Jiang Xi was busy for a while, and Song Jinchuan came to take over from her for a while, taking advantage of a little free time. Jiang Xi walked to the little girl and touched her messy head. "Are they your relatives?" The little girl nodded. "One is my grandmother, and the other is my brother." Do you still want to live with them? Or let the base commander help you find a new place to live? But you have to live on your own and earn crystal cores on your own in the future, Jiang Ziai said. The little girl nodded without thinking. I have always lived on my own and earned crystal cores on my own. The crystal cores have to be given to my grandmother. I am not allowed to eat, and I am beaten every day. The little girl probably hadn't been taught to speak systematically, so she wasn't fluent. But she was still trying to express herself. And she would gesture when she didn't know how to express herself. Jiang Ziai couldn't help but feel a little pity in her heart. Such a young child was treated like this by her family. She didn't expect that in the end of the world. There was still a saying of favoring boys over girls. Just at this time, Gung Feng came over, and Jiang Ziai told him the general situation. Can you find a place for her to stay? If she stays with her grandmother and brother, she might starve to death in the end. Aren't these her grandmother and brother? At this time, Qianlin came over from the side. I just found out about this. The woman just now was actually the nanny of this little girl's family before the end of the world. After the end of the world, the girl's parents went out and could not come back. The nanny took her and her grandson to hide in someone else's villa for a long time. She originally wanted to kill the girl, but later she heard that the treatment would be better if she brought the child into the base. So she kept the person. Qianlin sighed, but after all, it's not her own child. Usually she either beats or scolds them. Other survivors can't stand it. But every time they help say a few words, this woman will catch them and scold them, and then beat them more severely. Over time, no one dared to care. There are people like this everywhere. Don't worry. I will find a place for her to live. My hummingbird base is so spacious. There is no reason why it can't accommodate a child, Gung Feng said. As the head of the base, he didn't have to take care of these trivial matters. But in order to save Jiang Xi's face, he took the responsibility. The head of the base, Gung Feng, was a muscular bearded man. At this time, he tried to smile at the little girl. Don't be afraid. Just follow me from now on. I will find a good place for you. The little girl nodded, looking very mature and sensible. After eating, she took the initiative to help Jiang Xi clean up the things. And her movements were very neat. When everyone had eaten, it was already dawn. Jiang Xi hammered his sore shoulders and packed up everything with Song Jinchuan. The system also indicated that her task had been completed. At this time, the survivors in the square had eaten and drunk enough, and all went to sleep in their clothes. Only Gung Feng and Qianlin were lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. They were really tired. Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming did not sleep, and walked through the crowd, trying to find familiar faces. Suddenly, Cheng Jing stopped, stood there for a while, and then turned to look at her sister Cheng Ming. The two had been together for so long, and they had already had the tacit understanding they should have. With just one glance, Cheng Ming knew it. She took a few steps in the direction of Cheng Jing, and stopped when she got closer. Both of them looked at the person in front of Cheng Jing. The survivor in front of them had a familiar face in their memory, but the difference was that he was missing a hand. Is it him? Cheng Ming asked in disbelief. It should be. Cheng Jing tried to search for her uncle's face in her memory, and it should match the man in front of her. When the two were hesitating whether to wake him up, the man in front of them slowly opened his eyes. He was naturally alert when two people suddenly appeared in front of him. But after being alert, he felt that the people in front of him were inexplicably familiar, which made him feel close to them. Wang Jin was stunned for a long time before he suddenly reacted. You are Ming Ming and Jingjing? The two sisters looked at each other and nodded slowly. Wang Jin looked at his two nieces standing in front of him. His eyes suddenly reddened. Why are you here? Is the farm okay? Where are my sister and brother-in-law? They passed away. Cheng Jing saw that his reaction was quite enthusiastic, and her tone softened a little. Our farm was taken away by Yang Yin and Deng Dashan and outsiders. Yang Yin and Deng Dashan are the sisters' aunt and uncle. They were heartbroken, and now they are unwilling to call them aunt and uncle. Wang Jin frowned and searched for the shadows of Yang Yin and Deng Dashan in his memory, but soon failed. He only remembered that these two people loved to take advantage of small gains before the end of the world. But they were still very good to children. He didn't expect that they would do such a thing when their sister and brother-in-law died. Wang Jin's face was full of anger, mixed with heartache for his two nieces. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing have been struggling in the end of the world for so many years, and they still have the ability to judge people basically, and can tell whether he is sincere or not. I originally wanted to get more supplies and crystal cores and then go back to find you. But, Wang Jin smiled bitterly, looked at his broken hand, and lifted his trouser legs to show the two his prosthetic limbs. I am a useless person. I can't go back to drag you down. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing only saw the broken hand, and didn't notice that he had lost a foot. How come the foot? Cheng Ming squatted in front of Wang Jin, looking down at Wang Jin's feet, feeling a little uncomfortable. It was bitten by a mutant beast when I went out on a mission. But fortunately I still have a life. But since you are here, just stay with peace of mind. Don't look at me like this. I can also go out on missions with you. Enough to support you. Wang Jin added. The base has had some difficulties recently. Once the difficulties are resolved, I will take people back to the farm to have a look. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing felt a little warm in their hearts, and felt that they were being protected. After Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan completed their mission, they took Hui Hui and the electric donkey and prepared to leave. They did not alarm the people in the square and left quietly. When Gung Feng and Qianlin woke up, they found that Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan, who had been busy all night, had disappeared. On the way back, Jiang Xi was still talking to Song Jinchuan at first, but the next second, he fell headfirst on Song Jinchuan's back. Chapter 39. Song Jinchuan was stunned for a moment, and when he heard the steady breathing of the person behind him, he slowed down the car. After hesitating for a moment, he still freed a hand to hold Jiang Xi's gradually slipping hand. It was unexpectedly soft as if it had no bones. He was so shocked that he almost let go. But the next second, he carefully held it again. Jiang Xi was sleeping soundly, and in a daze, he felt that he was leaning against a solid and warm place. She was awakened by the vibration and sharp voices, and when she woke up, she found that their electric donkey was surrounded. There seemed to be dozens of people in front of them, surrounding them tightly. Song Jinchuan's tall figure stood in front of her, blocking her view from the outside. A beautiful woman is still very dangerous in the end times. And Jiang Xi felt a lot of malicious eyes. What's going on? Jiang Xi asked in a low voice. It's someone from the Black Hawk base, Song Jinchuan explained. That person is Zhong Tao's younger brother Zhong Hai. Jiang Xi understood in one sentence that this person was here to take revenge. My people have been waiting for a long time, and finally waited for you to leave that evil house. Now it's time to avenge my brother. Zhong Hai sneered, and the fat on his face trembled twice. Since the last time the superpower team returned in defeat, he has been lurking in the dark waiting for an opportunity. The more he observed the hot pot restaurant, the more he couldn't bear it. The piles of water and food should be theirs. When you find an opportunity, drive away, Song Jinchuan whispered in Jiang Xi's ear. After that, orange-red flames suddenly appeared, accompanied by a gust of wind. He saw that there were many survivors among these people, so he no longer concealed himself and released his fire and wind abilities. The flames accompanied by the strong wind reached any place he wanted, which was twice the result with half the effort. The crowd was forced to retreat several steps in an instant. But Zhong Hai had investigated Song Jinchuan and naturally knew how powerful he was. He quickly regained his composure and asked his people to start fighting back. Song Jinchuan's actions were clean and neat, and Jiang Xi did not drag his feet. He retreated to the back, but he did not sit and wait for death, nor did he run away. Instead, he released the gray in his backpack. She patted Hui Hui's shell and whispered, Hui Hui, can you still grow bigger? We've fed you so much. You have to protect us both. Hui Hui turned his head to Jiang Xi and nodded up and down, as if to reassure her. At this moment, a survivor had already discovered Jiang Xi who was alone, and followed Zhong Hai's order to control her. But just as they approached, the turtle in front of Jiang Xi suddenly grew bigger and bigger, and soon it was as big as a small house. The terrifying thing was that it was still growing. Someone recognized it. Isn't this the level 9 giant turtle that has been stationed underground in City C? It had caused a series of events before, but one day it suddenly disappeared. Unexpectedly, it was subdued by the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Is there anything more magical than this? The survivors felt particularly torn. Some of them were shouting to escape, but the other part was shocked and curious that Jiang Xi could subdue such a powerful mutant beast. After a while, Hui Hui returned to the appearance when Jiang Xi first saw it. It was a giant turtle several stories high and seemed to be a little fatter than before. Hui carefully held Jiang Xi in his mouth, and then placed him on his back to protect him. After Jiang Xi stood firm, he found that he seemed to be standing on a small island. This feeling was particularly novel. Not only the survivors who were close to Jiang Xi, but even the survivors who were still fighting could not help but stop their actions and look at the scene in front of them. The giant turtle and the girl on its back. Jiang Xi stood facing the wind, and the people below were as small as dolls. She was not panicked at all, and she looked around with interest with a canopy on her forehead. When she saw Song Jinchuan in the crowd, who was also shocked, she quickly waved, "Song Jinchuan is over there. Hui, bring him up too." When Hui grew bigger, Jiang Xi took their electric donkey into his own space, and they were all done with Song Jinchuan. Hui followed Jiang Xi's instructions and took Song Jinchuan into his mouth. This was the first time for Song Jinchuan to be held in the mouth of a mutant beast. His whole body was stiff, but he believed in Jiang Xi, so he did not resist until he was placed on the back of the giant turtle. Zhong Hai and his group dared not move in front of the giant turtle, their faces showing fear, and they began to run away belatedly. But Hui started to exert his strength after seeing that Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan were safe. Hui was a mutant beast with earth-related abilities. When his head moved, the ground shook, and the land continued to gather and condense into a wall in front of them, directly blocking their escape. The next second, countless spikes rose from the ground, and many survivors were pierced, and blood quickly soaked the land. A bright red light flashed in Hui's eyes, but it returned to calm. If Hui was still the mutant beast before, he might be slowly corroded by blood after killing, no longer have his own consciousness, and become bloodthirsty and terrifying. But it was bound to Jiang Xi, and with the constraints of the system, it was easy to pull it back from the edge of tyranny. Jiang Xi saw how powerful Hui was and couldn't help but applaud. "That's awesome. Hui, I give you a snack when I go back." Hui turned his head and slowly lowered in front of Jiang Xi, a gesture of submission. The giant turtle that frightened the survivors was incredibly gentle to Jiang Xi at this moment. Zhong Hai regretted it so much when he saw this scene. He thought he had investigated Jiang Xi thoroughly enough. The biggest threat was nothing more than that strange house and Song Jinchuan. But he didn't expect that she had such a killer hidden by her side. But it was useless to regret now. His thigh had been pierced by the sharp thorns that continued to emerge from the ground. Hui built a four-sided wall to trap the survivors tightly. At this time, they felt the despair of being unable to live or die. Seeing that it was almost done, Jiang Xi signaled Hui to stop. And the next second, the shaking ground returned to calm. Hui put the two back on the ground, and then slowly shrank in the eyes of the two, and finally returned to the size that could be put into the backpack. Jiang Xi put Hui into the backpack and still carried it on his back. Song Jinchuan felt that his ability to accept was still a little lacking. He had obviously been vaccinated before and warned himself not to be too surprised no matter what happened. But he was still shocked for a long time, and didn't know what to say. Hui was indeed the mutant giant turtle in City C. Later, it joined the hot pot restaurant, and is now a member of our hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi saw that Song Jinchuan looked a little dazed. So he explained, "Didn't I tell you that no matter what happens, don't be too surprised?" Song Jinchuan nodded silently, and then got back on the electric scooter that Jiang Xi took out from the space. The two slowly returned to the hot pot restaurant, and found that there were several familiar survivors waiting at the door of the store. After seeing Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan, the survivors seemed very excited. Jiang Xi didn't understand why until he saw them rushing towards Song Jinchuan. Then Jiang Xi realized that they were all members of the Cheetah Squad. "Captain, you are really still alive. When they told me, I didn't believe it. If you are alive, why didn't you send us a message so that we could pick you up?" Old Li's eyes were also red, and he patted Song Jinchuan's shoulder. Wang Mao happily stepped forward and hugged Song Jinchuan's neck, tears streaming down his face. "You don't know that the person who caused you to be bitten has been eaten by zombies. There is nothing left. It can be regarded as revenge for you. Since you are not dead, come back quickly. I can't leave this team alone." The two women in the team cried uncontrollably. Everyone surrounded Song Jinchuan, and even forgot to say hello to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi also understood their current mood and did not disturb them. After parking the car, he went into the house. Song Jinchuan patted Wang Mao's shoulder and asked him to calm down first, and then said to everyone, "I won't go back to the base. I was already a dead man. It was Boss Jiang who gave me a new life. I will stay here from now on. The survivors of the Cheetah Squad did not expect to hear such news after being happy, and they immediately felt that the sky was falling. They were so busy being happy that they did not think about how Song Jinchuan survived. After all, they all saw that he was indeed bitten by zombies, and no survivors bitten by zombies have ever survived. From now on, the Cheetah Squad will be handed over to you. Song Jinchuan smiled faintly. In any case, he was satisfied to be able to say a few more words to his former teammates and have a chance to see them again in the end of the world. How can you stay here? Huang Mao said in shock. You are the captain of our Cheetah Squad. The captain will be loudly from now on. Don't make any more mistakes. Song Jinchuan also knew that Huang Mao couldn't accept it. After all, he was the one Huang Mao admired the most, and the one he regarded as his goal in this apocalypse. When you come back from your mission, you can come and sit with us. Song Jinchuan was really calm, and he slowly found the fun of life here. Or, I talked to Boss Jiang and asked her to let you go back, Huang Mao said. Boss Jiang looks very kind. We can use all the crystal cores to exchange for you. Okay. Oldly interrupted him in a deep voice. Since Chuanzi has made up his mind, we respect his decision. Oldly interrupted Huang Mao. He could understand that such a life-saving grace could not be compared with a few crystal cores. Boss Jiang did not know how much risk he took to save people. They should be grateful. As long as the person is still alive, they will meet again in the future. Okay. I have to go, and do your own things. Seeing that people were slowly coming into the store, Song Jinchuan waved to his former teammates and strode towards the hot pot restaurant. The members of the Cheetah Squad stood where they were, unable to digest this information for a long time. Chapter 40. There were not many people in the restaurant at this time, and Jiang Xi could handle it alone. As soon as Song Jinchuan entered the door, he found that the hot pot restaurant had undergone a huge change. It had changed from a one-story building to a two-story building, with 4 tables and chairs upstairs. The floor was covered with wooden floors, which made no sound when stepped on. It was obvious that good materials were used. The hot pot restaurant was now much larger, and Song Jinchuan could still hear the discussions of the survivors. If Jiang Xi hadn't given him a heads up in advance, he would have been shocked. Jiang Xi was busy in the kitchen. When she saw Song Jinchuan coming in, she glanced at him, trying to see something from his face. But Song Jinchuan's expression was as calm as ever, no different from usual. When Jiang Xi left the kitchen, the members of the Cheetah Squad also came in, found a seat in the lobby and sat down, closely following Song Jinchuan, who was shuttling between the kitchen and the lobby. Jiang Xi noticed the look of the yellow-haired man in the crowd. Like an abandoned puppy, Jiang Xi wanted to laugh. She was not afraid that Song Jinchuan would leave with his teammates. At most, she could just replace him with another clerk. No matter how useful a clerk was, he could not stay if he had other intentions. Jiang Xi had been busy for most of the day and could not hold on any longer. He simply closed the store in the afternoon and prepared to catch up on his sleep. The members of the Cheetah Squad finally accepted Song Jinchuan's decision to stay here. They were reluctant to leave and talked to Song Jinchuan for a while before leaving. Before leaving, they found Jiang Xi and thanked him sincerely. If it were not for Jiang Xi, Song Jinchuan would no longer exist in this world. After sending everyone away, Jiang Xi quickly closed the door of the hot pot restaurant, hung up a sign saying that the restaurant was temporarily closed, went into his room, and fell asleep. He forgot to bring Hui Hui in when he closed the door. So Song Jinchuan saw Hui Hui wandering at the door of Jiang Xi's room on his way back to his room. Although Hui Hui looked harmless now, Song Jinchuan still remembered that it had trapped dozens of people in just half an hour. Hui Hui heard the noise and turned to look at Song Jinchuan, staring at him with his green bean-sized eyes without blinking. Song Jinchuan walked towards his room. After passing Hui Hui, he could still feel Hui Hui's head moving with his movements, as if silently expressing something. Song Jinchuan opened the door of his bedroom, sighed silently, and stopped, turning to look at Hui Hui. Do you want to sleep in my room first? Wait until Boss Jiang wakes up before you go over. Hui Hui understood and slowly walked towards Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan also went to the warehouse to find a cardboard box and made a temporary nest for it. Now its nest in Jiang Xi's room has been replaced with a wooden nest with a soft cushion inside. But Hui Hui was not picky. Once he stepped into the box, he was so quiet that he almost lost his presence. Song Jinchuan looked at it for a while, and slowly accepted Hui's existence. Then he lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang Xi woke up, and it was dark outside. She vaguely heard people talking outside. After a simple wash, Jiang Xi found Song Jinchuan exercising in the open space in the yard. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. He was doing push-ups with one hand on the ground, and the other hand behind his back. Hui rarely left the room, and was staying beside Song Jinchuan. The voices just now were Song Jinchuan and Hui talking. I don't know how the man and the turtle communicated, but the conversation was quite harmonious. Aren't you asleep? Jiang Xi walked out of the store. The weather was pretty good at this time. The sun had set, and there was a light breeze blowing, and the temperature was very comfortable. I slept and woke up at around 6 o'clock. Song Jinchuan stood up from the ground. His 8 abdominal muscles were clearly visible. But he quickly picked up the clothes beside him and put them on. Clothes covered his muscles, and nothing could be seen. Jiang Xi felt a little regretful. Hui was originally beside Song Jinchuan, and came over slowly after seeing Jiang Xi. He walked to Jiang Xi's feet, then raised his head to look at her. Although Hui's face had no expression at all, he always, I'm so sorry. I forgot about you. Are you going back to the room now? Hui nodded when he heard it. Jiang Xi bent down and picked up Hui, and then sent it back to the room. Once back to his familiar territory, Hui relaxed, and then slowly returned to his nest, and fell asleep with the 3 turtle eggs. Coming out of the room, Jiang Xi went to the counter to order food. With the upgrade of the hot pot restaurant, the computer has also changed from an old desktop to a popular large-screen new machine. Jiang Xi ordered 2 sets of meals, with meat, vegetables and soup. After ordering, she clicked on the taskbar. The temporary task had been completed, and the reward was seafood hot pot. The store finally added another soup base, seafood hot pot, which sounded very appetizing. Successfully delivered 10 takeouts and unlocked braised goods. The system voice sounded at the right time. Braised food? Braised chicken feet, duck heads, etc.? Jiang Xi asked. After getting the system affirmative answer, Jiang Xi was in a good mood. Braised food was also something she liked to eat. When she was still working in the company, she often couldn't cook on time, so she liked to buy some braised food to make do with a meal. There was an old couple who made braised food for decades. The taste was pure and delicious. She was thinking before that she didn't know when she could eat it again, but she didn't expect that her store would have it so soon. After deciding on the next task, Jiang Xi started to draw the big wheel that he had not had time to draw before. This time, Jiang Xi's luck was particularly good, and he drew something in the orange grid again. This time, the orange grid was an automatic cleaning machine. Jiang Xi had always wanted this. Now that he was so busy every day, he still had to find time to clean up, which was originally a troublesome thing. If he had this machine, he could save a lot of trouble. When the machine was exchanged, Jiang Xi found that this cleaning machine was a bit like the sweeping robot he had seen before, but it was smaller, like a small frisbee. It is a thin piece in the hand, with slightly convex sides. After Jiang Xi set it up according to the instructions above, the machine turned on with a ding. Then the disc began to move around the room, going to every corner, as if it was familiar with the route. Jiang Xi looked down and saw that there was no support under the disc, as if it was floating. But it was amazing that the place it passed was immediately clean, much cleaner than Jiang Xi's own cleaning. Even if it was the second floor, it had no pressure to go up, and it also cleaned the stairs layer by layer, including the handles. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan sat at the wooden table and chairs to eat, while watching the cleaning machine come down from upstairs again. The system said that this cleaning machine does not need to be charged. When there is enough sunlight during the day, it will digest the garbage it absorbs by itself. When there is enough sunlight during the day, it will also find a place to charge by itself. There is no need to worry about being stolen. It has an alarm device installed on it, except for Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan. Anyone else who tries to touch it will activate the alarm device, which also has a part of the electric shock function. After Jiang Xi knew these functions, he liked this little thing more and more. He even gave it a name, Yuan, which has the same meaning as Hui. Yuan officially settled in the hot pot restaurant from that day on, and received countless curious and inquiring eyes. One day when Yuan was charging outside, someone wanted to secretly take it away because of its powerful functions. Naturally, he felt the pain of electric shock and was blacklisted by the hot pot restaurant. In addition to Yuan, the most popular thing in the store is the newly launched seafood hot pot, which comes with a large pot of seafood ingredients, including fresh shrimp, crab, octopus, squid, etc. So the price is more expensive than the ordinary hot pot base, and it requires 5 third-level crystal cores. However, because the taste is so delicious, everyone did not hesitate about the price, and basically bought it to try it. Jiang Xi also cooked a pot with Song Jinchuan at night. She seldom eats hot pot in the store, but this seafood hot pot is so fragrant and the ingredients are so good that she has been craving it for a long time. The moment she ate it, Jiang Xi finally understood why everyone likes seafood hot pot so much. The palm-sized red shrimps are fresh, sweet, crispy and tender, and the crabs as big as faceplates are fresh, fragrant and delicious, full of crab roe. The octopus and squid are also very chewy, and all the flavors combined together create an exceptionally delicious soup base. Jiang Xi also drank a bowl of soup, and finally collapsed on the chair, not wanting to move for a long time. More than half of the ingredients were left uneaten, and all went into Song Jinchuan's stomach. He even used the soup to soak a pot of rice and ate it all. He seemed very satisfied. In short, the newly unlocked seafood hot pot base has received unanimous praise from the survivors. Recently, the survivors who came to eat hot pot would take back a few takeout orders from Jiang Xi, so that they could send them to their brothers and friends. Jiang Xi also heard from the system that takeout orders are also divided into priorities. If someone is really starving to death, Jiang Xi will mark the priority order in red and deliver it first. The takeout function is really convenient for survivors. If you carry this order with you when you go on a mission, you may not starve to death even if all your food is eaten or lost. From the beginning, Jiang Xi took the initiative to introduce the distribution, and then everyone started to scramble for it. After distributing a batch of 500 orders, Jiang Xi stopped distributing them for the time being, and planned to wait until more than half of these orders were completed before issuing new takeout orders. Jiang Xi planned to take a day to close the store and then deliver food. She specifically told the survivors who came to the store the day before that she would close the store the next day. The next day, she also posted a notice on the door of the store before leaving the hot pot restaurant with Song Jinchuan. Now there are often missions to go out, and Jiang Xi has gotten used to it. After closing the door and taking Hui with her, Jiang Xi sat in the back seat of the electric donkey. She opened the food delivery navigation map and found that there were so many people ordering food on it. The screen was full of dense green dots, and there were also a few small red dots mixed in. Chapter 41. Jiang Xi can choose how many orders to accept. The ones displayed on the map are all orders placed today. If the menu for ordering takeout is not received after ordering, the traces on it will disappear the next day, and the survivors can order again. She looked at the red dots. There were 3 in total. She would deliver these 3 urgent ones today, and decide on the others based on time. Jiang Xi looked at the address, and then said to Song Jinchuan in front, "Let's go to T-City first. Do you know the way? I can help you with navigation." Song Jinchuan nodded. "I know you. You can help me with navigation when we get there." He has been doing missions outside for many years, and is quite familiar with various cities. After determining the route, the electric scooter rushed out like a gust of wind. Now there was no one else around, and Song Jinchuan drove the electric scooter very fast. The fastest speed of the electric scooter was the kind that cars could not catch up with. Jiang Xi only felt the whirring sound of the wind in her ears. She stuffed all the things needed for takeout into the space, and also put some employee meals. City T is 2 cities away from City C, but with the speed of the electric donkey, it shouldn't take long. The most difficult part is that many roads collapsed, but they are marked on Jiang Xi's takeaway map. Every time Jiang Xi suggested changing the road, he could accurately avoid the bumpy and broken roads. Song Jinchuan always felt it was amazing, because he hadn't been here for a long time, and he didn't know what the situation was on some roads. But Jiang Xi could avoid them perfectly, saving them a lot of time. With the speed of the electric donkey and Jiang Xi's guidance, they arrived at T-City in one morning. T-City is not as big as C-City. It is a small city, and relatively more destroyed. Jiang Xi saw many abandoned buildings turned into nests by mutant beasts on the road. The address for ordering takeout is in the suburbs of the city. When the two people and the turtle arrived at the designated location, they found that it was actually the entrance to an air raid shelter. Outside the entrance of the air raid shelter, there were dense zombies, mixed with some mutant beasts. As Jiang Xi and the others approached, the zombies and mutants sensed Hui's pressure, and some quickly left the air raid shelter, while others were unwilling to leave despite the pressure because they smelled human scent. Most of the remaining ones were high-level mutants and zombies. Song Jinchuan parked the car aside, and Jiang Xi quickly put it into the space. And then Hui was also released from her backpack. Jiang Xi sat on Hui as usual, watching it, and Song Jinchuan kill everyone. After a while, the remaining mutants and zombies were cleaned up by one man and one turtle. Jiang Xi could be said to have won without any effort, and only needed to help dig out the crystal core from the back. The noise outside naturally attracted the attention of the survivors inside. Before Jiang Xi and his men approached, someone inside stumbled out and carefully looked out from the door. When the survivors saw Jiang Xi, they almost cried. They had been trapped here for a week. At the beginning, they had nutrient solution, but in the last few days, the nutrient solution and mineral water were all drunk up. They could only pin their last hope on the takeout order. They had ordered takeout for 2 consecutive days, but they didn't expect that they would finally get the order today. Boss Jiang. Is that Boss Jiang? Are you the one delivering food to us? Through the iron gate, the man's voice came through muffled, and one could hear the excitement in it. It's me. Can you open the door? Jiang Xi also raised his voice and responded. Sure. Wait a moment. After the man finished speaking, the footsteps slowly went away, and soon, several footsteps approached this side. Then, the iron gate inside was slowly opened. Because it had not been used for a long time, the door made an unpleasant dry sound, and Jiang Xi frowned and covered his ears. The survivors inside showed their faces, and when they saw the corpses of high-level zombies and mutants lying outside, they almost cried again. They were surrounded by these zombies and mutants for more than a week, and they could hear their howling and banging on the door every day. They were always worried, couldn't sleep well, and didn't eat enough. They were tortured. One of the survivors wiped away tears in front of Jiang Xi. Boss Jiang, you don't know what kind of life we have been living these days. Fortunately, you are here. Are there still people inside? Call them out. Let's clean up here. There are corpses everywhere. It's hard to eat. Jiang Xi said. She didn't choose the house. These survivors stayed in it sealed for a week. I think the smell is not very good. Jiang Xi asked Hui to help move the corpses away. Song Jinchuan also helped to move a lot. Before they all came out, the place was cleaned up. Jiang Xi found a place that looked clean, put out a disposable takeaway pot, took out the dishes and pot cakes ordered by the survivors, and placed them one by one. There were about 10 survivors trapped in the air raid shelter. They all looked weak. When they saw the food in front of Jiang Xi, their eyes lit up. Okay. You order. It's all ready. There are 5 level 4 crystal cores and 2 level 3 crystal cores. Some of them are the service fee for takeout. Pay me and you can eat. Jiang Xi said. The man who gave the crystal core to Jiang Xi was still the one who started talking to him. He almost couldn't wait to put the crystal core into Jiang Xi's hand and sat down in front of the hot pot. You guys can have hot pot by yourselves. The high-level zombie mutants around here should have been cleared. You've been hungry for so many days. Don't eat too much at once. We have to deliver the next order. We leave first. I wish you all a happy meal. Jiang Xi said, and then sat on the back seat of the electric scooter. The survivors were really hungry. Their mouths were full of food. They just waved at Jiang Xi. After Jiang Xi and his friends left, the survivors still felt uneasy. They didn't have much physical strength now, and they couldn't resist with all their strength when they encountered danger. So they moved the pot and ingredients into the air raid shelter, closed the door and ate peacefully. As for the taste inside, they couldn't care so much. Jiang Xi made a lot of money delivering this order. She kept smiling as she counted her increasingly abundant points. The number of points represented the amount of money she had. If she calculated it this way, she would soon become a millionaire with a deposit of over 100 million yuan. Now she was thinking about when she could go back home during the holidays and buy some things for her parents. The next destination was another city. Jiang Xi looked at the map and found that the last city with a red dot they were going to was a coastal city. I don't know what the sea looks like now. Jiang Xi really wants to go and see it. Halfway through the journey, they stopped at a small town. Jiang Xiai took out 2 lunch boxes from the space, found an open space, and sat on the ground, eating and talking. There were not many houses here, and everything was bare. Behind him was a withered forest, and now only a few traces of its former existence remained. The rest had long been weathered into powder and blown away by the wind. Jiang Xiai and his friends did not notice that in the dark, there were several pairs of eyes staring at the lunch boxes in their hands and the bulging backpacks behind them. Jiang Xiai was halfway through her meal when she saw a girl who looked only about 10 years old stumbling towards them from the side of the road. Jiang Xiai was about to step forward to catch the girl when a beeping alarm suddenly sounded in her mind. Her steps paused. What was going on? Wasn't this a child? Jiang Xiai certainly didn't disbelieve the system. She was just a little shocked. After all, the survivor in front of her was a child who belonged to the vulnerable group in the apocalypse. Song Jinchuan also covered his lunch box and stood up, preparing to walk over there. But the next second Jiang Xiai grabbed his sleeve. Wait! Be careful. There's something wrong with this girl. Song Jinchuan's reaction was similar to Jiang Xi's when he heard the alarm before, with shock in his eyes. The girl opposite felt strange at this time. If it were the adults before, wouldn't they have come to care about her a long time ago? What's going on with these 2 people? What are they whispering about there? The little girl didn't care to think so much at this time, and continued to move forward along her original route. Having worked with Jiang Xiai for so long, Song Jinchuan knew her well. He knew that she had an almost sharp intuition about danger, and her accuracy was always amazing. Soon, the little girl came in front of them and fell to the ground at the right time. Jiang Xiai even pulled Song Jinchuan back a step. There was nothing she could do. As the girl approached, the alarm in her head almost formed a straight line. Jiang Xiai was now full of curiosity and just wanted to know what this girl had done. The little girl originally wanted to pretend to faint, but she was really dizzy after falling down. Are you okay? Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan stood far away and didn't approach the little girl at all. The little girl shook her head. Seeing that no one pulled her, she could only get up by herself and continue to approach Jiang Xiai and his friends. The closer she got, the more Jiang Xiai and his friends retreated, saying, "Don't come over here. Just stand there first." The little girl was young after all, and when she saw this, she couldn't control her emotions and showed a strange look on her face, which was seen by Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan. Seeing that Song Jinchuan and Jiang Xiai were not willing to talk, she simply stopped moving. She stood there, put 2 fingers on her lips, and blew hard. A clear and long whistle sounded in Jiang Xi's ears. As the alarm in her head became louder and louder, more and more children appeared in front of them, from a few to dozens, surrounding Song Jinchuan and Jiang Xiai. Their faces were no longer innocent and cute, but full of ferocity. Everyone held a weapon in their hands, and the leading boy even had a wooden cannon. Hand over all the supplies and crystal cores on you. The leading boy looked only 13 or 14 years old, with childish eyes and eyebrows, but his speech and movements were extremely skilled. Jiang Xiai didn't expect that this group of children were all about the same age, and there was no adult. Chapter 42. Jiang Xiai recalled a movie he had watched inappropriately, where a child on an island killed all the adults on the island. One scene shocked Jiang Xiai greatly, and now the scene in front of him gradually overlapped with the movie. Jiang Xiai naturally couldn't treat them as ordinary children. After looking at Song Jinchuan, he directly released Wee Wee from his backpack. When the group of children saw the turtle released by Jiang Xiai, their eyes lit up. An animal of this size should not be a mutant beast. Although the turtle has little meat, it is still meat. They stared at Wee Wee and were about to rush over. But the next second, a tongue of fire suddenly shot out from Song Jinchuan's palm, drawing a path between the 2 of them and the group of children, which was also a silent warning. The children on the opposite side were indeed shocked, and their steps paused, as if they were hesitant and dared not move forward. But the next second, the child holding the wooden gun pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the action was so fast that Jiang Xiai did not react. Wee Wee immediately erected a solid earth wall in front of Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan to block Zigongdan. This wooden warehouse seemed to be a signal. Jiang Xiai heard a group of children rushing towards them, chopping the earth wall in front of them with weapons in their hands without any rules. They used a lot of strength and were determined to kill the 2. Song Jinchuan began to fight back with his special ability, the The wind and fire mixed together to form a small fire tornado, causing the children to scream and flee. The flames inevitably burned them. Listening to their shrill screams, Song Jinchuan's face, which was usually expressionless during the battle, showed a bit of entanglement. In the end times, children are always protected. After all, they are the hope of the whole world. Perhaps because they saw that they were too powerful, and they had no way to deal with them. The group of children quickly dispersed and ran away. They seemed to be not only organized, but also able to judge the situation. It should not be the first time they did such a thing. Song Jinchuan's fire tornado chased them far away until they disappeared from the sight of the two. Can the base manage such a situation? Jiang Xi asked with a frown. Yes. After the base knows about this situation, it will send people here. If they cannot be saved, they will be humanely destroyed by force. If they can still be saved, they will be taken back for detention and study, Song Jinchuan said. Jiang Xi didn't have time to bother with them now, as he had to deliver an urgent takeout order. So he discussed with Song Jinchuan that he would report it to the base when he came back. The two of them got on the electric scooter and continued to move forward. Jiang Xi looked back, but his heart was still not calm, because he was thinking about something. Jiang Xi felt that he had arrived at the next red dot city in the blink of an eye. This city is very large, and the road conditions are very complicated. There are many stairs up and down the hills. It looks like an old city with a lot of historical heritage. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan spent almost an hour looking for the way to the takeaway place. It was a 5-story building that looked like a shopping mall, with broken windows, dark inside, and almost all the wall paint peeling off. Jiang Xi checked the order address again, and it was indeed here. Something is wrong here. Song Jinchuan frowned. His ability level was not low, and he could sense the presence of some people with abilities. It was not strange to have people with abilities, but it was strange that it was too quiet here. At the same time, inside the building, a group of people hid in the dark, secretly observing Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan outside. They really came. It seems that what they said is true. Everyone pay attention to hiding and follow our plan. On the top floor, a muscular man sat in the dark. His 2 exposed arms were full of tattoos, and even his face was tattooed with black lines. He was holding a level 7 crystal core in his hand and throwing it up and down. There were several survivors next to him who were talking about Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan, who walked downstairs. The man heard them talking about Song Jinchuan, who was considered the head of the Hope base. But for some reason, he suddenly left the base and followed the owner of the hot pot restaurant. The man sneered when he heard this, threw the crystal core forward, and went straight into his mouth. Then, there was a numbing sound of snapping, and he actually bit the crystal core and swallowed it. The crystal core is indeed very useful for the upgrade of the psychic, but because the energy contained in it is too pure, it is generally impossible to eat it directly, and it must be extracted and diluted. Soon, veins popped up on the man's forehead, as if he was in great pain, but his expression remained unchanged. After a long while, the energy was completely absorbed, and the man slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. He stretched out his hand, and something black, like liquid, flowed out of his palm. He said something extremely arrogant. No matter who he is, just kill him. The black liquid flowed down his palm to the ground, corroding the ground into a big hole. This kind of ability is particularly strange, and has nothing to do with those metal, wood, water, fire and earth. It is a special ability. When the other survivors in the room saw the man's skill, they couldn't help but cheer. The survivors huddled in the corner couldn't help but tremble when they saw the scene. The corroded wounds on their bodies had not healed yet. They were pale in pain, but they didn't dare to make a sound. At first, they were not willing to order takeout here. Boss Jiang was a good person, and they didn't want to hurt her. But the man's supernatural power was too strange, and he tortured the survivors to death. And finally the takeaway order was found. At this time, when she heard Jiang Xi and the others arrived, she felt a little worried, but also a sense of hope. When Jiang Xi heard Song Jinchuan say that there might be something wrong here, the next second, the alarm in her mind also sounded, and she wanted to turn around and leave. But the survivor who ordered the takeaway was in a serious crisis. If she left, the survivor would be completely hopeless. So, she and Song Jinchuan stepped into the dark building together. For this, Jiang Xi spent points to put a protective film on Song Jinchuan and Hui Wei. Both of her companions were very good and got along well with each other. So she didn't want to change it. The moment the protective film was put on, Song Jin-chuan felt that something seemed to have changed in his body. This feeling was indescribable and magical. As if no matter whether it was a sword or a gun or a superpower, it could not hurt him. The moment they stepped into the building, the survivors hiding in various floors of the building began to move quietly. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The survivors were just about to move. But before they saw the people coming, they were almost blinded by a strong light. Jiang Xi wore the light exchange from the system, which illuminated the space within a range of more than 10 or 20 meters around him as bright as day. This light is quite useful. I have to say that I am not so scared after seeing it like this, Jiang Xi said to Song Jin-chuan half-jokingly. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xi heard several screams. After being in the dark for a long time, seeing such a bright light at first glance, several survivors' eyes were inevitably injured. The moment the sound was heard over there, the two powers of wind and earth were emitted from Jiang Xi at the same time, followed by even louder screams. They didn't expect that their plans would be completely disrupted. At this time, they could only cover their wounds and flee in embarrassment. And they didn't care about the bodies of their companions around them. Song Jin-chuan and Hui teamed up to keep all the remaining survivors where they were, leaving them no chance to report the incident. The survivors who were ambushed on the first floor were killed by one man and one turtle. Jiang Xi looked at his takeaway map. Let's go. The survivors who ordered takeaways are on the top floor, with the protection provided by Jiang Xi. Song Jin-chuan and Hui used their abilities more recklessly, and with Jiang Xi's powerful flashlight, they were almost invincible. There were also many survivors hiding in the dark on the second floor. Once the light shone on them, they had nowhere to hide. The survivors on this floor had wooden cannons in their hands, and the sound of wooden cannons rang in Jiang Xi's ears. Song Jin-chuan was hit head-on once when he failed to dodge, but he was not injured at all. At this time, he truly felt the power of the protective film, going up one floor at a time. The survivors no longer had the confidence and ridicule they had before. They ran to the top floor and told the muscular man about the miserable situation downstairs. The brothers on the first and second floors are all dead, and now the third floor can't hold on any longer. The survivor's voice was trembling. After witnessing the death of his brothers, he could no longer remain calm. The survivor trapped in the corner couldn't help but raise his mouth when he heard this. It seemed that they were saved. Boss Jiang looked delicate and weak, and it seemed that she had never used any supernatural powers. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. The muscular man slowly stood up from his seat and turned his neck. He could hear the crackling sound of bones. Brother Nyo. Before the survivor who just came in to speak could say anything, the man in front of him, who was called Brother Nyo, suddenly waved his hand and turned the head of the person in front of him 360 degrees. When Tai Nyo walked out, the corpse behind him slowly fell down. The survivors behind him didn't dare to say much, for fear of provoking this killing god. Song Jin-chuan was still fighting with the survivors on the third floor. Suddenly, he saw a large piece of black coming at him at lightning speed. Song Jin-chuan quickly used his superpowers to fight back, and the gap he left was seamlessly filled by Hui. When the superpowers of both sides met, Song Jin-chuan knew that the opponent was not weak, and he had never seen such superpowers in the end of the world. Two powers, one black and one orange-yellow, erupted on the third floor. Because they were evenly matched, a violent sound would be heard when they collided. Tai Nyo would not care whether his companions were there when he fought. Many survivors were affected and fell to the ground without Hui even having to do anything. Seeing that most of the people around him had fallen, Jiang Xi held Hui and prepared to go upstairs. Chapter 43. She was not worried about Song Jin-chuan at all. The system protective film was invincible. When the two sides were evenly matched, it was obvious that Song Jin-chuan, who would not be injured, had the advantage. I go up and take a look first. Be careful, Jiang Xi reminded her as usual. Song Jin-chuan took a look at her, and after seeing the ash in her hand, he turned around and continued to fight with peace of mind. Tai Nyo was also angry when he saw that his supernatural power could not hit Song Jin-chuan. He roared and increased the strength in his hand. A part of them was specially sent to attack Jiang Xi. But before they arrived, they were blocked by a wall of earth. Jiang Xi continued to walk upstairs without looking back. The entire fourth floor was a cinema, with tables and chairs scattered everywhere, and the glass of the popcorn machine was broken, leaving nothing inside. The merchandise counter had long been cleared, leaving only the cabinets that were beginning to rot. Jiang Xiai held Hui Hui in his arms, carefully stepped over the obstacles under his feet, and walked in according to the takeaway map. After passing a corridor, there were several theaters, and the survivor who ordered takeaway was located in one of the theaters. She knew that there must be many people ambushing here, just like down there. She put Hui Hui down and patted its shell gently. Hui Hui understood and quietly used his superpowers to check the situation in the theater and see if he could use his superpowers to control the survivors. The survivors on this floor were basically all superpowered people with high sensitivity. They had already discovered Jiang Xiai and were waiting for an opportunity to move in the dark. After Hui Hui checked the situation, he turned his head to look at Jiang Xiai, then nodded gently, as if to say that the situation had been controlled by him. Jiang Xiai had been with Hui Hui for such a long time, but he could still barely understand what it meant, and immediately gave a thumbs up. When Jiang Xiai walked into the theater, the survivors had been trapped by Hui Hui's Earth-related ability. In addition to the various rotten and musty smells in the theater, there was also a strong smell of blood that could not be ignored. The light above Jiang Xi's head instantly illuminated the theater, and the survivors were blinded by the light. The injured survivors in the corner saw Jiang Xiai and tears came out, as if they had seen their own relatives. Boss Jiang. The survivors were so excited that their voices broke. Jiang Xiai saw several familiar faces, all of whom were regular customers of the store. In the corner, there was another familiar figure, trying to stand up. Lin Fei? Jiang Xiai still remembered this handsome and cool woman, the Lone Ranger in the end of the world. Lin Fei raised her head and curled her lips slightly when she saw Jiang Xiai. She was seriously injured, but she still put two fingers together and greeted him handsomely. Why are you here? Jiang Xiai remembered that Lin Fei was a superpower. How could she be so embarrassed now? Don't say any more. Lin Fei waved her hand. I had a fight with someone before, and was seriously injured. I didn't have time to treat it. And I met these people, and I got into trouble. This should be the most serious injury Lin Fei has suffered in these years. The person she had fought with before was Wang Dong's lover Li Na, who was killed by her. Li Na learned about Lin Fei from the survivors, who were traveling with Wang Dong. It was just as the survivors thought. Even if Wang Dong no longer pleased her, he was her man, and it was naturally not okay to get involved with others. So, she traveled a long way to the city where Lin Fei was. And finally she really met Lin Fei, who had stayed in the city for a long time. Lin Fei had heard that there were high-level mutant beasts with water-based superpowers here, so he had been waiting here. After the survivor next to Li Na confirmed that it was Lin Fei, she manipulated her superpowers and fought with Lin Fei without saying a word. Lin Fei bit the gauze with her teeth to bandage her wounds. In fact, her wounds looked scary, but they were basically superficial injuries. She was in the mood to comfort Jiang Xiai, who frowned tightly. That woman is more serious than me. And after the fight, everything was cleared up, and the grudges were basically resolved. After knowing that Wang Dong was such a person, Li Na immediately showed a look of contempt. When she thought that she had lived with such a person for a period of time, she felt very disgusted. Finally, she apologized to Lin Fei, compensated Lin Fei with a high-level water crystal core and some supplies, and then limped away with the help of her subordinates. You can't hit him. He's just a man. Is it that serious? Jiang Xiai is a very protective person. She likes Lin Fei. So when she saw her injured, she subconsciously hated Li Na, even though she had apologized and compensated. It's the end of the world, and it's not cool to go to trouble others for a man. The reason why Jiang Xiai likes Lin Fei so much is because of her harrowing temperament and her independence without relying on anyone. The survivors were rescued, and no superpowers were trapped in Hui Hui's Earth-based superpowers. Jiang Xiai took Hui Hui to the second floor to help Song Jinchuan. When she went down, the two were still fighting. At first glance, they seemed to be evenly matched. But if you look closely, you can see that Tang You's breath on the opposite side is obviously disordered, and there are many more wounds on his body. On the other hand, Song Jinchuan looked much better. The protective film on his body played a crucial role. After Hui Hui joined the battle, the situation changed instantly. Tang was also flexible. After one of his arms was cut off, he chose to break the window and escape. Behind Tang was a black fog that completely covered his figure. Song Jinchuan wanted to pursue him, but he couldn't tell the direction. In the end, he saw the zombies submerged in the black fog and couldn't see anything. Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan returned to the third floor together. The survivors had been roughly bandaged at this time. Although the scene was a bit chaotic, Jiang Xiai still had to deliver his takeaway. So, while everyone was enduring the pain of their wounds, Jiang Xiai began to take out the takeaway pots, side dishes, and drinks into space. The survivor who ordered the takeaway was an old customer of the store. He was so happy that he was out of danger that he forgot that he had ordered hot pot. He didn't really pay attention to what those people ordered through his hand at the time. But now he realized that there were so many. The open space here was full of food. 2 hot pot bases. A butter pot. A seafood pot. The ingredients were basically meat. And some vegetables. A large pot of egg fried rice. And pot cakes. Enough for their group of people to eat. Eat with peace of mind. I get the crystal cores from them. After Jiang Xiai put all the dishes in place, he called everyone to come over and eat. After briefly introducing the use of the pot, Jiang Xiai walked to where the superpowers were trapped. At first, Jiang Xiai was very polite and asked them to pay for the crystal cores for this takeaway. But the superpowers were just getting angry and started to curse. The next second, spikes grew in their cages, and the temperature around them began to rise gradually. It felt like they were going to be steamed in the next second. We give it to you. We give it to you. We give you all the crystal cores. The superpowers couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. They originally wanted to break free from the cage, and tried everything. But Wee Wee was a level 9 mutant beast, and his superpower level was not higher than level 9. So he couldn't do anything with this cage made of Earth-based superpowers. Jiang Xiai smiled immediately. Since you are so enthusiastic, I won't be polite. But I'm not forcing you. The superpowers looked at Jiang Xiai at this time, as if they were looking at a demon, nodded weakly, and then took out all the crystal cores on their bodies, and threw them out through the gap in the cage. Song Jinchuan helped pick up all the crystal cores, and put them into Jiang Xi's backpack. Now, whether it is the meal fee or the service fee for his hard work this time, it is enough. Seeing that the survivors were eating enthusiastically, Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan were ready to leave. There was only one red dot takeaway left today. The survivors also called Jiang Xiai to come over to eat together. But Jiang Xiai directly refused. Let these people stay in prison. Unless they are level 9 mutants or mutant beasts. No one can destroy this cage. Leave as soon as possible after eating and go back to recuperate. Jiang Xiai gave a few instructions. You can use the takeout order if there is any danger. I will come as long as I see it. Jiang Xiai said again. When she came before, many survivors apologized to her, saying that they should not involve her. For Jiang Xiai, this was just one of the missions that was not dangerous. But for these survivors, it was the last hope. The survivors watched her leave with red eyes. In the past, no one would come to save them in such a crisis. Jiang Xiai was like a god descending from the sky, with the smell of hot pot restaurant food on his body. And he appeared in front of them so abruptly. It looked like just an ordinary takeaway, but it became their last piece of floating wood. The survivors who still had takeaway orders on them carefully put them away, ready to use them in the next crisis. Thanks, Boss Jiang. I find you at the hot pot restaurant when I go to City C. Lin Fei waved at Jiang Xiai, pulled the wound on his body, and put his hand down with a grin. Okay, I must come. Jiang Xiai had already sat on the electric scooter, looked up at the person behind the window, and waved vigorously. When they came out of the shopping mall, it was already dark. Jiang Xiai looked at the last little red dot. Fortunately, it was not too far from here. They didn't have time to eat dinner, so they drove straight to the last takeaway place. After driving for about 2 hours, Jiang Xiai began to smell a salty smell that belonged to the sea. However, unlike the usual smell of the sea, this smell was mixed with a distinct bitterness. The sea water must have been polluted. Sure enough, after the electric donkey drove onto a bridge, the sea surface could be seen clearly. The originally deep blue sea had now completely turned black, and the sea waters seemed to become viscous. Ripples appeared on the sea surface from time to time. The beach was already full of black land, with potholes. Chapter 44. How did the sea become like this? Jiang Xiai frowned slightly, always feeling that the sea was too strange. After the virus broke out, the island country took advantage of the chaos to dump its own severely polluted water into the sea. Later, with the addition of various viruses, it became more and more serious, and became what it is now. Song Jinchuan explained. At that time, many people didn't know that after running out of food, they still wanted to go to the sea to catch some fish or seafood to fill their stomachs. So many people died. It really hurts people a lot. Jiang Xi was indignant. It seems that no matter which time and space the island country is, it is always so annoying. Have the animals in the sea also become mutants? Jiang Xi turned his head back and asked curiously. A small part. Most of them are dead, Song Jinchuan said. Thinking of the selfish faces of the islanders here, Jiang Xi felt angry. If there are islanders coming to our hot pot restaurant in the future, kick them out. When he walked to the second half of the bridge, Jiang Xi found that the bridge deck had collapsed in half. But it should have been repaired, and people could barely pass through. When they arrived at the takeaway location, it was completely dark. In front of Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan was a villa area. The villa area that was originally built very beautifully is now dead. The greenery has withered, and it is bare everywhere. Only a few three-story villas are left. The roar of zombies can be heard from time to time. With the background of the night, Jiang Xi feels that this place is like a ghost movie shooting location. However, it must be said that the quality of these villas is still good. Except for the peeling of the wall and windows. The basic framework is still there. Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Xiaojing, brother and sister, were sitting in a slightly cleaner villa to rest. In front of them was the result of today. A huge mutant fox corpse. The bones, fur and sharp teeth of the mutant beast were very useful. So after they dug out the crystal core, they began to skillfully skin the mutant fox and separate the bones and meat. After doing all this, Zhou Xiaoling's eyes fell on a menu at her feet again. This menu was picked up by them accidentally. Seeing that it was full of familiar hot pot dishes before the end of the world, she couldn't bear to throw it away. So she brought it back and prepared to keep it as a souvenir. After bringing it back, she found that the menu was made very delicately. It was a thick sheet with a very small and cute pin placed in a concave place. After so many years in the apocalypse, it was not damaged at all, which was also very rare. She had nothing to do, so she tried to tick her favorite dishes with a pen. She could really write them down. So she simply wrote 100 behind the beef roll and pork belly roll. Anyway, they couldn't be delivered, so she could only satisfy her cravings this way. Zhou Xiaoling took the menu in her hand again, and then looked at every word carefully under the moonlight outside the window. Brother, it would be great if we could really eat this hot pot, Zhou Xiaoling said. What are you thinking about? I can't eat the hot pot. I sell this mutant fox today, and buy you a bottle of banana-flavored nutrient solution. Zhou Xiaojing was still packing up, and said with a laugh. Zhou Xiaoling pouted. The nutrient solution didn't taste good at all. Even with the fruit flavor, it still made people lose their appetite. She missed the delicacies before the end of the world too much. Before the end of the world, Zhou Xiaoling and her brother created a food account to be food anchors. She collected delicious food from all over the place, and ate it behind the camera for the audience to see. Because Zhou Xiaoling was good-looking and had a good eating manner, she gained a lot of fans. The two of them stored a lot of food at home, so they were able to survive in the early days of the apocalypse. When she recalled the delicious food she ate in the past, Zhou Xiaoling's saliva almost flowed out. If she had known it would be like this, she would definitely have tasted every piece of food more cherished. Okay, stop sighing. Come and pack up your things, Zhou Xiaojing called his sister, and then continued to put the bones and meat into the bag. Zhou Xiaoling carefully put the menu into the inner layer of her backpack, fearing that it would be wrinkled, and then went to help pack up. Just after packing up, the sound of a car came from outside the villa. Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Xiaojing looked at each other. The tacit understanding between the siblings made them pick up weapons and hide in the dark without saying a word. At this time, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan had arrived at the door of the villa. The door of the villa was closed, and it was dark inside, and there was no sound. Jiang Xi looked at the takeaway map again, then went forward and knocked on the door of the villa. Is anyone there? The takeaway you ordered has been delivered. After knocking on the door once, there was still no movement from inside. Jiang Xi was a little confused. If it was someone who got the takeaway order, he should know the hot pot restaurant and would not be so cautious. Is the person in the house in danger? Many possibilities flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. So he went forward and knocked on the door again. At this time, Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Xiaojing did not respond, but were completely stunned. Did they hear it wrong just now? Takeaway? Isn't it the end of the world now? Where did the takeaway come from? Zhou Xiaoling's mind flashed back to the menu she had picked up before. She did order the food, but she quickly denied it. How could it be possible? She still had the menu in her bag. The knocking on the door stopped. And then the female voice that had just spoken sounded with doubt. It shows that this is the place. How could there be no one here? Maybe he just left? Another male voice asked. Zhou Xiaoling moved to the window next to her and looked out. At first glance, she actually saw a small electric donkey. Electric donkeys are basically extinct after the end of the world. There is no place to charge them. And the surroundings are too empty. There is no sense of security. If they are surrounded by zombies and mutants, they will definitely die. Unlike cars, they can fight and fight their way out. In the moonlight, there stood a beautiful girl and a tall man. The two were still discussing something, but because they were not at the door, they were far away and could not hear clearly. Shall we open the door? At this time, Zhou Xiaojing also quietly walked to Zhou Xiaoling and asked softly. Zhou Xiaoling shook her head. She had to be more cautious in the end times. This matter looked weird. At this time, the beautiful girl approached the gate of the villa again and knocked again. Excuse me. Is Zhou Xiaoling here? The takeaway you ordered has arrived. Zhou Xiaoling was shocked. How could she know her name? Perhaps she was too shocked. She subconsciously took a step back and kicked a piece of wood behind her, making a cracking sound. In fact, the sound was not very loud, but it would seem particularly abrupt in this quiet environment. Jiang Xi turned to look at the window where the sound came from. Sure enough, the system said that as long as the map showed where the survivor who ordered takeout was, then she would definitely be there. So she deliberately went to retrieve the survivor's information at a deeper level and learn the survivor's name. She also asked Hui Hui and Song Jinchuan to sense the humans in the room. There should be only 1 or 2 people, so they were not held hostage. It can only be said that the other party did not believe them. Zhou Xiaoling and Jiang Xi's eyes met, and Jiang Xi immediately smiled. Is this the takeout you ordered? Zhou Xiaoling did not open the door, but stood behind the window in a defensive posture. Her face blurred in the darkness. No. We should have never ordered takeout. Jiang Xi took out the takeout order from the hot pot restaurant from his pocket and shook it towards them. Have you seen such an order? Do you check the dishes and write the quantity on it? As long as you write it, I will deliver it to you. Zhou Xiaoling looked at the familiar menu. Her pupils shrank slightly. It was indeed the strange menu she picked up. Zhou Xiaojing naturally thought of this. And the two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When they came to their senses, they had already opened the door. After Jiang Xi entered the room, he closed the door of the villa, and then took out a lamp from the space. After turning on the light switch, the whole room instantly became bright. The light was very gentle and not dazzling. Zhou Xiaoling was holding the menu that she had put in her backpack. And then the brother and sister looked at Jiang Xi in a daze as he began to take things out of his backpack. The first thing that was taken out was a gray-skinned turtle, followed by a pot, various ingredients, and a bowl of egg-fried rice. A hot pot was placed on the table. Zhou Xiaoling couldn't help pinching her brother next to her. After hearing a cry of pain, she was sure that she was not dreaming. You ordered quite a lot, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Zhou Xiaoling nodded in a daze. She didn't know that this thing could really order food at the time. The numbers, and so on, were all filled in randomly. She was thinking that it would be great if there were 100 portions of meat in front of her. Now her dream has come true. Hundreds of servings of food are piled high, including a lot of meat and her favorite vegetables, as well as egg-fried rice that is still emitting hot steam. The air is full of the aroma of food. Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Xiaojing's thoughts are completely occupied by the hot pot in front of them. They don't care about how Jiang Xi can accurately control the dishes she ordered here. Okay. Your dishes are all here. Pour the base and water directly into the pot, and then turn on the switch. Jiang Xi explained to them how to use the disposable pot. Jiang Xi calculated the price for them and quoted the crystal cores they needed to pay. There were so many foods, but the crystal cores were not used. Zhou Xiaojing quickly took out the crystal cores from his bag and handed them to Jiang Xi. Let's take a break here and eat something before leaving. Jiang Xi turned around and said to Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan nodded. He was really tired after riding for so long, and it would be good to take a break. Do you mind if we borrow a place to rest for a while? I'm too lazy to move this lamp, Jiang Xi said. Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Xiaojing naturally didn't mind. and nodded hurriedly. Why don't we eat together? There are so many things. Jiang Xi waved his hand and said righteously, we are all very professional and will not eat the guests' food. You can eat slowly. Chapter 45. As she spoke, she took out 2 portions of food from her bag, one large and one small. Each portion of rice was covered with meat and vegetables. Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Xiaojiang mixed the soup base for the hot pot according to Jiang Xi's instructions. They ordered a beef oil pot. As soon as the pot boiled, the overbearing smell of hot pot began to spread in the house. Zhou Xiaoling's saliva was almost flowing out. She didn't expect that a joke she had made with her brother before would come true. After the water boiled, they began to put the meat into the pot. While the meat was not cooked yet, Zhou Xiaoling and Zhou Xiaojiang each got a pot cake. The aroma of oil awakened their deepest memories of food. A bite of it was crispy and crumbly, and the meat filling inside was also salty and delicious, with a unique peppery taste. So delicious that it made people want to cry. A guicue was gone in a few bites. Zhou Xiaoling ate 5 guicue before she and her brother went to pick up the meat in the pot. The fat beef slices were almost melt in the mouth, and paired with a special chili sauce dipping sauce in the hot pot restaurant. It was so delicious that I almost swallowed my tongue. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan were ready to go back after dinner. After being out for such a day, Jiang Xi found that she missed her hot pot restaurant especially. Our store is in City C. You can go there to eat when you have time. After that, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan said goodbye and left. As the gate of the villa closed, the sound of the electric scooter went from near to far, and the villa area returned to its original silence. If there were not so much food on the ground, they would really think they were dreaming. Aren't they both in no danger? Why is it also a red dot mission? After leaving the villa area, Jiang Xi asked curiously. Before the host arrived at the mission location, there was a level 7 mutant beast there. If the host hadn't arrived, they would have been killed by the mutant beast. The system voice sounded in her mind. Jiang Xi suddenly realized it. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan also had to pass that bridge when they went back. The sea that was relatively calm when they came here now had a huge mutant beast of unknown origin. It emerged from the sea, like a small mountain in the darkness. If it hadn't moved occasionally, you wouldn't have known it was a mutant beast in the sea. Until Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan walked far away, the huge mutant beast in the sea still stayed in the same place. When the two returned to the hot pot restaurant, it was almost dawn. They happened to meet the survivors, who had lined up early in the morning, and asked them if they could open the door now. Jiang Xi waved his hand tiredly. Come back in the afternoon or tomorrow. I have to catch up on my sleep first. The survivors were a little disappointed, and turned away from the hot pot restaurant. Since they couldn't eat, they had to hurry up to get the crystal core. In the past, they got the crystal core to exchange for various supplies, weapons, medicines and nutrient solutions at the base. But now they have an additional goal of eating hot pot. It would be great if they could guarantee a meal every 3 to 5 days or a week. If they don't have that ability, they can buy a pot cake every 1 or 2 days to satisfy their cravings. Jiang Xi returned to the hot pot restaurant and found her little bed particularly intimate. This time, she slept until noon. When she woke up, Song Jinchuan still woke up early and did a lot of preparations in the kitchen. With such a worry-free employee, Jiang Xi felt that the reward he drew was really worthwhile. When the store door opened, survivors came in one after another. Most of the survivors were curious about the current scale of the store. How could it have expanded so much in just a few days? Yuan was cleaning the upstairs and downstairs diligently at this time. With the previous lesson, most of the survivors just watched from afar with an anti-smile on their faces, and did not dare to touch it. Jiang Xi only delivered 3 orders in a day, and completed less than 1/3 of the task. However, the system said that these were red dot tasks, which was why they took so much time. If they were green dot tasks, they would be completed quickly. Some green dot tasks were even in one base, and they could be delivered to several houses in a row. Jiang Xi thought that she would have to take a few days to deliver food. She spent the whole afternoon in the small compartment making guicue. Guicue is cheap and delicious, and has now become the most popular food in the store after hot pot. As the store expands, Jiang Xi feels that there is still a lack of manpower. He wonders if there will be any more staff recruitment in the future. In the past few days, there have been more bases buying mineral water. Some of them are from other places. It is said that they were introduced by other bases. When the survivors saw the impressive hot pot restaurant in front of them, the shock in their eyes almost turned into reality. In the store, the members of the Cheetah Squad came back to visit their former boss Song Jin-chuan after a mission. Seeing that he didn't seem to have suffered at all, and seemed to have gained some weight, they felt that it was indeed more comfortable to stay in the hot pot restaurant. The original resentment gradually faded over time. They found that it was not bad to have acquaintances in the hot pot restaurant. At least, they could cook secretly. Song Jin-chuan would give some special care to his former teammates within the scope allowed by Jiang Xiai. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing also brought their uncle here once. The uncle walked in normally, and looked a little lame. The short leg with prosthesis made a heavier sound when walking. It seemed that he was used to it. They also brought news from the base. The group of children that Jiang Xiai and his friends met before reported to the Hummingbird base. Although Jiang Xiai could handle it herself, she really didn't want to deal with these troublesome matters. So she just threw them to the base. Now the Hummingbird base has merged with the Hope base, and it is a medium to large base with a large population. So it is still easy to handle these things. Cheng Ming told Jiang Xiai that the base had sent people to the place they mentioned. And there were indeed many children there. But when they found something wrong, they acted particularly naive, as if they didn't understand what these people were talking about, and took full advantage of the children, which made people feel cold. Fortunately, after listening to Jiang Xiai and Song Jin-chuan, the survivors knew what kind of people they were, and they reacted quickly and dodged when they took the opportunity to attack. The survivors also found a lot of dried human flesh, various supplies and weapons they had looted, and there were even several wooden warehouses at their place of residence. After a comprehensive assessment, these children were no longer savable, and were eventually dealt with by the survivors of the Hummingbird base. Every time they met such children, they were very sad. These were the hope of the end of the world. But there was no way. Their bones had been stained black. At this point, Cheng Ming sighed with emotion. Jiang Xiai listened to the whole process and didn't know what to say, but he was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, they received the punishment they deserved. Otherwise, who knows how many more people would suffer. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing came here to bring the news and to let their uncle have a hot pot. Uncle has earned a lot of crystal cores over the years, but he wanted to save them for them, so he was reluctant to spend them. And naturally, he had never eaten hot pot. It seems that the three of them get along well, and their words and actions are more intimate than before. At the same time, a pickup truck is slowly driving towards City C. There are a total of 10 people sitting in the cab and the back compartment of the car. Do you think what those people said is true? Yang Yin, the woman in the co-pilot seat, turned her head and looked at the man in the cab. They have brought the water to you. How can it be fake? That water is completely different from the water now. It is purified very clean and does not taste bitter. Just for this reason, we have to buy some and stock up. Deng Dashin, the man in the cab, said, when you meet the boss later, don't show off your petty energy. I know. How could I not understand these important things? Yang Yin rolled her eyes. Yang Yin and Deng Dashin are Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing's aunt and uncle. And they are also the villains who colluded with outsiders to rob their farm. Now the superpowers in the farm are beginning to lean towards Fang Dong. If we don't get some supplies back, he might take the farm away sooner or later. Deng Dashin's hands tightly gripped the steering wheel. And when he mentioned Fang Dong, his eyes were obviously defensive. This guy is much more difficult to deal with than those two little girls. Didn't you bring them in at the beginning? I told you not to be so ruthless. Now, after driving them away, another Zhongshan wolf came. Yang Yin complained. Now you are saying this. But weren't you involved at the beginning? The two of them started arguing in the car while talking about this topic. Soon, the car drove into City C, and they temporarily stopped arguing and drove along the route given by the previous person. After a while, a two-story modern building appeared in sight, which was out of tune with the dilapidated buildings around it. There was a very impressive sign on the building, which said there was a hot pot restaurant. Everything matched what the survivor said, and it seemed that this was the place. The two of them were suddenly happy and forgot about the previous conflicts. When they drove into the hot pot restaurant, they found that this place was really different. The streets were clean and tidy, and the houses were new and looked like they had just been built. There was a large open space outside the hot pot restaurant, but now it was full of survivors and noisy voices everywhere. This scene stunned Yang Yin and Deng Dashin. Is the business here so good? But think about it. How can the business be bad if they can take out that kind of supplies? On the other side was a parking lot, and many cars were parked there, including large trucks and pickup trucks like theirs. They all seemed to be buying water. After parking the car, they walked towards the hot pot restaurant with a dozen survivors in the back car. There were too many people in front, so they could only stand behind the crowd and watch. Are you here to eat hot pot? You have to go over there to line up and get a number first. A kind-hearted survivor saw their confused faces and said to them. Chapter 46. No. No. We are here to buy water. Ding Dashin was stunned for a moment before replying. You have to go over there to get a number plate to buy water. You have to hurry up. Otherwise all the numbers for today will be taken. The survivor pointed to another long line. Now only buying pot cakes requires queuing by yourself. And other things require number plates. The two hurried to the other side to line up without even saying thank you. The three people who issued number plates today were Zhou Lin, Su Yan and Gu Qi. As the first customers to eat in the store, they have always felt a sense of pride as they watched the hot pot restaurant become more and more crowded and better. Look, this is the store they discovered first, because they are already very familiar with Jiangxi. When there are many people, they will also help to do what they can. Today, the kitchen, the Guikue stall, and the number plate distributor are all very busy, so they took the initiative to take this job. The three tall and strong people standing there are really intimidating. Ding Dashin and the other person waited in line for more than 2 hours before it was finally their turn. Zhou Lin was distributing number plates. Su Yan was recording information with a pen, and Gu Qi maintained order. The three of them cooperated in an orderly manner. Are you going to have hot pot or buy water? Zhou Lin asked. We buy water. Even though he had thought of countless possibilities before coming here, Ding Dashin still stuttered. Okay. Please tell me the name of the base and the name of the person in charge, and how many boxes of water you need to buy. Ding Dashin. The person in charge of Fengshu Farm. Buy 500 boxes of water. Ding Dashin swallowed and watched the survivors on the opposite side write down their names, addresses, and the amount of water they wanted to buy. Before he could be happy, he heard a female voice. Harvest Farm? Everyone looked up and saw Jiangxi wiping the water off her hands while walking to the team here. She picked up the notebook, and it was indeed written with Ding Dashin. Harvest Farm. If she remembered correctly, the farm that Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing had mentioned before, where their parents had left their parents, seemed to be Harvest Farm. Wait a minute. After Jiangxi finished speaking, he took the notebook and went into the house. No one dared to have any opinions and waited obediently. Only Ding Dashin and Yang Yan looked at each other anxiously. What happened? But no one knew, and no one answered them. However, from Jiangxi's look, he seemed not very satisfied with them. The other survivors quickly stepped back quietly to avoid being affected. Jiangxi took the notebook and went upstairs. Cheng Ming, Cheng Jing and Wang Jin were eating hot pot here. They were also a little surprised to see Jiangxi. Look, is this the farm of your family? Jiangxi handed the notebook to Cheng Ming and her sister. Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing were confused. They tilted their heads and looked at him. Their expressions changed immediately. They stood up from their seats. Ding Dashin is here? Don't get excited. No matter what happens, we still have our uncle, Wang Jin said hurriedly. They came to buy water. I thought they looked familiar, so I came up to ask. You can eat at ease. I won't do business with them, Jiangxi said. The system said that running a hot pot restaurant would give her absolute freedom, which means that she can do things according to her own preferences. Jiangxi hates people who bite back when others help you in times of crisis. Cheng Jing and Cheng Ming were somewhat flattered when they heard this, and hurriedly waved their hands and said, Boss Jiang, you don't have to give up the business for us. I don't need this business. There are so many people waiting to buy outside. They are the only ones begging me. There is no reason for me to rush to buy. After Jiangxi finished speaking, he took the notebook and went downstairs again. Seeing her coming back, Ding Dashin and Yang Yan looked at her a little nervously, until Jiangxi put the notebook back on the table, without looking at them, and only said to the three people who recorded, cross them out, and the store will not do their business in the future. Zhou Lin and the other two were stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and crossed out the names of Fengshu Farm and Ding Dashin. Jiangxi's words were like a bolt from the blue that hit Ding Dashin and the others. They were about to bring back so many precious materials and consolidate their position in the farm. But in the blink of an eye, those beautiful dreams were shattered like bubbles. Why can't we buy it? Yang Yan was so shocked that she couldn't control her temper and voice and blurted out. You should know what you did. How dare you ask me why? Jiang Xiai sneered. Is it fair for you to do this? Let's judge for ourselves. We are all survivors. Why do you treat us differently? Yang Yan panicked for a moment, wondering if those two little girls had also come to this city and said something to the boss here. Before Ding Dashin could say anything, Yang Yan had already made the situation out of control. They must not offend the big boss with so many resources. He hurried to pull Yang Yan away, but Yang Yan was obviously too excited to care about that. Anyway, this was her specialty. She was able to drive Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing away before because she was able to confuse right and wrong in front of everyone. Yang Yan thought that someone would stand on her side this time. But she didn't expect that everyone was smart and knew which side should not be offended. Not only did they not speak up for her, they also kept a distance from her. While Yang Yan was still yelling, Cheng Ming, Cheng Jing and Wang Jin came down from the building. Seeing the three people coming out of the hot pot restaurant, Yang Yan's eyes turned red, as if she had found the crux of all the problems. And she cursed at Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing. Wang Jin took a few quick steps and stood in front of his two nieces. Keep your mouth clean. Oh! You hooked up with a man so quickly. Yang Yan's words were full of harshness and rumors about the two girls. I'm their uncle, and I originally wanted to find you. But it would be best if you came to me yourself. Wang Jin felt so distressed when he heard Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing talk about how they were kicked out. And he wanted to find Ding Dashin and Yang Yan on the spot. But he was persuaded not to because of his physical condition. Now that he has come to scold him, he might as well settle the old and new accounts at the same time. Just when Wang Jin wanted to make a move, Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing stopped him. Uncle, you can't make a move here. It's easy to be blacklisted by the boss. Song Jin Chuan, kick the troublemakers out. Jiang Xiai in the store shouted, with a low response. Yang Yan, who originally thought she had one, saw a tall and strong man wearing an apron walking out of the hot pot restaurant. Song Jin Chuan didn't waste any words, and directly used the wind power to accurately roll up the people with Yang Yan and threw them out of the hot pot restaurant. This move shocked not only Yang Yan, but also the survivors around. How could someone use superpowers so accurately? You know, the destructive power and range of superpowers are greater with higher levels. It is basically impossible to use them so accurately and meticulously against a few people. And they have rarely seen it. Song Jin Chuan pinched his palms. He found that since joining the hot pot restaurant, his superpowers seemed to have become much purer. Without impurities, he was much more comfortable using them. He gets up very early every day, does exercise first, and then practices his supernatural powers. Even though his living conditions have become much better now, and he doesn't have to live in fear every day, he never relaxes for a moment. After dealing with those people, Song Jin Chuan returned to the kitchen without saying a word. Seeing that the storm was temporarily resolved, Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing thanked Jiang Xiai and helped their uncle back to the second floor. They were still not calm. They didn't expect to meet without any warning. They didn't even have any preparation. There were so many people behind the other party, and they only had 3. If they really started fighting, they would definitely lose. So this time, thanks to Boss Jiang, Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing were even more grateful to Jiang Xiai. After a small episode, the hot pot restaurant continued to sell hot. Ding Dashin and Yang Yan, who were thrown out, took a long time to get up from the ground with their backs and waists aching. Ding Dashin, who was furious, slapped Yang Yan in the face. With a crisp sound, Yang Yan was slapped directly. Ding Dashin showed no mercy, and Yang Yan's face swelled up soon. Yang Yan covered her face and looked at Ding Dashin in disbelief. You hit me? I'm going to hit you. Not only did he not get the supplies today, he also embarrassed himself in front of so many people. Ding Dashin, who always cares about his reputation, was furious at this moment. How many times did I tell you before I came? I told you to control your mouth. Where do you think you are? How capable are you? You can say something to anyone? I can't stop you even if I try. Yang Yan knew that she was in the wrong, now that she had lost such a large source of supplies. If the people in the base knew about it, they would be even more untenable. Yang Yan muttered twice, it's those 2 little bastards. Otherwise how could the boss know what we did? If I had known, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and killed them directly. so there wouldn't be so many problems. Ding Dashin rolled his eyes at her, seeing that she was still blaming others for her mistakes and not reflecting on herself at all. She was simply hopeless. He led his people straight to the parking lot, with anger in every step. The survivors behind him looked at each other and saw the eyes of watching the fun in each other's eyes. They were originally following Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing's parents, but after various threats and inducements, they could only watch Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing being driven away. Of course, they didn't really care about Ding Dashin and his wife. They just wanted to make a living, and seeing them get humiliated was a diversion in the boring and stressful life. In fact, the atmosphere of the farm has changed since Cheng Ming and Cheng Jing left. The simple life has undergone earth-shaking changes. The materials were originally distributed according to work, and the more you work, the more you get. Now they are tightly controlled by the three people. It is more difficult than anything else to exchange some materials. Chapter 47. The ones who benefited were basically Ding Dashin, Yang Yin, and the foreign survivor Fang Dong. Now they even offended such a big boss because of Yang Yin's stupidity. They didn't want to admit that they regretted it. On their way back, they were attacked by mutant beasts. They had to abandon the car and escape. When they hid in a building, they met a survivor who looked quite weak. The survivor had tattoos all over his arms, which looked quite scary. But he kept sitting in the corner with his eyes closed, pretending to sleep, not talking or looking at them. Gradually, Yang Yin and his group relaxed their vigilance. As they talked, they started to quarrel again because of various problems they had encountered before. As they quarreled, Yang Yin and Ding Dashin started to fight. Their fighting ability was still good after the apocalypse, and with the changes in their bodies, it was hard to tell who was the winner. "It's so noisy." A slightly hoarse male voice sounded. Everyone present was stunned. There were so many of them, and the other side had only one person, who was so arrogant. They finally found an outlet to vent their anger at the hot pot restaurant. But just a few minutes later, Yang Yin and his group looked at the black fog spreading like a tide in front of them in horror, and screamed and evacuated. Wherever the black fog passed, no matter people or objects, they were immediately corroded and devoured. When they ran to the gate, Yang Yin and Ding Dashin were the only two people left alive. Seeing that the black fog behind them was about to catch up, Ding Dashin suddenly pushed Yang Yin to the ground. Yang Yin looked at her husband, who had been with her for decades, in disbelief. He didn't even turn his head back once, and ran out of the building desperately. Yang Yin could only watch herself being devoured by the black fog. The moment the black fog touched her skin, she felt a piercing pain, and couldn't help but scream out in pain. Her eyes went dark, and she was about to be completely melted by the black fog. But the next second, the pain suddenly disappeared. Half of Yang Yin's body had turned to bones, and she could only be said to be lingering on, with only her last breath left. "TSK, TSK. So pitiful." A male voice sounded in the darkness. "Look at your eyes. You must be very unwilling? You really want to kill your unfaithful husband?" The male voice in the darkness persuaded Yang Yin step by step, and really aroused the unwillingness and hatred in her heart. "Who the hell are you?" Tiny Yo's voice sounded impatiently in the darkness. After being injured by Song Jin Chuan, he had been hiding here to heal his wounds. He was already annoyed, and these people kept coming up one by one. He angrily threw the black mist in the direction of the man, but did not hear the screams he imagined. "Oh, interesting. It turned out to be a special ability. Hey, you come and join my team." The man's interested voice sounded again, and it sounded as if he was unharmed. "Why?" Tiny Yo sneered, and the black mist in his hand attacked again, but it was still like a drop in the ocean, without any movement. Then, Tiny Yo felt a terrifying force hitting his body. He had no power to resist, and spit out a mouthful of blood, then fainted, looking at the two people on the ground who were only breathing their last breath. The man sighed, "It's so troublesome. I have to get it back myself." He stretched out his hand that had been tucked in his sleeve. Under the moonlight, it can be seen from the shadow that this is not a human hand at all. The hand was huge, sharp and weird, like the claw of a wild beast. When Lin Fei returned to the hot pot restaurant, she almost thought she had walked into the wrong place. How could the hot pot restaurant have changed so much after not seeing it for a while? Not only has it become wider and bigger, but there are too many people now. What happened during her absence? Lin Fei. Jiang Ci popped his head out of the window of the pot cake and waved at her. Lin Fei also smiled and waved. And then she saw Jiang Xi waving at her, motioning her to go in. Lin Fei looked at the survivors who were still queuing, pulled the hood of her clothes, and walked in with her head down. The eyes of the people around her were indeed on her, wanting to see who had won the favor of Boss Jiang. However, no matter what emotions they had, they only dared to mutter a few words in their hearts. They didn't want to annoy Jiang Xi and be blacklisted by the hot pot restaurant. Lin Fei walked to the door of the Guokui stall, but didn't go in. She just stood there and talked to Jiang Xi. After eating the hot pot, the group of people parted ways. Lin Fei had finished her work in that city, so she went back to City C directly. She found that when she was caught and dying, what she missed most was this small shop with warm yellow lights. Jiang Xi asked about her purpose of going to that city this time. He had heard a little about the feud between Lin Fei and Li Na before, but he didn't understand the details. Lin Fei didn't hide anything, so she talked about Wang Dong. When she heard that Lin Fei tortured Wang Dong to death in the end, Jiang Xi felt that she had watched a cool drama. Sure enough, she was not wrong. Lin Fei was really the heroine. Boss, don't get so excited that you knocked over my pot cake. The survivors outside saw that Jiang Xi was getting more and more excited, and couldn't help but joked. Jiang Xi waved the spatula in his hand, signaling him to rest assured. After a busy day, Jiang Xi finally had time to sit down and talk with Lin Fei. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Xi simply let Lin Fei stay in the store. Although Jiang Xi's bed could sleep 2 people, Lin Fei still took out her sleeping bag and spread it on the floor of Jiang Xi's room. That night, the two talked a lot, and it was basically Lin Fei who talked. And Jiang Xi listened and complained a few words. There was nothing to say about her own affairs, and talking too much would expose the system. Lin Fei seemed to understand, and didn't ask anything. Jiang Xi thought she was not only cool, but also thoughtful and considerate, and it was comfortable to get along with her. Lin Fei said that she planned to stay in City C for a while, and sell the things she got this time. Since she was a lone ranger, Jiang Xi simply invited her to stay at the hot pot restaurant. Lin Fei declined several times, and then accepted. She also liked this place very much. Although she had only been here once or twice, she felt a little attached to it, just like the friendship between her and Jiang Xi. Sometimes it came so inexplicably. Now the secrets of the store are open and transparent. The hot pot restaurant that can be expanded overnight, and the fresh ingredients that seem to be freshly made every day are all seen by the survivors. Someone asked before, but Jiang Xi did not answer. And then no one asked. The ingredients exchanged in the mall also created the illusion of being purchased from the backyard, as long as they did not touch the core. Jiang Xi was not afraid that Lin Fei would find out anything else. Knowing that Lin Fei would stay here for a while, Song Jinchuan consciously reduced the time he stayed outside and stayed in the room most of the time. Jiang Xi also took the time to deliver a takeaway with Lin Fei. Watching the two of them leaving together, Song Jinchuan, who stayed in the store, inexplicably felt a pitiful feeling of being abandoned. There were no red dots on Jiang Xi's map this time, and red dot takeaways did not appear every day. She directly chose a base, and in this base, there were 4 survivors who ordered takeaways. The base was not in the city, but not far away, in a village in another city, because this village was only a suspension bridge away from the outside world, and was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The entire village was built into a base. In addition to the original humans in the village, a lot of survivors from outside have been absorbed in recent years, and the current scale is already quite large. When Jiang Xi and his team arrived, they saw that another bridge had been built next to the original suspension bridge, and there were people guarding each bridge in front and behind. When they passed by, they were left here to register their information. When they learned that they were here to deliver takeout, the eyes of those survivors became eager. The people here are close to City C, and they all know hot pot restaurants and have basically eaten there. But takeout has not yet been fully popularized, so not many people know about it. You can also deliver food? The eldest brother of the survivor at the door looked envious. But there are no vacancies at the moment. There are too many people ordering food now, and the store is short of staff, Jiang Xi said. The eldest brother could only watch Jiang Xi and his friends walk away with regret. Jiang Xi walked to the suspension bridge and found that the suspension bridge had been repaired many times. It looked quite solid, but the abyss under the bridge could be seen through the gap. Jiang Xi was afraid of heights, and he had to hold Lin Fei to dare to move forward when standing on the bridge. It took them more than 10 minutes to cross the bridge. Jiang Xi felt that Lin Fei was very reliable at this time. She was not angry at all when she was dragging her feet and walking so slowly just now. Instead, she comforted her all the way, as gentle as a stable capybara. After successfully crossing the bridge, the village on the opposite side slowly unfolded in front of Jiang Xi. The village still retains the previous buildings and roads, but some corners have been reinforced to prevent zombies from attacking. It can be seen that a lot of houses have been added on the basis of the original houses. At this time, they are built together closely and look very lively. When Jiang Xi arrived at the takeaway address shown on the map, he found that it was a newly built one-story bungalow. After hearing the knock on the door, a child who looked like a little girl opened the door. After seeing Jiang Xi through the crack of the door, she hurried into the house to call her parents, her voice full of excitement. After a while, the door was opened from the inside, and a couple with 3 children stood at the door and greeted Jiang Xi with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Boss Jiang. I didn't expect you to come and deliver it in person." They welcomed Jiang Xi and Lin Fei into the house. Jiang Xi looked around in the dim light outside. The furnishings in the house were very simple. The walls and floors were all original colors, and there were a few simple furniture made of wood and some metal. Although it was simple, it was very good for the family to be together like this. This was also a very rare warm family that Jiang Xi had seen in such a long time in the end of the world. The last time we had hot pot was a month ago, and we didn't have much time since then. Today is my little daughter's birthday, so I ordered a takeout. The hostess in the house cleaned up a wooden table and said to Jiang Xi with a smile. Chapter 48. Very good. Now we open this takeaway service is to facilitate some survivors, Jiang Xi said. They ordered seafood hot pot, which is not very spicy, just suitable for children. Jiang Xi and Lin Fei took out the dishes and pots one by one and placed them on the wooden table in a circle. Looking at such a rich table in front of her, the youngest girl couldn't help but exclaimed. After all the dishes were taken out, Jiang Xi touched a pudding from the last set meal from the space. She was already very full at the time, so she put it in the space and almost forgot about it. She put the pudding into the birthday girl's hand. "This is all I have now. Happy birthday." The little girl was a little shy, but also very sensible. After seeing her parents nod gently, she accepted the pudding and whispered thank you. There were 4 survivors who ordered takeout at this base, and Jiang Xi delivered them one by one. From the outside, this base is not big, but when you really walk inside, you will find that it is winding, and the road is not easy to walk. Jiang Xi took 2 or 3 hours to deliver all the 4 takeouts. After delivering the last takeaway to this base, Jiang Xi's task progress reached July 10th, and she only needed the last 3 to unlock the braised food she had been dreaming about. When they went back, Lin Fei still rode the bike, and Jiang Xi sat on the back seat. Now it was only half a day since they left. Jiang Xi looked at the map and decided to deliver 2 more takeaway orders to a small base on the way back. When Lin Fei heard Jiang Xi say that they might need to take a detour to go back, she changed the route without saying a word. When he arrived at the small base on the map, Jiang Xi almost thought he had gone the wrong way, because this place had become a ruin. Everywhere there were the cries and wailings of survivors, and the fragments of corpses were scattered all over the ground, which looked particularly tragic. Jiang Xi saw a man frantically digging something in the ruins. His hands were worn and bleeding, but he still did not stop. After a long time, he finally dug out a human arm, and Jiang Xi saw a small tattoo and a ring on it. The man held the arm and cried uncontrollably. Jiang Xi stood not far away, feeling very complicated. Perhaps because she had seen too many happy faces recently, she almost forgot that this was an extremely cruel apocalypse where people died every day. Boss Jiang? At this time, a survivor covered in black passed by and saw the 2 of them. With a somewhat surprised tone, Jiang Xi did not recognize who this person was. Seeing her puzzled expression, the man directly wiped the black ash off his face with his hands. Jiang Xi then recognized that he was a regular customer of the hot pot restaurant, who had also come to buy mineral water twice, and was the base commander of this base. What happened? Jiang Xi asked. Was it a mutant or a zombie? Neither. The base commander, who was originally optimistic and cheerful, now looked depressed. It was a few people with special abilities who came out of nowhere. Their special abilities were too powerful. We had no power to resist it all. And the base was directly destroyed. As if to support the base commander's words, a mournful cry came from the side, which made people feel nervous. The base commander still had to search for the survivors, so he didn't have time to greet Jiang Xi and the others. He said goodbye in a hurry and left first. The takeaway could not be delivered, so Jiang Xi and Lin Fei did not leave, but stayed to help. The survivors found the wounded under the rubble. There were less than 100 people left in the base. Most of them were wounded, and a group of people were resting in a relatively intact open space. If another enemy came at this time, the base would be completely wiped out. Jiang Xi's body was covered with dust and blood, and his hair was scattered on the side of his ears. Looking very embarrassed, the base commander has notified other bases to come to help. In the end times, helping each other is an unwritten rule. The rescued survivors were very depressed, and even the air seemed to be filled with a sad atmosphere. Hey, what are you doing? Put it down. At this time, a loud shout broke the silence and attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Xi looked over and saw that the man they had seen looking for someone in the ruins was holding a sharp patch in his hand. Amid the shouts of the crowd, he cut his neck with the iron piece without hesitation. Blood gushed out in an instant. The man's action was very decisive. He cut very deep, and he died in a few strokes. This change made everyone present stunned. The sound of the scene changed from soft sobbing to everyone bursting into tears. The man's death was like the last straw, which completely broke the already tense nerves of these survivors. Jiang Xi also learned the man's story from their intermittent descriptions. The severed hand he found in the ruins was his childhood sweetheart's wife. When the end of the world came, both of them were still in college. Their families died in the early disasters, and they were the only ones to depend on each other. In the subsequent interactions, the two comforted and encouraged each other, and they got through the most difficult times, and naturally got together. The two found a base to settle down, and held a simple wedding with the witness of friends. It was not until they had been together for a year that the woman knew that the man had always liked her, and had liked her for 10 years. In those years, the two were so happy that even the air around them was filled with pink bubbles. Originally, the story had a happy ending, but he didn't expect that this sudden accident took away his lover and the faith that could sustain him in the end times. Jiang Xi was moved by such feelings. In her world, fast food love made many people say that wise people don't fall in love. But in such a turbulent and dangerous world, she saw the most sincere and pure feelings. On the way back, Jiang Xi sat in the back seat and sighed several times. In that small base, she had seen several deaths, which had a great impact on her. She felt that the longer she stayed here, the more she could empathize with the people here. When he returned to the hot pot restaurant, it was already dark. Song Jinchuan was busy at the guacamole stall, looking outside, when he saw the familiar electric scooter coming in from outside. Song Jinchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Jiang Xi had very mysterious and powerful abilities, he couldn't help but worry as the sky got darker and darker. Hey, Boss Jiang, what happened to you? The voice of the survivor outside came, and Song Jinchuan's heart, which had not yet fallen, was instantly lifted up again. He simply put down his work and walked out of the store. When he saw Jiang Xi's appearance under the light outside the store, he couldn't help shrinking his pupils. What happened? Where are you hurt? Did you encounter a mutant or a zombie? A series of questions came out, and Jiang Xi didn't have time to respond. Song Jinchuan took a few quick steps, and the whole person was a little bit at a loss. He didn't dare to reach out, but only looked at her with his eyes, trying to see where she was injured and why there was so much blood. Jiang Xi saw his nervous look and realized that he must have mistaken the blood on his body for hers. She waved her hands. It's not my blood. After that, she briefly talked about the small base she encountered today, and this topic immediately aroused everyone's discussion. Why did they attack the base? Was it revenge or looting supplies? Or simply killing? No matter which one, it was enough to alert the survivors. They all surrounded Jiang Xi and began to ask some details. Jiang Xi was surrounded in the crowd, and Song Jinchuan could only stand aside and frown. Although Jiang Xi said that she was not injured, Song Jinchuan still saw that she had several scratches on her elbow. On the first floor, near the window, the members of the Cheetah Squad were leaning on the window and looking out. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at our captain like this. Could it be that the old tree has bloomed? The yellow-haired man laughed and teased. The survivors in the cheetah squad, including Lao Li, still called Song Jinchuan the captain. The short-haired girl next to her subconsciously glanced at the ponytail girl next to her. There was a hint of loss in the other's eyes. After noticing her gaze, she smiled at her and said that she was fine. She had hidden her emotions in her heart a long time ago. It is the end of the world now, and there are many things more important than feelings. She may feel lost for a while, but she will soon regain her good mood and move on. After the survivors learned about the tragic situation of the small base, they all fell into deep thought. Has such a powerful person appeared now? Can a base be turned into ruins in an instant? What kind of power can reach this level? Who is this person? As long as the other party attacks humans, there is a high possibility that they are the enemy camp of humans. Could it be that something unusual has happened that they don't know about? Jiang Xi had no way to answer the survivors' questions, because she didn't know either. Jiang Xi finally got away, and Song Jinchuan dragged her to treat the wound on her hand. They left suddenly, and Lin Fei was outside to help greet the guests, and told them to stay calm. Song Jinchuan helped Jiang Xi wash the blood and dust off her hands, and then took out the disinfectant from his pocket and applied it to her. He had prepared a lot of these medicines before coming to the hot pot restaurant, and they would inevitably use them every time he went on a mission. During the whole process, Song Jinchuan's brows were never relaxed. He felt that the wound in front of him looked very painful, even though he had been injured more seriously. He attributed this strange emotion to the fact that Jiang Xi protected him when he went out to deliver food before, so that he did not get hurt at all. He did not insist on following Jiang Xi this time, which led to his injury. It was his fault. It's okay. It's just a small wound. I didn't even notice it myself. Seeing Song Jinchuan's serious face, Jiang Xi spoke to ease the atmosphere. Song Jinchuan was carefully helping her treat the wound. Hearing this, he paused. It's my fault. Chapter 49. You are an employee of the store, and we are friends now. The contract does not say that you must be responsible for my safety, and I am not your responsibility. This time it was my own carelessness, and it has nothing to do with you, Jiang Xi said hurriedly. Song Jinchuan pursed his lips and did not refute again, but he still thought that he did not do well, and secretly decided to follow Jiang Xi wherever he went in the future. Are there any other injuries? Song Jinchuan asked after applying medicine to her hand. Jiang Xi stretched his body and shook his head. No more. Song Jinchuan breathed a sigh of relief and packed up the medical bag. Jiang Xi was thinking about the guests in front of him, so he stepped out of the kitchen first. Song Jinchuan told him not to touch the water and let him do any work. When Song Jinchuan came out, he happened to meet the meaningful eyes of the yellow-haired man. He walked past him expressionlessly, ignored him, and continued to work. The attack small base was finally merged into the rescue base. After the former base commander of the small base stabilized, he specially came to the hot pot restaurant to thank Jiang Xi for his help. Lin Fei stayed in the hot pot restaurant for half a month, and then continued on the road. She bought a lot of food in the hot pot restaurant to replenish her space. After saying goodbye to Jiang Xi, she slowly walked out of Jiang Xi's sight with a big bag on her back. She is like a ray of free wind, never staying in one place for a long time. Jiang Xi sometimes envied such courage. In the past half-month, Jiang Xi finally found time to deliver the last few takeaways. Today is the last one. After completing the task, the braised food was unlocked, because they had to renovate the braised food stall and upgrade the store. Jiang Xi announced that the store would be renovated and closed for half a day after noon. There will be one more delicious snack this time, so please look forward to it, Jiang Xi said. The survivors were both regretful and expectant. They didn't know what the food would be this time. The food produced by the hot pot restaurant must be very delicious. After closing the door, Jiang Xi asked Song Jinchuan to go back to the room to rest. During the time when the store was upgraded, he should not go to the hall. After the upgrade was completed, she would call him out. Song Jinchuan nodded, and after cleaning up the kitchen, he went into his room. The two entered the house, and Jiang Xi carried Yuan back to the bedroom. As soon as Yuan was placed on the ground, it began to clean the house. The round Yuan attracted Hui's eyes, making its gray head turn involuntarily. After everyone left, the store began to upgrade. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the big lottery disc that the system put in front of her. The orange reward in this lottery was the backyard. The picture showed an exquisite Chinese courtyard with houses and land. Jiangxi's eyes lit up immediately. This was her favorite style. Before the lottery, Jiangxi still put her hands together and prayed silently, hoping to win the orange grid item. The turntable started to rotate after clicking. I don't know if it was because I did a lot of good deeds recently, but the pointer really stopped at the edge of the orange grid. Jiangxi successfully got the backyard she wanted, and almost jumped out of bed with joy. Will the backyard I got from the lottery here also be available in the hot pot restaurant in the real world? Of course. All the things that the host has obtained from the hot pot restaurant can be exchanged in reality, the system said. Jiangxi was happy to hear this. The house in his hometown is on the rooftop with a small garden. His parents have developed a vegetable plot and planted some seasonal vegetables. His father often said that this is more down to earth. I think his parents must like the hot pot restaurant with a yard. Since the host has performed well recently, a special prize of a lottery is awarded. The voice of the system sounded again. Jiangxi didn't expect such a surprise, so he quickly clicked again. The turntable stopped quickly, and the pointer pointed to the grid of self-service milk tea. Looking at the exquisite milk tea and condiments on the picture, Jiangxi's milk tea brain began to stir. Congratulations to the host for winning the self-service milk tea. The house will be upgraded and updated. The self-service milk tea and condiments table will appear in the hot pot restaurant after the update, the system said. Overall, Jiangxi was very satisfied with the lottery this time. He drew all the things he liked. This update took longer than the previous ones. It was not until nightfall that the system told Jiangxi that the update was complete. Jiangxi, who was already drowsy, got up from the bed and went to knock on the door next door. Song Jinchuan quickly opened the door, his eyes clear, and he was wearing a black vest. It seemed that he had just exercised. At this time, the clothes were wet with sweat and stuck to his body, outlining the distinct abdominal muscles. What's wrong? Song Jinchuan lowered his eyes and looked at Jiangxi. His voice was hoarse after exercise. Jiangxi suddenly stuttered. The shop is decorated. I'm going to ask you to go and see it. Okay. Wait for me for a while. I change clothes, Song Jinchuan said. Okay. No hurry. I go out first. After Jiangxi finished speaking, he hurried away. Jiangxi walked to the door of his room and then slowed down. It turned out that handsome guys were only suitable to be seen through the screen. Seeing them in person was a bit too shocking. Jiangxi thought while turning around the corridor in front of him. What caught his eye was the hot pot restaurant that had completely changed. The overall decoration style of the hot pot restaurant has changed from simple style to modern style, with a warm yellow tone, which looks warmer and more comfortable. On the first floor, next to the small condiment table, a small condiment table for self-service milk tea has been added. On the small condiment table for milk tea, there is a huge iron bucket and a row of transparent plastic square boxes with lids. At this time, there is nothing inside. The system says that the host needs to buy small condiments in the mall and then add them to the box by himself. Milk tea is sold separately in tea bags and milk powder. Jiangxi needs to make milk tea according to the formula ratio and then pour it into the iron bucket on the small condiment table. The price of self-service milk tea is 5 level 3 crystal cores per person. You can eat as much as you want, but you can't pack it up or waste it. At this time, Song Jinchuan also came out. He was naturally surprised by the changes in the hot pot restaurant, but he was not as shocked as when he first saw it. There is an extra layer of ice cubes in the kitchen freezer, which is specially used for drinks. Next to the pot cake stall, a stall was expanded to sell braised food. The fresh-keeping square boxes are neatly arranged in grids. They are made of metal and still have small lids on them to block dust. The outside is a piece of transparent glass-like material. Jiangxi touched it and found that it was not glass. The system said that this was a special material on their planet. It was thin, but could reach the level of anti-bow single. There is a door that can be opened and closed at the window, so that food can be delivered to the survivors. A large iron pot is used to cook the stewed food. The stewing seasoning bags and materials need to be purchased in the mall. Jiangxi opened the mall and took a look before. A lot of new things have been added. The prices are still very affordable, and you can make a profit without losing money. The selling price of meat dishes is 2 third-level crystal cores per pound, and the selling price of vegetarian dishes is 2 second-level crystal cores per pound. The second floor has changed a lot. From 4 tables and chairs to 8 tables and chairs. The overall area of the hot pot restaurant has been expanded a lot. Jiang Xiai stood in the middle of the lobby and almost forgot that there were only 2 wooden tables and chairs here when he first came. The backyard and the room were upgraded together. Now they still needed to wait for a while. Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan were not in a hurry, so they ordered food and sat in the lobby to eat. While eating, Jiang Xiai introduced the 2 new businesses in the store to Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan wrote down the general process and nodded. Okay. I know. After eating, they waited for another hour before the backyard was completely upgraded. Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan walked to the place where her room door used to be. Opened the door, and a simple and clean yard appeared in front of her. Their room has been integrated with the yard, including the warehouse for storing sundries. The yard has a large open space, which is basically cultivated land for planting. In addition, there is a big straight tree standing in the yard. There are several rooms in the backyard. Jiang Xiai chose one of them, and Song Jinchuan chose the one next to her. The current house has its own bathroom, which is almost half the size of the previous room. The window of Jiang Xi's room can see the whole yard. When the wind blows, the drooping branches will float into the window. Jiang Xiai likes this little design too much. Jiang Xiai also moved Hui Hui to her room, because 1 turtle and 3 eggs were still a bit heavy. Song Jinchuan helped her carry Hui Hui and his family in. Hui Hui adapted to the new home quickly. After walking around the nest, he lay back in his nest with peace of mind. Look! Jiang Xiai accidentally glanced at it and grabbed Song Jinchuan's sleeve in shock. Song Jinchuan looked in the direction she pointed and saw that one of the 3 eggs in Hui Hui's nest had a crack. Is it coming out? What should I prepare? Jiang Xi's tone was very nervous. This was also the first time Song Jinchuan faced such a situation. He had been in the army before and had never raised a small animal, let alone delivered a baby. He could only squeeze out a sentence from his poor knowledge of childbirth. Should I boil water first? Boil water? Jiang Xiai looked at him in horror. This is a home-raised baby. It's not good to eat. Song Jinchuan was amused by her expression. That's not what I meant. Host, don't worry. And don't participate in the hatching. Just leave the whole process to the mutant beast. The system voice sounded at the right time, and Jiang Xiai was relieved. While it was still early, Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan prepared to go to the kitchen to cook a pot of stewed food. Soak it overnight, and then sell it directly tomorrow. She clicked on the system mall and exchanged what she needed from the mall. She chose the most commonly eaten stewed food. Song Jinchuan connected the pipe to the big iron bucket, put the water in the approximate position, and turned on the switch, and the iron bucket began to heat itself. After the water boiled, Jiang Xiai put the prepared marinade bag into the pot, and the originally clear water instantly became turbid, followed by a strong fragrance. Even Jiang Xiai, who could eat all kinds of delicacies every day, was almost drooling because of this taste. Chapter 50. The meaty and salty aroma kept drilling into Jiang Xi's nose, which was more fragrant than all the stewed dishes he had eaten. This stewed dish machine can be timed and semi-automatic. There are several automatically lifting stainless steel baskets, in which you can put meat and vegetables, those that take longer to cook and those that don't take long to cook. After setting the time, it will start to stew automatically by category. And after cooking, it will be soaked in the soup to absorb the flavor inside. After washing the ingredients and putting them in the pot, and setting the time, Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan went back to their rooms to rest. Hu Bo and his teammates packed up and set out from the base before dawn. They had been out on a mission for almost a month this time. They were lucky enough to encounter a nest of level 4 mutant beasts. They took them all in one pot and brought back a lot of crystal cores, mutant fur and bones. They had been sleeping outdoors and eating nutrient solution for so long that they almost vomited. They had to have a good meal at the hot pot restaurant. Along the way, the survivors were discussing what dishes they should order. What they were thinking about was the various meats in the hot pot restaurant, which were thick and large, and could make people truly experience the joy of eating meat. Soon, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Because they came early, there were not many people there. They could see the warm yellow light in the hot pot restaurant from a distance, like a signpost. Just looking at it made them feel good. They just walked a few steps forward and smelled a strong aroma of sauce and meat, which they had never smelled in a hot pot restaurant before. What is this smell? Why is it so fragrant? A survivor asked. It smells so familiar. Wait, It's right next to my mouth. What is it? The survivors were talking at once. And Sue? They came to the door of the hot pot restaurant. Who both saw many survivors gathered in front of the Gwikwe stall. And he was a little confused. Could it be that Boss Jiang made a new flavor of Gwikwe? And why did it open so early today? Full of doubts. Hu Bo's pace could not help but speed up a bit. The door of the hot pot restaurant was not open yet. But the light was already shining. When Hu Bo walked in, he found that a glass window stall had appeared next to the Gwikwe stall. At this time, Jiang Ci was placing various brown meats and vegetables on the plates through the glass window. The sauce-colored ingredients were shining with an attractive oily sheen under the light. And it looked like they were soaked in the marinade. The survivors couldn't imagine how delicious it would be. When did you make the marinated dishes? This looks so delicious. Quick, Boss Jiang. While there are not many people here, sell us some to satisfy our cravings. One survivor said impatiently. Wait a minute. It's not ready yet. Don't worry. Today's portion is large. Jiang Ci said without even raising her head. I start selling it when I'm done. Seeing Jiang Ci say this, everyone could only watch her actions eagerly. As more and more dishes were placed in the glass display, the aroma of the stewed food became more and more intense. Jiang Ci was committed to displaying the stewed dishes beautifully. No matter how everyone urged her, she still insisted on achieving the effect she wanted. When the stewed dishes were just out of the pot, Jiang Ci and Song Jinchuan had already tasted them. The meat was salty, fragrant, tender, and firm, and the vegetables were still crisp and sweet. It was so delicious that it was impossible to describe it in words. After waiting for a while, the survivors outside saw Song Jinchuan take out a small blackboard with the word self-service milk tea written on it. Self-service milk tea? 5 level 3 crystal cores per person. It's a bit expensive. You can eat a lot of meat dishes. The survivors' eyes moved from the stewed dishes to the self-service milk tea. I don't think it's expensive. This is milk tea. God. I dream of drinking a sip of milk tea. I have to try it today no matter what. After the stewed dishes, the second new item, milk tea, once again caused a stir. Some survivors thought it was too expensive and not very interested, while others thought it was a good deal. But everyone had one thing in common, which was looking forward to the door opening soon. Jiang Ci placed the stewed dishes here, and Song Jinchuan was not idle either, putting all the small ingredients for milk tea into the box on the self-service counter. After all the preparations were done, the time was 1 hour earlier than the usual opening time. The door opened, and the survivors rushed in. Hu Bo and his teammates also chose a position in the hall with a good view. Boss, how much are the stewed dishes? Hu Bo and his companions were already impatient. After ordering hot pot and side dishes, they walked to the glass window and asked, 2 third-level crystal cores per kilogram for meat dishes, and 2 second-level crystal cores per kilogram for ingredients. Jiang Ci said, and then pointed to a small sign standing next to her. There were too many people asking about the price, and she had to fry pot cakes on the side. So she just wrote out the price tag. We want 5 kilograms of meat dishes, and 1 kilogram of vegetarian dishes. Hu Bo swallowed his saliva. Anyway, he came out to eat this time, so he couldn't be stingy with the crystal cores. Okay, wait for me. Jiang Ci turned the Gwikwe in the pot over, fried it, and put it in the oil-draining basket beside. Then walked over to weigh the stewed dishes for them. Hu Bo and his teammates chose chicken feet, chicken legs, duck necks, duck wings and other stewed dishes that looked delicious. Weighed 5 kilograms together, and chose kelp and lotus root slices as vegetarian dishes, which would not disappoint. Jiang Ci weighed them, and put them on the plate, and let them take them away. Hu Bo and his teammates returned to their seats with their stewed dishes. And at this time, the hot pot was also served. However, the hot pot that usually attracted them was temporarily put aside, and everyone's eyes fell on the braised dishes. Chopsticks rushed in to pick up the meat on the plate. Hu Bo picked up a duck wing. He originally wanted to eat chicken legs, and duck wings have much less meat than chicken legs. But when the duck wing entered his mouth, Hu Bo realized that he was wrong. The duck meat was firm, but not old at all. The meat was tender and fragrant. It was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating it once he entered his mouth. Today, Jiang Ci thought he had prepared enough braised dishes. But after the first batch of survivors who bought braised dishes appeared, a long line began to form behind him unknowingly. Fortunately, Song Jinchuan gets up early every day to prepare a lot of side dishes. so he is free to come and help. Jiangxi's hand speed is almost flying. And he said to the system in a panic, "Can the store hire more people? You can use points to exchange. Considering the current special situation, I especially apply for a temporary employee for the host. Temporary employees cannot be bound to the host and need to sign a confidentiality contract. Once they cause a bad impact on the store, all the crystal cores on the employee will be deducted as compensation, and the survivor will never be hired again, and the store will also put him on the blacklist." The system voice was very serious. After all, this was related to the future development of the store, so it was necessary to be cautious. However, Jiangxi's goal was achieved by asking the employees for help. In addition to the stewed dishes, the newly released milk tea has also become a new favorite of the survivors. Zhong Xifeng, Zhong Chu, and the logistics director Wang Jun also came to the base today. After seeing the newly released self-service milk tea, Zhong Xifeng's eyes lit up and pulled Zhong Chu into the crowd. "We are here to buy mineral water," Wang Jun shouted helplessly. Zhong Xifeng gave Wang Jun a thumbs up. "Mineral water is in your hands. We will order hot pot for you." Looking at the backs of the two, Wang Jun shook his head and lined up behind the mineral water line. Zhong Xifeng and Zhong Chu entered the store and went straight to the self-service milk tea area. The milk tea area was already lined up at this time, but because it was still early and a group of people were assigned to the braised dishes area, the line was not too long. Soon it was Zhong Xifeng and Zhong Chu's turn. Song Jinchuan collected the crystal cores on the side and then distributed milk tea cups to the survivors. The milk tea cups prepared by Jiangxi were larger than those outside. The huge iron bucket beside was already filled with sweet milk tea, and the ice cubes were already placed in a thermos bucket. In front of the survivors was a row of full milk tea condiments, such as taro balls, taro paste, pearls, popping pearls, tapioca pearls, red beans, etc. Jiangxi selected all the popular ones outside. The prices of these condiments were very cheap, and a few points could buy a lot. Zhong Xifeng held a milk tea cup and looked at the dazzling array of condiments in front of her. Tears almost flowed from the corners of her mouth. "These are all the ones I used to like very much." The two first filled a milk tea cup with a little more than half of the milk tea. When the milk tea came out of the big bucket, you could smell the mellow and rich milk aroma. Add all kinds of sweet condiments, and it was a dessert drink that the survivors could scream for. Zhong Xifeng and Zhong Chu returned to their seats with 3 full cups of milk tea. They did not forget to bring a cup for Wang Jun. In addition to them, many people also had a cup of milk tea on their tables. The self-service condiment table, which was originally full, soon emptied several boxes, and Song Jinchuan quickly replenished the condiments. On this day, Jiangxi and Song Jinchuan were so busy that they almost had no time to eat. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiangxi ignored the expectant eyes of the survivors outside, asked them to come back tomorrow, and then closed the door directly. If she didn't close the door, she felt that she would not be able to hold on any longer. Today can be said to be the most tiring day for Jiangxi in the apocalypse. The moment the door was closed, she collapsed in the chair and didn't want to move at all. Song Jinchuan still had the energy to do the final finishing work. Jiangxi also tried to move to the computer and ordered some food for the two of them. They only had one meal today, and they were actually very hungry. When Song Jinchuan finished, he also took out their dinner. While eating, Jiangxi told him about recruiting people. "Starting tomorrow, we will recruit a few survivors to help. Otherwise we are too busy now. They will help with the work during the day and return to their respective bases at night. You know more about the survivors, so help me tomorrow," Jiangxi said to Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan nodded. "Okay." At night, after Jiangxi prepared the braised dishes for the next day, she fell asleep on the pillow. She had no dreams all night. Although she was very tired, she was still woken up by her biological clock on time the next day. While Song Jinchuan was preparing the side dishes in the kitchen, Jiangxi started writing the recruitment notice. She exchanged a large piece of paper and a pen from the system, and wrote all over the paper, roughly writing down the recruitment requirements and treatment. The specifics needed to be discussed in person. After writing it, Jiangxi posted the recruitment notice first. The survivors who were queuing at the door saw this and gathered around to see what Jiangxi posted. When 4 huge recruitment notices appeared in front of the survivors were instantly excited. You know, they have been jealous of Song Jinchuan's job for a long time. And some survivors even asked Jiang Xi every day when he would recruit again. Boss Jiang, you finally started recruiting people. Look at me. I am strong and healthy. I don't need a salary. As long as I can eat enough every day. Those who need to apply can register with Song Jinchuan later. And then have an interview. Everyone must read the requirements carefully. Employees who come to apply for the job will not be provided with accommodation. They need to travel back and forth between the base and the hot pot restaurant every day. If the distance is too far, you need to think about it. Jiang Xi said to the survivors outside. It's okay. I can start walking in the early morning. Jiang Xi thought that such a requirement would scare off some survivors. But he didn't expect that the survivors had already had a countermeasure, and it was not difficult for them at all. Jiang Xi didn't know what to say for a moment. So he turned around and went back to the hot pot restaurant. When the door opened, there were many people in front of Song Jinchuan, and everyone wanted to sign up for the hot pot restaurant staff. Song Jinchuan roughly counted and thought there were probably hundreds of people. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Xi simply didn't plan to do business in the morning, and directly held a job fair to recruit employees first. The survivors who came to apply for the job were really diverse, including ordinary survivors and many superpowers. Some survivors' bases were far away, and in order to meet the requirements, they even said that they could set up tents outside the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Xi waved his hand and refused. The outside of the store is not particularly spacious, and we need to park cars to accommodate so many diners. If you all come to set up tents, we won't be able to do business. Song Jinchuan mainly looks at people's eyes and fighting power. If the survivors have clear eyes, fighting power and good health, he will stay and enter the second round of interviews. After getting along for so long, Jiang Xi still trusts Song Jinchuan very much. No matter how many employees there are in the store in the future, Song Jinchuan will be different. So Jiang Xi decided to keep the employees he kept. Hundreds of people were eliminated in the first round, and only dozens of people were left for the second round. In the second round, Jiang Xi asked them to try cutting vegetables and serving as waiters. Speed and dexterity are just the most basic. After interviewing so many people, Jiang Xi found that it was rare to find an employee as versatile as Song Jinchuan. In the end, she left two survivors, a man and a woman, in the kitchen. One was Li Hong, and the other was Zhao Shi. She left a woman, Mao Qianqian, as waiter. She was a supernatural being with wind attributes. Her steps were particularly brisk, and she was strong. She said that she often helped her family with farm work before the end of the world. And no matter what kind of hard work, she could do it. A young man named Shui Yi, who was also a superpower, had a fire superpower, and was very good at controlling the temperature, was left at the stalls that fried the pancakes and weighed the stewed dishes. There were 4 people in total, and the base was not far from the hot pot restaurant, and they could get there within 2 hours. Don't be discouraged. The hot pot restaurant will expand and recruit more people later. Jiang Xi comforted the survivors who were not selected. After sending away the other survivors, only the newly selected employees were left, and Jiang Xi took out 4 contracts from the space for them to sign. I think everyone knows that my hot pot restaurant is quite special. It is also a piece of fat meat that everyone is eyeing in the end times. There can't be any mistakes. So everyone needs to sign a contract. I need to make sure that you will not sell out the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Xi said directly. Of course. As long as everyone works hard. Benefits are indispensable. Your working hours are from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. You will eat 2 meals a day in the store. Lunch and dinner. Song Jinchuan will give you supplies as wages every month. You can choose any appropriate amount of daily necessities. Song Jinchuan will tell you this when the time comes. Jiang Xi explained everyone's work in detail. First raised the problem, then talked about welfare. Their wages could not be paid with points like Song Jinchuan, and they could not have an employee mall. So they could only let Song Jinchuan buy the materials corresponding to their wages in the employee mall for them, and then distribute them. Jiang Xi was going to give them a quota of 2,500 points per month. Even if it was not as much as Song Jinchuan, it was enough to buy a lot of supplies. The survivors thought that being able to provide 2 meals was the best welfare, but they didn't expect that they could also distribute supplies. For a moment, everyone was excited. Boss, what supplies can I ask for? Do you have toilet paper and sanitary napkins? Mao Qianqian asked. From her tone, you can tell that she is usually troubled by these supplies. Sanitary napkins are very important for women. But now these supplies are too scarce, causing the price to gradually rise. We have everything. As long as it is daily necessities. You can exchange it for your salary. Just ask Song Jinchuan for details. Jiang Ci said. Jiang Ci has mentioned Song Jinchuan several times. And the survivors know that although everyone is an employee, Song Jinchuan's status in the store or in Jiang Ci's heart is different. Everyone cheered when they heard this. No wonder so many people wanted to work in the hot pot restaurant. The benefits here are too good. After confirming the employees and signing the contract, it was almost noon. So Jiang Ci went to the computer to order employee meals. Because the formal contract was signed, the ordering system on the computer was also updated. And it was directly a 6-person meal. It seemed that the new employees in the store had been identified. It's noon now. Everyone, just eat something and get ready to start work. After Jiang Ci ordered the meal, he said to everyone. They were able to eat before they even started working. The survivors were deeply moved and secretly determined to work hard for Jiang Ci. Aren't they struggling to survive in the end times just to eat and stay alive? Mao Qianqian and the others thought they were going to have lunch at the hot pot restaurant. But they didn't expect that what was in front of them was actually a large set meal. The set meal contained large pieces of twice-cooked pork, fragrant garlic sprouts, and crisp small vegetables.